Ding! The host is detected to be breaking up with a materialistic girlfriend. Option 1. Use every means to win her back. Reward: a titanium dog tag. Option 2. Splash the soy milk in front of you on her face. Reward: a Pagani Huayra. Am I a dog? System: you have mistaken the person. I choose the Pagani. Chapter 1. Starting reward: Pagani Huayra. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, on a rainy day, outside the Magic City University of Finance, within a Chinese fast food establishment named Soy Milk King, a young man clad in a black t-shirt sits on a plastic stool, lost in thought. Lin Qinshou, a junior in college, has come to this place because his girlfriend, he has ignored him for a month. Her texts go unanswered, and when he calls, she responds with cold indifference. What's the matter? If nothing, I'm hanging up. Lin Qinshou has known he since childhood. They became close in middle school and solidified their relationship upon entering college. He enrolled in the Magic City University of Finance, while Lin Qinshou found his place at the Magic City University of Transportation. Why didn't they apply to the same school? That was He's decision. She told Lin Qinshou that distance creates beauty, and he believed her. Now, heartbroken, Lin Qinshou suddenly recalls a saying attributed to some wise elder who has seen through the world. When a woman's focus and attention are no longer on you, consensatalia. Lin Qinshou feels this saying resonate deeply within him. Yet he is not one to passively accept circumstances. Thus, he takes an hour-long bus ride to her university, determined to confront her and clarify their situation. An hour has passed since his call, and he is still not emerged. Lin Qinshou's heart grows increasingly restless, even beginning to ache. Ding! A person in emotional pain due to love has been detected. Meeting binding criteria. Ding! Binding system in progress. Ding! Binding complete. Host: Lin Qinshou. Strength: 6. Physique: 6. Spirit: 6. Charm: 6. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10 the host possesses. Normal values among ordinary individuals. What on earth? System binding. Lin Qinshou has read enough novels to know that generally, system bindings occur with those who are heartbroken or discarded, destined to be the fated dog. The chosen one. How could it bind to him? Based on his extensive reading of system novels, he should merely qualify as someone experiencing a breakup. Or has the system detected him as a dog? This is a misunderstanding. System, come out, let me explain, I am not a dog. Lin Qinshou internally cries out, but the system remains silent. And those ridiculous attributes, did it make a mistake? After all, he is the basketball champion of his school. It seems he barely scraped by with a score of 6,666. He often fantasizes about fighting 10 opponents at once. But now it appears those dreams are mere delusions. Lin Qinshou continues to call out to the system. A long-haired girl enters, clad in an oversized windbreaker. Upon seeing the windbreaker, Lin Qinshou's expression becomes complex. It is evident that it is a man's garment. He's audacious choice to where it speaks volumes about her intentions. What do you want? He coldly inquires as she takes a seat. Lin Qinshou's gaze shifts, and he picks up a bag from beside him, placing it on the table. Xiao, this is honey from my hometown. It's good for beauty and skin. I brought it for you. He glances at it, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. I see. Is there anything else? Lin Qinshou opens his mouth, hesitating to speak. He had intended to clarify He's feelings if she no longer loves him. They should part ways. Yet, upon seeing her, the words elude him. Noticing his indecisiveness, he scornfully remarks, Look at you, I thought you had finally gathered the courage to break up with me. Since you want to say it, I will. Let's break up. Lin Qinshou gazes at her, heartbroken, and utters the painful words. Why? Why? What do I gain from being with you? The silver necklace you gave me for my birthday last year? Or the expenses for our outings, which I had to cover? Lin Qinshou, let me be honest. I initially dated you because of your parents who, while not wealthy, were comfortably off. Now your parents have returned to farming, and your living expenses are less than mine. How can you support me in the future? He's frantic voice strikes against his heart with each word. Lin Qinshou opens his mouth, but no words come forth. Once, two people in love have succumbed to the harsh realities of life. Lin Qinshou believed they were in love. Ding! The host is detected to be breaking up with a materialistic girlfriend. Option 1. Use every means to win her back. Reward: a titanium dog tag. Option 2. Splash the soy milk in front of you on her face. Reward: a Pagani Huayra. Lin Qinshou is left in shock. A dog tag. A titanium one. System, you're bullying me. Do you think just because it's a dog tag, I won't dare choose? I choose the second option. Rather than cling to a woman who regards him with icy disdain, why not opt for the luxury car worth 25 million? Although this commoner has never seen the real thing, he has certainly heard of it as a quintessential prop in wealthy novels. The system has declared to be materialistic surely. Once he possesses the luxury car, she will reconsider her feelings. System, that the host path as a dog is gradually diverging. Seeing Lin Qinshou remain silent, he assumes he cannot accept the reality, her eyes filled with contempt. There are many pursuing me at school now. Do you see this outfit? A wealthy senior lent it to me to protect me from the rain, and he is merely one of my backups. All my backups are rich second-generation heirs. What qualifications do you have to be my boyfriend? How dare you occupy the position of my primary partner? Lin Qinshou snaps back to reality, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Primary partner? Has he elevated herself to the status of royalty? He then grabs the soy milk on the table and splashes it onto He's face before seizing the honey and heading for the door. What I owe you is all contained in this cup of soy milk. From now on, we owe each other nothing and shall never cross paths again. He wipes the soy milk from her face, her expression icy. Initially, she felt a surge of anger upon being splashed, but she quickly suppressed it rather than endure Lin Qinshou's persistent clinging. She figured letting him splash her once wouldn't be a problem. After all, if it meant shedding this clingy person, she could endure a few more splashes. Perhaps those backups would be even more eager to curry favor upon seeing her drenched. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of splashing soy milk and taking the honey, earning a Pagani huayra. The reward has been placed at the entrance of the store, and the keys are in the host's pocket. Lin Qinshou feels in his pocket and indeed finds an extra key. As he steps out of Soy Milk King, he discovers his Pagani huayra parked at the curb, making all surrounding vehicles pale in comparison. Chapter 2. The Campus Beauty, Qinshanshan. However, there was a more unexpected sight. A stunning beauty clad in a vibrant red pleated skirt and a crisp white blouse, her cascading, slightly curled hair obscuring her visage. Yet, judging by her figure and attire, she undoubtedly possessed extraordinary beauty. Beside the Pagani huayra, a shared bicycle lay abandoned on the ground. It appeared that this alluring woman had inadvertently scraped Lin Qinshou's vehicle while riding the bicycle. Lin Qinshou, feeling utterly bemused, sighed deeply upon encountering his brand new car, which had already suffered a scratch. He then ambled toward the site of the incident. Beep. A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has been detected. Name, Qinshanshan. Beauty score, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Bust, 34C. Affection level, 0. Beep. Achieving an affection level of 90 will ensure unwavering loyalty to the host. Lin Qinshou's steps momentarily faltered. He could hardly believe that she boasted a beauty score of 93. Although he was unsure of how such scores were determined, the system's alert suggested she was indeed a top-tier beauty. The affection level felt akin to a progress bar for wooing women. Beep. A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has scraped the host's vehicle. Option 1. Demand substantial compensation, using unscrupulous tactics to make the beauty submit to you. Reward. A box of potent Viagra. Option 2. Forbear from seeking compensation, and instead, escort Qinshanshan to her interview. Reward. A luxurious mansion worth 500 million at Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Was there even a need for deliberation? A mansion valued at 500 million versus a beautiful woman and a box of Viagra? The choice was unequivocally the mansion. With that estate, who would fear the absence of beauty in the future? Moreover, the potent Viagra was entirely unnecessary for him, as he was in the prime of his youth. Lin Qinshou approached the car, attempting to present a charming smile. Is there anything I can assist you with, beautiful? Qinshanshan glanced at him briefly, ignoring his presence. Assuming he was merely trying to flirt, she was far too preoccupied to engage in idle banter, having just scratched someone else's car without leaving a contact number. Moreover, she was in a hurry for an interview, the very opportunity she had painstakingly secured, now advancing to the second round. Failing to attend would effectively mean forfeiting her chance. As the rain had subsided, more people began to gather around, drawn to the site of the Pagani huayra at the school entrance. Wow! Which wealthy individual has graced our school? Exclaimed one. This is the Pagani huayra. It's just a sports car, isn't it? Nowadays, domestic electric cars are also being designed as sports cars. Soon, they'll be ubiquitous. Fool, this Pagani huayra costs 25 million. Don't dare compare it with those domestic electric sports cars. Wait, this car costs 25 million. No wonder. This is Shanghai, after all. There are plenty of rich second-generation heirs driving luxury cars to school. Who knows which wealthy heir it is? I hope to get a chance to know them. A heavily made-up woman pushed her hair aside with unwavering confidence. Isn't that our school's common beauty, Qinshanshan? What is she doing by that car? I thought she was above such frivolities, ignoring countless wealthy suitors. Huh. I've always said she's just a flashy piece of work, and now she's been outdone. Those rich kids probably don't meet her standards. Millions versus tens of millions. There's a world of difference in status. Look, there's a shared bicycle leaning against that sports car. Perhaps this is our common beauty strategy. They always depict such scenarios in idol dramas. The surrounding murmurs reached Qin Shanshan's ears, causing her to shudder. 25 million. She realized she could scarcely muster even 500 yuan at the moment, leaving her utterly disoriented. Noticing her indifference, Lin Qinshou awkwardly scratched his head and pressed the unlock button on his car key. If you don't require assistance, please step aside. I must be on my way. Shock. Petrification. Everyone stared at the seemingly ordinary man before them as he produced the key to the Pagani Huayra. No way. I thought this guy was just shamelessly flirting. But he's actually the owner. Impossible. The clothes he's wearing look like they cost only 30 yuan from a street vendor. How could he afford such an expensive car? Don't ask me how I know. I own an identical outfit. Rich people don't measure their preferences with money. If someone is decked out in luxury, it's likely they're just putting on a facade. How do you know so well? Are you wealthy? I'm not. But I have an acquaintance whose uncle is wealthy. The onlookers raised their middle fingers at him. Qin Shanshan, feeling flustered, stammered, I'm so sorry. I accidentally scratched your car. Please tell me how much I owe you. While I can't pay now, I promise to compensate you once I earn some money. Lin Qinshou circled around to inspect the damage, noting a distinct white scratch. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Repairing this scratch could easily run into the hundreds of thousands. He replied nonchalantly, although he was uncertain of the exact repair cost. However, he had seen enough news on Douyin to know that even minor scratches on luxury cars could cost a fortune to fix. Qin Shanshan's complexion turned pale as she stammered. I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to extort you. How about this? Do you have any relatives or friends in car repair? You could call them to inquire. Lin Qinshou was not in a hurry to set conditions, understanding that some matters would unfold naturally. If he hastily offered to take her to her interview, wouldn't that make him appear desperate? Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshou, since acquiring the system, he had become more astute in such matters. Indeed, Qin Shanshan had a distant uncle who worked in car repair and resided in Shanghai. When she first started college, her father had taken her to dinner with him, leaving a contact number, though they hadn't been in touch for years. At that time, her uncle had shown little interest in this far-off, poor relative. Uncle, it's Qin Shanshan, she announced as she dialed his number. Shanshan, why haven't you come to eat with me these past few years? Came the gruff voice from the other end, accompanied by the sound of a grinding machine. Sorry, uncle, I'll come by when I can. I have a bit of a situation and wanted to ask for your help. Qin Shanshan felt awkward, as reaching out to others was not in her nature. She wouldn't have trouble him if the situation weren't so dire. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. Uncle, I scratched another person's car with my bicycle, leaving a 10-centimeter long scratch. What's the big deal? It's just a scratch. How deep is it? If it's not too deep, a few hundred for paint should suffice. A nicer car might cost around 1,000. Qin Shanshan's eyes brightened at his words. If it were only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, she could borrow that amount and resolve the issue. But this was a sports car. Her uncle fell silent for a moment. Sports cars are a bit more complicated. What brand is it? If it's a good one, repairs could easily cost several thousand. Chapter 3. Are you overestimating yourself? Lin Qinshou observed Qin Shanshan as she cast him an inquiring glance. This car seems to be called the Pagani Huayra. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. In that instant, Qin Shanshan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The car was indeed a formidable presence, prompting her uncle to fear being implicated and promptly hanging up. Well, did you get an answer? Lin Qinshou inquired with a cheerful smile. Qin Shanshan's face turned ashen as she replied, I'm so sorry. I assure you, I will repay this money, but I currently find myself in a financial predicament. Might I request a deferment until I earn enough to settle my debt? Lin Qinshou shook his head, observing her anxious demeanor, as if she were in a hurry to depart. Indeed, I have an interview to attend, she replied hastily. Once I succeed, I shall be able to work and repay you. Misinterpreting his refusal, Qin Shanshan quickly asserted her intention to attend the interview, promising that she would soon acquire the funds to reimburse him. Lin Qinshou smiled gently. Let us make a bargain. You promise me one thing, and I shall absolve you of your debt. At this, Qin Shanshan's expression turned wary. Ding. Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Qin Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Ding. Qin Shanshan's current favorability towards the host stands at 20. What a waste of build-up, only for it to result in a drop in favorability. Nevertheless, her immediate concern was to secure the task's reward. This classmate, Qin Shanshan declared firmly, I am not the person you presume me to be. If you harbor any inappropriate intentions, I advise you to abandon them. I shall contact the authorities. She brandished her phone, poised to dial. Lin Qinshou scoffed. What kind of person do you think I am? You hastily assume my motives without me uttering a word. Perhaps you overestimate yourself. Chen Shanshan's face shifted through various shades of emotion upon hearing this. My condition is simple. You allow me to drive you to your interview, and I shall overlook your debt. With so many witnesses around, and even individuals recording, if I were to deceive you and harbor ill intentions, would that not be a path to self-destruction? I prefer discretion. The crowd here unsettles me. Let us walk and discuss this matter further, Lin Qinshou suggested nonchalantly. It was only then that Chen Shanshan noticed the throng of students surrounding them, many of whom were documenting the scene with their phones. Lin Qinshou pressed a button on his car key, and the doors opened like wings. Eager to leave, Chen Shanshan hurriedly entered the vehicle. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Pagani Huayra roared to life, and they sped away. At that precise moment, He happened to emerge from the Dojang Wang shop, witnessing the spectacle with astonishment. She pondered how Lin Qinshou, the so-called loser, could possess such a sports car. Surely it was rented, and the woman with him was likely hired as well. A loser remains a loser, she scoffed. And to think he waits for me to exit before getting into the car. Even if he pretends to be affluent, it only deepens my disdain for him. With a haughty snort, he turned towards the school, having failed to recognize Chen Shanshan. Had she known it was her, she would not have dismissed the idea of rental. Both she and Lin Qinshou hailed from rural backgrounds, while his parents had once conducted business outside. They were considered relatively well off in the village. However, 2 years prior, they abruptly ceased their ventures and returned to farming, leading to ridicule and gossip about their alleged debts and failures. This marked Lin Qinshou's inaugural experience behind the wheel of a sports car. Previously, his family owned a manual Toyota, which he had cherished dearly. The sensation of gripping the steering wheel and weaving through traffic was exhilarating. He recalled an online saying, "Driving a Ferrari with one hand looks so cool." Though he was not in a Ferrari, this vehicle surpassed many in value. As Lin Qinshou and Chen Shanshan sat in silence, she mulled over how she had unwittingly entered the car. What if Lin Qinshou intended to harm her in a secluded area? Should she contact the authorities preemptively? Eventually, Lin Qinshou broke the silence. "Where is the company for your interview? You must tell me." Chen Shanshan snapped back to reality, retrieving her phone to navigate. However, the directions seemed erratic, continuously directing Lin Qinshou into a narrow alleyway too small for his car. Lin Qinshou took her phone, glancing at the destination, which was the Lujiazui branch of a prominent bank. After adjusting the settings from cycling to driving, they finally found the correct route. Upon arrival, Chen Shanshan exited the vehicle, and Lin Qinshou drove away without uttering a single word. A woman with a favorability rating of -20, regardless of her beauty, held little interest for him at that moment. Chen Shanshan felt her face flush with embarrassment. Only now did she genuinely believe Lin Qinshou had indeed brought her to the interview. Until she exited the car, she had been convinced he had ulterior motives. His swift departure without a word made her realize her previous misjudgment. The reason Lin Qinshou left so hastily was that he discovered the car was nearly out of fuel, and he currently lacked the funds to refuel it. It was a scenario few would believe, a man driving a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle without the means to fill its tank. He reminisced about the days of open conversation and shared dreams when his phone rang. This was the ringtone he had selected after his Cold War with He, aptly reflecting his mindset during that period. Checking the caller ID, he noted it was a number from his city. "Hello, who is this?" He answered. "Good day, Mr. Lin. This is Li Qing from the Yuntian Mountain Villa sales office. Your aerial duplex mansion is ready for handover. When would it be convenient for you to come by?" The melodious voice on the other end chimed. Lin Qinshou recalled the task involving Chen Shanshan. Shouldn't there have been a system notification? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking Chen Shanshan to her interview, receiving a reward of a 500 million yuan mansion at Yuntian Mountain Villa. It turned out the notification had been delayed. He had not anticipated such a lag from the system. Ding. The system issues rewards at the moment the host completes the task. Notification sounds are triggered at an opportune moment and are not indicative of a delay. So that was how it worked. However, Lin Qinshou was not inclined to visit the property just yet. He feared there might be management fees he could not afford. "Ms. Li, I currently lack the time to visit. I shall schedule a time to come by later." Although he now possessed a system, he had yet to fully comprehend its functions. It had already granted him a luxury car and a mansion. Surely financial rewards would follow soon. "Very well, Mr. Lin. I shall await your visit," Li Qing concluded, and Lin Qinshou hung up. He parked the car in the basement of the International Finance Center, surrounded by numerous luxury vehicles. The property management was commendable, allowing him to feel secure leaving his car there, despite the parking fees being a tad steep for his current circumstances. Chapter 4. The Exceptional Roommates. Presently, his appearance in a luxury car at school would undoubtedly cause a stir, it was not that he desired such attention, but rather that he was running low on fuel and needed to return to campus. This system was unpredictable, while others typically offered monetary rewards first. This one opted to present him with a luxury car and mansion instead. A few thousand for gas would be appreciated, he mused. Opting for the bus, Lin Qinshou returned to Modu University of Transportation, having spent his last savings on soy milk at the Dojiang. For the time being, he relied on the 50 yuan remaining on his campus card, with a mere 3 yuan left in his bank account. What kind of wealthy individual finds himself in such dire straits? Though the bus ride took longer, it was a direct route without transfers. Navigating the subway involves a convoluted route, and the fare is rather steep. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Qinshou found his 3 roommates engrossed in a heated session of 3-player combat in the game Honor of Kings. This dormitory has earned the reputation of being the CRME de la CRME on campus, as each occupant possesses a name that resonates well: Fan Jinxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, and Lin Qinshou. Each name elicits a distinct reaction. Oh, the beast is back. Quickly log in to update. The new season has commenced. We must seize the opportunity. By the way, we're going out on a date later, and then we'll regroup for 3-player matches, called out Li Wuqi, casting a glance at Lin Qinshou as he entered. His boisterous nature made him forget Lin Qinshou had mentioned he was off to break up with his girlfriend. The other two scrutinized Lin Qinshou closely and noted that he did not appear as desolate as they had anticipated. In fact, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Beast, you didn't manage to break up, did you? Your girlfriend has clearly been distancing herself, engaging in a cold war to compel you to end things. Fan Jinxiang inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiaolu, whose game character had just been vanquished, set down his phone and leaned closer. You didn't go back to her, did you? The trio often jested that Lin Qinshou was a licking dog, a term he staunchly denied, never considering himself as such. Get lost. We parted ways. I merely encountered some delightful happenings. Lin Qinshou placed a hand on Xiaolu's shoulder and patted it twice, signaling him to relax. Hurry, we already respawned. This is the final wave. Li Wuqi called out anxiously. The other two exhaled with relief upon hearing Lin Qinshou's declaration of having broken up. While they were unfamiliar with He, they knew Lin Qinshou, standing at 6 feet tall with an average appearance, treated everyone with respect, except for He, with whom he displayed a submissive demeanor in both calls and video chats. Xiaolu picked up the phone on the table, resuming his game while saying, "Don't worry. I'm going out with Yin Yin for dinner later, and I'll have her introduce you to a new girlfriend. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why pine for a single flower? And besides, she is not even that remarkable. While she has some charm, there are countless attractive individuals at our school." Lin Qinshou smiled but did not respond, instead taking his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower, having been caught in a light rain on his way back. The warm water cascading over him seemed to clear his mind, prompting reflections on his past with He. From the perspective of an observer, it became evident that He's affection for him was not as profound as he had once believed. Rather, it appeared to be a companionship born from loneliness. Although he maintained a facade of ease, deep down, Lin Qinshou felt a profound sadness. However, circumstances being what they were, he could only allow time to heal these emotional wounds. At the moment he received the system, he had contemplated how to win her back. But the words he spoke after he spilled soy milk made him realize she harbored no lingering feelings for him. To facilitate their breakup, she did not even scold him for the incident, merely concerned that Lin Qinshou might continue to pursue her. Upon finishing his shower, Lin Qinshou noticed only Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang were left in the dorm. Xiaolu had already departed for his date. In the past, it was just me and old Fan as the single ones in our dorm. I envied seeing you and Xiaolu going out to find partners. Now, the ranks of single men have swelled to 3. Welcome to the single dog team. Li Wuqi remarked playfully. Lin Qinshou shrugged and replied, I simply had my fill of being in a relationship. Now I wish to return to the single life, a disparity you wouldn't quite grasp. Li Wuqi shot him a middle finger in jest. Hurry and log in. The 3-player matches await you. I'm not playing. I've been running around all day and need some rest. Please give me a duck leg rice for dinner. My meal card is on my desk. Lin Qinshou climbed into bed and began scrolling through his social media feed. Just then, he stumbled upon a post from He. Thanks to Senior Zheng Gang for the outfit. It saved me from getting drenched in the rain today. Accompanying the post was a selfie of her in an outdoor jacket. Flashing a peace sign, Lin Qinshou swiftly swiped past the post and set his phone aside. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 6. Physique, 6. Mentality, 6. Charm, 6. The average attributes of an ordinary person cap at 10. The host falls within normal parameters. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra. Mansion, Yunlu Villa. With the emergence of a vehicle and a mansion, it was merely the first day of obtaining the system, and he had already achieved what many strive for throughout their lives. Lin Qinshou pondered under what conditions the system would issue choice tasks. It seemed that remaining in the dormitory was the least likely scenario to trigger a task. Following the recent task issued by Qin Shanshan, it appeared that encountering a beauty scoring above 90 points would activate a task. Thus, he resolved to venture out more frequently. Lin Qinshou decided to catch some sleep before embarking on a leisurely stroll. In a daze, Lin Qinshou was awakened by Fan Jinxiang, who informed him that they had returned with dinner and urged him to eat while it was hot. Xia Lu invited us to a bar. His girlfriend Yin Yin is celebrating her birthday, and he wants to take a couple of dorm mates along to celebrate, Li Wuqi announced as he entered the dormitory. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to decline, he reconsidered. He had intended to go out for a walk anyway, and instead of aimlessly wandering, it would be better to accompany his friends to the bar. As for financial concerns, he need not fret. Xia Lu was a wealthy second-generation student who generously treated his friends. Their first visit to a bar had been courtesy of Xia Lu. The trio quickly prepared and headed out. It was still early, and they decided to walk. As the bar Xia Lu mentioned was just a couple of blocks from the school, neither too close nor too far. Most students hailed from ordinary families, and the cost of a taxi was exorbitant. "Senior," a lively voice called out from behind Lin Qinshou, in the bustling crowd at the campus entrance. All the boys turned to see the source of the call. A vivacious girl sprinted towards Lin Qinshou, radiating an enchanting aura, with large, expressive eyes and adorable dimples. Her petite stature of 1.64 meters created an endearing height difference as she approached him, clad in a black pleated skirt paired with a white t-shirt. Her lively demeanor drew Lin Qinshou's gaze. Chapter 5, Yimingshi. Ding. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90 points. Name, Yimingshi. Appearance, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160 centimeters. Measurements, 36D. Favorability, 85. Mingming, have you eaten yet? Lin Qinshou was astonished at Yi Mengshi's high favorability score, which was merely 5 points shy of the unwavering bond threshold. Moreover, the system had classified her as a beauty with a score above 90. However, upon asking this question, he rendered those present momentarily speechless. It was nearly late-night snack time, and to inquire whether someone had eaten was indicative of a lack of conversation. "I've already eaten." "Senior, where are you all headed?" "The school gate is about to close." Yi Mengshi chimed in cheerfully. The school gates close at 10:30 p.m., and anyone arriving post that hour would find themselves unable to enter. As the clock approached 10, Lin Qinshou and his companions exuberantly made their way outside, exhibiting a carefree demeanor that suggested they had no intention of returning to the school for the night. "Oh, my senior Xia is celebrating his girlfriend's birthday and invited us for a social gathering." Lin Qinshou responded candidly, mentioning that Xia Lu had already booked a hotel room for the night, planning to revel until the wee hours before retiring to the hotel. He noted that classes resumed for the latter half of the morning, provided they returned before 10. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengshi's eyes flickered with intrigue, though her face remained adorned with a playful smile as she jested. "I hope nothing goes awry at this gathering. If your girlfriend finds out, your senior might find himself in quite the predicament." Lin Qinshou waved dismissively. "No worries. I've already broken up. I'm single now, so I have no fear of any complications arising." At this revelation, Yi Mengshi's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "A beast. I've never heard of this charming junior before," Li Wuqi exclaimed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with avarice like a wolf. Lin Qinshou cast a disdainful glance at his lecherous appearance and introduced, "This is Junior Yi Mengshi, whom I met when she enrolled as a freshman. These two are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang." Unable to suppress her laughter at their names, Yi Mengshi chuckled. "Almost forgot, senior. You are a member of the elite dormitory." Her laughter caused Li Wuqi's face to flush with embarrassment, though he quickly regained his composure. "Yi Mengshi, isn't that the name of the newly appointed campus beauty?" Li Wuqi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this so-called beast had connections with the campus belle, much to his chagrin. "Newly appointed campus beauty?" Lin Qinshou inquired, perplexed. Having been preoccupied with his previous relationship with He had not kept up with such campus gossip and hadn't even paid attention to other girls. Li Wuqi, who frequented the campus forum, was well versed in these matters, knowing precisely the names and classes of the so-called beauties. Yi Mengshi, a first-year student in the media department, has garnered unanimous votes from all freshmen for her charming visage and impressive figure, thus earning the title of the new campus beauty alongside Su Weiwei, Xin Yu, and Qin Ruolin, the four renowned beauties of our university. However, only 3 remain on campus since Qin Ruolin has gone for an internship, he elaborated, donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses as if to recite legends of old. Lin Qinshou was taken aback, realizing that there were 4 beauties rather than 1, questioning the very essence of this title. Sensing Lin Qinshou's skepticism, Li Wuqi continued, "The 4 beauties are each distinct in appearance and physique, thus collectively recognized as campus beauties. A consensus in our university. Oh, it's nothing. Just the admiration of my fellow classmates. Yi Mengshi smiled, shaking her head, neither overly elated nor disheartened. She swiftly redirected the conversation. Senior, do you have time tomorrow? An MCN company has invited me for an interview in the afternoon, but my friends are unavailable, and I'm not familiar with the city. If you have time, would you accompany me? I'll treat you to dinner afterward. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Ding. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90 points requesting the host's assistance. Option 1. Reject her, leaving her disappointed, and receive a reward of 1 million in cash. Option 2. Accept her request and accompany Yi Mengshi to the interview tomorrow, receiving a reward of 500,000 cash and 1 attribute point. A task has arrived. Indeed, it seems that encounters with beautiful women trigger tasks. If I remain in the dormitory, this system becomes utterly pointless. Cash rewards are finally within reach, 1 million or 500,000. The million appears more tempting, as a mere refusal would yield a substantial sum. However, who is Lin Qinshou to harm a young girl's feelings for the sake of 50,000? I choose the second option. In truth, it wasn't that Lin Qinshou was disinterested in the million. Rather, the allure of the 50,000 lay in the added attribute point. That would enhance his own attributes. A typical individual has a maximum attribute of 10, but he currently only possesses 6, just barely passing the threshold. With the system in place, acquiring 50,000 would be a breeze, yet attribute points are rare, and some attributes may remain stagnant throughout one's life. I have classes in the morning, but I'm free in the afternoon, so I'll accompany you, Lin Qinshou readily agreed. Yi Mengshi's eyes sparkled with joy, and she repeatedly thanked him. See you tomorrow. Once Yi Mengshi had cheerfully departed, Li Wuqi erupted. What the heck? You know the campus beauty, and she's invited you out? How could the heavens allow such a thing? Am I not more handsome than a mere sycophant? Fan Jinxiang also glared at Lin Qinshou, his silence echoing the sentiments of his friend. Lin Qinshou delivered a hearty slap to the back of Li Wuqi's head. Who are you calling a sycophant? Let's hurry. Xia's been waiting impatiently. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang hastily followed Lin Qinshou, though their eyes remained filled with envy. The trio soon arrived at the bar mentioned by Xia Lu, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a conflict. They initially intended to ignore the scene and enter the bar, but then they heard Xia Lu's voice. Apologize to Yen Yen and her friends immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Xia Lu's furious voice cut through the commotion. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshou and his friends swiftly pushed through the crowd, spotting Xia Lu standing alongside four young women, facing off against a scrawny, blonde-haired man. The latter's face was flushed, and he appeared unsteady, clearly inebriated. Just a few harlots. Why should I apologize to them? Burp. The blonde man retorted, a wave of alcohol stench wafting from his mouth, causing the girls beside Xia Lu to wrinkle their noses in disgust. What's going on, old Xia? Lin Qinshou inquired as they finally squeezed through. In this society, there was never a shortage of onlookers, and they had received more than their fair share of glares while pushing through. Seeing his friends arrive, Xia Lu felt emboldened. Although he was outnumbered, he had 4 male allies now, making it easy to handle a drunken fool. He recounted the events that led to the altercation. The drunkard had approached the 4 girls, offering them 10,000 each to accompany him for the evening, with promises of extra rewards for good behavior. Xia Lu had been ready to confront the blonde man when his girlfriend, Yen Yen, had intervened, leading to the current standoff. With that, Li Wuqi excitedly approached the blonde man and delivered a slap to the back of his head. So, you think you can act like a rogue here? Apologize now, or I'll show you why flowers bloom in red. The slap jolted the drunkard back to reality, and he smirked. Do you even know who I am? Li Wuqi, incensed, shot back. I don't care who you are. Apologize now. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the bar, calling out to the blonde man. Li Xiao, where have you been? We thought you left. Upon seeing the reinforcements, Xia Lu and the others' expressions shifted, and Li Wuqi slowly backed away to regroup with Lin Qinshou and the others. After exiting the bar, the blonde-haired youth unleashed a tirade, prompting the leader of the opposing group to step forward, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he taunted. You dare to strike, Li Xiao? It seems you no longer wish to survive in the Magic City. Here's your chance. Let those 4 wretches accompany Li Xiao for a night. And if you 4 gentlemen crawl through my legs, we shall let this matter slide. Li Wuqi's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed. You were in the wrong first, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Fan Jinxiang also took a step forward, his imposing stature bolstering Li Wuqi's confidence considerably. The man beside the blonde sneered. Your opportunity is futile. With that, he clapped his hands twice, summoning a throng of companions who encircled them, including the bar security, revealing the blonde's significant influence. It became evident to Lin Qinshou and the others that the blonde's identity was anything but ordinary. as even the bar's security unhesitatingly sided with them. The bar they had entered, named Snowfall, was not the finest establishment in the Magic City, but possessed its own unique charm. Rumor had it that the bar's owner was a woman known as Snowfall, a figure of remarkable beauty, drawing many affluent heirs solely to catch a glimpse of her. A beautiful woman managing a bar in the Magic City, while maintaining her independence, suggested she was indeed a person of considerable capability. Beep. Crisis detected. Host is in danger of being assaulted. Option 1. Rise in defiance, regardless of success or failure. To assert your dignity. Reward. 1 point in strength attribute, ownership of Snowfall Bar. Option 2. Submit, plead for mercy, and comply with their demands to crawl through their legs. Reward. 200,000 cash, a cowardice titanium plaque. Upon hearing this task, Lin Qinshou felt a jolt of energy surge through him. Finally, he had triggered a choice task once more. It appeared that encounters with beauty were not the sole catalyst for such events. Even when faced with adversities, choices could be invoked. However, the system's offer of a titanium plaque for submission felt utterly degrading. How dare the system suggest that Lin Qinshou, a man of stature, would crawl in supplication? If there was to be a battle, then let it commence. With heavy footsteps, Lin Qinshou advanced toward Xia Lu and the others. 4 against 10 was evidently an uneven match. Yet, the opponents had been drinking, and his side was composed of youthful, vigorous men ready to fight. Choosing the first option meant acquiring the bar outright and gaining attribute points, while the second option offered a meager cash reward of 200,000 for Lin Qinshou. Possessing a system, yet having to grovel for a mere sum, was utterly unacceptable. Without hesitation, he resolved to choose the first option. The blonde's companion let out a derisive laugh and directed his followers, serve them a drink, and for those who refuse, let them face punishment. Break the men's limbs, and deliver the women to Li Shao. Instantly, a dozen individuals, along with the bar's security, surrounded them. Beep. Commendable courage. Host chooses to confront the forces of evil. As the host of this system, your humiliation is akin to my humiliation. Therefore, I grant you the embodiment of Yi-Wen for 1 hour. Unleash the power within. An influx of information regarding Wing Chun flooded Lin Qinshou's mind, and his muscles instantly solidified. He stepped forward, gently pushing Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang back. You all step back. Let me handle these petty ruffians. With a flick of his finger, he challenged the adversaries, declaring, I am ready to take on 10. Coincidentally, apart from the blonde and the one who had spoken earlier, there were indeed 10 men before him. Li Wuqi and the others stared in bewilderment at Lin Qinshou, who had suddenly exuded an air of confidence. By all that is holy, such arrogance. I'll beat you to a pulp, shouted a man reeking of alcohol as he hurled a nearby ice cream cone at Lin Qinshou. The trio of Xia Lu rushed to assist, but what unfolded next left them stunned. Lin Qinshou sidestepped the projectile and swiftly advanced, using his shoulder to send the drunken assailant flying. This lad is peculiar. Let us all go for him, shouted the toppled drunkard as he scrambled to his feet. In a cacophony of chaos, the 10 men lunged at Lin Qinshou, resulting in a symphony of anguished cries. Within 2 minutes, all 10 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground. Brushing his hands together, Lin Qinshou strode toward the blonde. Alarmed, the latter shouted, Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will not let you off lightly. This declaration elicited gasps from those around them. Li Jianfu of Jianlong Real Estate was notorious, rumored to have carved his empire through bloodshed and treachery. Over the years, his foes either faced bankruptcy or met untimely deaths, ensuring that Jianlong Real Estate remained a name that struck fear into the hearts of many. Chapter 7. Why should I show you mercy? However, in recent years, due to national crackdowns on organized crime, Jianlong Real Estate had adopted a more discreet stance. Li Jianfu also had a debauched son named Li Tianzong, whose scandalous exploits were notorious, though less lethal than his father's. The presence of this notorious figure in the Magic City caused onlookers to retreat, fearful of being mistaken for Lin Qinshou's allies. Li Tianzong, observing Lin Qinshou's composed demeanor, believed he had intimidated him. With a cold smirk, he taunted, Now that you know my identity, why not hastily have those 4 women assist me to the hotel? I've had a bit too much to drink and require their aid. Assist? A smirk crept across Lin Qinshou's lips as he delivered a sharp slap across Li Tianzong's face. The resounding crack of the slap froze the surrounding air. What followed was a piercing wail from Li Tianzong. How dare you hit me? You're doomed. No one can save you. Another slap echoed as Lin Qinshou struck his other cheek. Nearby lackeys attempted to intervene, but were met with a barrage of slaps, collapsing to the ground. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the resistance task. Reward. 1 point in strength attribute, ownership of Snowfall Bar. Host. Lin Qinshou, embodiment of Yi-Wen. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 6. Charisma, 6. Attributes of ordinary individuals max out at 10. The host's attributes are within normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa, not yet claimed. Mr. Lin, please cease. A languid yet melodious voice emerged from within the bar as a woman in a red dress stepped forth. Her youthful visage bore hints of maturity, and her statuesque figure instantly captivated the attention of all present. Beep. A beauty with a rating above 90 has been detected. Name, Wenrushua. Beauty rating, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 36 c. Favorability, 50. Snowfall. The owner of Snowfall Bar has appeared, exclaimed an onlooker. Is this the legendary Snowfall? Indeed a beauty, even I, a woman, am moved by her presence, another remarked in awe. It's merely a matter of being somewhat more beautiful. Who knows how many have shared her bed? Sneered another girl beside Yin Yin. Lin Qinshou furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the exchange. He realized that the girl known as Piaoxua was originally named Wenrushua. How did she come to know him? Her earlier address of him as Mr. Lin clearly indicated familiarity. Piaoxua strode out of the bar, breezing past Lin Qinshou to join Yin Yin and her group of friends, extending her right hand and delivering a resounding slap to the face of the girl who had just spoken ill of her. Little sister, next time don't just bring your mouth. Remember to bring your brain too. Piaoxua remarked with a beaming smile before turning back to Lin Qinshou. The struck girl clutched her face, her expression alternating between shades of blue and purple, and upon noticing the lack of support from Yin Yin and her friends, she snorted disdainfully and departed. Indeed, it was her fault to begin with. There was no reason to irrationally defend her. Could you two extend Piaoxua some grace? Regardless of right or wrong, let us let this matter rest, Piaoxua said, her crimson lips parting as she looked at Lin Qinshou. After all, he was currently in control of the situation. Li Tianzong had received 2 slaps and his face was swollen. Naturally, he hoped Lin Qinshou would acquiesce, planning to retaliate once he turned his back. Why should I extend you any grace? Lin Qinshou replied nonchalantly, regarding Wenrushua. Though he was but a commoner, he felt no compulsion to transform into a sycophant upon encountering a beautiful woman. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wenrushua's face. She had not anticipated that her tried-and-true words would be turned against her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Lu and the others stepped forward to persuade Lin Qinshou, urging him to let it go, as the altercation had already occurred. If this stalemate continued, Yin Yin's birthday celebration would be entirely ruined. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshou called out to Li Tianzong, instructing him to apologize to the ladies before he could leave. Prolonging this entanglement was not a viable solution. After all, his Wing Chun skills were not limitless, and should matters escalate further, it would be he who ultimately suffered. Li Tianzong's face flushed with anger. After years of bullying others, he had never encountered such a situation. Who would have thought he would hit a brick wall today? Internally, he roared, I will have my revenge. Glancing around, he noted that his sycophants were now avoiding his gaze. It was not that they did not wish to curry favor, but rather that the pain from the Wing Chun had been too severe. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Yin Yin and her companions, muttering an apology before hastily exiting the scene. After such turmoil, Xia Lu lost interest in the bar and resolved to find another venue for Yin Yin's birthday. Mr. Lin, please wait, Piaoxua interjected. I can arrange a private room upstairs for you and your friends, with complimentary drinks. Additionally, we have a pastry chef who can prepare a birthday cake immediately. Wenrushua had overheard that they initially intended to celebrate at Piaoxua's bar, only to be accosted by that rogue, Li Tianzong. Though Lin Qinshou had shown her little regard earlier, now that she was in need, she had no choice but to appease him. How do you know my surname is Lin? Lin Qinshou queried, though he suspected it might be the system's doing. He still wished for her to confirm. Wenrushua chuckled lightly. Mr. Lin, you seem to forget that we have been in contact before. She gestured towards Piaoxua's bar. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshou concluded that the system had implanted memories of his purchase of Piaoxua's bar into Wenrushua. This was likely the reward the system had promised him, delivered in a rational manner. Lin Qinshou turned to Xia Lu and the others, who were hesitating, having been thoroughly astonished by Lin Qinshou's display that evening. It was surreal to see even the owner of Piaoxua's bar treating him with such deference. Since the owner has invited us, and we need to find another place anyway, I think this venue is quite fine, Li Wuqi exclaimed, his gaze lingering on Piaoxua. Nearly drooling, Xia Lu rolled her eyes at him before addressing Lin Qinshou. Beast, let us stay here. We might not have time to find another place. After the earlier commotion, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Yin Yan's birthday was about to slip away. Chapter 8. The illegitimate daughter of the one family, Wenrushua. If that is the case, we must trouble the owner of Piaoxua. Lin Qinshou expressed his desire to understand the bar's financials, as it was now, after all, his establishment. He needed to learn about the liquidity, staffing, and management for the future. When Rushua led Lin Qinshou to her office, while he observed the bustling bar, astonished that such a lively establishment was run by a woman. Upon entering the office, when Rushua approached her desk, retrieving a stack of documents, "Mr. Lin, here are all the bar's records. If you sign here, it will officially belong to you." A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. Had it not been for her urgent need for money, she would not have parted with the bar. Lin Qinshou skimmed through the accounts, noting that the bar still had a substantial amount of capital in its accounts, along with some staff records. After a cursory glance, he tossed the documents back onto the desk. "Miss Wen, do you have any plans moving forward? Your reluctance to part with Piaoxue is quite evident. Why not consider staying on?" Lin Qinshou admitted his ignorance regarding bar operations and feared that if Piaoxue fell into his hands, it might not last long. When Rushua's expression sharpened, her voice cold as she queried, "How do you know my surname is Wan? Who exactly are you?" Lin Qinshou was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. It was merely a name. Why such a reaction? "Miss Wan, there's no need to concern yourself with how I know. Just understand that I harbor no ill intentions. I may not grasp the intricacies of running a bar, but it would be a shame to see Piaoxue, which you have nurtured with such care, perish so quickly. I am willing to offer you a 30% stake and invite you back to manage it." When Rushua's eyes flickered with uncertainty, she pondered Lin Qinshou's words. If he was unfamiliar with operations, why purchase Piaoxue? Did he harbor ulterior motives regarding her? After a moment, she smiled brightly. "In that case, from today onward, I shall call you boss. I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Lin." Regardless of his intentions, she could not let go of Piaoxue. Leaving the bar would leave her uncertain of her next steps. She had initially planned to travel, but one could not wander aimlessly forever. Remaining at Piaoxue allowed her to feel valued. Moreover, as an illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, only within the familiar confines of Piaoxue could she effectively conceal her identity. For years, her uncle Wen had supported and cared for her in the shadows. Now, as he faced difficulties, selling Piaoxue was her way of contributing, no matter how small. For Wen Rushua, receiving the money while retaining a small stake in the bar was the best outcome she could hope for. "Let us draft a partnership agreement. I shall merely take a share of the profits while leaving all operational decisions to you," Lin Qinshou suggested. Settling onto the sofa and picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table, he occasionally indulged in a puff, neither repulsed by nor addicted to the habit. When Rushua approached the desk and powered on her computer, suddenly recalling something, she looked apologetically at Lin Qinshou. "Most of the bar's liquid assets have been withdrawn. Currently, the funds in the account are only sufficient for day-to-day operations, with no surplus available." Lin Qinshou found himself at a loss for words, still contemplating how to extract some cash from the bar for personal use. He had only his meal card with any funds on it, and now his cash reserve was dwindling to a mere few dozen yuan. However, the prospect of accompanying Yi Mengxi to a job interview tomorrow promised a reward of 500,000. Thus, the trivial amount from the bar seemed inconsequential. If it was absent, so be it. He reassured himself that the funds within the bar were sufficient for its operations, posing the question of whether further investment was necessary. "Do we need to inject additional capital?" He feigned indifference, though he had no actual funds to speak of, merely a fade to impress Wen Rushua. Wen Rushua had clearly stated that the existing capital was adequate for circulation, leaving no need for further financial input. She shook her head, asserting that the business of the Snowfall Bar would soon yield profits, rendering any excess funds unnecessary. The sound of her fingers tapping on the keyboard echoed throughout the office, soon accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of the printer as she produced the contract. Without scrutinizing the document, Lin Qinshou swiftly affixed his signature. Trusting those he employed was a principle he adhered to. After all, the bar was a gift, and its loss would not weigh heavily on him. A flicker of intrigue crossed Wen Rushua's eyes. In the brief hour since their introduction, Lin Qinshou exhibited a remarkable calmness and decisiveness in signing the contract. Such demeanor required a certain level of audacity and confidence. To Wen Rushua, he seemed the scion of a prominent family, for whom this sum was hardly a consideration. Once he signed, Lin Qinshou made ready to depart the office. "Li Tianzong will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. I shall assist in managing this matter. After all, Li Jianfu will likely extend me some courtesy. However, should Li Tianzong find himself unable to confront you openly, he may resort to underhanded tactics. Please, take care of your safety, Boss Lin." When Rushua remarked without lifting her gaze, Lin Qinshou shrugged nonchalantly, exiting the office with an air of indifference. Yet, upon stepping outside, he felt as though the very air had been let out of him. The formidable aura of Yi Wen had departed, leaving him less capable of taking on 10 adversaries now. He was well aware of the potential consequences of antagonizing a wealthy heir with connections to the underworld. However, youthful exuberance and the confidence bestowed by the system had emboldened him to confront the individual. It was clear that he would need to devise a strategy to eliminate potential future threats. As he stepped into the private room on the second floor of the Snowfall Bar, he was instantly surrounded by 3 individuals. Li Wuqi clung to his leg. Fan Jinxiang secured his arms, while Xiao Lu grasped his head, demanding, "Speak. Who are you to dare usurp my brother?" Feigning anger, Lin Qinshou retorted, "I am an ancient demon god. You petty souls should kneel before me." The trio, unimpressed, released him, as they were well aware that banter was not their forte. "You've concealed your true self quite well. A martial artist of your caliber, and yet the owner of Snowfall treats you with such deference. You claim to be from an ordinary family, yet you hardly resemble one now." Xiao Lu probed, echoing the confusion shared by the 3. "Nothing much. I was chosen by the heavens. I am now the son of destiny, commanding the winds and reigns at will." Lin Qinshou had anticipated their questions and crafted his response accordingly, knowing they would dismiss his words as mere jest. As expected, they scoffed and ceased their inquiries. Chapter 9. The restroom is quite spacious, Xiao Lu's girlfriend, Guan Yin, called out, urging everyone to gather for cake as midnight approached. "After a long night, we haven't introduced ourselves. These are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guoting." The trio were known within the school. Their names easily remembered, as they fortuitously shared a dormitory, perhaps a divine coincidence or a deliberate arrangement by the institution. "Li Jiao? We might be distant relatives. I could call you Jiao Jiao." Li Wuqi, unabashedly familiar, sidled up to Li Jiao. She was a rather aloof girl, and Lin Qinshou had hardly heard her speak since their first encounter. In contrast, Wang Xiaoqing was a chatterbox, bombarding him with questions. "Lin, did you learn martial arts from a young age? What is the name of your style? Is it too late for me to start learning? Could you teach me?" With a barrage of inquiries, he found himself at a loss as to which to answer first. As for the departed roommate, Guoting, Guan Yin had described her as materialistic. When Li Tianzong had made advances towards them, Guoting had attempted to intervene but was pulled back by her friends, later lamenting that they had obstructed her path to wealth, thus incurring the ire of the Li family. Therefore, when Guoting received a slap from Wenruxue, no one came to her defense. Fan Jinxiang silently wept in the corner. Among the trio of girls, one was Xiao Lu's girlfriend, another was ensnared by Li Wuqi, leaving only one to pursue Lin Qinshou. The roommates were attractive, not stunning, but certainly not unattractive. If judged by the system standards, they would each score around 80. After the cake was cut, the group found the private room lacking in ambience, opting to descend to the main hall for a livelier atmosphere. Lin Qinshou exchanged pleasantries with Wenruxue before transitioning downstairs. By now, the bar was at its peak of liveliness. Many patrons had indulged to the point of inebriation, and at some point, Lin Qinshou succumbed to drunkenness, having little tolerance for alcohol, previously accustomed to beer, but tonight it was all premium liquor, and he lost track of time. A ray of sunlight illuminated Lin Qinshou's face, causing his lashes to flutter before he opened his eyes. The remnants of a hangover enveloped his mind, and he felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. After lightly tapping his forehead, he began to survey his surroundings, as his memories were tethered to the Snowfall Bar. He had no recollection of how he ended up here. He found himself in a room exuding a gentle fragrance, adorned with feminine decor, clearly a woman's abode. Glancing at his attire, he was relieved to see he was still clothed, indicating that nothing untoward had transpired. Had he lost his virtue in a haze of intoxication? It would have been an immense misfortune, especially without the pleasure of such an encounter. Emerging from the room, he spotted a busy figure in the kitchen, a woman in casual home attire, clad in shorts that accentuated her long, elegant legs, even in slippers. She turned to Lin Qinshou and said, "The bathroom has a toothbrush and towel. Help yourself to wash up. I'm boiling some noodles. You can eat before you leave." This woman was none other than Wenruxue, the owner of the Snowfall Bar. Lin Qinshou could hardly fathom how he had ended up in Wenruxue's home, let alone how fortunate he was to have her cooking for him after he awoke. Yet, the throbbing pain in his head dulled his ability to appreciate such happiness. Entering the bathroom, he found a brand new toothbrush and towel laid out for him. However, having never set foot in a woman's bathroom, he noticed various items casually strewn about, piquing his interest and momentarily alleviating his hangover's severity. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Wenruxue, her cheeks flushed, dashed into the bathroom to retrieve some clothing. As Lin Qinshou entered the restroom, she suddenly recalled that the clothes she had changed out of the previous night remained unwashed, prompting her to hastily rush back. Ahem, this restroom is rather impressive, and the choice of tiles is commendable. To mask her embarrassment, Lin Qinshou coughed lightly, acknowledging that her earlier actions had indeed bordered on indecent. Upon finishing her grooming, Lin Qinshou took a moment to scrutinize the apartment. It was neither too large nor too small, approximately 90 square meters in size, with the main living area occupying 2/3 of the space, leaving only one bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Wenwuxia must be quite affluent and rather extravagant. It's worth noting that nowadays, individuals purchasing a mere 60 square meter apartment often go to great lengths to partition it into 3 rooms. Approaching the window, Lin Qinshou gazed out and realized that it offered a direct view of Jiaodong University, indicating that it was indeed situated near the snowfall bar from the previous night. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a property like this could easily cost over 10 million. Although Lin Qinshou was unaware of the amount the system had spent to acquire the bar and had not examined it closely the night before, the value of the bar should be fairly comparable to that of this apartment. Surely, selling a bar would be more lucrative than selling a house, wouldn't it? This place is rented, not purchased. I simply adore this layout and have been paying rent for 10 years. Come, let's have some noodles. Wenwuxia emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, seemingly anticipating Lin Qinshou's inquiries. Seating herself at the dining table, Lin Qinshou asked, "How did I end up here? What about my friends?" At the mention of this, Wenwuxia rolled her eyes. "As for your friends, I'm not sure. I found you outside the snowfall bar completely inebriated, without your ID, so I had no choice but to bring you here. After all, you are my boss. I couldn't just ignore my inebriated employer." Lin Qinshou managed an awkward smile, fully aware of his poor tolerance for alcohol. He had mixed various drinks the previous night and had subsequently blacked out. His friends likely fared no better, though he couldn't help but wonder about the well-being of those few girls. "Rest assured, I've taken care of them and ensured your friends are settled without any mishaps. They should be fine." Lin Qinshou nodded in gratitude. "Thank you. Did anything embarrassing happen last night?" he inquired cautiously, knowing all too well how he tended to behave when intoxicated. In the past, he had a penchant for spilling his heart out to others, often in tears. If that had occurred last night, it would indeed be mortifying. Wenwuxia, who was savoring her noodles, glanced up at Lin Qinshou, recalling that she had taken him home because she couldn't find his ID. She had even allowed him to sleep in her room, a gesture she would have never considered before. Perhaps it was the fact that he was drunk, which made her feel safe, or perhaps it was because he had recently acquired the snowfall bar at an exorbitant price and had gifted her a 30% share, which made her feel more comfortable bringing him home. Moreover, something puzzling had transpired the previous night. While taking a taxi, Lin Qinshou had suddenly awoken and insisted on paying the fare, only to discover that his balance was insufficient when he attempted to use his phone for payment. Even after switching cards, the balance remained inadequate. This was not what Wenwuxia had expected. How could someone who had just purchased the snowfall bar at such a high price and casually gifted away 30% of its shares be unable to afford a mere taxi fare of a few dozen yuan? However, Wenwuxia was a clever woman. Despite her confusion, she refrained from asking any questions. It was clear that the success of the snowfall bar in the competitive Magic City was not solely due to the support of the Wen family, but also a testament to her personal capabilities and exceptional emotional intelligence. Wenwuxia took her phone and opened her WeChat QR code, presenting it to Lin Qinshou. "Let us exchange contact information, so I can report on work matters." As Lin Qinshou retrieved his phone to scan the code, he noticed several missed calls, each from Yimingshi. Checking the time, he realized it was already 2 in the afternoon. "Oh no, my 500,000. Lin Qinshou quickly set down his chopsticks and dashed toward the door, dialing back as he ran. Wenwuxia watched Lin Qinshou sprint away with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Was there truly an urgent matter at hand? Or was he simply avoiding adding her on WeChat? Did he not have even a moment to scan a code? Dream, I'm so sorry. I drank too much last night and overslept." Lin Qinshou hurriedly explained as soon as the call connected. "No worries, senior. Are you feeling better now? I've heard that a hangover can be quite dreadful," Yimingshi replied with genuine concern, which made Lin Qinshou feel a pang of guilt. "I'm fine now. Where are you? I'll come find you." For Lin Qinshou, this was not merely a promise to a young lady, but also a matter of 500,000 in attribute points. "Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't need to come, just rest up." Initially, Yimingshi had hoped that Lin Qinshou would accompany her on the subway to the interview, but upon learning of his hangover, she decided against it, wanting him to take care of himself. "Don't say silly things. I will definitely keep my promise to you, and I've already sobered up. All right, just send me the address, and I'll wait for you at the company entrance and go in with you," Lin Qinshou insisted with firm resolve, leaving no room for Yimingshi to refuse. Upon hearing this, Yimingshi felt a mix of joy and gratitude and quickly sent Lin Qinshou the address after hanging up. Without delay, Lin Qinshou rushed to the subway station. While on the train, he received a bank notification on his phone. "Dear customer, your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Your balance is 100,003 yuan. Huh. Lin Qinshou stared at the message in astonishment, wondering if it was a scam company attempting to swindle his meager remaining 3 yuan. As he pondered this, an unfamiliar number from Magic City rang through. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Wen Wuxue." The slightly irked tone on the other end reminded Lin Qinshou that he had intended to add her as a friend, but had rushed off, neglecting to do so. "Ahem. I had to leave abruptly due to an urgent matter. Since you were able to reach me, you must have my number. My WeChat is the same as this number. So please add me." Lin Qinshou coughed awkwardly. "I've already added you, but you Haven T accepted my request. Anyway, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it?" Lin Qinshou was taken aback. "Why are you sending me money? Didn't you say the funds in the bar's account were sufficient?" He was perplexed, recalling that she had mentioned the bar's operational funds couldn't be moved. He couldn't fathom why Wen Wuxue would transfer money to him out of the blue. "The funds for Snowfall are indeed sufficient. This money is what I managed to withdraw before you purchased the bar. I know it may seem unprincipled, but since I now hold a stake in Snowfall, and my difficulties have been temporarily alleviated, consider this 100,000 yuan as the funds for purchasing that 30% share." Without waiting for Lin Qinshou's response, she abruptly hung up. In truth, the 10,000 was Wen Wuxue's own money. After witnessing Lin Qinshou's insufficient balance the previous night, she decided to assist him in this manner. She was taking a gamble, hoping that Lin Qinshou might have encountered some issues, such as his family freezing his bank account. Or perhaps he had another card not linked to his phone, which would explain his inability to pay for the taxi fare. She believed this 100,000 yuan might just be the timely assistance Lin Qinshou needed, allowing him to feel indebted to her. Simultaneously, she was wagering that Lin Qinshou hailed from a family even more powerful than the Wen family. Furthermore, given that she now possessed a 30% stake in Snowfall, this 100,000 yuan would soon be recouped. Regardless of how one viewed it, this investment seemed incredibly worthwhile, and it would allow Lin Qinshou to accept it comfortably. On the other side, Lin Qinshou was already ecstatic. He was far from the proud persona that Wen Wuxue had envisioned. A staggering 100,000 yuan. Such a sum had never before graced his possession all at once. He had not anticipated that the Piaoxua bar would generate profit for him so swiftly. He had initially thought it would take at least a month or two before he saw any returns. It seemed that his decision to retain 30% of the shares for Wen Wuxue was indeed astute, given his age and lack of worldly experience. If he were solely in charge of the bar, it would not be long before it faced closure. Now that he had money, he could finally indulge in a bit of extravagant spending. Lin Qinshou glanced at the address sent by Yi Mengxi, conveniently located near the Guijin area. His Pagani Huayra was still in the underground parking lot of Guijin, so he could retrieve it and refuel before meeting her. Yi Mengxi had just departed from school. While he was already nearing the location, he would have to wait at least another hour for her arrival. So he decided to take the opportunity to fetch his car and fill it up first. As he drove out of the Guijin underground parking lot, the parking fee had already exceeded 100 yuan. Indeed, the parking costs were exorbitant. He had barely parked for a day. After settling the fee, Lin Qinshou's six-figure balance plummeted to a mere 5 digits. He drove to a nearby gas station to fill up the tank before heading to the rendezvous point with Yi Mengxi. While traversing a side street, he suddenly encountered a blockade ahead, with a crowd gathered as if something untoward had occurred. Ding! A beautiful woman with a score exceeding 90 in appearance has been detected ahead. Option 1. The woman appears to be in distress. Approach her to offer assistance. And in return, you shall be rewarded with ownership of the Jinmao building. Option 2. Honk incessantly and drive away, earning 3,000 yuan. What a paltry sum of 3,000. This task clearly aimed to bestow upon him the ownership of a skyscraper. Lin Qinshou parked his car at the rear and walked toward the crowd. The Jinmao building was a prime-grade office space, and fortuitously, the MCN company that Yi Mengxi intended to visit was located within it. Acquiring that building would ensure a steady stream of rental income, alleviating his financial burdens for years to come. The system had swiftly orchestrated his ascent to the pinnacle of success. The life of a landlord was indeed enviable. As Lin Qinshou squeezed into the throng, he observed a woman in a striped business suit standing in front of a Porsche Tycoon, her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, exuding a sense of helplessness that tugged at the heartstrings. With an air of competence befitting a strong woman, she nonetheless appeared somewhat lost and anxious in the face of the unfolding situation. The right side of the Porsche had collided with a stone pillar. While the damage was not severe, the vehicle was rendered immobile. In front of the car sat a woman in her 60s, wailing for her mother, accompanied by a burly young man. Ding! A beautiful woman with a score exceeding 90 in appearance has been detected. Name: Shenjia. Appearance score: 92. Age: 25. Height: 168 centimeters. Bust: 36C. Affinity: 0. You hit my mother. If you don't pay, you can't leave. You'll have to come with us and take care of her for a few days, the hulking man snarled. his eyes glistening with predatory intent as he cast a lascivious gaze at the striking woman. The elderly woman, who had been crying on the ground, seemed to sense a deviation from the script and discreetly pinched the young man's calf. I didn't hit her. I swerved to avoid her and ended up hitting the stone pillar. She walked in front of my car and accused me of hitting her. Can you please call the police? I need them to handle this, Chunjia exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. She realized she was being targeted for a scam. Initially relieved at her quick reflexes that had spared her from an accident, she was now dismayed to find the elderly woman had leisurely approached her vehicle only to collapse in front of it, subsequently commencing her loud lamentations. The young man swiftly approached the car, wielding an iron rod, and smashed it against the camera of the dashcam, shattering the glass and obscuring the recording. He then sauntered over to Chunjia, accusing her of hitting his mother and demanding compensation. Chunjia was infuriated. She had watched the woman deliberately position herself in front of the car, and now this man had vandalized her property. Unwilling to succumb to extortion, she retrieved her phone to call the police. The young man lunged forward, slapping the phone from her hand. As it crashed to the ground, he stomped on it, rendering her unable to call for help, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. The onlookers were merely spectators, and the young man's fierce demeanor deterred anyone from intervening. Lin Qinshou surveyed the area. It was fortuitously situated in a location devoid of surveillance cameras, and the young man's actions indicated he was no novice to such schemes. His destruction of the dashcam was motivated not by fear of being filmed for the scam, but rather to avoid having his own appearance documented, allowing him to continue his life of leisure after securing the money. Chapter 11. Be cautious when walking alone at night. Lin Qinshou's mind raced as he retreated to a corner to call the authorities. He then noticed a small boy sitting on the steps nearby, looking dejected, holding a drone in his hands, seemingly abandoned by his mother who was absorbed in the commotion. Little one, would you be willing to sell me that drone? Lin Qinshou pondered a clever scheme and approached the boy. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I can lend it to you. The child generously extended the drone and its remote control to him. Lin Qinshou couldn't help but marvel at the boy's thoughtfulness. He was a far cry from the typical troublesome children. Little buddy, I might accidentally break your toy, so why don't you sell it to me? You can buy a new one later. After a moment of hesitation, the boy revealed the QR code on his smartwatch, and Lin Qinshou transferred 2,000 yuan. Unsure of the drone's actual worth, but confident it would suffice. Could you help me fly the drone over the crowd in 2 minutes? Lin Qinshou suddenly realized he had no idea how to operate the device. By the time he learned, the opportunity might have slipped away. The boy nodded. Though he didn't fully comprehend the big brother's intentions, he was eager to assist with the drone. After making arrangements with the boy, Lin Qinshou re-entered the crowd. Meanwhile, Chunjia was contemplating capitulation, surrounded by onlookers. None were willing to lend her aid, all simply relishing the spectacle. To escape her predicament, she would have to part with some money. How much do you want? She bit her lip and asked. The young man, sensing victory, wore a sinister grin. I already said, 30,000, and then you'll come with us to care for my mother for 3 days. Then at all be over. Upon hearing this, Chunjia's expression shifted to one of rage. You must be dreaming. It was evident he harbored ulterior motives. If she accompanied them, she might not know where she would end up in a few days. Damn it, I won't be coerced. The young man raised his hand to strike her. As Chunjia instinctively closed her eyes against the approaching palm, a hand shot out from beside her, seizing the young man's wrist. What is this? Resorting to violence because your extortion failed? A calm voice interjected beside Chunjia. Opening her eyes, she saw a man standing next to her, and relief washed over her, mingled with a surge of excitement. Finally, someone was willing to step in and help her. As Lin Qinshou grasped the young man's wrist, he attempted to pull free but soon realized that the man's strength was an equal match to his own. Where did this golden-haired lad come from? Watching too many dramas, has he taken it upon himself to play the hero and rescue the damsel? The burly man swung his other hand fiercely towards Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou loosened his grip on the wrist he had seized and, taking advantage of the momentum, pushed forward, causing the burly man to stagger back 2 steps. Had it not been for the additional strength points he allocated last night, he truly would not have been a match for this brute. Judging by the earlier display of strength, it was evident that the man's power exceeded 7, perhaps even reaching higher. The burly man sensed that the person before him was no ordinary opponent. Although he appeared to be just a golden-haired youth, his strength was formidable enough to stand toe-to-toe with him. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he snarled, Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Otherwise, should anything happen to you while you walk down the street, don't blame me for my earlier civility. Lin Qinshou scoffed, in broad daylight, attempting to stage an accident, extort money, and even brazenly plot a kidnapping? How utterly lawless. I've already reported this to the police. It won't be long before they arrive. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as a drone suddenly hovered above them. Lin Qinshou pointed at the drone. Do you see that? It's the police department's latest equipment, a drone. It has a camera that can record the scene and the individuals present before the police arrive. The moment you smashed that car, you were afraid of being captured on its dash cam, weren't you? Now that we have evidence of your attempted extortion, it won't be long before there's footage of that too. A smirk danced on Lin Qinshou's face. The burly man's complexion paled. He had smashed the car's window precisely because he was a fugitive. If captured on camera, the police's surveillance system would swiftly identify him. If he remained unnoticed, it would be difficult for the authorities to track him down. He quickly covered his face with his hand and glared at Lin Qinshou. Kid, I'll remember you. Be careful when walking at night. With that, he shielded his face and hastily fled, followed closely by the elderly woman who had been his accomplice. Once the burly man and the woman departed, the onlookers dispersed as well. A young boy approached Lin Qinshou and handed him the drone. Keep it. Let's consider this incident our little secret. Don't tell anyone. Just as the boy was about to say more, his mother, who had been among the crowd, swiftly pulled him away. She had overheard the burly man's threatening words and was anxious to avoid any repercussions. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what might have happened today. Chen Jie exhaled in relief, her heart finally settling. Lin Qinshou then took a moment to assess the beauty standing before him, who had received a score of 92 from the system. From a distance, he had not seen her clearly, but up close, it was evident why she had garnered such high praise. No wonder the burly man had not only aimed to rob, but also sought to take advantage of her. Such a trivial act. At this hour, young people are hurrying to work. Otherwise, no one would let such a beautiful girl be subjected to extortion. And I have indeed reported this. When the police arrive, you can explain everything to them. Lin Qinshou smiled and turned to leave. He still had to head to the Jinmao Tower. While Chen Jie was undeniably attractive, there were 50,000 waiting for him there, and he had no time to dally. Chen Jie felt her cheeks flush at his words. Although many had complimented her beauty, few had been so direct. Seeing Lin Qinshou turn to leave, she quickly called out, "Let us exchange contact information. I'd like to treat you to a meal another day as a token of my gratitude." Lin Qinshou readily took out his phone. He had refrained from suggesting they connect on WeChat to avoid appearing opportunistic, but now that she had proposed it, there was no need for pretense. "I'm Chen Jie." After both exchanged contact details, she extended her delicate hand towards him. Lin Qinshou. Their hands clasped, and as Lin Qinshou felt the softness of her grip, he was interrupted by the distant sound of police sirens. He released her hand and walked towards his car, under Chen Jie's mildly astonished gaze. He entered his Pagani Huayra and drove off. Chapter 12, Jinmao Tower. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save the beauty. Reward, ownership of Jinmao Tower. As Lin Qinshou made his way to Jinmao Tower, the system's notification echoed in his mind, filling him with exhilaration. He was about to embark on a life of property management, flitting from one venue to another, collecting rent at the beginning of each month, a lifestyle many dream of was about to become his reality. Before he knew it, Lin Qinshou stood before Jinmao Tower. Although it housed an MCN company with numerous influencers and luxury cars, they all paled in comparison to his Pagani Huayra. Who is that? Is he the new influencer signed by this company? One onlooker mused. No way, he doesn't look the part with those cheap clothes. Another chimed in. Is he just an assistant, driving for some major influencer? Someone speculated. Impossible. No one at this streaming company could afford a car like that. It's a limited edition. Not easily obtained, even with money. As the crowd observed Lin Qinshou exit his vehicle, their whispers grew louder. Stepping out, Lin Qinshou was left speechless, having not expected the grandeur of Jinmao Tower. Though he knew it was a prestigious location, he never imagined it would be this building. As he approached, he felt a wave of awe wash over him, for he had once remarked to a classmate that if he could find a job in this building one day, he would have no regrets. And now, astonishingly, the entire tower belonged to him. The annual rental income from Jinmao Tower could easily reach billions. Trembling with excitement, he pulled out his phone to search for more information about Jinmao Tower. This iconic structure had received architectural awards and was a landmark in the city. With the Huangpu River just behind him, it was owned by a major corporation, and he marveled at how the system had transferred such an asset into his name. Truly remarkable. Senior. A voice jolted Lin Qinshou from his reverie. Yi Mengxi approached, beaming with joy. Lin Qinshou composed himself, smiling as he asked, "Did you make it on time for your interview?" Yi Mengxi shook her head. "Not yet. We still have half an hour." They entered Jinmao Tower hand in hand. The lobby of Jinmao Tower spanned 2 stories, making those inside feel diminutive. Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengxi arrived on the 17th floor, where she was to interview with a company called Mo Media, a mid-sized MCN firm boasting countless influencers with millions of followers, though only one had over 10 million. The receptionist escorted Yi Mingxi to her interview, while Lin Qinshou remained at the front desk. With time on his hands, Lin Qinshou retrieved his phone. Upon acquiring ownership of Jinmao Tower, he had received a call from Sun Ji, the property manager responsible for the entire building. The system had clearly arranged everything regarding their introduction, so Lin Qinshou need not worry about how to present himself. "Mr. Lin, I'm delighted to receive your call," Sun Ji exclaimed as Lin Qinshou dialed. "Manager Sun, I'm on the 17th floor of Jinmao Tower. Since it's relatively quiet now, I'd like to know more about the property. Where can I find you?" The interview for Yi Mingxi should not have concluded so swiftly. Upon entering, I had already observed numerous individuals clutching resumes making their way inside. Seizing this moment, I decided to familiarize myself with the Golden Trade Building, while also checking if this year's rental fees had reached the point of collection. No. How could I trouble Mr. Lin? You are on the 17th floor, correct? I shall take the materials over to report to you immediately, Sun Ji exclaimed anxiously. Lin Qinshou, indifferent to the matter, thought to himself that if Sun Ji wished to come over, so be it. He had originally intended to send a message to Yi Mingxi, instructing her to wait. But with Sun Ji on his way, he felt it unnecessary. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to tuck his phone away, Yi Mingxi burst out in a flurry, her face flushed with indignation, as if she had been wronged. "Ming, what happened?" Lin Qinshou inquired, intrigued. An interview should merely assess compatibility for the role. If one truly desired the position, disappointment would be the expected response, not anger. Yi Mingxi took several deep breaths to calm her rising fury and shook her head at her senior. "It's nothing, let's go." Lin Qinshou, noting her unusual demeanor, firmly grasped her wrist. "What is the matter?" he questioned, his tone laced with seriousness. Yi Mingxi was renowned for her amicable temperament. If she were this upset, it was evident she had suffered some injustice. His purpose for being there was to shield her from harm and indignity. Otherwise, how could he expect rewards? With her eyes reddening, Yi Mingxi leaned against Lin Qinshou's chest, recounting the events of the interview. The interviewer was Shang Xinyuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the owner of Mogul Media. At the moment Shang Xinyuan laid eyes on Yi Mingxi, he was utterly captivated. Although he had seen her during a live broadcast, the advanced beauty filters utilized online left one questioning the authenticity of appearances. Shang Xinyuan never anticipated that the woman before him would surpass her online persona in beauty. He promptly approved Yi Mingxi's interview. Initially, she felt elated, but gradually sensed something amiss. The way Shang Xinyuan looked at her was predatory, and he had abandoned his seat to pace around her, posing a barrage of irrelevant questions. He even inquired whether it was her first time, if she had ever had a boyfriend, and if she had kissed anyone. Fear gripped Yi Mingxi as she realized she was alone in the interview room with Shang Xinyuan. Her resolve to decline the position, even if she passed, solidified. Shang Xinyuan approached her from behind, lewdly suggesting, "Having come all this way, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage." Placing his hand on her shoulder, Yi Mingxi, akin to a startled rabbit, screamed and forcefully pushed him away, darting for the exit. Having absorbed the entirety of her account, Lin Qinshou's expression darkened with fury. How dare he bully Yi Mingxi under his very nose? She had sought his company precisely to prevent such occurrences. This was intolerable. Moreover, Lin Qinshou had already designated Yi Mingxi as his own. To witness her suffer such humiliation without taking action would be unmanly. Chapter 13. I fear you cannot bear the consequence. Lin Qinshou strode purposefully toward the direction Yi Mingxi had fled, while the receptionist, having overheard their conversation, displayed little surprise, as such scenes were commonplace. She refrained from obstructing Lin Qinshou and instead seized the front desk phone, dialing with practiced ease. "Senior, I did not suffer any losses. Let us go. There is no need to engage with these people again. After all, this is their territory." Yi Mingxi expressed concern that Lin Qinshou might find himself at a disadvantage due to his impulsive nature. "Ming, if you encounter such an ordeal and I do not seek retribution, what is the purpose of my accompanying you? With me around, no one shall bully you," Lin Qinshou declared, flinging open the door to the Human Resources Department. Inside, Shang Xinyuan had his hand reaching into the collar of another interviewee, whose face was flushed and speechless. Startled by the sudden entrance, Shang Xinyuan snapped, "Did I not say that no one is to enter during interviews? Which department are you from? Get out of here at once." He was momentarily taken aback by the forceful intrusion. The interviewee, seizing the opportunity, quickly covered her face with her resume and fled, relieved to have someone intervene. Upon noticing Yi Mingxi behind Lin Qinshou, Shang Xinyuan's lips curled into a smirk. "Have you come to your senses so quickly? I thought it would be tomorrow before you returned to seek me out. It seems I underestimated you." When Yi Mingxi had bolted, he made no attempt to pursue her, instead calling for the next candidate to enter. In his mind, every woman aspired to gain fame and fortune. Yi Mingxi was no exception, and he believed she would inevitably return for his guidance. A resounding slap echoed through the office. stunning Shang Xinyuan, while Yi Mengshi covered her mouth in disbelief. "You dare strike me? How dare you?" he shouted, regaining his composure and swinging his fists at Lin Qinshou, only for both to be seized firmly. "So these two clumsy hooves dare to lay a finger on my Meng Meng, do they? None shall remain," Lin Qinshou declared, twisting Shang Xinyuan's fists outward. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, followed by Shang Xinyuan's agonized screams. Despite his tall stature, years of indulgence had rendered him a mere shadow of his former self, no match for the robust Lin Qinshou. Hearing Lin Qinshou refer to her as his Meng Meng caused Yi Mengshi's cheeks to flush with delight. But the subsequent scene left her pale with shock as Lin Qinshou proceeded to break Shang Xinyuan's hand. Outside, the receptionist arrived with 4 security guards, having anticipated trouble after overhearing the conversation earlier. Such incidents were commonplace in the Golden Trade Building, prompting her to contact security immediately. To their dismay, they arrived just as Lin Qinshou had dealt a brutal blow to Shang Xinyuan. "Ah, how dare you? Get this brat. If anything happens, I will take the blame," Shang Xinyuan wailed. Seeing the receptionist with the guards yet remaining unperturbed, he began to hurl curses. The guards, accustomed to receiving favors from him, were quick to respond to the receptionist's call. As the guards rolled up their sleeves, a middle-aged man entered with a cold snort. "I fear you cannot bear the consequences. Cease at once." The guards, recognizing the man, quickly greeted him. "Mr. Sun, what brings you here? We can handle this. You need not trouble yourself." Believing Mr. Sun had come to support him, Shang Xinyuan bit back his pain and complained, "This wild brat came in and broke my hand, Mr. Sun. Rest assured this won't affect our golden trade. I will take full responsibility for it. Did you not hear what I just said? You cannot bear the consequences." Mr. Sun approached Lin Qinshou, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the delay and for the unfortunate situation you encountered." Mr. Sun cared not for the moral implications. Within the Golden Trade Building, whatever Lin Qinshou did was deemed right. Shock, petrification. The room fell silent. Someone they held in high regard was addressing a mere youth with such deference. Yi Mengshi gazed in astonishment at Lin Qinshou. Though she was unfamiliar with the identity of the individual before her, it was evident that this Mr. Sun held a higher status than the others present. To her surprise, the most esteemed person in the room treated her senior with utmost respect. "Manager Sun, this Jinmao Tower allows all sorts of riffraff to take residence. I am contemplating whether it would be prudent to change property management for the next quarter," Lin Qinshou remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji's expression shifted dramatically, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Jinmao Tower was capable of generating tens of millions in profit for their property management company annually, should they be replaced. His position as general manager would be at stake, and he could even face repercussions. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. It is my oversight in selecting tenants for this property. Allow me to handle this matter, and I hope you will grant us another opportunity," Sun Ji said, bending at a 90-degree angle in a deep bow. Lin Qinshou waved his hand dismissively, clearly impatient. At that moment, a middle-aged man burst through the door, his voice booming. "What is happening? Who has harmed my son?" He had been in a private meeting with his mistress on the 68th floor of the Jinmao Tower, where the upper levels were all hotels. Just as he had ingested a blue pill, the front desk had called to inform him that his son had been assaulted. Now, he was not only filled with rage, but was practically ablaze with fury. Shang Yuan surveyed the room and soon spotted Sun Ji, rushing over to him with urgency. "Oh, Mr. Sun, what brings you here over such a trivial matter? It's merely children acting foolishly. We will handle it appropriately and ensure the Jinmao Tower's reputation remains intact." Shang Yuan assumed that Sun Ji was concerned about the situation escalating, which prompted his visit. "What exactly is going on? Speak," Shang Yuan commanded, adopting the authoritative tone of a father. "Dad, it was this guy. He came in and slapped me, then twisted my wrist," Shang Xinyuan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Qinshou. "Humph. Mr. Shang, I believe your rent from the last quarter remains unpaid, correct?" Sun Ji interjected with a cold snort. Shang Yuan, taken aback, did not understand the relevance of Sun Ji's inquiry. "Haven't we already discussed this? I will pay last quarter's rent along with this quarter's when the time comes. A major project has tied up my funds." Chapter 14, Yi Mengshi's Downfall. With a chilling smile, Sun Ji stated, "Tomorrow marks the end of this quarter. And combined with the previous quarter, you now owe us 2 quarters worth of rent. You are hereby ordered to settle the arrears by tomorrow, as your contract is also set to expire. The Jinmao Tower can no longer accommodate your presence." Shang Yuan stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend why he was being expelled so abruptly. However, being a seasoned opportunist, he quickly deduced that this had to be related to the current incident. "Mr. Sun, is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" Shang Yuan asked cautiously. "A misunderstanding?" Sun Ji approached Lin Qinshou and raised his hand to introduce him. "This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of the Jinmao Tower." Offending Mr. Lin means making an enemy of me, and the Jin Mao Tower will no longer welcome you. Pack your belongings and leave at once. Oh, and be sure to settle your rent before you depart. You 4, go to finance and collect your salaries. You need not return starting tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please, let us discuss this in my office, Sun Ji urged, as he hastily followed Lin Qinshou and Yi Mingxi out. The room was left in shock. The 4 security guards had not anticipated that they would be dismissed without even taking any action. Shang Xinyuan stared in disbelief at the individual who had just barged in and assaulted him, realizing he was the new owner of the Jin Mao Tower. Mr. Sun, you cannot be serious. This mere boy is the owner of the Jin Mao Tower? Shang Xinyuan asked incredulously. Sun Ji's expression darkened. Based on your words, if you do not clear your rent and vacate today, I shall take coercive measures. The leasing contract for the Jin Mao Tower contained an unwritten rule that allowed the property management to expel tenants who violated the interests of the tower without legal repercussions. Lin Qinshou disregarded Sun Ji's handling of the matter and turned to lead the stunned Yi Mingxi toward the exit. Sun Ji hurried to keep pace behind them. A resounding slap echoed through the air, prompting Lin Qinshou to turn curiously. He witnessed Shang Yuan mercilessly beating his son, leaving Shang Xinyuan in tears. It was Lin Qinshou's first time witnessing such a fierce paternal reprimand, with chairs being lifted and hurled at Shang Xinyuan. After the beating, Shang Yuan forced Shang Xinyuan to his knees. Mr. Lin, though I am unaware of how my son has offended you, I assure you it must be his fault. Given that I have already disciplined him, might you allow Mr. Sun to grant us a few extra days? Shang Yuan pleaded, bowing low. He understood that staying was no longer an option. His media business had never truly thrived. Both father and son were notorious for their lecherous pursuits, with their media company merely a facade to exploit internet celebrities. Moreover, the expenses associated with cultivating these celebrities were insatiable. At that moment, he could not possibly produce any funds. Lin Qinshou ignored him, pulling Yi Mingxi into the elevator. 3 days. His voice resonated just as the elevator doors closed, causing Shang Yuan to exhale in relief. Sun Ji escorted Lin Qinshou to the 50th floor, which had previously served as the office of the Jin Mao Tower's former owner and was now designated for Lin Qinshou. However, as a student, Lin Qinshou found little use for such an office. Upon reaching the 50th floor, Sun Ji produced a card, swiping it to unlock the door, which then opened slowly. Mr. Lin, this is your office and rest area. No one else is permitted access here. The door has already been programmed with your facial recognition and fingerprint. You only need to present your face to gain entry. This entire floor was dedicated to the offices of the Jin Mao Tower's owner, encompassing nearly 3,000 square feet. Lin Qinshou found it rather extravagant, contemplating whether it would be wise to consider leasing it out instead. Once inside, Sun Ji guided Lin Qinshou through the premises, which resembled a lavish private club more than an office, featuring a dining area, conference rooms, entertainment spaces, lounges, and even an indoor golf area. The office only occupied a small portion of the space. This place surpassed many opulent villas owned by the wealthy, serving more as a private venue for receiving distinguished guests than as an office. Within this floor, there was even a wine cellar stocked with various prestigious wines, which made Lin Qinshou's mouth water. Selling those bottles would yield a fortune. The office also housed a tea cabinet and a smoking cabinet filled with an assortment of fine teas and cigars. Even Lin Qinshou, who rarely indulged in tea or tobacco, felt a surge of delight upon seeing such treasures. Senior, I never imagined you were this remarkable. The entire Jin Mao Tower belongs to you. Yi Mingxi finally regained her composure after being overwhelmed. Lin Qinshou smiled, leaning closer to her ear, whispering, you are the only one who knows about this. Let us keep it our little secret, shall we? Yi Mingxi felt her cheeks flush as she nodded earnestly. I won't tell a soul. This is our secret. Lin Qinshou's earlier defense of her had already left her deeply touched, and with this revelation, her admiration for him soared to new heights. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully accompanying Yi Mingxi to the Jin Mao Tower for her interview. Reward, 1 attribute point, 500,000 yuan cash, has been transferred into your Magic City Bank card in a reasonable manner. Dear client, your Magic City Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Your current balance is 599,053 yuan. The system notification chimed alongside the sound of Lin Qinshou's phone. 2 hours ago, Lin Qinshou found himself with a mere 3 yuan in his bank account, but in a blink, he was suddenly graced with a fortune of 600,000. Ding! The attractiveness of Yi Mingxi has surpassed 90 points, and her fondness for the host has reached 90 points, unwavering and steadfast. As it is the host's first time receiving the affection of a beauty scoring over 90 in attractiveness, a reward of 1 to all attributes is granted. Should the host permit, the attribute points can be enhanced now. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Not yet. I'll decide later. Lin Qinshou silently proclaimed, taken aback by Yi Mengxi's swift infatuation. However, it was hardly surprising, given that she had harbored a secret crush on him for quite some time, after today's events. It was only natural for her to be completely captivated. Sun Ji escorted Lin Qinshou into the office and boldly took the liberty of sitting at the tea table, declaring, Mr. Lin, I dare to occupy your seat and brew you a fine pot of tea. A sycophantic smile graced Sun Ji's face. Although he had previously entered this place, he had never dared to touch anything. This was his first time actually sitting down here. Manager Sun, please, make yourself at home. No need for such formality. I am not skilled at brewing tea and must trouble you to prepare a delightful brew, Lin Qinshou replied as he settled into the guest seat. Chapter 15. Are you also working here? Yi Mengxi was quite curious about everything in the office and chose not to sit down, while Lin Qinshou encouraged her to move about freely. After all, she was the first person to break the 90-point threshold in terms of his fondness. He was unsure whether the system referred to the first girl with an attractiveness score above 90 or the first among all girls. If it were the latter, Lin Qinshou would surely be at a loss, having spent so many years with He, who had never once rated above 90 in her fondness for him. Ding. System scan confirms that Yi Mengxi is the first woman whose fondness for the host exceeds 90, irrespective of attractiveness score. Damn, that wretched system. What a blow to my spirits. Coming back to his senses, Lin Qinshou addressed Sun Ji. Mr. Sun, my earlier remarks were merely in the heat of the moment. I hope you won't take them to heart. However, we truly ought to scrutinize the cultural image of the Jinmao Building. The Jinmao Building, as a landmark in the magical city, serves not only as a financial hub, but also represents the very essence of the city itself. Lin Qinshou retracted his previous comment about changing the property management, subsequently applying pressure on Sun Ji to not assume that his youth implied ignorance, allowing him to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji's hand trembled as he poured tea, cold sweat once again trickling down his forehead. He was well aware that Lin Qinshou was subtly admonishing him. Despite his youthful appearance, Lin's methods rivaled those of many seasoned magnates. Mr. Lin, it was my oversight. I have heard rumors regarding some dealings at Emogene Media. The father and son duo set up a media company merely to indulge in internet celebrities. However, no incidents have ever arisen, so I couldn't expel them solely based on hearsay. Rest assured, I will rigorously vet these individuals moving forward. After speaking, Sun Ji promptly handed Lin Qinshou a stack of documents. Mr. Lin, these are the details of all the tenants in the Jinmao Building. The rent is collected quarterly, and tomorrow is the due date for the next quarter's rent. Please provide your bank account number, and I will transfer the rent to you. As Lin Qinshou perused the documents, excitement flickered in his eyes, and he jotted down his bank account number with the magical city bank. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Qinshou decided it was time to leave, as Yi Mengxi had an evening elective class to attend. Sun Ji had initially planned to summon the chef from the hotel upstairs to prepare a meal, but now, he had to abandon that thought. Lin Qinshou collected a few packs of cigarettes from the cabinet, deeming them useful items that would otherwise go to waste. Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I'll have the system record it and arrange a designated parking space for you. Sun Ji, true to his role as the property manager, efficiently handled such trivial details. Only then did Lin Qinshou recall that he hadn't even checked his license plate. He quickly took out his phone to review a previous photo, revealing the impressively neat license plate number, MO-A10,000. Lin Qinshou was momentarily flabbergasted, realizing how valuable such a symmetrical license plate must be. Upon seeing this number, Sun Ji's respect for Lin Qinshou deepened. In the magical city, possessing such a prestigious license plate required more than mere wealth. It was evident that the new owner of the Jinmao Building was no ordinary individual. Accompanied by Sun Ji, Lin Qinshou arrived at the lobby on the first floor, preparing to bid farewell when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Mr. Sun, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. So you were here. Lin Qinshou paused, recognizing the voice belonged to Chen Jie, whom he had encountered on his way here. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Are you working in this place as well? Chen Jie expressed surprise, her gaze subtly scanning Yi Mengxi beside him. Lin Qinshou nodded with a smile, but refrained from responding. Ms. Chen, is there something you need? Originally, Sun Ji intended for Chen Jie to wait until later to speak, but now that he realized she knew Lin Qinshou, the situation had shifted. Oh, it's regarding what I mentioned earlier. We plan to expand our office space, and you previously stated there were no available areas. I've heard that Emogene Media on the 17th floor is moving out, and I wanted to inquire if we could rent that space. Chen Jie had caught wind of the situation with Emogene Media, which was said to have offended a significant figure, leading to their eviction. The Jinmao Building had never struggled to find tenants, so upon hearing the news, she had persistently reached out to Sun Ji. Being in the media industry herself, the vacancy left by Emogene Media was a perfect opportunity, saving her the hassle of renovations. Unfortunately, Sun Ji had been preoccupied with Lin Qinshou and had not answered her calls. Sun Ji glanced at Lin Qinshou upon hearing her words. Lin Qinshou interjected, "Manager Sun, there is no need for concern regarding me. Please proceed with the normal process. Miss Chun, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he and Yi Mengxi exited the lobby. Chen Jia turned to Sun Ji, puzzled. "Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant in our Jinmao building? What did he mean by that?" Sun Ji assessed Chen Jia with a smile. "It seems Ms. Chun and Mr. Lin are not very familiar, huh? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to come to me about renting the 17th floor." Chen Jia was even more confused. "If not you, then who? Aren't you the one managing the Jinmao building?" Sun Ji laughed heartily. "Mr. Lin is the new owner of the Jinmao building. He has the final say over the entire building. All the rent you pay goes to him. If you know Mr. Lin, you can approach him directly. However, since you found me, I'll prioritize your request for the 17th floor. I'll have someone deliver the contract to you shortly." With that, Sun Ji turned and departed. Chen Jia stood frozen in place, initially thinking Lin Qinshou was merely a wealthy second-generation heir driving a sports car. She had no idea that he was the owner of the entire Jinmao building. A sense of curiosity began to bubble within her regarding Lin Qinshou. The Jinmao building had once belonged to a large conglomerate, and if they had sold it, it likely indicated impending bankruptcy. Yet, she hadn't heard any negative news about that conglomerate recently. Moreover, the young woman beside Lin Qinshou seemed somewhat familiar. She wondered if she was his girlfriend. Deep in thought, Chen Jia entered the elevator, completely unaware that she had developed a strong curiosity towards Lin Qinshou. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her descent into infatuation. Meanwhile, in the car, Yi Mengxi appeared somewhat despondent. Not only had she noticed Chen Jia, but she had also caught a glimpse of Chen Jia's striking beauty. The senior I admire has become so exceptional. Surely, many will be drawn to him, won't they? Ming, what are you pondering? Lin Qinshou noticed her distraction, yet he could not fathom why Yi Mengxi appeared so lost in thought. Chapter 16, Many will indeed be captivated. Myself included. Yi Mengxi snapped back to reality and smiled at Lin Qinshou. That older sister we saw earlier was stunning. Is she your friend? Oh, I encountered her this morning on the street. She was in a bit of a predicament with some scammers, and I happened to pass by and intervened. All I know is her name is Chen Jia. Beyond that, I am unaware. Lin Qinshou had begun to piece together the reason for Yi Mengxi's momentary lapse. It seemed she was experiencing a twinge of jealousy. The sensation of a woman feeling envious of him was a novel experience, filling his heart with a delightful warmth. In the past, even when he had been close to other girls, he had never even inquired. Ming, I've been calling you by that name for several years now. Why do you still address me as senior so formally? Yi Mengxi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although the term senior sounded less intimate, she reserved it exclusively for Lin Qinshou. With other seniors, she referred to them as Xixiang, a cherished secret she intended to keep from him. How about I call you Qinshou Gidge from now on? Lin Qinshou's expression darkened in jest. That would make him sound like a beastly brother. No, just call me Qinshou or Shouge. That way, we can be a bit closer. Yi Mengxi giggled, realizing his playful intent. All right then, Qinshou Gidge it is. Qinshou Gidge sounds delightful. Lin Qinshou grinned mischievously. Suddenly, Yi Mengxi's face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had been lost in thought, but now she noticed the luxurious interior of the vehicle. Gidge, your car must be quite expensive. This is my first time riding in a sports car. She examined it curiously. Her family ran a small business, and while her father owned a BMW, it paled in comparison to this magnificent machine. I believe it's worth over 20 million. I'm not quite sure of the exact amount. It's a gift from someone. Lin Qinshou explained, which was true, as it was a reward from the system after he completed a task. Gidge, I had no idea you were from a wealthy family. You were so low-key at school. By the way, your ex-girlfriend must regret breaking up with you now that she knows you're affluent. Last night, upon hearing that Lin Qinshou had returned to singlehood, she had felt a flicker of joy, as it meant her secret admiration could potentially blossom into something more. A faint smile crossed Lin Qinshou's face. She was unaware. Well, some things are simply not meant to be. I've come to see her for what she truly is. After their breakup, he gained clarity and recognized that he had never truly loved him. Yi Mengxi placed her small hand over Lin Qinshou's that held the gear shift. Gidge, don't be sad. It's that woman who lacks fortune. There will surely be better options ahead. With your kindness and good qualities, many will be fond of you. Many? Including you? Lin Qinshou asked with a playful grin, having received a score of affection for Yi Mengxi from the system, akin to gaining insight in a game. Yi Mengxi's cheeks turned crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, clutching her clothing nervously. I don't know. You're such a tease, senior. Lin Qinshou chuckled, thinking it best to let things unfold naturally. Being overly eager might give Yi Mengxi a bad impression. Ming, with so many admirers around you? Why did you choose to have me accompany you for the interview? This question had been on his mind since he saw her last night. He believed he was rather ordinary aside from being tall. Even the system granted him only a score of 6,666 in attributes. What made a campus beauty with a score of over 90 take an interest in him? It's precisely because you never pursued me. Yi Mengshi winked playfully at him. Lin Qinshou chuckled awkwardly. He had never been someone to entertain multiple affections. After becoming involved with Yi, he had ceased to notice other girls. As Yi had put it, he was simply an honest person. However, today marked a departure from that honesty. Being too honest only invites disrespect. Henceforth, Lin Qinshou resolved to be a player, branching out rather than remaining fixated on a single tree. I hail from Mountain City. I have never lived away from my parents until now, attending university in Shanghai. Upon arriving, I felt lost and overwhelmed. At that moment, you, senior, were like a beacon, guiding me through the adjustment to school life. Even worrying I might struggle, taking me out for meals for a month to help me familiarize myself with the campus. Yi Mengshi gazed at Lin Qinshou, her eyes shimmering with affection. Lin Qinshou realized that her dependence on him stemmed from her vulnerability in a new environment. It was not his charm, but rather a girl seeking comfort during a fragile time that had drawn her to him. Nevertheless, this revelation clarified one of his lingering questions: why Yi Mengshi harbored feelings for him. Lin Qinshou parked the car at the school entrance, where the campus security guard, Uncle Wang, approached. Students were not permitted to drive freely on campus and needed to register. Where did this sleek sports car come from? It's quite impressive, Uncle Wang exclaimed upon seeing who was behind the wheel. Lin Qinshou was familiar with the guard, having often shared drinks with him. He handed Uncle Wang a couple of cigarettes he had just acquired from the Jimao Tower. Uncle Wang, I just got a new car. Could you help me with the registration? Uncle Wang's eyes widened at the sight of the fine cigarettes. Ahem. The registration is no problem. You can drive in. Just bring the entry pass tomorrow. Such expensive cigarettes. Don't buy them again, he said, tucking the cigarettes into his coat. After Lin Qinshou departed, Uncle Wang looked around to ensure no one witnessed him. There were other guards, and he wasn't keen on sharing such a fine gift. Oh, I was so distracted by the cigarettes that I didn't even notice who that young lady in the car was, he murmured. A Pagani Huayra glided through the campus, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Lin Qinshou parked beneath the girls' dormitory. Thank you, senior, for accompanying me to the interview today. Although it didn't go well, I still had a wonderful time. As Yi Mengshi reached for the car door, she turned back to say, someone as kind as Gidge will surely be adored by many, myself included. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Lin Qinshou's cheek before dashing out of the car and running towards the dormitory. Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, but a smile soon crept across his face. With a swift press of the accelerator, he drove away from the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17: A Surge in Basic Attributes. After parking in the dormitory lot, Lin Qinshou walked back to his room. At Jiaodong University, countless students arrived by car, so the school had designated parking areas. After all, this was Shanghai, a city rich in second-generation wealth. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Qinshou found it empty. Suddenly, he remembered it was Friday. Xiao Lu had taken his girlfriend, Guan Yin, out for a day of fun. Fan Jinxiang had gone out with friends, and Li Wuqi was working. Among them, only Li Wuqi's family circumstances were slightly less favorable. Xiao Lu was a wealthy heir, while Lin Qinshou and Fan Jinxiang were relatively comfortable, neither poor nor exceptionally affluent. Originally, having made a small fortune, Lin Qinshou intended to indulge in some carefree revelry with his brothers, only to find that they were all absent. Lying in bed, he suddenly recalled the attribute points he had yet to utilize. He promptly accessed the system's character panel. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 6. Charm, 6. The maximum attribute value for an ordinary person is 10. The host values are considered normal among the populace. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra. Mansion, Yunlu Villa, unclaimed. Balance, 599,053. Aside from increasing his strength by 1 point, all other attributes remained at 6. The system also had a point for an overall attribute boost that he had not yet used. Furthermore, accompanying Yi Mengshi for her interview granted him an additional point to allocate. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qinshou resolved to assign that point to his constitution. For with enhanced constitution, other attributes would flourish. System, allocate all attribute points, and add the extra point to constitution. Ding. All attributes increased by 1, constitution increased by 1. Successfully enhance the host. The enhancement process may cause some discomfort. The system will assist the host into a state of slumber. Before Lin Qinshou could fully comprehend the situation, the system forcibly shut down, and he fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. He raised his hand and felt a sticky residue on his body. After getting out of bed, he discovered he felt remarkably light. At present, Lin Qinshou prioritized cleanliness over self-examination, as the grime covering him emitted a foul odor. After showering, he disposed of all the bedding, deeming it contaminated by the filth that had seeped into it. Even after washing, it would retain an unpleasant scent, and fortunately, he now had the means to replace it with new items. Once he completed these tasks, he opened the system panel to check his attributes. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Mentality, 7. Charm, 7. The maximum attribute value for an ordinary person is 10. The host values are considered normal among the populace. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra. Mansion, Yunlu Villa, unclaimed. Balance, 599,053. Both his constitution and strength had risen to 8, while his mentality and charm stood at 7. Lin Qinshou swung his fist, even producing a whooshing sound. With his current constitution, he should meet the standards of a special forces soldier. Now, should he encounter Li Tianzong and his entourage, even without the prowess of Yuan, he could handle most of them. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Qinshou noticed that his once solid abdominal muscles were now divided into 8 distinct sections, and his appearance seemed much more pleasing. The increase in charm had indeed yielded remarkable results. He picked up his phone and noticed several messages. Yi Mingxi, Brother Shou. Actually, I only call you that. Yi Mingxi, Brother Shou, I think I will continue to call you that. It feels more affectionate. Yi Mingxi, Senior, are you busy? Yi Mingxi, Senior, does my affection trouble you? If so, I can suppress my feelings. Yi Mingxi, Senior, I apologize for kissing you and confessing. Could you please not ignore me? The timestamps spanned from afternoon to midnight. It appeared his lack of response had led her to overthink. Lin Qinshou replied, Ming Ming, I apologize. I fell asleep after returning yesterday afternoon. I just woke up. Silly girl, how could your affection be a bother? I am overjoyed. As soon as he sent the message, Lin Qinshou intended to exit and check other notifications, but Yi Mingxi's reply arrived immediately. Yi Mingxi, that's wonderful. I thought you would ignore me from now on. I stayed up all night just to wait for your message. So, does this mean you accept me? Lin Qinshou was taken aback. Was this what women became after reaching a 90 in affection? The realization that she had stayed up all night due to his silence filled him with a surge of vanity. Lin Qinshou, you should get some rest. Once you wake up, I will tell you in person. I am not accustomed to expressing my feelings through WeChat. Yi Mingxi, okay, I will go sleep now. I will message you as soon as I wake up. Lin Qinshou exited the chat with Yi Mingxi and noticed Chen Jia had also messaged him, expressing her gratitude. Due to his influence, Sun Jiao had prioritized renting the 17th floor of the Jinmao building to her and inquired if Lin Qinshou was available for dinner that evening. He replied that he was unavailable and did not elaborate further. Although it was an invitation from a beautiful woman, he felt he should arrange a date with Yi Mingxi instead. Regardless of his need for rest, Yi Mingxi would likely be awake by now, and he preferred to seize this opportunity before pursuing further connections. Upon receiving Lin Qinshou's message, Chen Jia, now at her dormitory, wore a displeased expression. After all, this was her first time inviting a boy to dinner, and she had been turned down so decisively, without any explanation for his unavailability. Having typed so many words, she received only 2 in return. If it were another man, surely he would have provided a lengthy explanation for his unavailability. No, wait. Any other man would not have rejected her at all. Lin Qinshou, you will come to regret turning me down. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinshou's casual 2-word response had ignited Chen Jie's competitive spirit. Now, she was not only curious to understand Lin Qinshou, but also driven by her pride and desire to win. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou, oblivious to these developments, had transferred 60,000 yuan yesterday and was now considering sending some money to his parents. After deliberating, he decided to send home 100,000. Any more than that might intimidate his family into refusing to accept it. Even this amount would require ample explanation. He took out his phone to initiate the transfer, only to be met with a screen indicating a daily limit for his Shanghai bank card of 10,000 yuan. Damn, what a humiliation for someone destined to be a wealthy magnate. It seemed he would need to visit the Shanghai bank today to rectify this limit issue. After the bank, he also intended to claim the apartment. He would move into the new residence this weekend. Lin Qinshou changed into some attire, only to discover that his clothes felt rather snug now. The enhancement of his constitution had transformed his excess flesh into lean muscle, rendering his garments ill-fitting. Chapter 18. Encountering Chun Shanshan again. He realized he needed to purchase several new outfits. Grabbing the car keys, he headed to the parking lot only to find a throng of students gathered around, taking pictures. Wow, is that the Pagani Huayra? This is a divine vehicle. Only 100 of these luxury sports cars had ever been produced, each costing a staggering 25 million yuan. While our school boasted its share of wealthy second-generation elites, few could afford to drive a car worth over 20 million. Little did they know, Shanghai was abundant with affluent individuals. There were hardly any Pagani Huayras in the country. If I could take it for a spin, I would gladly call the owner my godfather. How naive. As if the owner would regard you, a crass admirer, as a worthy offspring. Excuse me. Lin Qinshou attempted to navigate through the throng, but it became increasingly difficult. Are you here to admire the divine vehicle too? Did you not see the queue? I arrived first. Why should I relinquish my spot? One onlooker stood firm, blocking his path. With no other choice, Lin Qinshou produced his car key and pressed the button, indicating, "You are obstructing my vehicle." The crowd was stunned. They were rendered speechless. They had expected the owner to be a dashing and charismatic young heir. The outcome was an unremarkable student, whose appearance, while not unattractive, certainly did not evoke the image of a wealthy individual. In comparison to their preconceived notions of a privileged heir, he fell considerably short. Lin Qinshou paid no heed to their astonishment. With a decisive motion, he brushed aside the student obstructing his path and entered his vehicle, departing with an air of nonchalance. He directed his navigation to the nearest bank in the magical metropolis, a location that sparked a flicker of familiarity in his mind. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was indeed the same place he had visited previously to escort Qinshanshan. He wondered whether she had succeeded in her interview. Upon parking, Lin Qinshou entered the bank, and as soon as he stepped inside, he spotted Qinshanshan, dressed in the bank's sleek black uniform. She stood before a middle-aged woman who appeared to be her superior, delivering a stern reprimand. "Do you know why you were accepted here? How many students graduate from the financial university each year? Countless postgraduate candidates come to interview at our bank, only to be dismissed. What makes you worthy of employment? Merely your beauty. Your attractiveness is your only asset. You are expected to engage with clients, yet you dare to offend them? Do you wish to resign?" In the bank's lobby, Qinshanshan bore the brunt of such harsh criticism, her expression a blend of indignation and sorrow. This was only her second day on the job, and already her superior had assigned her the task of meeting with a particular client. The heir of a conglomerate, upon seeing Qinshanshan, had instantly become infatuated, declaring his willingness to comply with all her requests. Naive and inexperienced, she initially thought herself fortunate to encounter an agreeable client. However, when he brazenly placed his hand on her shoulder, suggesting they retreat to a hotel room, she swiftly realized his ulterior motives. In a moment of defiance, she slapped him and fled. The wealthy heir promptly called the bank to lodge a complaint against Qinshanshan, even threatening to withdraw his funds and sever ties with the institution, resulting in the current scene. Her superior had stated, "If you can satisfy him today, he will designate you as his private banker. You could secure your position and even see your salary multiply several times over, leading to a potential promotion. Consider carefully whether your trivial concerns outweigh the prospect of a more affluent lifestyle." With a disdainful huff, she retreated into her office. Beep. A beauty with a score exceeding 90 has encountered difficulties. Option 1. Remain indifferent and allow the beauty to fall prey to the beast. Reward: 10 million in cash. Option 2. Become Qinshanshan's private banker. Assist her in achieving her performance targets and secure a promotion and raise. Reward: 1 billion do coins, plus a luxurious Lamborghini Veneno. Standing at the entrance, Lin Qinshou was startled by the sudden task notification. Examining the options presented, he found both enticing. Currently, he was in dire need of cash, and doing nothing could yield a windfall of 10 million. Conversely, aiding Qinshanshan would grant him a staggering fortune in do coins, which he deemed less useful since he rarely engaged in live streaming. Unless he collaborated with someone to lavishly reward and convert the coins into cash, they held little value. The Lamborghini, while extravagant, felt somewhat excessive. He hadn't even driven his Pagani Huayra for 100 kilometers yet. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qinshou resolved to select the second option. Both outcomes were advantageous. Yet he could not bear the thought of such a captivating young woman falling into the clutches of a predator. Approaching Qinshanshan, he feigned an inquiry. "Excuse me, I would like to know if I need to take a number to increase my card limit." Qinshanshan quickly wiped away the remnants of her tears and turned to him with a smile, but both were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected encounter. She was surprised to see him, while Lin Qinshou was captivated by her smile, which had been absent during their previous brief interaction. It was astonishing how breathtakingly beautiful a woman with such a score could appear when smiling, rendering one breathless. Qinshanshan was the first to regain her composure. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for your help the other day," Lin Qinshou responded with a playful grin. "It seems you must have aced the interview. Now you can reimburse me for the car repairs." Flustered, Qinshanshan replied, "I just started working. I'll pay you back once I receive my salary." Lin Qinshou waved his hand dismissively, jesting, "How about this? If you share with me the reason behind your tears, I shall absolve you of the debt." Resorting to his old tactics, he found them ineffective this time. As Qinshanshan shook her head, "I'm not in the habit of venting to strangers. You mentioned wanting to increase your spending limit, right? Come over here. I'll assist you with that. Please provide me with your ID and bank card. Lin Qinshou moved aside to retrieve a tablet. Seeing that his usual approach had failed, Lin Qinshou decided to hold back for the time being. After some swift operations on the tablet, Lin Qinshou observed Lin Qinshou's account balance, over 590,000. For someone working in a bank, this amount was rather pedestrian. Yet for Lin Qinshou, it represented her largest sum ever, considering it was only her second day on the job. Your spending limit is currently set at 10,000 per day. How much would you like to adjust it to? Lin Qinshou transitioned into work mode, leaving Lin Qinshou momentarily entranced. Can we make it unlimited? He stammered, snapping back to reality. A spending cap could indeed be cumbersome, especially since he anticipated a significant influx of rental income from the Jinmao Tower soon. My maximum authority allows me to raise it to 100,000 per day. To achieve an unlimited limit, one must possess a private banking account, with a dedicated financial officer overseeing your balance, Lin Qinshou explained. Drawing on her training prior to her employment. Private banking? Lin Qinshou inquired, unfamiliar with the term. Lin Qinshou patiently elaborated. A private banking account means having a dedicated financial manager for your account, which requires a substantial deposit to qualify. Lin Qinshou's eyes lit up with understanding. Given his current deposit, he did not yet meet the criteria for private banking. Thus, he would have to be patient regarding the spending limit. To qualify for private banking, one must maintain a deposit of at least 50 million or persuade a client to deposit that amount, she continued. Lin Qinshou's mind began to whirl with possibilities. 50 million is merely a number. I can have Sunji transfer a portion of the rent ahead of time to resolve this issue. A new plan began to take shape in his mind. I happened to overhear your superior's reprimand earlier. Would it be beneficial for you if I became your private banking client? Lin Qinshou proposed. Lin Qinshou stared at him in confusion, unsure of his intent. After regaining her focus, she explained, since you've heard, I suppose it's fine to share. That Mr. Li was seeking private banking status due to his 50 million deposit, which is why my superior directed me to pursue him. However, when he made inappropriate advances, I slapped him. She expressed her frustration with palpable indignation. Lin, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you, but your assistance is no longer required. I cannot bear to linger in this sordid place for even a moment longer. If necessary, I shall resort to delivering takeout. I am capable and resourceful. I cannot possibly let myself starve. Lin Qinshou suddenly came to a realization. It was futile to seek forgiveness from Li Xiao, so she could only bid farewell to this hard-won job. As for Lin Qinshou's offer to help, she dismissed it, perhaps believing that he was incapable of truly aiding her. Merely uttering words in passing. Lin Qinshou admired her strong sense of pride. Had he been in her position, he might have succumbed to financial pressures numerous times. However, excessive pride can lead to a burdensome existence. Moreover, he had a mission to fulfill. He must assist Lin Qinshou in resolving her current predicament in order to reap his rewards. Can you guarantee that you will not encounter such treatment elsewhere? You may evade it this time, but what about the next? This society operates in such a manner, irrespective of where you go or the industry you enter. Your alluring exterior is akin to a flower attracting bees. To thoroughly eradicate this phenomenon that plagues you, you must strive to elevate yourself. Lin Qinshou's demeanor grew serious as he spoke these words. Lin Qinshou suddenly noticed that this man before her seemed far more agreeable than just a few days prior. She could not discern whether it was due to Lin Qinshou's newfound charm or her own change of heart towards him. Without waiting for Lin Qinshou's response, Lin Qinshou retrieved his phone and made a call. Manager son, please transfer the rent I received to my account at Moda Bank. Lin Qinshou was uncertain whether the individuals at Jintao Building would be punctual with their rent payments, considering that Imogene Media had defaulted on 2 quarters of rent. Who could say if other tenants would follow suit? Certainly, I will take a special route to ensure the rent reaches your account within 2 minutes. Sun Ji had initially intended to finalize the matter by the end of the day, but he hadn't anticipated Lin Qinshou's call so early in the morning. In his view, this could be a test of his professional capabilities by Mr. Lin, prompting him to swiftly attend to the matter following the call. Not long after hanging up, Lin Qinshou received a notification on his phone. He glanced at his outdated iPhone 8, contemplating that it was perhaps time to invest in a better device. Previously, his financial constraints had prevented him from doing so, and this phone had served him adequately for gaming. However, circumstances had changed. With his current means, he could easily purchase multiple devices for gaming without issue. Dear customer, your Moda Bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million. He had not anticipated that a single quarter's funds would amount to such a staggering sum. Had Sun Ji already collected the rent so early? This revelation left Lin Qinshou utterly bewildered. A previous bank balance of 590,000 was already substantial for him, and without even having begun to spend, he had suddenly acquired 300 million. The second message on his phone was from Sun Ji, indicating that all the rent had been collected, with a portion remaining in the building's account, and a round sum had been transferred to him. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs caught his attention. A woman clad in a bank uniform rushed down, and Lin Qinshou assessed her. Noting that she was quite an attractive girl, albeit with a rather exaggerated sway in her walk, seemingly flaunting her allure. Upon spotting Chen Shanshan, the girl rolled her eyes and remarked, "Given you the chance, and yet you still prove inadequate. I was initially meant to seek out Li Xiao, but Sister Wu asked me to give you a chance to shine, and look at how you squandered it. Now, a major client has appeared at the bank. Having just transferred 300 million into our account, I certainly will not allow you the opportunity again. If you mess up another client, our branch may be at risk of closure." The middle-aged woman who had just reprimanded Chen Shanshan emerged from the office, her brows furrowing in disapproval as she berated. "Why are you still here? Hurry up and find Li Xiao." Chen Shanshan bit her lip, her brow furrowed slightly. "I am currently processing a limit increase for this esteemed client." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman beside her burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems you are only suited for such unrefined tasks. How disappointing that Sister Wu had such high hopes for you." The woman shot Lin Qinshou a disdainful glance. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Sister Wu, shook her head in disappointment. Is this how Motive Bank treats its clients? Lin Qinshou found himself both amused and irritated. This green tea was brazenly disregarding him, openly labeling him as a low-end client in his presence. What does it matter if the deposit is 100,000 or 200,000? Do you have any idea how much I need to find out from that client? She continued, compared to a client worth several billion, you are simply low-end. With that, she pulled out her phone and began dialing, having just received information about a major client internally. Lin Qinshou's phone rang at that moment, and from their earlier conversation, he deduced that the 300 million major client must indeed be him, yet they had the audacity to refer to him as low-end. Chapter 20, Mr. Lin, please hold on. Lin Qinshou chuckled coldly as he answered the phone. Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yin from Motive Bank. We have noticed that you have a transfer of 300 million yuan deposited into our bank, which qualifies you for our private banking services. From today onwards, I, Xiaoyang, will be at your service 24/7. As soon as the call connected, Yang Yin's sycophantic demeanor became evident, emphasizing the 24 hours with particular emphasis. Oh, is that so? Yet someone just claimed I was a low-end client. Lin Qinshou remarked with a sardonic expression, gazing at Yang Yin, who had her back turned to him. How could that be? You possess such strength. Yang Yin suddenly realized, turning around sharply to see Lin Qinshou, who was regarding her coldly. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware it was you when I spoke those unflattering words. Yang Yin, adept at navigating the intricacies of her profession, quickly replaced her astonished expression with a smile, bowing apologetically to Lin Qinshou and revealing her deep dimples. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was utterly astounded. She had initially thought Lin Qinshou's offer of help was merely casual banter. Yet he had effortlessly transferred 300 million into his account, an amount she could hardly hope to earn even over several lifetimes. Meanwhile, Sister Wu, quick on her feet, approached Lin Qinshou with urgency. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I sincerely apologize, it is my failure to manage properly, allowing these employees to speak without thought. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin. I am sorry, Mr. Lin, it was my mistake, and I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, Yang Yin said, casting a suggestive glance towards Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou feigned ignorance and replied, I am deeply disappointed by Motive Bank's treatment. Initially, I transferred the funds in consideration of Shanshan, but seeing how you have mistreated her, I shall no longer be transferring that additional billion. Shanshan, submit your resignation. It is best not to remain in such an environment. If you join my company as an accountant, no one will dare to bully you with me around. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian and Yang Yan's expressions shifted to one of terror. The prospect of losing such a significant client due to their actions could spell disaster for their careers. Shanshan, you have such a prominent client in Mr. Lin. Why did you not mention it sooner? We have been neglecting Mr. Lin at our branch. Wu Qian had long since dismissed thoughts of Li Xiao, realizing that this Mr. Lin was worth far more than 6 Li Xiaos combined. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? A middle-aged man entered the bank, frowning as he inquired. Upon encountering the bank president, Wu Qian promptly approached him to elucidate the situation. Once the president comprehended the circumstances, he immediately donned a beaming smile as he approached Lin Qinshou. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Wu Xiugong, the president of this branch. Shall we move to my office for a discussion? Lin Qinshou nodded, taking Chen Shanshan's hand and following behind Wu Xiugong. At that moment, Chen Shanshan's cheeks flushed. It was her first experience of a man holding her hand, and Lin Qinshou's repeated utterance of her name made her feel bashful. However, she understood that Lin Qinshou was only putting on an act to assist her, so she remained silent. Inside the president's office, Wu Xiaogong was presenting Lin Qinshou with a cigarette, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. As president, he possessed the ability to be both accommodating and arrogant. He could be haughty in front of subordinates, yet subservient before his benefactors. Regardless of whether the 10 billion mentioned by Lin Qinshou was factual, it was undeniable that he had a substantial 300 million deposited in this bank. Mr. Lin, I must apologize for my lack of oversight, which has allowed my subordinates to behave discourteously. I am prepared to offer you a generous package and allocate the finest financial team to assist you with risk management and other concerns. Please let me know if you have any additional requests. I am open to negotiation. Wu Xiaogong's obsequious demeanor filled Lin Qinshou with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the privilege of the affluent. Did President Wu truly believe I would concern myself with trifles such as a generous package or a financial team? My motivation for transferring funds to your bank was solely for Shanshan's sake. However, I find myself utterly disappointed now. Shanshan has no intention of continuing here. So kindly approve her resignation. I shall take her away. Lin Qinshou strategically retreated, his aim being to assist Shanshan in overcoming her predicament, even securing her a promotion and raise. For someone just starting their career, an immediate promotion was unrealistic. Thus, Lin Qinshou resorted to this tactic to compel the other party to elevate Shanshan. Wu Xiaogong cast a meaningful glance at Shanshan. Recalling the details Wu Qian had shared with him earlier, it seemed that the crux of the issue lay with this young woman. Wu Xiaogong's eyes gleamed as he smiled radiantly. Hello, Xiao Chun. As a newcomer, this is our first meeting. The Magic City Bank is indeed a reputable institution. Though some employees may have acted out due to my preoccupation with work, resulting in actions that may have displeased you, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. As for your resignation, let us discuss it. Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshou, somewhat bewildered. Realizing that Wu Xiaogong's primary focus was on him, and retaining her was merely a means to keep Lin Qinshou as a significant client. However, she did not wish her personal situation to complicate matters for Lin Qinshou, hence her gaze fell upon him. Lin Qinshou gently patted her hand and addressed Wu Xiaogong. President Wu, jobs are plentiful. Rather than allowing Shanshan to endure indignities here, it would be best for her to resign. With my capabilities, I am more than able to support her. If this is the extent of your sincerity as Magic City Bank, then we shall take our leave. Lin Qinshou stood up, pulling Shanshan from the sofa, preparing to exit. Mr. Lin, please hold on. Wu Xiaogong quickly rose, realizing the loss of such a significant client would be detrimental to the bank. Internally, he cursed Wu Qian and Yang Yin, two incompetent women who had only caused trouble. Lin Qinshou paused and turned back to Wu Xiaogong. Do not accuse me of being difficult. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Present me with a satisfactory proposal, or I shall direct other banks to facilitate the transfer of this 300 million. Once funds are deposited in a bank, various restrictions are imposed on full withdrawal. However, should Lin Qinshou seek representation from another bank, the process would be considerably simplified. Mr. Lin, in light of the arrogance displayed by certain employees of my bank towards you, I hereby demote Wu Qian from financial director to financial specialist, and Yang Yin from financial specialist to bank receptionist. Shanshan shall be promoted to financial director and your personal banking steward. Does this arrangement meet your approval? Wu Xiaogong gritted his teeth, executing the personnel changes, even sacrificing his cousin Wu Qian to retain a major client. Chapter 21, Yinlu Mountain Villa No. 1. A barely perceptible smile graced Lin Qinshou's lips, as he realized his objectives were nearly achieved. In that case, I am not one to be unreasonable. If I am to be satisfied, it shall be as President Wu suggests. With Shanshan as my personal banking steward, I have complete confidence. At this moment, Shanshan was overwhelmed by the news and momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Regaining her composure, she hastily protested, No, President. I am merely a newcomer. I am unworthy of the position of financial director. Please retract your orders. What a troublesome ally. Lin Qinshou silently cursed. However, Wu Xiaogong was perceptive and did not allow Shanshan's refusal to deter him. No matter. I shall have Wu Qian assist you, allowing you to acclimate to your new role. The matter is settled. I have already submitted the personnel appointment request to higher authorities. Given my position as branch president, it will be finalized within a day. Wu Xiaogong, fearing Lin Qinshou might reconsider, spoke rapidly while typing on the keyboard. As his words fell, the appointment request was approved and entered the review process, with an announcement published on the Magic City Bank's official website. Shanshan had no opportunity to decline and was thus promoted. Seeing that the task was accomplished, Lin Qinshou prepared to take his leave. I appreciate your attention to Shanshan. President Wu, Shanshan, I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not accompany you for lunch. You have much to occupy you in your new role as director, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Lin Qinshou quickly embraced Qin Shanshan before hastily departing. Having performed for so long, he was almost immersed in the act. Assisting Qin Shanshan in her promotion and raise warranted a brief embrace, did it not? Qin Shanshan remained in a daze, not fully processing Lin Qinshou's embrace. Only now did her cheeks flush slightly. This was the first time she had experienced such intimacy with a male. She understood Lin Qinshou was taking advantage of her, yet in this moment, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. As Lin Qinshou sat in his car, he savored the softness of that embrace. Seizing the opportunity before Qin Shanshan could fully regain her senses, he sought a little interest in return. Pulling out his phone, he searched for the contact number of the Yunlu Mountain Villa sales office. Today, he would finalize the house purchase and take Yu Mingxi out for dinner in a ceremonial gesture to bid farewell to his life with 5th Mississippi. After months of a cold war with He had relied on 5th Miss to relieve his pent-up stress. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Li Qing. Are you planning to come today? As soon as the call connected, the other party addressed Lin Qinshou by name, demonstrating the acumen of a seasoned salesperson. Yes, I am on my way now, approximately in half an hour. Lin Qinshou checked the navigation. It was less than 20 kilometers away, though urban traffic could be complicated, making half an hour a reasonable estimate. All right, Li Qing will await your arrival. With a roar, Lin Qinshou pressed the gas pedal and departed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of assisting Qin Shanshan in her promotion and raise. Reward: 1 billion Do coins. Reward: the luxurious Lamborghini Veneno. Ding! The Lamborghini Veneno has been placed in the host's Yunlu Mountain Villa garage. Upon hearing the notification, a smile graced Lin Qinshou's lips. The Lamborghini Veneno, valued at 100 million. 1 billion Do coins, with a conversion rate of 10 to 1, converting 100 million would yield 10 billion Do coins. However, given Lin Qinshou's current financial standing, there was no need for conversion. He would simply use it to reward streamers. Most importantly, this task had liberated a stunning young woman with a beauty score of 93. Furthermore, he believed that he had left an indelible mark on her heart. Time is on his side. With continued effort, he could surely conquer Qin Shanshan. Previously, Lin Qinshou had always thought of dedicating himself wholeheartedly to others. However, after the He incident and the acquisition of this wealthy system, he realized that his past self had been nothing but a fool, sacrificing a forest for a single tree. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshou arrived at the sales office of Yunlu Villa. Upon entering, he noticed that aside from 2 towering security guards at the entrance, there was only one woman clad in a black uniform skirt, her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings. Her beautiful visage was complemented by bright, expressive eyes and a signature smile that graced her lips. As she caught sight of Lin Qinshou, she sauntered over and greeted him. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the sales manager and housekeeper responsible for Unit 1 of Yunlu Villa, at your service around the clock. 24-hour service? Is this what I think it is? Lin Qinshou mused, spurred by Li Qing's words. The woman before him did not trigger the system's alert, suggesting her beauty did not meet the 90-point threshold. However, in Lin Qinshou's eyes, she was undoubtedly close, certainly above an 85. Who could remain unaffected when such a stunning beauty offered to serve them 24 hours a day? Mr. Lin, this way please. Li Qing beamed, accustomed to the admiring gazes of men, each yearning for her attention. Though she did not entirely reject such advances, she sought someone with potential. After all, those older gentlemen would soon be unable to provide for her. Maintaining her allure until she encountered a worthy suitor seemed the prudent choice. Currently, Lin Qinshou was the target of her assessment. Being young and capable of purchasing the villa for 500 million, a figure that hinted at substantial financial resources, Lin Qinshou withdrew his probing gaze and followed Li Qing's lead. Along the way, she elaborated on the details of Unit 1. Mr. Lin, this unit is the crown jewel of Yunlu Villa, initially purchased by a mysterious tycoon for 8 billion. However, the enigmatic owner never resided here, and recently, he urgently sold it, making you its new proprietor. Lin Qinshou was taken aback. He recalled the system stating the property was worth 500 million, while the previous owner had acquired it for 8 billion, indicating a significant inflation in price. The system's valuation evidently reflected the villa's true worth. As they arrived at the grand estate, Lin Qinshou was momentarily speechless by the sight before him. 2 rows of maids dressed in black skirts and stockings stood at the entrance, each a vision of beauty, their appearances all scoring no less than 80 points. What is happening here? Lin Qinshou wondered, his mind racing at the sight of so many lovely women. Li Qing chuckled softly, explaining, these 6 young ladies were hired by the previous owner to assist with daily living. Just as they were recruited, the owner sold the property to you. I took the liberty of allowing them to remain for a day to see if you might require their services. Chapter 22. I have lost my worries. Yes, I certainly need them. Lin Qinshou internally exclaimed, imagining the delight of having 6 pairs of black stockinged legs parading before him daily. Externally, he maintained his composure, suppressing his desires. Let us first inspect the house and discuss the layout, he said calmly, making his way past the 6 maids. This unexpected scene surprised Li Qing. Initially perceiving Lin Qinshou as merely a lecher, she now found him surprisingly composed in the presence of even more beautiful women. Was he merely pretending? Or had her initial impression been mistaken? Li Qing quickly approached him to provide a tour of Yunlu Villa. She positioned herself close to Lin Qinshou, who acknowledged her intent with a subtle glance. For a property to be deemed a villa, it must possess ample space. Behind the house lay a golf course, expansive gardens, a basketball court, and an indoor swimming pool, while the cellar housed an impressive collection of fine wines left by the previous owner. Upon reaching the side parking lot, a sleek black carbon fiber Lamborghini Urus caught Lin Qinshou's eye. When did this car arrive? It wasn't here before, Li Qing remarked, astonished, as she frequently visited the estate and had never seen this vehicle. This is my car. I had it delivered here, Lin Qinshou explained, unsure how the system facilitated such an arrangement. The tour of the estate took over half an hour, and upon returning to the grand hall, Lin Qinshou settled onto a 7-figure sofa. One by one, the 6 maids approached, each carrying a tray, some with red wine, others with fruits and snacks. They knelt gracefully to place the items on the table, their alluring curves igniting a fire within Lin Qinshou that he had only just managed to suppress. Li Qing, noticing the spark in his gaze, seized the opportunity to say, Mr. Lin, all these maids are highly educated. They come from various fields, including dance, singing, culinary arts, and mixology. You might consider keeping them on, while our community has dedicated personnel for cleaning and garden maintenance. They could assist you with your daily needs. Such skills are not so obscure. They align perfectly with the standards expected of a wealthy household's maids, Lin Qinshou pondered. What are their salaries? Li Qing smiled and replied, their annual salary is 500,000. In the bustling metropolis, that sum was relatively modest, especially for such beautiful, well-educated women. Even if their fields were niche, they could easily earn 200,000 to 300,000 elsewhere. And what about you? Lin Qinshou inquired, not only interested in the maids, but also in Li Qing, as she had been managing the affairs of Unit 1. Li Qing did not seem surprised by his question. She had intentionally brushed against him earlier, hoping to catch his attention. I primarily handle after-sales and housekeeping services, with an annual salary between 800 to 1 million. Are you considering recruiting me as well? She winked, feigning ignorance. To her surprise, Lin Qinshou smiled faintly and replied, not at all. I was merely inquiring. Then, let us retain all 6 of them. Previously, they earned 500,000. I can offer you 1 million as their new salary. Please provide me with your account numbers, and I will arrange for the transfer immediately. Lin Qinshou took a sip of the red wine, pleasantly surprised by its smoothness, with a hint of sweetness emerging after swallowing. A glance at the label revealed it to be Roman e Conti, a world-renowned wine, explaining its exquisite flavor. Li Qing was left in a state of disbelief. The man she had assumed would be easy to manipulate was anything but predictable. Lin Qinshou indeed desired for Li Qing to remain as the housekeeper, yet her pride was palpable. Although she feigned humility, an underlying arrogance was evident, and he felt compelled to temper her expectations. From their initial meeting, Li Qing had attempted to control the pace of their interaction, but Lin Qinshou was no fool. Had the former infatuated Lin Qinshou been in this situation, he might have succumbed to the charms of the other party. However, the current Lin Qinshou, freshly wounded from a breakup, possessed an unparalleled clarity of mind. Coupled with an enhancement of his attributes, he had managed to eradicate the remnants of his romantic folly. The 6 maids, upon hearing Lin Qinshou's intention to grant them a raise for their continued service, were filled with delight and stepped forward to introduce themselves. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Li Shui, a culinary major, proficient in creating a myriad of delectable dishes and pastries. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Young Man, and I specialize in dance. If you find yourself feeling bored, I could perform a dance for you. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Xia Shi, a singer by profession. Whenever you wish to enjoy some music, I would be delighted to serenade you or provide accompaniment while Man dances. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Songyu, a graduate of the music department, skilled in various instruments, including the piano and guitar. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yu Qian, a bartender by trade, adept at crafting a diverse array of cocktails, and I can even concoct delightful non-alcoholic beverages. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Han Shuang, a medical student. Should you ever feel unwell, I shall attend to your needs and prepare your medication. As Han Shuang spoke, she retrieved a stethoscope from her pocket. As the 6 ladies introduced themselves, they engaged in subtly alluring gestures, leaving Lin Qinshou parched with desire. Ahem, let me first delineate my requirements. The first is concerning how you shall address me. From now on, you shall uniformly refer to me as master. Should anyone find this unacceptable, you are free to leave. I do not impose. The 6 women exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed, and sweetly called out master in unison. Lin Qinshou was utterly enchanted by their utterances of master. A sensation that was truly exhilarating. Each maid possessed her own unique talents, allowing him to finally experience the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Who claims that wealth comes at a cost? I have, in fact, shed my worries. Lin Qinshou silently rejoiced. The second stipulation was that Han Shuang would don attire befitting her profession. Furthermore, I would like you all to present your bank cards. I shall provide you with your first year's salary. Lin Qinshou produced his phone and looked at them expectantly. Chapter 23. Seizing Li Qing. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the expressions of the 6 women, leaving Lin Qinshou puzzled. He intended to pay them in advance, yet they seemed uncertain. Master, are you truly going to pay us now? Aren't you concerned we might abscond? Li Shui bravely voiced the question they all harbored, apprehensive that this might be a test of their commitment to present their cards. Lin Qinshou chuckled, realizing their concern. Rest assured, this is indeed a genuine salary. As for whether you choose to flee after receiving it, that is entirely up to you. After all, if $1 million were to vanish, who would truly suffer the greater loss? Upon hearing this, the 6 women's resolve solidified, and they hurried back to retrieve their cards. They determined that if this were indeed a test from Lin Qinshou, they would each strive to pass it and remain. As Lin Qinshou reclined on the sofa, savoring the exquisite Romani candy, he suddenly noticed Li Qing lingering nearby. Miss Li, you have not departed yet. I have become quite familiar with this place, and besides, I have these lovely maids to guide me. You may return to your duties. Li Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. She initially thought Lin Qinshou was jesting, but now that he had issued a clear dismissal, it was evident he was not playing. Moreover, the recent scene of him raising the maids' salaries had genuinely startled her. The jump from an annual salary of 500,000 to 1 million felt surreal. If she could secure a position here, her salary could potentially double. Just as Li Qing opened her mouth to speak, the other women returned with their cards. Lin Qinshou promptly transferred 120,000 to each of them. When the women received the notification, they were utterly astonished. They had indeed been paid in advance, and with an additional 20,000. This extra 20,000 is your allowance for daily attire and accessories. You need not solely wear professional garments. There are numerous cosplay outfits available, and as long as they suit you, feel free to purchase them. Those who perform well will also receive bonuses. Lin Qinshou mused, considering how such splendid figures deserved to explore various attires. His intention in advancing their salaries was also to provoke Li Qing. An additional 20,000 was but a trifling expense to him. Not only were Li Shui and the others stunned, but Li Qing also stood agape. Earlier, while she had claimed her salary ranged from 800,000 to 1 million, in truth, her earnings from assisting the owner with various tasks and recruitment, combined with her bonuses, amounted to only 600,000. When the owner of Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1 had offered 500,000 to hire maids, she had been tempted. However, her aspirations extended beyond that sum, prompting her to refrain. Now, witnessing the maids earning 1 million with an extra 20,000 for clothing, regret washed over Li Qing. What folly had possessed her to feign superiority? Had she acted differently, she could have been among those receiving 120,000. Resolute, she turned to Lin Qinshou and proposed, Mr. Lin, might you consider employing me as your housekeeper? I could manage tasks such as payroll. And with just a word from you, I would ensure everything is arranged, providing you with 24-hour service. Li Qing emphasized the 24-hour with a deliberate tone. Lin Qinshou suppressed a subtle smile, though his expression feigned reluctance. But I could easily delegate such tasks to Li Shui and the others as well. Li Qing's countenance shifted, and she gazed pleadingly at the 6 women. They had initially endorsed her to Lin Qinshou, recognizing her assistance, and their kind-heartedness compelled them to consider her plea. Yet, they were hesitant to speak up, fearful of provoking their new employer's ire. Han Shuang, biting her lip, stepped forward. Master, we are accustomed to having Sister Li Qing manage our affairs. If possible, could you consider hiring her as well? I would be willing to reduce my salary and share half of it with Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang with gratitude, while the other 5 women simultaneously voiced similar sentiments, echoing Han Shuang's proposal. Lin Qinshou's expression darkened. Are you attempting to coerce me into action? The women immediately fell silent, standing frozen in place, reluctant to utter another word. Li Qing chuckled wryly. Please do not hold it against them, Mr. Lin. Their hearts are simply too kind. They are fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful employer. I hope to remain with you. Understanding Lin Qinshou's intent, she prepared to leave. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. With a heavy heart, she rose and made her way to the door, feeling as though her pride had been irrevocably shattered. It seemed she would have to return to her previous position, which, although demanding, still offered a respectable income. Yet, she could not shake the bitterness of having squandered such a promising opportunity. Wait, Lin Qinshou called out to Li Qing just as she was about to step outside. Oh, I cannot withstand a woman's pleas. Miss Li, you may stay, but your compensation will be the same as theirs. Is that acceptable to you? Lin Qinshou shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will certainly strive to demonstrate my worth and fulfill all your directives. As long as her salary matched that of the other women, she felt content, with no further objections. Moreover, given Lin Qinshou's generous nature, she anticipated that remaining would only yield greater rewards. Still calling me Mr. Lin? You were present earlier and should know how to address me while working here. Lin Qinshou chuckled, for he too desired Li Qing to remain. From the very beginning, he perceived Li Qing as an exceptionally capable individual. Now, having humbled her pride, winning her over would surely evoke a sense of gratitude rather than mere superficial compliance, leaving her with an air of superiority. Yes, master, Li Qing called out without hesitation, her words flowing effortlessly. Thank you, master, for accepting Sister Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to lean in and plant a kiss on Lin Qinshou's cheek, prompting the other women to follow suit, much to Lin Qinshou's delight. Eventually, even Li Qing approached and kissed Lin Qinshou's cheek. He promptly transferred 5 million, with 120,000 earmarked for her, while the remainder would be held for her. Given the enormity of this estate, there would be numerous expenses, and he preferred not to be constantly asked for such trifles. Upon seeing the balance in her account, Li Qing felt she had made the best decision of her life. To think he transferred such a hefty sum so casually. How immense must his wealth be? As Li Qing departed from the manor, unlike the other maids, she still had a job and needed to submit her resignation. Although this abrupt departure would incur some penalties, for her newfound fortune of several million, it felt like mere raindrops in a deluge. In Chapter 24, Bathing and Massaging, Lin Qinshou entered the master suite and discovered a luxurious bathtub. He promptly instructed the maid to fill it with water. He had never indulged in a bath before. Previously, he lacked the means, and hotel baths felt unclean, but now, in his own home, it was entirely different. Li Shui had gone to prepare lunch, showcasing her culinary expertise. She could whip up dozens of dishes given Lin Qinshou's choice of cuisine. While Lin Qinshou lay back in the tub with his eyes closed, he suddenly sensed someone entering. Young man approached from behind and began to knead his shoulders. Master, we have all undergone training in massage and foot reflexology. Allow man to assist you. Lin Qinshou murmured in agreement, closing his eyes once more, though his heart raced at the thought of a woman entering the bathroom. He was, after all, a young man of vigor. Have you all encountered the previous owner since arriving here? Lin Qinshou suddenly recalled and inquired. Young man shook her head, stating she had not, but they had heard from Sister Li Qing that the former owner was a significant businessman, and this place seemed intended for entertaining distinguished guests. However, it appeared that something unfortunate had befallen him, implicating his guests as well, leading to the sale of this property. At that moment, young man's cheeks flushed crimson as Lin Qinshou stood and exited the tub, unbothered by decorum. Since you are trained in massage, why not indulge me with your skills? I have never experienced a massage before. My cousin had promised to take me, but I was too shy to accept. The room also featured a sauna. And young man rose from her kneeling position, leading Lin Qinshou to the sauna room. The massage beds here were in the 7-figure range. And Lin Qinshou couldn't help but admire the indulgent lifestyle of the house's owner. As Lin Qinshou laid down on the sauna bed, it adjusted to his form, the internal air cushions shifting to accommodate his body perfectly. Some of these cushions emitted warmth, ensuring he remained comfortably warm even without clothing. A pair of delicate hands began to massage his back, and Lin Qinshou found young man's technique remarkably soothing, leading him to drift off into slumber. Young man, undeterred, continued her ministrations, even as he unknowingly turned in his sleep. However, her cheeks were slightly flushed. After all, one cannot conduct a massage through clothing, as that would only create friction against the skin. When Lin Qinshou awoke after a brief nap, he found young man still diligently massaging him, now standing beside him. He felt a momentary daze, unsure if he was dreaming or living a surreal reality. Suddenly, young man's body tensed slightly, and her face grew even rosier, although the dim lighting in the room obscured the full extent of her blush. What was about to unfold might not be pleasing to all, but I shall spare you the details. The women downstairs, hearing the commotion above, felt their faces heat up. Li Shui paused her preparations, having readied the ingredients, and was only moments away from completing the meal for Lin Qinshou. It seemed he would not be dining anytime soon. An hour later, Lin Qinshou glanced at the crimson stain on the sheets, casting a look of astonishment at young man. His thoughts turned somewhat impure. mistakenly believing young man to be experienced in such matters. Man, I'm sorry. A pang of guilt washed over Lin Qinshou, though he remained at a loss for words. With the deed done, any further words seemed futile. This guilt stemmed not only from his earlier roughness, but also from his initial perception of young man as a woman of loose morals, one he had underestimated. Master, it's quite all right. Man feels fortunate to be treated by you, young man replied, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did Sister Li Qing not inform you? One of the conditions for applying to be a maid is to be inexperienced. Lin Qinshou had indeed not heard this from Li Qing, and learning it only amplified his feelings of value. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Man, does that mean you were hired with the expectation of performing such tasks? Young man hastily shook her head, clarifying, no, the contract clearly stated that we cannot be forced to do anything against our will. What just happened was entirely my choice. Young man's cheeks flushed. Lin Qinshou was young and affluent. While not exceptionally handsome, every aspect of him was a bonus in her eyes. Rest here. I shall have them bring you food shortly. Lin Qinshou felt a genuine affection for young man and resolved to cherish her even more in the future. Master, I'm fine. I studied dance, and I've often endured minor injuries during stretching, but I always persevered. Young man wished to appear strong before Lin Qinshou. Be obedient and listen to me, Lin Qinshou said tenderly, stroking her head. Afterward, he descended to inform Li Shui to send food to young man and take good care of her. The gazes of the other women toward Lin Qinshou were filled with admiration. The earlier sounds had left them feeling quite bashful. They had not anticipated that Lin Qinshou could remain so composed and lighthearted in their presence. Though they had never experienced such things themselves, they were well aware of their implications. Lin Qinshou's prowess must be formidable. He too was taken aback by his own capabilities. Previously, he had been chided by He, even enduring days of cold treatment after their encounters. How poor must his performance have been to elicit such a response from her? It seemed the improvement in his physique played a significant role. He had elevated from a mere 6 to an 8, though it appeared to be just a 2-point increase. It represented a monumental difference. Lin Qinshou began to anticipate his next task, eager to see what he would become once his attributes reached their zenith. Upon reaching the dining table, he found that Li Shui had prepared a feast, having made several traditional Sichuan dishes as per Lin Qinshou's request. Li Shui truly lived up to her culinary expertise, producing Sichuan cuisine that surpassed anything he had tasted outside. After finishing his meal, Lin Qinshou recalled the task of transferring money to his family and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. In less than a minute, Lin Qinshou's mother, Chen Xiaoxiang, called him. Xiaoqin, why did you transfer me 100,000 yuan? Where did you get this money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Please don't do anything rash. Chen Xiaoxiang bombarded Lin Qinshou with a series of questions, leaving him at a loss for words. Mom, don't worry. I developed a software with my classmates at school and sold it to a large company for a good sum. You can spend it as you like. This software will earn me plenty more, Lin Qinshou reassured her. His parents were not particularly familiar with the nuances of this new era, so he could say whatever he wanted with confidence. Mom, just use this money for now. Didn't you want to change the refrigerator and air conditioner? Now you can do so without hesitation. I've saved some for myself, so you don't need to worry about me. You also don't need to send me any more living expenses, he continued, fearing that his mother might transfer the money back to him. All right then, I'll save this money for you, so you can use it when you get married. Your father is growing tea at home, and now there is a market for it. Our finances are sufficient, and household expenses are minimal. You can keep your earnings for yourself, no need to send money home. Chen Xiaoxiang felt reassured about her son and had never believed that children should turn over their earnings monthly under the guise of saving for them, when in reality, they had long lost track of how it was spent. After some more casual conversation and advice, she ended the call. As Lin Qinshou scrolled through his phone, he suddenly noticed a message in their dormitory group chat. The goddess ultimately succumbed to wealth. This was a post that had surfaced on the campus forum that morning, where a student had captured a moment and shared it. Li Wuqi shared a picture. Lin Qinshou opened the image to find a sports car, with a girl inside kissing the face of the man in the driver's seat. However, the angle of the photo reflected the light in such a way that the driver's face was obscured. Wow, isn't that Yishaohua? I thought I had a chance with her after just getting to know her. But it seems she was whisked away by a rich second-generation heir, exclaimed Fan Jinxiang, who was usually reserved but was now chatty in the chat window. According to Li Wuqi, Fan Jinxiang was the type who was shy in person but bolder behind a screen. It's perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as Yi Xiaohua to have a boyfriend. Would you rather lose to a rich heir than a poor loser? If a poor guy stole your goddess away, you would be even more infuriated, Xia Lu chimed in. Though his words were not particularly pleasant, they held a grain of truth. Lin Qinshou looked at the image with a peculiar expression. The driver in the photo was him. This was a scene from when he had taken Yi Mingxi back to school. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? You think that Yi Xiaohua is interested in our beast? What a facade. I wonder if the beast took it seriously. If he did, that would mean he has faced heartbreak twice in 3 days, setting a record. Li Wuqi said gleefully. If I said that the person being kissed by your goddess is me, would you believe it? Lin Qinshou couldn't help but smile. He imagined how their expressions would be if they discovered the truth. What are you rambling about? Regardless of whether that person is you. Do you even know what car that is? That's a Pagani Huayra worth 25 million. Li Wuqi, who was always knowledgeable about such things, remarked. Their essay saying, only the financially challenged understand the essence of life. Beast, this is beyond a heartbreak. It's a case of losing one's mind. Fan Jinxiang continued to chime in. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. Tomorrow night, let us take the beast out for a drink. Brothers stick together. And we should help him overcome his heartbreak. Enough about that. I'm heading to Disneyland with Yin Yin. You all take care of the beast. Lin Qinshou read their messages, chuckling to himself. The truth was always met with skepticism. What could he do? He felt quite helpless. At that moment, a message from Yi Mengxi arrived, indicating that she had already woken up and eaten breakfast. Her words conveyed a desire to see Lin Qinshou. Coincidentally, he also planned to go out in the afternoon to do some shopping and perhaps upgrade his phone. Now that he was financially secure, he thought he ought not to deprive himself. Lin Qinshou picked up the key to his Lamborghini Veneno. Not being particularly familiar with cars, he took the time to research information about it online. To his astonishment, he discovered that this particular model was exceedingly rare, and the system had granted him a Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million. The entire car was crafted from carbon fiber. When Lin Qinshou sat inside and pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine resonated with raw power. Now, this was a true show-off car. Suddenly, the Pagani Huayra paled in comparison. Lin Qinshou noted the license plate, which read Magic A10001. The cars provided by the system came with pre-registered plates, and all procedures had been taken care of. He drove the Veneno towards Jiaodong University. Yi Mengxi placed great importance on this date with Lin Qinshou, as he had mentioned needing to discuss something in person earlier that morning. To her, it seemed he was ready to accept her, prompting her to spend considerable time dressing up in a never-before-worn white spaghetti strap dress. She eagerly arrived at the school gate to wait. However, before Lin Qinshou could arrive, another vehicle pulled up alongside Yi Mengxi. A white BMW Z4 parked next to her, and a young man with a buzz cut stepped out, holding a bouquet of roses. Mengxi, what a coincidence. I was going to find you downstairs, but fate brought me to you right here at the school gate. This bouquet is for you, representing my heartfelt intentions. I love you. Mengxi, will you be my girlfriend? Yi Mengxi's eyes flashed with irritation. Senior Lu Zhimin, thank you for your words, but I'm allergic to roses, so I can't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend now, so please do not harass me anymore. Today was the day she intended to solidify her relationship with Lin Qinshou. And if her senior saw this and misunderstood, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Lu Zhimin chuckled with confidence. Mengxi, you don't need to lie to me. Over the past 2 years of university, I haven't seen any boy by your side. If you have a boyfriend, why don't you bring him out to prove it? Suddenly, the distant sound of a revving engine grew closer, and a black sports car pulled up in front of Yi Mengxi. Lin Qinshou stepped out of the vehicle, and Yi Mengxi ran towards him with a beaming smile. Senior, you're here. Let us go. Lin Qinshou spotted Lu Zhimin and quickly deduced that he was Yi Mengxi's admirer. Lu Zhimin's expression darkened. He had never seen Yi Mengxi smile like that before, especially not at another man. When Lu Zhimin saw Yi Mengxi take Lin Qinshou's hand, he could no longer contain himself. Mengxi, even if you want to anger me or reject me, please don't demean yourself. Lu Zhimin was convinced that Lin Qinshou was a hired actor, brought in to deter others from pursuing Yi Mengxi, making it seem like she was unattainable. Yi Mengxi looked at him as if he were foolish. Senior Lu, I've already said I have a boyfriend. This senior is my boyfriend. Thank you for your affection, but I will not accept it. Think whatever you like. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshou's neck and leaned in to kiss him. Deciding to deliver a decisive blow to dispel any lingering doubts Lu Zhimin might have about their relationship. Certainly, it contains a hint of her own selfish desires. It is only during this moment that she musters the courage to kiss her senior. Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback by Yi Mengxi's sudden boldness, but he quickly regained his composure and leaned in, reciprocating the kiss. No, Lu Zhimin, witnessing this scene unfold before him, felt as though his heart had shattered. The 99 roses he held tumbling to the ground. The two lovers gradually parted, their lips lingering with a delicate connection. Yi Mengxi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed affectionately at Lin Qinshou. The latter produced a single rose from behind him, originally intending to fill the trunk with flowers, only to discover that the car lacked a trunk, thus settling for just the one. Yi Mengxi joyfully accepted the rose, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior. How did you know that roses are my favorite?" At this, Lu Zhimin nearly choked on his own blood. She had just claimed to be allergic to roses, dismissing the 99 he had presented her, yet now she accepted a single rose from another with such delight, declaring it her favorite. Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengxi then entered the car and drove off, leaving Lu Jimin in a state of disarray, while surrounding students began to murmur, many of them pulling out their phones to capture the moment. It seemed that the campus forum would soon be abuzz with excitement. The male lead, who had previously evaded the camera, was now thoroughly documented. Senior, others may lack appreciation, but I can see your worth. What do you think of me? A girl weighing around 180 pounds approached Lu Jimin with an endearing tone. Standing at 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, Lu Jimin, a sports student with a bit of wealth, was already a prominent figure at school. However, Yi Mengxi's heart had long been captured by Lin Qinshou. Even if Lin had nothing, she would never look at Lu Jimin. Get away from me. Lu Jimin forcefully shoved the girl aside. Enraged and humiliated, the girl retorted, who do you think you are? Your car is inferior, and you aren't even as handsome as he is. If I were you, I would choose him too. You deserve to be rejected. Lu Jimin's face flushed with anger as he slapped the girl across the face. You're going to pay for this, she shouted, lunging at him for a fight. This altercation would undoubtedly become fodder for the forum. Yet Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengxi remained blissfully unaware of the amusing events that would unfold in their absence. Dream, let us explore the Guojin Center. I was just thinking of purchasing a few pieces of clothing. Would you accompany me? Yi Mengxi gazed lovingly at Lin Qinshou, who was driving, and upon hearing this, she nodded, cautiously asking, Senior, does this mean we are now considered a couple? Lin Qinshou chuckled lightly, teasing, isn't it permissible to kiss even without being a couple? The way our lips intertwined, do you think one can do that with someone who isn't a boyfriend? Yi Mengxi hurriedly shook her head. No. That was my first kiss. You must believe me. Her fragile state evoked a sense of tenderness in Lin Qinshou. I was merely jesting. How could I not know what kind of girl my dream is? He affectionately ruffled her hair. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the Guojin Center, where an orange Lamborghini was parked adjacent to Lin Qinshou's car. As he pulled the door handle, the passenger side of the orange Lamborghini swung open simultaneously, although the two vehicles were parked at a distance that prevented contact. The individual emerging from the passenger seat caused Lin Qinshou's expression to turn icy. Upon seeing Lin Qinshou, the newcomer smirked. I thought you were above such pettiness. Are you still following me? I told you, there's no chance for us. Can you please leave my life? This individual, stepping out from the Lamborghini, was none other than Lin Qinshou's ex-girlfriend, He. The man in the driver's seat approached as well, asking, what's going on? He promptly draped her arm around the man's, declaring, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng. He's my boyfriend now. You might as well give up on me. Lin Qinshou sneered coldly. Is this Guojin Center yours? Am I not allowed to visit? Yi Mengxi, now by Lin Qinshou's side, inquired, Senior, who is this? Lin Qinshou grasped Yi Mengxi's hand, dismissing the situation, just a self-important individual. Let us be on our way. He then noticed Lin Qinshou's car, realizing it seemed different from the one he had driven a few days prior, further convincing her that his flashy cars were merely rentals. She had seen that the car lacked a door handle and required a string to open, leading her to conclude that it was a worthless vehicle. Stop pretending. How come the car you drove when you came to see me is different from today's? Did you rent a cheaper one because the last one was too expensive for you? Lin Qinshou ignored her and entered the elevator with Yi Mengxi, heading toward the mall. Xiao Yi, is that your ex-boyfriend? He looks quite handsome, Zhou Junfeng remarked, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. This comment prompted He to notice that Lin Qinshou indeed appeared somewhat different, though she could not pinpoint how. He certainly looked better than before. Nevertheless, now she was Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend and could not express such thoughts aloud. Oh please, he can't compare to my senior. He's just a loser. Renting a sports car to show off, likely hoping to win me back. Zhou Junfeng's gaze remained fixed on the direction Lin Qinshou had departed, feeling captivated by Yi Mengxi's beauty. Although He was not unattractive, she paled in comparison when standing beside Yi Mengxi. Renting? That Lamborghini must cost a fortune to rent. If your ex-boyfriend were truly a penniless loser, the rental fee for just one day would cover his living expenses for 2 months, Zhou Junfeng mused. Although both cars were Lamborghinis, he was unfamiliar with this particular model. Had it not been for the bull emblem, he would not have recognized it as a Lamborghini. Chapter 27. That junk car doesn't even have a door handle. He scoffed. How can he compare to my senior's car? If he rents, it must be the cheaper kind. I saw it earlier. That junk car doesn't even have a door handle. You have to pull a string to open it. After saying this, he even gave the car's roof a light tap, completely unaware that Zhou Junfeng's expression had drastically changed behind her. A pull-string door handle? The sixth element. In Lamborghinis, only the top-tier model, the Veneno, features such a design. Zhou Junfeng rushed to the back of Lin Qinshou's car and spotted the inscription in English, Veneno. Holy cow. It truly is the Veneno. Zhou Juanfeng's mind screamed. The price of this veneno could buy him several of his own cars. Who exactly is he Yi's ex-boyfriend? A man who can afford a veneno is certainly not renting it. Such cars are exceedingly rare worldwide. Who would rent out a vehicle worth over 100 million? The owner likely cherishes it too much to drive it. Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled He away from the car, fearing that any further taps from her might result in costly damages that he could not afford to cover. However, Zhou Junfeng refrained from disclosing the car's identity to He. He had his own ulterior motives. He had pursued this woman for a long time, and if she discovered that her ex-boyfriend was a wealthy individual, she would likely leave him. It was better to keep this information hidden until he secured her affections. Senior, was that woman really your ex-girlfriend? Yi Mengshi pieced together the clues, realizing that the woman was indeed Lin Qinshou's former partner. Lin Qinshou nodded, confirming. It is her. Yi Mengshi tightened her grip around his arm, while Lin Qinshou gently patted her hand, smiling to reassure her not to mind. They ventured into the shopping mall, where the Guojin Center boasted an array of luxury brands. Lin Qinshou was unfamiliar with these opulent offerings, so Yi Mengshi took the initiative, leading him to a Versace store. Although she seldom indulged in shopping for clothes, her innate femininity rendered her somewhat knowledgeable about such matters. She selected 3 casual outfits for Lin Qinshou, along with a few belts and shoes. As they browsed and tried on various items, they ended up purchasing 5 outfits, totaling over 600,000 yuan, averaging more than 100,000 per ensemble. Dream, I've resolved my matters. It's now your turn. Come on, let your boyfriend treat you to a few pieces of clothing, Lin Qinshou said, guiding Yi Mengshi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I really don't need to. I still have plenty of clothes I haven't worn, Yi Mengshi replied, having just learned of Lin Qinshou's affluence. She was reluctant to accept his generosity so soon into their relationship, not wanting to be perceived as materialistic. Be obedient. If you refuse, I shall be displeased. I might just decide to leave and not continue shopping. Lin Qinshou's words proved effective, and Yi Mengshi ceased her resistance. Upon entering the store, they encountered the unfriendly He, who was currently admiring herself in the mirror while trying on clothes. She immediately spotted Lin Qinshi, and her face contorted with fury. Are you done yet? Is it amusing to linger around like a ghost? Originally seated on a sofa in the store, Zhou Junfeng raised his head and felt a wave of embarrassment upon seeing Lin Qinshou. This is unfortunate. Ming, why don't we check out other stores? Lin Qinshou had not anticipated running into He in such a vast place like the Guojin Center. Yi Mengshi frowned, linking her arm with Lin Qinshou's. No, we shall shop here. Why should we leave? If anyone should go, it's them. With a smile, Lin Qinshou affectionately ruffled her hair, understanding that Yi Mengshi did not want him to avoid his ex-girlfriend. All right, we shall do as you wish. He then noticed the woman beside Lin Qinshou, having previously overlooked her in the parking lot, as she had assumed this woman was merely an actress rented by Lin Qinshou. Humph. You even went so far as to rent a woman to flaunt in front of me. Lin Qinshou, can't you act your age? Have you spent all your allowance on this? I never realized how self-absorbed you are. You are hardly worthy of my efforts, Lin Qinshou retorted coldly. Then turned to Yi Mengshi. Ming, let's choose some clothes. Senior, he is now my boyfriend. Please mind your words and refrain from bothering us with your presumptions. Yi Mengshi couldn't help but fire back. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to a child who, after playing with a beloved toy for years, suddenly finds it snatched away, only to see it cherished by another. Sales associate, please escort these 2 out. They are merely poor pretenders who cannot afford anything here and only came to pose for photos, she commanded. The sales associate glanced at Zhou Junfeng, who was a familiar face in the store, having brought numerous girls to shop, each time with a different companion. Zhou Junfeng feigned interest in a magazine. Keeping his head down, he knew Lin Qinshou was far from an ordinary individual. Anyone capable of affording a Lamborghini Veneno could not be considered common. However, he found himself in a dilemma. If he intervened to assist he would offend Lin Qinshou and risk being publicly humiliated. On the other hand, supporting Lin Qinshou would mean losing he as a target, so he chose silence, pretending not to notice anything. The sales associate mistakenly assumed Zhou Junfeng's silence was acquiescence, emboldening her as she approached Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengshi. Sir, miss, you are disturbing our esteemed guests. We must kindly ask you to leave, she stated, gesturing dismissively. Lin Qinshou was incredulous, finding it absurd that a sales associate would expel customers based on someone else's words. How can you do this? They were the ones who started the commotion. Yi Mengshi's temper flared as well, feeling that the Chanel sales associate was grossly underestimating them. The associate had somewhat of an eye for fashion. Lin Qinshou's entire outfit and shoes amounted to a mere 300 yuan, while Yi Mengshi's ensemble, including her small CK bag priced over 500, barely reached 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Junfeng was well aware of the hierarchy of patrons in the store. having a clear grasp of who was significant. Mr. Zhou is a VIP at our store. Your presence is disrupting his shopping experience, so we must ask you to leave. The sales associate continued. Lin Qinshou, with a cold smile, pulled Yi Mengshi toward another sales associate standing in the corner. Please fetch your manager for me. I have a substantial order to place. Zhou Chunyan, the new sales associate, found herself torn. She was also displeased by the actions of the other sales associate, who frequently stole sales from her. As a newcomer, she felt compelled to endure such behavior to maintain her position. Chapter 28. I will take everything in this store. Zhou Chunyan hesitated. Although skeptical about Lin Qinshou's promise of a significant sale, she longed for it to be true. This mindset was akin to buying a lottery ticket, believing she could be the lucky winner, which is why the lottery industry remains ever thriving. With a determined sigh, she dialed the manager's number, reasoning that it was merely a phone call and wouldn't cost her job, even if it meant incurring someone's ire. Coincidentally, the manager was just parking her car and heading toward the store. The sales associate who had attempted to expel Lin Qinshou wore a smug smile, arms crossed as she watched them. Even if the manager arrived, she was a veteran at the store, having generated a significant portion of its sales. The manager would hesitate to dismiss her without cause. A woman in her 40s entered the store briskly. What is going on? Zhou Chunyan hurried to explain the situation to the manager, Lin Xiaomei, who frowned upon hearing the details and cast an annoyed glance at the other sales associate. This situation could have been diffused with a little tact instead of forcing a choice that would offend a customer. Without waiting for the manager's response, Lin Qinshou produced a card from his pocket. I will take everything in this store, including that woman's outfit. Count the sales under this lady's name. As the manager, you should have the authority to assess the store's inventory and verify the funds on my card to ensure I am not jesting. Shock. Stunned silence enveloped the room as everyone processed his words, with only Zhou Junfeng maintaining his composure, believing it entirely plausible for someone to purchase the entire store. Ha ha, what a lunatic. The sales associate who had tried to expel Lin Qinshou suddenly burst into laughter, having seen many pretentious displays, but never one so grandiose. Sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei, too, found it hard to believe. Whether it's a jest or not, you can confirm the balance on my card, Lin Qinshou replied. His patience wearing thin, Yi Mengshi quickly tugged at his hand. Senior, let it go. We can just leave or try another store. Lin Qinshou tightened his grip on her hand, whispering softly, Don't worry, no one can bully you but me. I will ensure you get the justice you deserve. Lin Xiaomei approached the front desk and inserted the card into a machine, which promptly displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood frozen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Overwhelmed by excitement, Lin Xiaomei strode forward, extending her hands to return the card to Mr. Lin Qinshou, stating, This is an assessment of the merchandise value in your store. Given the quantity of items, to which location should they be dispatched? Do you have any additional requests? Upon hearing Lin Xiaomei's words, the sales assistant was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, realizing that Mr. Lin Qinshou's earlier remarks were not mere bravado, but were indeed grounded in reality. Even more astonished was the instigator, who, not being a fool, quickly grasped the underlying dynamics at play. Impossible. You are not the store manager. You are an actor hired by Lin Qinshou. He shouted, pointing at them. The crowd regarded her as though she were a fool. For if the store manager were indeed a charade, surely the sales assistant would recognize the deception. Zhou Junfeng sensed that remaining any longer would lead to an embarrassing confrontation. Although he was currently being humiliated, the slap was not directed at him. Let us go. Let us check out the store next door, Zhou Junfeng urged, pulling the somewhat deranged towards the exit. Zhou Chunyan hurriedly obstructed their path, stating, Sir, the dress that Miss is wearing belongs to our store. Please have her changed before leaving. Zhou Junfeng, growing impatient, retorted, How much? I'll pay for it. I intend to take this dress with me. It's just a piece of clothing. I've spent a considerable amount here. How dare this little hand attempt to stop him? Manager Lin, if one item is missing from this store, I will retract my intention to purchase everything. Lin Qinshou remarked coldly, a smirk on his lips. Lin Qinshou, do not go too far. He glared at him fiercely, still unwilling to believe in Lin Qinshou's wealth, preferring to think of them as mere actors. Even if Lin Qinshou were indeed affluent, she would not stoop to accepting his charity, even if it were available to her. Lin Qinshou disregarded her and turned to Lin Xiaomei, asserting, Manager Lin, I want everything in the store right now. If even one item is missing, I will forego the entire lot. Please handle it. With that, he took Yi Mengshi towards the staff lounge. Lin Qinshou deliberately omitted mentioning the other sales assistant, wishing to observe how Lin Xiaomei would handle the situation. The other sales assistant, who intended to drive Lin Qinshou and his companion away, was now flustered and hurriedly made her way to the lounge, only to be intercepted by Lin Xiaomei. You may leave now. There is no need for you to return to work. You nearly caused us to lose a major client. Although the client did not voice any complaints. If I do not handle this properly, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you cannot fire me. I am responsible for the store's performance. If you dismiss me, the headquarters will incur significant losses, and you will be blamed. The sales assistant pleaded desperately, attempting to convince Lin Qinshou to retract her order. After all, the client had not indicated any grievances against her. Why should the manager still seek to terminate her? Lin Qinshou replied with a cold smile, performance? You dare to claim that with your meager achievements? Do you think I am unaware of your actions in the store? Bullying newcomers, sending them away when a sale was imminent, and attributing the performance to yourself. Those newcomers dare not voice their anger. If it weren't for your seniority, I would have dismissed you long ago. And let's not forget your sneaky dealings and smuggling out of goods. Do you think I am oblivious? Leave at once, or I shall call the authorities. The sales assistant's expression changed, biting her lip, filled with resentment, ultimately retreating in disgrace. She had conducted numerous private transactions, and if the authorities were alerted, she would face dire consequences, including hefty fines or even imprisonment. Unforgivable. Junfeng, help me. I will agree to any demands you have, he declared, desperate to avoid defeat at Lin Qinshou's hands. Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Although he was not in need of women, he had always evoked a special feeling within him. If he could satisfy her this time, he believed he might win her favor. Manager Lin, I am also a regular customer here. Please do me a favor. I will purchase this outfit at 3 times its price, Zhou Junfeng said to Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou smiled slightly. I apologize, Mr. Zhou, but today all items in the store have been sold to Mr. Lin. If you wish to make a purchase, you will have to negotiate with Mr. Lin. I am not authorized to make decisions. Zhou Juanfeng's face darkened, but for the sake of winning he had no choice but to bow to Lin Qinshou. Brother, sell me this dress. I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Lin Qinshou chuckled coldly. Brother? Who is your brother? Manager Lin, that dress she is wearing is not for sale. After she takes it off, it should be used to mop the floor in the restroom. You. Zhou Junfeng pointed an angry finger at Lin Qinshou. Leave a line today, and we may meet again in the future. Who knows, perhaps you will find yourself in need of my assistance. Lin Qinshou laughed heartily. Beg you? You think you are worthy? He's complexion turned ashen as she realized that Zhou Junfeng could no longer assist her. She shook off his hand, dashed into the fitting room to change back into her clothes, and stormed out of the store, ignoring Zhou Junfeng completely as she left. Xiao Yi. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. Lin Qinshou could not help but smile faintly. This outcome brought him great satisfaction, as if the pent-up frustration within him had finally been released. Zhou Chunyan entered the break room with 2 cups of coffee, stating, Sir, those 2 have already left. You and the young lady may now select the items you wish to purchase. Lin Qinshou approached to confirm whether they indeed intended to buy out the entire store, considering that it had been the staff's error initially. Even if Lin Qinshou were to retract his offer now, they would bear no grievances. Lin Qinshou frowned. Did I not make myself clear? I want everything in the store. How many times must I repeat myself? Go and tally the prices. Zhou Chunyan, unable to hide her joy, swiftly approached Lin Qinshou. Senior, the items in this store are rather numerous. Do you really have that many girls to gift them to? Perhaps we should heed their advice and select a few instead. Yi Mengshi gazed at the array of exquisite clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics, noting that the most expensive items were likely the handbags. Lin Qinshou smiled and ruffled her hair. I will buy everything, and I will give it all to you. How you choose to manage these items is entirely up to you. Yi Mengshi was momentarily stunned. Initially, she thought Lin Qinshou's purchase was merely a means of venting his frustration, intending to resell the brand new items. She never expected that he would gift everything to her. No, these are far too valuable. I cannot accept. Yi Mengshi quickly refused. Lin Qinshou feigned a dejected sigh. If you do not want them, then I shall have to give them to another girl. After all, I have no use for these feminine items. No, Yi Mengshi exclaimed urgently. What girl could resist the allure of such luxurious offerings from a Chanel store? She would only be inviting more rivals into her life, which would be self-defeating. Ultimately, Yi Mengshi acquiesced, realizing that among the items were men's clothing, which she planned to sort out for Lin Qinshou. Furthermore, with so many items, she had no idea where to store them. Perhaps we should buy a house to keep these items. Occasionally, we could enjoy a cozy little world of our own. Lin Qinshou contemplated. Although he already owned Yunlu Mountain Villa, bringing Yi Mengshi there seemed somewhat inconvenient. After all, there were 7 beautiful women in black stockings residing there. Now that he had the funds, purchasing a home for Yi Mengshi seemed like a splendid idea. What could be better than keeping a cherished partner in a golden abode? Buying a house. Lin Qinshou's audacious suggestion continually reshaped Yi Mengshi's perceptions. Is it really so reckless to spend money like that? Just how wealthy is Senior? Indeed, I also lack a home. We cannot keep returning to the school for our weekend dates, and hotels are not convenient. Why not buy a house to serve as our love nest? The reason Lin Qinshou proposed this was that he had just heard a mission prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is currently on a date with a woman possessing a beauty score exceeding 90 and a favorability score also above 90. Option 1. Exert every effort to enhance the other party's sense of happiness, limited to 24 hours. Reward: mastery of martial arts. Option 2. A mundane date that reveals the host's frugality, limited to 24 hours. Reward: mastery of unscrupulous tactics. Both rewards seem quite appealing to Lin Qinshou, who desires them equally. After all, unscrupulous tactics can be quite effective against unscrupulous individuals. What appears to be a simple task is, in reality, exceedingly challenging. For instance, frugality becomes untenable when one is driving a Lamborghini Veneno. How can one be miserly when even the depreciation on such a luxury vehicle is disregarded? Furthermore, augmenting happiness is a formidable task, as it is inherently self-generated. For those enduring hardship, a sumptuous meal could elevate their happiness significantly. However, individual perceptions of happiness vary greatly, making this aspect particularly daunting. Given that frugality is no longer an option for Lin Qinshou, he resolves to strive towards enhancing happiness. Mastery of martial arts. He recalls that exhilarating moment at the entrance of the Snowfall Bar, where he single-handedly faced 10 adversaries, igniting a fervor within him. Who does not harbor a dream of martial prowess? Thus, Lin Qinshou employs every conceivable method to elevate Yi Mengxi's sense of happiness. Ding! Yi Mengxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! If Yi Mengxi's happiness index reaches 90, the host will have completed the task. Lin Qinshou feels a twinge of frustration. Despite gifting her an entire Chanel collection and even offering to assist in purchasing a home together to build a love nest, her happiness index barely budged. It appears that money is not the panacea it is often deemed to be, as even a multi-million-dollar expenditure fails to elevate Yi Mengxi's happiness index. Yi Mengxi entwines her arms around Lin Qinshou's neck, her gaze shimmering like water as she softly declares, "Senior, you are so kind to me. I am so happy." With that, her cherry lips draw closer. Ding! Yi Mengxi's happiness index increases by 3, now standing at 68 points. Alas, a mere 3-point increase from such joy. At this rate, when will the task be completed? Fortunately, the system has only just initiated the 24-hour countdown for this task, granting him an entire day ahead. Just as they were engaged in a fervent kiss, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the lounge door. Yi Mengxi promptly released her hold around Lin Qinshou's neck, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Xiaomei seemingly disregarded the scene, approaching with several sheets of paper in hand. "Mr. Lin, here is the inventory of all items from our store, totaling a value of 6.34 million yuan. I have set you up with a membership. After applying the discount, the total comes to 6 million. Lin Qinshou briefly scanned the list. The clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics were not overly extravagant, with the bulk of the cost attributed to the handbags, a fact he had anticipated. The store itself was not particularly large, so a valuation exceeding 6 million was within reason. This marked Lin Qinshou's first experience of such extravagant spending, and while he maintained a facade of calm, tumultuous waves roiled within him. Were it not for the several hundred million still residing in his account, he would never have indulged so recklessly. 6 million. Though Yi Mengxi was aware that the items in the store were not cheap, this price exceeded her wildest expectations. Chapter 30. I still prefer you, in that defiant manner. Lin Qinshou produced his card and handed it over. Please process the payment. As for the membership, please enroll Mengxi, but I do not require one myself. Pack the items, and in a couple of days, Mengxi will send you an address for delivery. There was no space to store these items presently, and given the late hour, house hunting was impractical. They would postpone that until Sunday. After settling the bill, Yi Mengxi selected a few outfits to take with her, and together with Lin Qinshou, they ventured into a store selling domestic smartphones. Lin Qinshou's current phone was a relic from 6 or 7 years ago, while it still functioned. It felt outdated and did not align with his newfound affluent persona. He chose 2 of the most expensive foldable phones, though somewhat bulky. He relished their novelty and ostentatious appeal. After their shopping excursion, they attended a romantic film, where the protagonists did not end up together. Yi Mengxi sobbed inconsolably while Lin Qinshou succumbed to slumber. Upon exiting the cinema, it was time for dinner. "Mengxi, what would you like to eat?" Yi Mengxi shook her head, lacking any strong preferences. "Senior, you decide." Lin Qinshou noted that she was still affected by the film's narrative and vowed never to take a girl to such melodramatic love stories again, as a dampened mood could disrupt the evening's flow. He recalled frequently hearing about the top-tier private dining establishment in Magic City, Shuiyin Pavilion. It was said to accommodate only 8 guests daily, with each seating costing over 100,000, inclusive of fine red and white wines, alongside exquisite delicacies. Previously, He had only dared to dream of such an experience. Now, he possessed the means to indulge. Come, I shall take you to a place for dinner. One I have only heard of, Lin Qinshou announced, activating the navigation system. Shuayan Pavilion was nestled near Magic City Park, surrounded by mountains and water, with monthly rent exceeding several million yuan. However, their limited capacity and hunger marketing strategy yielded daily revenues in the hundreds of thousands, swiftly covering the rental costs. After parking the car, Lin Qinshou approached the grand entrance of Shuayan Pavilion, where the hostess promptly inquired, "Good day. May I ask if you have a reservation?" Lin Qinshou shook his head. "I do not have a reservation, but I am willing to pay double for a seat." The hostess paused, taken aback. Double the price represented a pure profit of over 100,000. Unsure, she promptly contacted the owner. The proprietor, Sheng Ping, emerged, his head held high, indicative of his pride. However, Lin Qinshou now wielded the ultimate weapon against such arrogance, his financial clout. "Sir, I regret to inform you that we are fully booked for today. Even if you are willing to pay double, I cannot make exceptions. Some things cannot be purchased with money, including the rules of Shuayan Pavilion. No amount of wealth can alter that." Sheng Ping's demeanor was one of haughty disdain, seemingly intent on personally rejecting him, aiming to humble those who believed money could resolve all. Ding. The system detects that the host is being looked down upon. A true tycoon cannot endure such humiliation. Option 1. Dinner must be at Shuayan Pavilion, and the most premium package must be ordered. Reward: 1 billion cash. Option 2. Deliver a severe beating to the owner of Shuayan Pavilion. Reward: a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. How dare he mock? It is evident which option to choose between the silver handcuffs and 1 billion. Initially, Lin Qinshou was prepared to leave upon realizing that the proprietor was impervious to financial influence. However, the system suddenly presented a task, marking the first instance of two simultaneous tasks existing, with the happiness index for Yi Mengshi remaining unfulfilled. But what precisely did Sheng Ping say that was insulting? Was this system overly sensitive? Upon glimpsing the 1 billion reward, Lin Qinshou resolutely decided to complete the task at hand. After all, that was 1 billion. He could not let money slip away. "Ahem, Mr. Sheng, I offer you 1 billion to purchase Shuayan Pavilion. I have but one request. I wish to add an extra seat for tonight." Sheng Ping's pupils dilated slightly at this declaration. 1 billion. Although he had invested tens of millions in this establishment, business had been sluggish lately, and today's bookings had only filled up due to it being the weekend. On ordinary days, he would only manage to reserve 3 tables at most. Although there are many wealthy individuals in the city, the transportation here is rather inconvenient, and traffic jams during mealtimes can be quite prolonged. Lin Qinshou's pricing left him in a state of inner turmoil. Transferring 100 million to Lin Qinshou would cover his recent efforts and losses, allowing him to earn a few tens of millions in profit as well. Sheng Ping gritted his teeth. "This Shuayan Pavilion is my labor of love. It cannot be measured solely in monetary terms. There is no need for further discussion. The rules are not to be broken. Please, I insist." 200 million. Lin Qinshou interrupted him, adding another 100 million, which was the maximum he could offer. Shuayan Pavilion was hardly worth 200 million, and Lin Qinshou had just over 200 million left in his account. Should the other party refuse again, it would indicate that the issue was no longer about money, and he would have to abandon this task. "Deal." Sheng Ping immediately acquiesced. A moment's hesitation over 100 million stemmed from his desire to fight for his dreams, but hesitating over 200 million would be foolish. What dream could possibly be worth that amount? Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback by the speed of his agreement. He had prepared himself to abandon the task. Yet the other party accepted without hesitation. "Boss, please come in. I will prepare the contract and the private room." Sheng Ping's face beamed with a sycophantic smile. As Lin Qinshou pulled the dazed Yi Mengshi along, he patted Sheng Ping's shoulder as they passed by, saying, "I rather like your defiant demeanor just now." Upon hearing this, Sheng Ping immediately straightened up, his smile vanishing as he followed Lin Qinshou into Shuayan Pavilion. "Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to take me out for a meal here?" In the private room, Yi Mengshi still could not believe what had just transpired, even wondering whether they were discussing money or joy beans. "Since I promised to bring you here for a meal, I cannot go back on my word. 200 million is but a small price to pay, as long as you are happy," Lin Qinshou replied, his heart bleeding at the thought. However, he reassured himself that once the meal was over, his 200 million would multiply to 1 billion, making it seem less painful. "Senior, you are so kind to me. Let us not eat, and just go back." Yi Mengshi tugged at Lin Qinshou, wanting to leave. Lin Qinshou pulled her into his embrace, whispering, "Trust me. Let's enjoy the food here. If it truly tastes as good as the rumors say, then spending 200 million for a fine meal with you is worth it. I will earn it back in no time, so do not worry." He was unaware whether this place could indeed be profitable. All he knew was that completing the task would net him a profit of 800 million. At that point, whether Shuiyun Pavilion thrived or perished would no longer concern him. Thus, he would not allow Yi Mengxi to leave under any circumstances. Chapter 31. A Feast of Manhan. If he merely informed Yi Mengxi that this was his investment idea, and of course to treat her to a meal, she would likely not insist on leaving. As expected, upon hearing this, Yi Mengxi obediently returned to her seat, deeply touched. At that moment, Sheng Ping entered wearing a chef's uniform. So, Boss Sheng is the chef as well? Is he going to be the head chef for tonight's banquet? Lin Qinshou was surprised, realizing that Sheng Ping was indeed the chef of Shuiyun Pavilion. Sheng Ping smiled proudly. I am the head chef of Shuiyun Pavilion and have been honored with the title of Michelin 3-star chef. I am the only chef in all of China capable of independently preparing a complete Manhan banquet. This revelation astonished Lin Qinshou. No wonder Sheng Ping exuded such confidence. Mr. Lin, let us set aside the contract for now. I will prepare your dinner. Sheng Ping clapped his hands. And a waiter outside entered with an ice bucket containing 2 bottles of red wine. These are bottles of 1982 Lafite, specially prepared for your enjoyment. Originally priced at 300,000 in the restaurant, they are a gift for your arrival, our new boss. Lin Qinshou felt speechless. Having spent 200 million to acquire Shuiyun Pavilion, everything within should rightfully belong to him. Sheng Ping's gesture was akin to borrowing flowers to present to himself, ultimately gifting his own flowers back. Lin Qinshou waved dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry up and serve the dishes. Sheng Ping smiled awkwardly, realizing that his actions were indeed a bit cheeky. Serve the dishes. The private room door swung open, revealing dozens of waiters, each carrying a basin. While the waiter with the ice bucket poured 2 glasses of red wine for Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengxi. The first waiter set a plate on the table and removed the lid. Steam rose from the dish, yet Lin Qinshou could not discern what it was. Chef Sheng, please enlighten us. Sheng Ping radiated confidence as he introduced. This is the first dish, steamed lamb. Shuiyun Pavilion prepares a full Manhan banquet on weekends, and due to the time involved, it is only offered once a week. Originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, we are serving it to you. A Manhan banquet? There are over 100 dishes, and it would be just the 2 of them, Lin Qinshou thought, wondering how they could possibly taste so many dishes. Rest assured, these are all small portions, as the Manhan banquet is designed for multiple diners. Those who come to Shuiyun Pavilion typically do not gather in large groups, so I have prepared smaller servings for you to enjoy at your leisure. Sheng Ping seemed to anticipate Lin Qinshou's concerns and quickly explained. Even with smaller portions, it would be impossible to sample all 108 dishes. But Lin Qinshou was eager to try, having only heard of the Manhan banquet before. He gestured for Yi Mengxi to join him in using their chopsticks, sipping red wine while savoring the exquisite offerings. The 1982 Lafite was pleasant, yet not as delightful as the Romanicani from Yunlu Mountain Villa. By the time they reached the 30th dish, they were utterly stuffed. Lin Qinshou had to ask Sheng Ping to pack the leftovers to send to Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, where his 7 maids awaited. It was better to share than waste food. Yi Mengxi was so full she could scarcely stand, and Lin Qinshou followed Sheng Ping to his office to sign the contract. After completing the transfer, Sheng Ping, with a sycophantic smile, said, Boss, we also have fireworks here. Would you like to see some? Lin Qinshou's eyes brightened. Fireworks were something every girl adored, and it might just elevate their happiness. However, fireworks could only be set off at Shuiyun Pavilion, which meant they would have to look up, a strain on the neck. Sheng Ping continued. The best viewing location for the fireworks is the presidential suite at the Bulgari Hotel across the street. The large floor-to-ceiling windows there offer a view of the entire sky. I have already reserved it for you to rest there. Lin Qinshou regarded him with an approving gaze, understanding why Sheng Ping had been so smug earlier. As the chef, Sheng Ping ultimately managed Shuiyun Pavilion, and to secure his loyalty, Lin Qinshou granted him 30% of the shares. Thus, Sheng Ping effectively sold 70% of Shuiyun Pavilion for 200 million, having initially invested 30 million and considering operational costs and early profits. He had nearly recouped his investment. However, continuing on this path risked losses, and Lin Qinshou's acquisition had netted him a clean profit of 200 million. Meanwhile, within the bank, Chen Shanshan was organizing some documents when she was summoned to the office by Wu Xiaogong. Little Chen, the fluctuations in your private banking amounts are rather significant. Just now, 200 million was withdrawn, leaving only over 80 million. Should I inform Mr. Lin? If it falls below 50 million, your private bank may not be viable anymore. Wu Xiaogong spoke earnestly, noting that in less than a day, Lin Qinshou had already withdrawn over 200 million from the 300 million. Initially, it was believed to be a significant client, but if this situation continues, Lin Qinshou may no longer be regarded as such. Chen Shanshan was at a loss, pondering how one could interfere with another's financial choices. Xiao Chen, Your employment is not yet officially established. If this is merely the extent of your deposit capacity, it may indicate that your abilities are insufficient for this position. Perhaps you should discuss this with Mr. Lin and seek his assistance in stabilizing your job. Wu Xiaogong continued to advise. President Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin. I shall take my leave now. Chen Shanshan bit her lip as she exited, hesitating for a moment before dialing Lin Qinshou's number. At that moment, Lin Qinshou was preparing to leave Xingping's office. Upon seeing Chen Shanshan's call, he felt a tinge of confusion. Why would this woman be reaching out to him? Good evening. Lin, have you had dinner? Chen Shanshan was uncertain how to begin, contemplating whether to suggest a meeting in person. I have already dined. Miss Shanshan, I trust you are not still working late. Lin Qinshou found the awkward greeting perplexing. Chen Shanshan gathered her courage. The reason I called is that I noticed significant fluctuations in your bank account and wanted to inquire if you were facing any issues. With this statement, Lin Qinshou instantly grasped the intent behind her call. It must be that his substantial withdrawals had prompted internal pressure on Chen Shanshan from the bank. Being a fresh graduate, she was hesitant to address the matter directly. I apologize. I had a substantial investment today, which required a considerable amount of funds. It must be Wu Xiaogong putting pressure on you. Do not worry. I will resolve this issue immediately. Lin Qinshou recalled that his task was complete, and a reward was imminent. Thus, Chen Shanshan's predicament would soon be alleviated. Chapter 32. Securing Yi Mingxi. No, Lin, I merely wanted to ask if you've eaten. I hope to treat you as a gesture of gratitude. Nothing more. Chen Shanshan quickly clarified. Lin Qinshou chose not to expose her pretense, engaging in casual conversation before ending the call. After hanging up, Chen Shanshan felt considerably more at ease, inexplicably. Lin Qinshou's casual remarks provided her with a profound sense of security. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the dining task at Shuiyun Pavilion. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Dear client, greetings. Your Magic City bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,000,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,082,369,053 yuan. Just as Lin Qinshou concluded the call, the system's melodic notification chimed. Meanwhile, at Magic City Bank, Wu Xiaogong sat in front of his computer, lost in thought. When he suddenly noticed an account receiving an influx of 10 billion, Wu Xiaogong immediately straightened up, rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, and hurriedly printed out the appointment letter, swiftly making his way to Chen Shanshan's new office. In reality, the appointment had already been approved. Otherwise, Lin Qinshou would not have received a task reward. He had merely intended to leverage Chen Shanshan to draw in more funds. As Chen Shanshan returned to her office and sat down, she saw Wu Xiaogong rushing in with a piece of paper. President Wu, what brings you here? Chen Shanshan inquired. Puzzled by Wu Xiaogong's urgency, Wu Xiaogong took a moment to catch his breath, revealing a disingenuous smile. Xiao Chun, I was just joking earlier. Your appointment has been finalized. I merely intended to frighten you a little. Here is your appointment letter. Just sign it, and you will officially be the financial director of the Lujiazui branch of Magic City Bank. Please extend my regards to Mr. Lin. With that, Wu Xiaogong left the office, leaving Chen Shanshan bewildered. Upon opening her computer, she saw that the bank's internal website indicated a transfer of 10 billion to her client just a minute ago. It was then that she understood why Wu Xiaogong had suddenly changed his demeanor. A man capable of transferring such vast sums was undoubtedly a client that even the bank president would cherish. Chen Shanshan exhaled in relief, recalling Lin Qinshou's reassuring words. She promptly took out her phone and sent him a message of thanks. Lin Qinshou glanced at the message before putting his phone away. The task of 10 billion had been completed, and there remained a happiness task to fulfill. Lin Qinshou found himself feeling unusually powerless regarding this task. Despite an extravagant feast and a series of maneuvers, he had only managed to increase Yi Mingxi's happiness by 2 points, with a meager total of 70 points. He still needed 20 more points to complete the task, an arduous endeavor indeed. Inside a private room, Yi Mingxi's eyes were already somewhat glazed over. The effects of the red wine were still lingering, especially since she had never consumed alcohol before. Lin Qinshou supported her as they exited Shuiyun Pavilion, handing the car keys to Xingping to have the vehicle taken to the nearby Bulgari Hotel, while he and Yi Mingxi boarded the Rolls-Royce that was designated for their transport. Senior, I am so happy. Inside the car, Yi Mingxi wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshou's neck, seemingly aware of what was to come, her flushed complexion possibly a result of the wine or her own anticipations. Lin Qinshou playfully teased her by gently stroking the tip of her nose. There's still a surprise awaiting you, so don't fall asleep just yet. Yi Mingxi perked up, and the car soon arrived at Bulgari Hotel, situated across the artificial lake from Shuiyun Pavilion. After announcing his name, they were escorted to the presidential suite. It was Lin Qinshou's first time entering such a lavish room. As a staff member began to explain the layout and amenities, Lin Qinshou promptly dismissed them. He swept Yi Mengxi into his arms and carried her to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, which overlooked the very Shuiyan pavilion where they had dined. He turned off the lights in the room and approached Yi Mengxi, making a phone call. "It can begin now." Yi Mengxi looked on, puzzled by Lin Qinshou's flurry of activity. This was Lin Qinshou's idea, conceived when Xingping had mentioned fireworks earlier. Since monetary prowess seemed ineffective, he opted for sincerity and romance instead. Sometimes, when one lacks wealth, others demand financial contributions, yet when one possesses ample funds, the focus shifts to whether one can be romantic enough. After concluding the call, a radiant display of fireworks erupted across the sky, illuminating the night. The dazzling spectacle was the surprise Lin Qinshou had prepared for her. "How beautiful!" Yi Mengxi murmured in awe. Lin Qinshou wrapped his arms around her from behind as they stood together, entranced by the fireworks across the water, which continued for several minutes before finally fading away. At that moment, Lin Qinshou heard the system notification he had been waiting for. Ding! Yi Mengxi's happiness index is now 18, bringing her total happiness index to 88 points. With 88 points achieved, he was just 2 points shy of completing the task. It appeared that Yi Mengxi was of a sentimental nature. The substantial expenditure had yielded minimal increases, while a simple display of fireworks had dramatically elevated their connection by 18 points. Yi Mengxi gazed at Lin Qinshou with ardent eyes. "I love you." Their silhouettes embraced tightly amidst the kaleidoscope of fireworks. That night, they exchanged no words. As dawn broke, Lin Qinshou was roused from slumber by a gentle tickle on his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Yi Mengxi playfully brushing her long hair across his face. Her impish smile greeted him, and he affectionately tightened his embrace. "You're up so early. After such a tiring night, why not sleep a little longer?" Yi Mengxi nestled deeper into Lin Qinshou's arms, exclaiming, "Senior, I feel as though I am in a dream right now. I am so happy, so content." Ding! Yi Mengxi's happiness index stands at 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task of enhancing Yi Mengxi's happiness index. Your reward is mastery of martial arts. A torrent of martial arts knowledge surged into Lin Qinshou's mind, and it seemed as though every muscle in his body was imbued with memories of those martial arts. To his astonishment, he had completed the task merely by waking up in the morning. Lin Qinshou had been contemplating whether he should wait until after purchasing a house today before adding those 2 points to the happiness index. Perhaps for Yi Mengxi, merely opening her eyes in the morning to see the person she cherished was a profoundly joyous event. As someone once said, the sense of happiness is something one bestows upon oneself. When one is content, it becomes easier to experience joy. Conversely, if one is insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit, no amount of good fortune can foster a sense of happiness. The task was accomplished, and a celebration was in order, but given Yi Mengxi's fragile state, Lin Qinshou decided against it. He ordered breakfast from the hotel and proceeded to freshen up. Chapter 33, The Campus Forum Ignites. Yi Mengxi, hindered in her movements, was carried by Lin Qinshou throughout the day, having not thoroughly examined the presidential suite the previous night. He now realized that the distance from the room to the door was considerable. Truly, this presidential suite, priced at a staggering 188,000 for a night, was replete with every amenity, including an entertainment room. However, all he required was a room and a bed. After satisfying their hunger, the attendant returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshou assisted the somewhat unsteady Yi Mengxi into the car. Their original plan for the day was to purchase a house. But Yi Mengxi's condition was not conducive to running about. Moreover, due to her fatigue from the previous night's exertions, she was yawning incessantly, prompting Lin Qinshou to escort her back to school instead. "Senior, I'm so sorry for being such a burden and ruining your plans," Yi Mengxi lamented, acknowledging that Lin Qinshou had intended to take her house hunting, only to abandon the idea due to her health. "What nonsense are you saying? Your current state is my doing. Just rest well. Once you recuperate, we shall go together," Lin Qinshou reassured her, gently ruffling her drooping head. In the car, they shared tender moments until Yi Mengxi reluctantly disembarked. He then left the school, returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, where he could delegate the task of house hunting to Li Qing, sparing himself the effort of personally attending to it. At that moment, the campus forum of Jiaodong University was abuzz with excitement. News of the new campus belle, Yi Mengxi, departing in a lavish car worth 100 million had spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the campus. Numerous sensational headlines emerged, shocking. The new campus belle falls under the spell of a scoundrel. Terrifying. The arrival of the scoundrel leads to the campus belle's downfall. The new campus belle, a materialistic gold digger. A tycoon has descended, capturing campus beauties. Article after article, accompanied by images capturing the moment Lin Qinshou and Yi Mengxi were seen together, flooded the campus network. "Wait, doesn't that man look somewhat familiar?" one student remarked. "Now that you mention it, He does seem recognizable, another replied. Holy crap. Isn't that our class's beast? What? The infamous Lin Qinshou, one of the 4 beasts of the dormitory? Isn't he from an ordinary family? I heard he was just dumped by his girlfriend for being poor, and now he's driving a luxury car? Perhaps it's rented. Someone speculated. Ye goddess. He's just a fake tycoon. Don't let him fool you. Rented? Show me a Lamborghini worth 100 million that you can rent. The forum was ablaze with comments, waves of skepticism flooding in, as many refused to believe that Lin Qinshou, a mere commoner, could drive such an extravagant vehicle. Meanwhile, Yi Mengxi found herself surrounded by her 3 close friends from the dormitory. Their brows furrowed with concern as they sensed something amiss the moment she entered. Meng, you didn't come back last night, and now you're in this state. You wouldn't be Wan Qingqing began tentatively, her voice trailing off. Yi Mengxi shyly nodded, causing her friends to gasp in shock. Meng, what on earth are you thinking? Even if he is a rich second generation, you can't just give yourself to him so quickly. He might discard you in an instant. Yao Jingjing exclaimed, exasperated. Indeed. We've never heard you mention this person before. Why the sudden relationship? You weren't drugged, were you? Wang Ying added, equally perplexed. I've liked Senior for a long time. I just never told you. Plus, when I liked him, he wasn't even driving a luxury car. Yi Mengxi explained to her friends. They all sighed simultaneously, lamenting that such a distinguished campus belle had succumbed to the allure of a man. Had they possessed her advantages, they would have surely relished the freedom of romance. Now the forum is branding you as a gold digger. It appears your status as campus belle will soon be revoked. Wang Ying remarked, glancing at the forum overflowing with complaints. Indeed, the 4 campus beauties were all chosen for being single, and now that you're no longer available, the uproar will surely lead to your downfall, Yao Jingjing noted, scrolling through her phone. Yi Mengxi pouted. I couldn't care less about being a campus belle. I never wanted that. All I desire is to be Senior's little woman. Wan Qingqing and the others sighed. At Yinlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Lin Qinshou reclined on the massage table, enjoying the ministrations of Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly with a flurry of messages. Curious, he picked it up to find that Fan Jinxiang was sending a barrage of texts in their group chat. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Fan Jinxiang exclaimed. Did you take your medicine or something? Xiao Lu responded. You need to hurry and check that top post on the campus forum. Fan Jinxiang insisted. What? Is that really our beast? Xiao Lu gasped. I can't believe the beast actually got together with the campus belle. A flower has been placed in cow dung. Fan Jinxiang crowed. I will not allow you to speak of Meng in such a manner. Lin Qinshou retorted. I meant you. Fan Jinxiang shot back, sending a middle finger emoji. A Lamborghini poison. Beast, what is the story behind that car? You're not really some hidden millionaire, are you? Xiao Lu probed. I initially intended to mingle with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean, Lin Qinshou declared. Damn. With such a colossal leg to stand on, why didn't you let me in on it sooner? Fan Jinxiang exclaimed. I told you yesterday that the person in that car was me, but you all refused to believe it, Lin Qinshou sighed. Whereas that shameless guy, he should have been the first to jump in and claim it. Why is he so quiet? I'll give him a call, Fan Jinxiang said. Lin Qinshou set his phone down, closing his eyes to relish the moment. Surprisingly, the 2 women had indeed mastered the art of muscle relaxation through their training. Although his physique had improved, their skilled hands made him feel utterly relaxed, even drowsy. Just as he contemplated what to do next, his phone buzzed again, prompting him to retract his hands in annoyance. He reluctantly reached for the phone. Beast, there's trouble. There's a situation with the shameless one, Fan Jinxiang said urgently. Lin Qinshou sat up quickly. What has happened? What is going on? Fan Jinxiang's voice was tinged with urgency, as if he were also in a state of haste. Moments ago, when I made a call, it was answered by a stranger. Wahuchi had been cornered at his workplace. And now the other party demanded that the 3 of us come over, otherwise, they would break his legs. It seemed that Li Tianzong and his crew had somehow located Wahuchi last night. Chapter 34, Formidable Opponent. Send me the address. I shall head over immediately. Lin Qinshou swiftly changed his attire, grabbed the car keys, and dashed out. Li Wuqi would work every weekend, for his family was impoverished. Both his parents were farmers. The villagers had pooled their resources to enable him to attend university. Despite his name being rather shameful, he was a dutiful and filial individual, resolutely refusing to ask his family for financial assistance when he could earn it himself. Today, he was employed at a bubble tea shop when Li Tianzong happened to spot him. He promptly called Li Tianzong, who, due to the connection with Wen Ruxue from the Snowfall Bar, had been unable to ascertain the backgrounds of these individuals until now. Now that he had finally found them, he was determined to exact his vengeance. Li Tianzong arrived at the bubble tea shop accompanied by his father's bodyguard and a group of over 10 men. He immediately unleashed a brutal assault on Li Wuqi, demanding that he summon Lin Qinshou and the others. Li Wuqi, defiant to the end, refused to betray his friends. It was at this moment that Fan Jianxiang's call came through, revealing Li Wuqi's plight. Lin Qinshou, who was in close proximity, quickly arrived at the pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang also reached the location just as he parked his car. Li Tianzong's vengeful gaze was fixed on Lin Qinshou, who had arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno, hinting at an extraordinary identity. However, blinded by hatred, Li Tianzong was determined to avenge himself, having never endured such humiliation before. With Li Wuqi beneath his foot, he menacingly warned Lin Qinshou and his companions that if they wanted to spare him, they should remain motionless while his men beat them. Such a proposition was utterly unacceptable. Li Tianzong was a lawless individual, and if they did not resist, the four of them could very well end up severely injured or worse. Fan Jianxiang defiantly raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong, scoffing, "What nonsense are you spouting?" This action instantly enraged Li Tianzong, who commanded his men to kill them, asserting that he would take responsibility for it. Lin Qinshou urgently instructed Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang to seize the opportunity to rescue Wuhuqi, while he would take charge of the fighting. Having recently mastered martial arts, he was eager to put his skills to the test. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang had witnessed Lin Qinshou's formidable prowess at the entrance of the Snowfall Bar, so they instinctively stepped back. As the group approached Lin Qinshou, they noticeably slowed their pace, still aching from the previous encounter. Charging in again would likely leave them bedridden for weeks. Li Tianzong, noticing their hesitation, shouted that anyone willing to fight would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan, with all medical expenses covered. Upon hearing the substantial amount, the group disregarded their fears and rushed forward. Lin Qinshou adopted the Wing Chun stance and unleashed a flurry of punches, sending several assailants crashing to the ground. Though he demonstrated the same prowess as before, he felt considerably weaker. What once required a single punch now demanded two. This suggested that his martial prowess had reached a peak of 9 or 10 that fateful night. After dispatching the thugs, Lin Qinshou turned his attention to the man in sunglasses beside Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong did not expect much from his lackeys. His confidence stemmed from the bodyguard by his side, hired for an annual salary of 5 million yuan. Li Jianfu, his father, had encountered numerous dangers over the years, all of which had been resolved by this bodyguard. "Brother Zhang, eliminate this brat for me, and I shall arrange for a few women tonight." Zhang Tian shook his head, replying, "I want no women, just give me 1 million. Beep. Host detected encountering a formidable opponent. Option 1. Use all your strength to defeat the opponent. Reward, 1 point in physique. Option 2. Flee without engaging in battle. Penalty, loss of previous reward. What is happening? Why is there a penalty for the reward? Previously, there would always be a lesser reward. Is it compelling me to fight? The last reward was mastery of martial arts, and I cannot afford to lose it. Wing Chun relies on finesse and is ineffective against sheer power." Zhang Tian ripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Before Lin Qinshou could utter a word, Zhang Tian's fist was already barreling toward him. Lin Qinshou swiftly dodged, retaliating with a punch to Zhang Tian's chest, only to feel as though he had struck a stone. Humph! Zhang Tian's chest expanded, deflecting Lin Qinshou away. From their brief exchange, Lin Qinshou surmised that their levels were roughly equivalent in strength and physique, both around 8 points. Since Wing Chun was ineffective, Lin Qinshou opted for a different approach, raising his hands in a stance indicative of Bajikun. Zhang Tian, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow. Recognizing that this was no longer Wing Chun, the stance indicated the beginning of Bajikun. While Lin Qinshou and Zhang Tian engaged, Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang stealthily approached Li Tianzong. At that moment, Li Tianzong was blissfully unaware of the impending danger until a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before him, knocking him down. Xia Lu hurriedly assisted Li Wuqi, while Fan Jianxiang restrained Li Tianzong. "Once that kid is dead, your time will come," Li Tianzong snarled, cradling his head in pain. The battered Li Wuqi regained his composure and delivered a kick to Li Tianzong's groin. A piercing scream echoed as Zhang Tian turned to investigate the commotion, only to see Li Tianzong bleeding profusely. In that split second, Lin Qinshou unleashed a powerful Bajikun punch to Zhang Tian's chest, sending him hurtling away. In a battle between equals, the outcome often hinges on experience and condition. A moment's distraction could lead to defeat. As Zhang Tian rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, he charged toward Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others quickly fled. Zhang Tian hoisted Li Tianzong onto his shoulder, who screamed, "Kill them! Kill them!" Recognizing that the opponent's strength matched his own, and that his martial skills were superior, Zhang Tian knew he was no match for Lin Qinshou. After casting one last glance at Lin Qinshou, he departed. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the confrontation task. Reward, 1 point in physique. Feeling a surge of energy within him, Lin Qinshou's fatigue dissipated. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 8. Physique, 9. Mentality, 7. Charisma, 7. Normal human attribute maximum is 10. The host values are within the normal range. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skill, Mastery of Martial Arts. Balance, 1, 0, 82, 369, 0, 53. Upon accessing the system's character panel, Lin Qinshou noted that his physique had indeed risen to 9 points. Chapter 35, Is It True? Foster Father. Moreover, an additional skill bar has emerged, which will now display the skills acquired in the future. Li Wuqi suffered quite a bit from the beating. Xiao Lu called a cab and took him to the hospital. After a thorough examination, it was determined that he had fractured ribs and a broken hand, necessitating both a cast and a chest bandage. He would no longer be able to work. For the time being, he had to relinquish his job. In the boys' dormitory at Jiaodong University, Fan Jinxiang cursed bitterly. Damn it. These brutes. Thankfully, that beast is a skilled fighter. Otherwise, we would all be finished. Xiao Lu's expression was grave, realizing that this matter would not end here. Having injured Li Tianzong, it would not be long before he sought revenge. They would all need to exercise caution moving forward. Shameless, you should refrain from working for now. Li Wuqi sighed. In my current condition, I can't work anyway. It seems I must tighten my belt for a while. After parking the car, Lin Qinshou returned to the dormitory and noticed the three of them wearing troubled expressions, quickly deducing the source of their concern. Don't worry, I will resolve this issue. Shameless, I have already topped up your meal card, and since you can't work at the moment, you still need to eat. If you feel embarrassed, you can repay me when you start earning. 9 out of 13. Lin Qinshou joked. Though Li Wuqi was impoverished, he possessed a strong sense of pride and was reluctant to accept help from others. Previously, when Xiao Lu had offered to let him use his meal card, Li Wuqi had declined. He felt deeply touched and silently vowed to repay Lin Qinshou, as Lin's family situation was not much better than his own. At that moment, he was unaware of the happenings on the forum and stubbornly insisted, "You have taken it upon yourself. I want to be repaying you." Fan Jinxiang pulled out his meal card and approached Lin Qinshou. "Big shot. Could you please top mine up as well?" "Get lost." Lin Qinshou laughed and scolded. It was then that Xiao Lu informed Li Wuqi about the events on the forum, as well as Lin Qinshou's sports car and his affluent background. The three of them had taken a taxi, initially thinking Lin Qinshou had some urgent matter, hence not joining them. Lamborghini Veneno. Li Wuqi gaped at the information on the forum, his mouth agape. He was less surprised by the news of Yi Mengxi and Lin Qinshou than by the sight of that luxurious vehicle. "Foster father, I am your long-lost son," Li Wuqi exclaimed, grasping Lin Qinshou with his uninjured hand. "Indeed, I am shameless enough to recognize a thief as my father," Xiao Lu shrugged, his expression one of enlightenment. "Foster father, could you let your son take a ride in the Veneno? I wish to experience the feeling of riding in a car worth over 100 million. Fan Jinxiang interjected, pulling Li Wuqi aside, his face plastered with flattery. "Damn, I thought Fan Jinxiang would join me in mocking this. But now he is the next to recognize a thief as his father." Lin Qinshou was no stranger to their antics. "Next time, I'll let you have your fun. For now, I must step out to see if I can resolve this situation. Is it true? Foster father." They chorused in unison. "Foster father, take care. Remember your words today." Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang bid farewell to Lin Qinshou as he left the dormitory. The looming threat of Li Tianzong's desire for revenge was a source of anxiety. Despite having repelled him twice, the enemy remained concealed in the shadows, akin to a fishbone lodged in one's throat. When Rushua had promised to handle this matter, but it seemed nothing had been resolved, reliance on oneself was paramount. After Lin Qinshou departed from the school, Xiao Lu and Fan Jinxiang decided to remain in the dormitory to keep Li Wuqi company. Recognizing that with one hand in a cast, he found even eating a challenge. Lin Qinshou arrived at the Snowfall Bar, knowing he could only obtain information regarding Li Tianzong from Wenrushua. However, Wenrushua was not at the bar and her phone was off. He had no choice but to return home. Just as he was preparing to head back to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he received a message from Chen Shanshan, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and inviting him to lunch. When a beautiful woman extends an invitation, Lin Qinshou felt compelled to accept. He drove directly to the entrance of the Finance University. Today, Chen Shanshan was not at work, as she was still a fourth-year student living on campus. Upon parking, his car immediately drew a crowd of curious students. A woman in a striking red dress approached his car, her heavily made-up face leaning against the window. "Hey there, handsome. I'm Qian Yuman. Can we exchange WeChat?" Lin Qinshou gazed at the girl at his window. Though her looks were merely average, her alluring figure was hard to ignore, her ample curves captivating his gaze. "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone, so it's not convenient. If we happen to meet again, I'll gladly share my WeChat." Initially intending to refuse such a forward girl, Lin Qinshou recalled a saying from an online flirtation expert. Good girls, don't miss out. Bad girls, don't waste your time. Thus, he opted to say he would add her next time. Qian Yumeng, perceptive to his words, recognized that further persistence would only irritate him. All right, handsome, remember what you said. I have a feeling we will meet again soon. She winked and blew him a kiss before walking away. However, Lin Qinshou's car was too conspicuous, and he soon found himself approached by numerous girls, some even attempting to open the car door. Thankfully, he had locked the doors, otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by this pack of female predators. Dressed in a white dress and carrying a white canvas bag, Chen Shanshan emerged from the school just in time to witness Lin Qinshou surrounded. After he managed to disperse the crowd, he finally spotted the smiling Chen Shanshan in the distance. He quickly exited the car, opened the passenger door for her. If you hadn't shown up, I might have been torn apart by the female students at your school. Lin Qinshou sighed in relief. The situation had been terrifying. Indeed, parking a luxury car at the school entrance is far too conspicuous. You're unaware that Finance University has a predominantly female population. Many girls enroll here with monetary aspirations, as most financiers come from wealthy backgrounds. Moreover, second-generation rich kids hold this type of professional school in high regard. Chen Shanshan chuckled as she settled into the car. Lin Qinshou gazed at her in surprise. This was likely his first conversation with Chen Shanshan as friends. What about you? Do you think the same? He teased with a smile. Chen Shanshan shot him a playful glare. I'm an exception. My childhood dream has always been to work in a bank. And now it seems to be coming true. Enough about that. What do you want to eat? Lin Qinshou shrugged. Whatever you choose, I'll eat. He had no particular demands regarding food, having recently indulged in a lavish banquet and feeling little desire for more. How about we head to the old town? There's a noodle shop there that isn't bad. The ambience might be lacking, but the taste is decent. After all, I just started working and haven't received my first paycheck yet, so funds are limited, Chen Shanshan replied, sticking her tongue out playfully. Lin Qinshou sensed that Chen Shanshan had become more relaxed in his presence. It seemed his monetary prowess had indeed raised his favorability with her, although he was uncertain just how much. Beep. Chen Shanshan's current favorability toward the host is 80. The system promptly responded to Lin Qinshou's thoughts, revealing Chen Shanshan's favorability score. 80 points. It was in the negatives before, wasn't it? TSK, it seems that with a little more effort, I could indeed win the affections of the belle of the Finance University. Very well, you shall treat, and your word will be law. Lin Qinshou pressed down on the accelerator, the roar of the engine reverberating throughout the campus gates. The Lamborghini screeched away, leaving a wave of astonishment at the entrance of the Finance University. What the heck? Did I just see correctly? Our campus beauty, Chen Shanshan, actually got into a Lamborghini. Wasn't it said that she had a disdain for second-generation rich kids? How is it that she is now riding in the car of the affluent? Is it possible that she only looks down on ordinary wealthy heirs? After all, anyone who can drive a Lamborghini Veneno is certainly not your average rich kid. Alas, yet another innocent campus beauty has succumbed to the allure of wealth. A palpable sense of resentment filled the air at the university gates. The men seethed with envy, while the women were consumed by jealousy, even hurling insults at Chen Shanshan, calling her hypocritical, claiming she pretended to be aloof, only to swoon at the sight of a tycoon. The first to approach Lin Qinshou, Qian Yumeng, gazed longingly in the direction the Lamborghini had vanished. Yumeng, what is with these people? Why do they exude such negativity? He inquired, joining Qian Yumeng with curiosity. A wealthy gentleman just passed by, and they say that car is worth over 100 million. It's such a pity. I tried to strike up a conversation with him, but he brushed me off, saying he would only add me on WeChat if we crossed paths again. Qian Yumeng expressed her disappointment. He suddenly recalled an incident from yesterday, causing her to feel nauseous at the mere mention of a Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng had already been blocked by her, as she had thought he was a second-generation rich kid, only to be embarrassed when Lin Qinshou put him in his place. Wait, weren't you supposed to be on a date with Senior Junfeng? How come you're coming out of the school? I thought you'd return from outside, Qian Yumeng remarked, realizing that her friend seemed to be dating a second-generation wealthy heir as well, and they were supposed to return together from their outing. He waved her hand dismissively, her expression sour. That good-for-nothing ran into my ex-boyfriend. That loser. He got humiliated and didn't dare to retort, leaving me without any dignity. Really? I thought your ex was just a broke loser? How could he possibly humiliate Zhou Xiao? Qian Yumeng was taken aback, having heard rumors about his unworthy boyfriend and had advised her repeatedly to break things off. I don't know how that loser managed to pull some strings to rent a shabby Lamborghini, one that even has a string to pull the door open instead of a proper handle. And he actually teamed up with the manager of the Chanel store to make a fool out of me. He still found it hard to believe that Lin Qinshou was genuinely wealthy, suspecting that he must have connections to play her, though she couldn't fathom what his network might be. A string pull for the door handle? Qian Yuming suddenly recalled seeing the door handles of that Lamborghini earlier, which indeed looked like they were strings. Xiao Yi, is there a possibility that there is a model of Lamborghini with a string pull handle? She had overheard discussions around her. The Lamborghini they had seen was indeed a luxury car worth over 100 million. What if that car was designed that way? That's impossible. I mentioned it to Zhou Junfeng, and he didn't say anything. If there was such a model, he would have told me to spare me the embarrassment. He shook her head. Qian Yuming seemed to grasp the situation. It likely was that Zhou Junfeng knew the car was superior to his own and didn't want He to feel bad. But she kept that thought to herself as she led He out of the school gates. And you? How did your evening go with a top-tier rich heir at the cocktail party? He inquired about her dear friend. Qian Yuming grimaced and replied, don't even mention it. He was just a little lackey at the party, fawning over everyone. I left early to go home and sleep. However, I did manage to add a few other wealthy heirs on WeChat for future consideration. The two girls exchanged banter as they exited the school gates. Lin Qinshou drove into the old part of the city. Due to the narrow roads and crowds, they had to park the car in an outer lot and walk in. This area appeared to be an old street in the magical city, bustling with pedestrians, but vehicles could not enter. Chen Shanshan led him directly to a place called Yujian Noodle House, a modest establishment of around 20 square meters, with tables set up outside. The owners of Yujian Noodle House were a couple in their 50s, and despite the throng of people outside, their business was dismal, with no customers in sight. Upon spotting Chen Shanshan, the couple's faces brightened instantly. Little Chun is here. How have you been? Have you found a job? Is this gentleman your boyfriend? The proprietress, Chen Wanqing, warmly grasped Chen Shanshan's hand, surveying Lin Qinshou with keen interest. Chen Shanshan's cheeks flushed as she quickly clarified, no, this is my friend, Lin Qinshou. I've already secured a job at the Magic City Bank. At that moment, the owner, Wang Ding, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Congratulations on landing a good job. The benefits in banking are quite nice. What would you like to eat today? I'll prepare it for you. He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. I'm here to patronize your business. How could I let you treat us? 2 bowls of your signature noodles, please. Chen Shanshan chose a table near the entrance. Lin Qinshou was slightly taken aback by the girl's choice of seating, as it was at a table that had not been cleaned yet. While there were many other clean tables available, Chen Shanshan had opted for this spot to face the entrance, allowing passers-by to see that the restaurant had customers. This was a subtle marketing strategy to attract more patrons. People tend to flock to places that appear busy, even if they do not know why. Xiao Chun, you and your friend sit tight. I'll fetch some cold dishes for you, the proprietress said as she headed to the kitchen. I spent a considerable amount of my university years working here. Uncle Wang and Aunt Chun treat me very well, since they have no children. I feel they regard me as their daughter. Our family's circumstances are modest, and I had to earn my own living expenses through work. Chen Shanshan reflected gratefully as she watched the busy couple in the kitchen. Though Lin Qinshou had only just met the couple, he could discern their warmth and kindness from their brief interaction. Chapter 37. Evidence of Scandal at Jianlong Real Estate. Chen Shanshan retrieved a silver gray bag from her purse and took out its contents. These are gifts we provide to our private banking clients at the bank. There are 10 gold bars in total, awarded for deposits of 100 million or more. Additionally, here is your new card. Your previous ordinary card can be discarded in favor of this black gold Supreme card. Lin Qinshou accepted the heavy gold bars, realizing why she had been carrying such a hefty bag earlier. Each gold bar was engraved with the character for 100 million, indicating that deposits exceeding that amount at the Magic City Bank would earn such gifts. Although the value of the gold bars might not hold much significance for Lin Qinshou at present, who could resist such a glittering gift? The black gold card bore the last digits of the original bank card, and its black and gold design exuded elegance. Your gifts are typically distributed after signing the deposit agreement, but the bank manager arranged for you to receive yours early. Please hand me your old card. I'll take it back to destroy it. Chen Shanshan was refreshingly unpretentious, unlike other financial representatives who would undoubtedly embellish their efforts to claim credit for securing such gifts. She dismissed the matter with a humble demeanor. Lin Qinshou presented the old card to her just as Chen Shanshan emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles. Upon seeing the noodles, Chen Shanshan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she swiftly picked up her chopsticks, indulging in the meal with utter abandon, oblivious to her demeanor. Wang Ding watched her with a benevolent smile, advising her to take her time, assuring her that no one was competing for her food. Chen Wanqing also brought out a plate of cold dishes. Since you adore the noodles that Uncle Wang makes, I shall have him teach you how to prepare them later. Otherwise, you might have to return to our hometown just to savor them, she remarked, her expression tinged with melancholy. Noticing the sorrow on their faces, Chen Shanshan inquired, why? Uncle Wang, Auntie Chen, are you closing the shop? Chen Wanqing sighed, explaining that the landlord urgently needed money and intended to sell the premises. Today marks our final day of operation. Tomorrow, We must relocate. The rising cost of living in the city has made rent unaffordable. We can only return home to seek new opportunities. Upon hearing this, Qin Shanshan's expression shifted. How could the landlord do this? I'm so sorry, Uncle Wang. I currently lack the means to assist you. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Matters that could be resolved with money were the most disheartening for her. Old Wang, have you begun packing? A middle-aged woman entered from outside. Wang Ding quickly approached her. Landlady, I still have customers. Please allow me to complete today's service. The landlord sighed. Acknowledging their struggles, I understand your difficulties, which is why I refrained from bringing clients to view the shop during your operation. However, it has dragged on for too long, and I am indeed in a hurry. From their dialogues, it appeared that the landlord was not a difficult person and was compelled by circumstances. We appreciate that you have not raised our rent all these years. This goodwill is understood by all, Qin Wanqing expressed gratefully. Qin Shanshan, her resolve strengthening, bit her lip and asked, Landlady, could you grant us a few days' time? I will apply for a loan from the bank to purchase this shop. The landlord regarded Qin Shanshan with recognition. Oh, it's little Chun. I haven't seen you in ages. If you can secure a loan, then of course, I would sell it. This is a 3-story building, and I intend to sell it for 6 million. Her gaze was skeptical. In the old city of Modu, a 3-story building priced at 6 million was indeed quite reasonable. However, a girl who once worked at this noodle shop hardly seemed capable of affording such a sum. Even with a loan, surely, one would need collateral to secure a loan. Little Chun, this matter pertains to my husband and me. We have other means of making a living. You needn't concern yourself, Wang Ding interjected hastily. But 6 million is an enormous sum. Even if a young woman just starting out could secure a loan, her life would be tethered to debt for the rest of her days. Where's the room for living? Qin Shanshan took out her phone and called President Wu Xiaogong, asking, is it possible for me to secure a loan of 6 million in my name? On the other end, he paused, then replied earnestly, Little Chun, you are just beginning your career. The system won't approve your loan. At most, you might be able to obtain a credit card. 6 million is rather excessive for you personally. Perhaps you should seek assistance from Mr. Lin. For him, 6 million is merely a few days' interest. Internally, Wu Xiaogong scoffed at the absurdity of a newcomer seeking such a substantial loan. Were it not for Qin Shanshan's connection to the prominent Lin Qinshou, he would have berated her for such naivety. Feeling despondent, Qin Shanshan ended the call, casting a glance at Lin Qinshou, yet she remained silent. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to speak, a notification in his mind prompted him to keep quiet. Ding. Detected a beauty with a score of 90 is encountering difficulties. Option 1. Assist her in overcoming her predicament by purchasing this building. Reward. Cash 888, 888, 888. Option 2. Remain indifferent and silent. Reward. Evidence of corruption in Jianlong real estate. Cash 300, 000, 000. Choosing the first option to help Qin Shanshan acquire the building would yield him an incredible profit, as 6 million was trivial to him. Furthermore, it might enhance his rapport with Qin Shanshan. The second option, while also lucrative, would only provide 300 million and the incriminating evidence he sought regarding Li Tianzong. After thorough contemplation, Lin Qinshou ultimately chose the second option. Remaining silent, he noticed Qin Shanshan's expression dimming, and though she wished to seek his aid, she could not conceive of any reason he would assist her, so she refrained from speaking. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang. Auntie Chun, I was unable to help, she lamented. Qin Wanqing quickly embraced her, offering comfort. It's all right. Even if you wish to assist, we would not accept it. Qin Shanshan departed the noodle shop alongside Lin Qinshou. Her disappointment evident. She held genuine affection for Wang Ding and his wife, having felt their familial warmth in this vast, unfamiliar city. Lin, I'll take a cab back. You needn't see me off. After bidding farewell to Lin Qinshou, she entered the subway station. As Qin Shanshan vanished from his sight, the task notification finally arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of indifference. Reward. Evidence of corruption in Jianlong real estate. Evidence against the Li family has been stored in the host's vehicle. Cash 300, 000, 000 has been deposited into the host's Modu bank card ending in 9527. Dear customer, your Modu bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300, 000, 000 yuan. Your balance is now 386, 599, 053 yuan. Lin Qinshou exhaled in relief, having completed the task. This was his first time opting for indifference, and the process had been quite torturous. Now that the task was completed, he could afford to make amends. Chapter 38. Purchasing a building for Qin Shanshan. Lin Qinshou turned back towards the noodle shop, where the landlord was still discussing her predicament with Wang Ding and his wife. Upon seeing Lin Qinshou enter, Wang Ding exclaimed in surprise, Little brother, did you forget something? With a smile, Lin Qinshou addressed the landlord. Landlady, I am purchasing this building. Please prepare the contract. I will pay you in full. Uncle Wang, since Shanshan worked here, she should have identification on file. Please provide it to the landlord so the ownership can be transferred to her name. Silence enveloped the room. Little brother, is this Shanshan's wish? Wang Ding asked, bewildered. We cannot impose such a burden on her. She has it tough enough in Mo. Du Chun Wanqing quickly interjected. Young man, please do not jest. Do not cause my wife to run around needlessly. What if you cannot pay? The landlord also expressed skepticism regarding Lin Qinshou's ability to muster 6 million. Show me your payment code. Lin Qinshou instructed, transferring 1 million as a deposit. This serves as your deposit. If I cannot afford the purchase, you may keep it without refund. Upon receiving the million, the landlord's face lit up with joy as she hurried out. Little brother, we truly do not require such assistance. We are capable of making do. Wang Ding continued to plead. Uncle Wang, you have taken such good care of Shanshan. What is this amount compared to her well-being? However, I wish to keep this a secret from her. She is not one to enjoy feeling indebted to anyone, which is why she did not ask me for help. Lin Qinshou cautioned. Given the magnitude of the transfer, Chun Shanshan would soon learn of the matter. Thus Lin Qinshou intended his words to foster a positive impression with Wang Ding and his wife. As anticipated, Chun Wanqing's demeanor softened, pondering whether Xiao Lin was pursuing Shanshan. It truly was a stroke of fortune for Shanshan to have crossed paths with you. Nonetheless, we must still express our sentiments to her. For this building has now become hers. She is our new landlord, after all, and we still owe her rent. The landlord swiftly returned, presenting the contract. Lin Qinshou affixed Chun Shanshan's name, while Wang Ding retrieved a photocopy of the identification that Chun Shanshan had previously provided and accompanied the landlord to complete the transfer. Lin Qinshou also transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord before departing from the noodle shop. Meanwhile, upon returning to her school dormitory, Chun Shanshan was startled to receive a message from Chun Wanqing. Shanshan, Xiao Lin is a good person. You might want to consider him. Confused by this message, she soon received a PDF file from Chun Wanqing, which prominently displayed the title of property rights, with Chun Shanshan listed as the owner. Auntie Chun, what is happening? Why has the property owner become me? Chun Shanshan recognized that this referred to the very building housing the noodle shop. It's your friend. He purchased the entire building and transferred it into your name. He asked me not to tell you, fearing it would burden you, and wishes for us to continue operating the noodle shop there, Chun Wanqing explained. Stunned into silence, Chun Shanshan recalled Lin Qinshou's earlier reticence, even when he left. Was this all a ploy to surprise her? Why would he transfer the property into her name? After much contemplation, she concluded that Lin Qinshou must harbor feelings for her, desiring to pursue her while simultaneously alleviating her burdens, which is why he clandestinely bought the building. Auntie, please continue running the noodle shop. As long as you and Uncle Wang remain, that matters more than anything else. Chun Shanshan had initially aimed to assist Uncle Wang and Auntie Chun, and achieving that goal in this manner was indeed fortuitous. Nevertheless, she resolved to ensure that Lin Qinshou reverted the property back to him, as it was far too precious to her. From now on, you will be our landlord. We will transfer the rent to you punctually, and you may raise the rent as you see fit, without any concerns. Chun Wanqing felt it would be unjust to take advantage of Chun Shanshan. No need for that. Auntie, I have started working and have my own income now. You both should focus on your business. Chun Shanshan quickly declined, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of unearned wealth. Chun Wanqing did not press further, deciding to transfer the money directly to Chun Shanshan later. Although they operated the noodle shop on the first floor, they also utilized the second and third floors, making it unreasonable to benefit without contributing. After hanging up, Chun Shanshan continued to reflect on Lin Qinshou's actions. His method of pursuing her was subtle, devoid of pressure, making her feel that he was a considerate person, which only heightened her fondness for him. If she truly became his girlfriend, would he continue to treat her so well? Oh dear, what am I thinking? It's all just wishful thinking, Chun Shanshan exclaimed, covering her flushed face. Ding. Chun Shanshan's affection for the host has increased by 5 points, now at 85 points. Just as Lin Qinshou returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he was suddenly greeted by a system notification. Perplexed, he wondered why only Chun Shanshan received this affection prompt. Could there be a hidden task involved? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only explanation. Entering his study, Lin Qinshou retrieved a dossier containing incriminating evidence against Jianlong Real Estate, filled with various documents, most of which detailed illicit agreements signed with victims' families. Many of these lacked concrete evidence, but there was also a USB drive. The contents of the USB were far more explosive. The USB was divided into 2 folders, one labeled Li Jianfu and the other Li Tianzong. Both father and son were notorious figures, with several gigabytes of video footage contained within. Opening Li Jianfu's folder, Lin Qinshou randomly selected a video. It depicted a private room in a restaurant where Li Jianfu and a man were each embracing a woman, discussing something. Li Jianfu then produced a cardboard box. Pushing it toward the man, the camera revealed the box to be filled with cash, likely amounting to several million. Lin Qinshou did not recognize the man, but it was clear that anyone capable of receiving bribes from Li Jianfu was likely a figure of authority. Flipping through the videos, he noted that Li Jianfu's activities predominantly involved bribery and murder, with most recipients being high-ranking officials in the metropolis. The release of such materials would undoubtedly create an uproar. Li Tianzong's folder contained less impressive content, primarily featuring instances of drugging women, with a few tragic cases of overdoses. Closing the computer and shutting his eyes, Lin Qinshou pondered the implications. The influence of the Li family in the metropolis was formidable. Even if he submitted this evidence, it might vanish into obscurity, potentially endangering his own life. It seemed imperative to find a powerful ally unconnected to the Li family to ensure the evidence would have an impact. Chapter 39. I want you to support me. With his eyes closed, Lin Qinshou contemplated his next steps when suddenly, a pair of delicate hands reached from behind, gently pressing down on his head. Though he sensed the presence of someone approaching, he was unsure who it was and did not turn to look. He simply kept his eyes closed, allowing her to continue. One cannot enter the master's study without making a sound. Do you not understand this simple rule? Lin Qinshou mused, intending to frighten the intruding maid. The hands trembled slightly before continuing. I apologize, master. Li Qing is willing to accept punishment. So it was Li Qing. Daring enough to enter his study, other maids would not have been so bold. Lin Qinshou turned around and pulled her in, causing Li Qing to gasp as she landed in his embrace. Dressed in a sleek black business outfit with black stockings, but no shoes. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed her until she was right behind him. Gazing at her close-up visage, Lin Qinshou suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Li Qing's body stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing as she awkwardly reciprocated. Lin Qinshou's hands began to wander, and Li Qing couldn't help but emit soft sounds of surprise. What I yearn for is the unspoken connection. What I miss is the shared dreams. A phone rang, interrupting their moment and jolting them back to reality. Li Qing hastily extricated herself from Lin Qinshou's embrace and fled, her skirt being tugged as she hurried away. Annoyed, Lin Qinshou muttered under his breath. Whoever is calling better have a good reason, otherwise, they will regret it. Grabbing the phone, he discovered it was Wen Rushua calling. After not being able to find her at the bar earlier and failing to reach her by phone, it seemed she had chosen an opportune moment to return. Boss Lin, I heard you were looking for me. I also have something to discuss with you. Would you like to come to Piaoxue for a chat? Wen Rushua's languid voice came through the line. Certainly. I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. Lin Qinshou informed Li Qing briefly before driving toward Piaoxue bar. Li Qing's cheeks still bore a hint of blush. She had narrowly escaped being taken advantage of by Lin Qinshou and had completely forgotten the matter she intended to report. In the office of Piaoxue bar, Wen Rushua awaited Lin Qinshou's arrival, dressed in a long coat that concealed her elegant figure, her face marred by worry as she propped her forehead with her hand. As night fell, the sounds of music filled the bar. When Lin Qinshou entered, he found Wen Rushua looking exhausted. Manager Wen, what troubles you? You appear to have gone several days without rest, he remarked. Wen Rushua shook her head and prepared a cup of tea for Lin Qinshou. Please, go ahead. What brings you here? A couple of days ago, I had an altercation with Li Tianzong at this doorstep, and as a result, my friend was injured. I intended to seek information about the other party from you. However, it seems unnecessary now, as I have learned about the formidable presence of Jianlong real estate from other sources. Given your status as a mere woman, it seems unlikely that you could handle such matters. Lin Qinshou discerned Jianlong real estate's strength from the plethora of unsavory rumors surrounding them. While they may not rank among the elite of the metropolis, they are certainly not an adversary that an ordinary individual could contend with. Though I am unaware of the connections behind Wen Rushua, even the most powerful alliances are not one's own. Thus, it is prudent not to burden others with one's troubles, but rather to resolve them independently. For this, I sincerely apologize. Initially, I had planned to have my uncle intervene to rein in Li Jianfu's son. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, my uncle is currently preoccupied and unable to address these matters. This is why Li Tianzong sought you out for retaliation. I will find an opportunity to inform my uncle. Wen Rushua said, a hint of shame evident in her voice. Lin Qinshou waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Seeking your protection is not my style. I will handle this matter myself. What about you? Do you require my assistance? Is the bar in need of funds? Though it had only been a day or two since his last visit to the bar, he had undergone a transformation. Previously, he had looked forward to extracting money from the bar, yet now, his account balance had alleviated his financial concerns. Wen Rushua fixed her penetrating gaze upon him, determination flickering in her eyes. I wish for you to support me. Lin Qinshou, having just sipped his tea, spluttered in shock. What on earth is this audacious proposition? While he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Wen family, Wen Rushua's implication that her uncle could command Li Jianfu's family suggested a considerable level of influence. Although Wen Rushua is a bastion daughter, she is still a member of the Wen family. Why would she seek such a patronage? Lin Qinshou wiped the spilled tea from his mouth, regarding her with a bemused expression. Your request is rather peculiar. Do you realize that with 200 million, I could hire numerous maids, secretaries, and lovers? I could have a different one each day. What makes you think I would entertain such an unreasonable offer? I may be affluent, but I am not foolish. Her demands were utterly unreasonable, and even if she were gilded in gold, she could not possibly be worth 200 million. His maids only cost around $1 million a year for the daughter of the Wen family. It would be more prudent to hire several specialized maids. When Rushua lowered her head, biting her lip, she understood the absurdity of her request, yet felt she had no alternative. If it could assist her uncle, she would sacrifice herself without hesitation. At this moment, she believed that only Lin Qinshou might offer her a glimmer of hope. She was aware that she was not worth that price, but she still wished to take a chance. Beep. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90 points seeking assistance from the host. Option 1. Agree to the request. Assist Wen Rushua in overcoming her difficulties. Reward. 800 million in cash, and a confidential secret of the Wen family. Option 2. Reject Wen Rushua's request. Maintain a distance. Reward. 2 billion in cash. Once again, he faced a tempting choice. The secrets of the Wen family and 800 million were appealing, but the alternative of 2 billion was even more lucrative. Clearly, the second option was more advantageous, given that the secrets held little value for him. However, Lin Qinshou also seemed to be in no dire need of money. Moreover, he despised seeing beautiful women in tears. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to opt for the 800 million. Could you elaborate on your reasoning for such a request? Perhaps understanding your motives might lead me to reconsider, he stated. Her unreasonable demand for support must stem from some pressing issue. When Rushua sighed deeply, her voice tinged with melancholy. I am a member of the Wen family of the metropolis, although I am merely a bastion daughter. I cannot deny that the blood of the Wen family flows through my veins. Lin Qinshou interrupted her. The Wen family of the metropolis? Are they truly formidable? How do they compare to the Wang family of Yida Plaza? When Rushua stared at him in disbelief. You are unaware of the Wen family? Lin Qinshou shook his head. I am not from the metropolis, and as an ordinary student, I could hardly be expected to know about those elite families. Seeing his genuine ignorance, when Rushua explained. The 4 prominent families of the metropolis are the Wen, Shun, Zhao, and Wang families. Together, they account for 80% of the annual GDP of the metropolis. The Wang family you mentioned is merely a front for their clan. How could you not know of the 4 great families? Lin Qinshou shrugged. Is it so strange not to know? I am not from the metropolis, and their contributions to the GDP do not benefit me directly. Why should I concern myself with such matters? When Rushua was somewhat speechless, the 4 families were well known throughout the metropolis, and it was astonishing that someone of his caliber would be unaware of them. She continued, currently, my grandfather holds power in the Wen family, but he is gravely ill. My father is the eldest son, and my uncles, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Jiaming, are currently vying for the position of family head. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinshou deduced Wen Rushua's intentions. Her actions were clearly motivated by the ongoing power struggle within her family. Recalling their previous encounter, where he had simply addressed her as Miss Wen, she remarked, though I am unsure how you came to know of me. My story is likely known only to my father and my uncle. My mother was once a servant of the Wen family. Although she grew up within the family, she ultimately became one of their servants, her life mirroring that of my grandmother and grandfather. One fateful night, she encountered a drunken young master from the Wen family and, after being forcibly taken, became pregnant with me. From the moment of my birth, I have been disregarded by the Wen family. My mother was driven to her death by the original wife of the Wen family, and soon thereafter, my grandparents also fell victim to various targeted attacks and met their demise. When Rushua hugged herself, trembling slightly, Lin Qinshou had initially intended to comfort her with a gentle pat on the back, but thought better of it, realizing that it might not be appropriate at this moment. When Rushua continued, seemingly oblivious to his hesitation, the Wen family has been a nightmarish presence in my life. My biological father has never cast a glance in my direction. Only my uncle, Wen Jiaming, has quietly supported me. He secretly sent me away from the Wen family when I turned 18. Without his assistance over the years, I would have long been left to wander the streets. Now, my uncle faces peril in the struggle for the family head position. His company has encountered a 10 billion shortfall, and the money has seemingly vanished without a trace. Those associated with it have disappeared, and if this gap cannot be filled by tomorrow, not only will he lose his claim to the family head position, but he may also spend the remainder of his life behind bars. As she spoke, when Rushua suddenly stood up, untied the bow at her waist, and opened her coat. Lin Qinshou's eyes widened in astonishment. I am willing to offer my untouched body as a gesture of goodwill, provided you agree to assist me. Forget 10 years, as long as I live. I will forever be yours. When Rushue raised the stakes, indicating that her uncle held an esteemed place in her heart, Lin Qinshou rose to his feet and turned around, covering his increasingly warm nose, feigning calmness as he inquired, how much more is needed? When Rushue, her slightly trembling hand pausing in its movements, gazed at him in confusion. How much more do you need from your third uncle's funds? 500 million. When Rushue replied hastily, Lin Qinshou turned back, the striking image still vivid in his mind. He slowly approached, his gaze fervent as it locked onto Rushue. He extended his hands to drape her coat back over her shoulders. I shall fulfill your request. I will provide you with this 500 million. From now on, you will belong to me. At present, your heart is not in this. I am not so desperate. Take your time to settle your affairs, and prepare yourself to welcome me. Lin Qinshou took out his phone and transferred 500 million to Rushue. Then, he abruptly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her passionately. When Rushue initially intended to push him away, but when her hands brushed against Lin Qinshou, she refrained from exerting any force, for this was a demand she had herself made. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Lin Qinshou exited the office. The money has been transferred. Once you have resolved your matters, come find me. As Lin Qinshou departed from the Snowfall Bar, he licked his lips. Having spent 500 million, surely, he ought to reap some interest. The scene when Rushue had presented him was overwhelmingly stimulating, nearly driving him to act impulsively. Fortunately, having indulged in 2 hearty meals recently, he managed to maintain control. Now that he had won Rushue, her reluctance was palpable. With Lin Qinshou's current capabilities, he no longer sought mere physical gratification. It was the elevation of spiritual fulfillment that he truly desired. He aimed not only to possess Rushue's body, but also to win her heart. She was already his. He could indulge whenever he wished. In due time, he would find an opportune moment for her to willingly become his woman. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, as soon as he entered, the maids approached to assist him in changing his shoes. Since he had not informed them of his return for dinner, no meal had yet been prepared. Schwer, no need to cook. Let us order takeout today. Lin Qinshou pulled out his phone and called Sun Ji. Manager's son, do you have the number for Manhin Pavilion? I would like to order some takeout. Having heard of Manhin Pavilion in Magic City, Lin Qinshou knew that they offered a comprehensive array of Huaxia cuisine, including the renowned Manhin Feast, though it was not as formidable as Shuiyun Pavilion, which required a month's advance reservation. Furthermore, the queue for dining was incessant. Anyone attempting to queue today would likely receive a number for the following month. Sun Ji, somewhat speechless, acknowledged that while he had the number from Manhin Pavilion, they did not offer takeout. Mr. Lin, Manhin Pavilion does not provide takeout. However, I could secure a spot for you. Would you prefer to dine in? Sun Ji, displaying his emotional intelligence, suggested an alternative when the initial plan faltered. That's all right. Just give me the number, and I will speak with them. Lin Qinshou soon received the contact information for the duty manager at Manhin Pavilion. Hello, this is Manhin Pavilion. How may I assist you? A robust male voice inquired from the other end. I would like to place a takeout order, Lin Qinshou casually stated. I'm sorry, sir, but Manhin Pavilion does not accept takeout orders. I can assist you in securing a reservation. Currently, the wait list extends to the 15th of next month. The duty manager replied calmly, clearly accustomed to such calls. Is that so? I was planning to spend 3 million on a meal from Manhin Pavilion at home. Since you look down upon my offer, I shall seek another restaurant that provides takeout, Lin Qinshou remarked with a hint of disappointment. Wait, sir. Please provide me with an address immediately. I happen to have a team of chefs available, and I will have them bring the ingredients over. The duty manager, initially taken aback, quickly regained composure. 3 million for a single meal could substantially boost his establishment's performance, likely persuading him to forego his previous stance of superiority. Very well. Yunlu Mountain Villa number 1. Hurry, I am quite famished. Bring all your finest ingredients. 3 million should suffice for your dishes, correct? Lin Qinshou's request for takeout from Manhin Pavilion stemmed purely from a whimsical desire to test whether these proud individuals would surrender their dignity for the sake of money. As it turned out, they indeed would. Had he been in a less affluent position, he would likely have relinquished his so-called dignity for wealth as well. Yunlu Mountain Villa. The duty manager was elated. This order was guaranteed. Yunlu Mountain Villa was a hub for properties valued at over 100 million, inhabited not merely by the wealthy, but by the truly affluent. 15 minutes later, a large bus arrived, accompanied by a freight truck, housing a team of 20 chefs and a contingent of cleaning staff. The truck contained top-tier ingredients and cooking equipment, and the chefs swiftly began setting up in Lin Qinshou's courtyard. It was evident that Manhin Pavilion was no stranger to such external engagements. despite their earlier pretense of exclusivity. A chef approached Lin Qinshou, presenting him with a gift box. Mr. Lin, this is an ancient well tribute liquor from Manhan Pavilion. While it may not be the most expensive, it is valued at 300,000. As the saying goes, Chinese cuisine pairs with white wine, while Western cuisine pairs with red. Lin Qinshou accepted the bottle and set it aside. His interest in alcohol was minimal, and his wine cellar already boasted several high-priced bottles. The 300,000 yuan liquor held little allure for him. After settling the 3 million with Manhan Pavilion, the chefs hastened their preparations. In less than half an hour, the 5-meter-long dining table was laden with dishes. Lin Qinshou called the maids to join him for the meal, each carrying a small bowl as they ambled about to eat. Lin Qinshou also opened the 300,000 yuan liquor, pouring a glass for everyone. As the festivities escalated, he instructed Li Qing to retrieve additional bottles of matai from the underground cellar, ensuring the chefs could partake in several drinks as well. As Lin Qinshou became slightly inebriated, the staff from Manhan Pavilion began to pack up and depart. The women, having indulged as well, looked at Lin Qinshou with dazed expressions. Let us play a game of grabbing red envelopes. The one who collects the least must face a penalty, while the one who collects the most will receive a reward. Uncertain whether the group was too intoxicated to comprehend or simply unresponsive, the atmosphere grew quiet. Li Qing was the first to recover, cheerfully urging everyone, "Come on, take out your phones." The women retrieved their devices, and Li Qing quickly created a group chat, prompting Lin Qinshou to send out a red envelope. Young Man captured the largest share, while Xiaxi ended up with the least. The individual who collected the most could request a favor from the one who collected the least, alongside a reward. Lin Qinshou first granted Young Man her reward, transferring 100,000 yuan to her. As Lin Qinshou had made the transfer within the group chat, everyone witnessed the transaction. Initially, they had assumed it was merely a whimsical reward from Lin Qinshou, thus they participated with mild interest. However, to their astonishment, it was a cash reward, 100,000 yuan, equivalent to an entire month's salary for them. The women's spirits soared instantly. Upon receiving her reward, Young Man promptly leaped into Lin Qinshou's arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. She had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Qinshou, and thus naturally, she would not hesitate in these matters. "Master, may I do whatever I wish with her? Everyone else must cooperate, right?" Young Man blinked her large eyes. "Of course, everyone must comply with the victor's punishment, including me," Lin Qinshou assured, patting his chest. Young Man looked at Xiaxi with a mischievous grin. Xiaxi must be affectionate with the master for 3 minutes, without any breaks. And remember, it must be deeply emotional. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi's face, already slightly flushed from drink, turned an even deeper shade of red. Lin Qinshou's eyes lit up. Initially, he had only intended to distribute red envelopes to the maids for fun, but he had not anticipated such a delightful perk. He silently applauded Young Man for her thoughtfulness. If you wish to evade the punishment, you could issue a 10,000 yuan red envelope for everyone to snatch, thus avoiding the punishment altogether. Lin Qinshou added fuel to the fire. Xiaxi was a rather shy girl, and without some encouragement, she might dawdle all night. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi hurriedly moved closer to Lin Qinshou, seeking his affection, setting aside her reluctance to part with that 10,000 yuan red envelope. She thought it better to keep the master happy than to regret it over a mere game. 3 minutes later, Xiaxi's gaze had grown quite dreamy, and at that moment, Lin Qinshou felt he could do anything he wished. Lin Qinshou too found it hard to contain himself, were it not for the other girls present. He might have taken Xiaxi into a room. The second round of the red envelope game commenced, with Young Man becoming the one who snatched the fewest and Li Shui winning the best luck. This round's punishment fell upon Young Man, who merely had to wash Lin Qinshou's face. In the third round, surprisingly, 2 individuals ended up with the least. Yu Qian and Han Shuang both simultaneously grabbed a red envelope worth 1888, and naturally, the punishment would be borne by both. Once again, Young Man emerged with the best luck, her face adorned with a wicked grin. Yu Qian and Han Shuang, one standing in front and the other behind. The rest is left to your imagination. Lin Qinshou silently applauded Young Man again. Her understanding nature warranted ample rewards in the future. Having already consumed some alcohol, Yu Qian and Han Shuang, though shy, did not hesitate and promptly completed Young Man's punishment. After fulfilling the punishment, Young Man teased, "You two are too much. You could just issue a red envelope to rescind the punishment, considering how many you've snatched." The 2 girls immediately began to playfully tussle with Young Man. By the end of the game, Lin Qinshou had thoroughly enjoyed himself, while the girls wore flushed faces. Over 2 hours of gameplay, none were spared. Every girl had experienced both the best and the least, with no punishment left unfulfilled. The most rewarded, contrary to expectations, was Songyu. Songyu had only been punished with a passionate kiss once. At other times, she either won the best or hovered in the middle. You all need not remain cooped up at home every day. Feel free to go out and have fun. Although this job is relatively easy, you cannot be confined every day, Lin Qinshou stated before allowing everyone to return for baths and rest, while he too retreated to his room. Continuing to play would strain his body, so he hurried to take a cold shower to cool down, planning to call young man over later for some adult games. After showering, Lin Qinshou lay on his bed. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening, he wondered if the maids had finished bathing. At that moment, he found himself in a perfect state of sobriety, devoid of any drowsiness. He took out his phone, intending to summon young man, when he suddenly remembered he had accumulated some dough coins recently, having been so busy these past few days that he hadn't even had the chance to open Douyin. He figured it was finally time to quietly enjoy some live streams. With so many dough coins, he ought to spend them. He decided to watch a stream for a while before calling young man over. Upon opening Douyin, he scrolled for quite some time without finding anything particularly appealing. Perhaps due to his infrequent viewing of live streams, the algorithm was bombarding him with recommendations that left him bewildered. Suddenly, Lin Qinshou stumbled upon a familiar figure, not someone he knew personally, but a girl he recognized from the past. This girl, named Xiaoyu, was a game commentator and seemingly an official host for the game. She had been around for many years, and when she first emerged, her stunning looks and solid professional skills had garnered her considerable fame. However, as newer generations of commentators appeared, her popularity gradually waned. Xiaoyu wasn't particularly adept at creating buzz. She relied heavily on her looks and solid professional abilities, managing to maintain her footing in the hosting and commentary realm. One appealing aspect for her fans was that she had never been embroiled in any rumors, and there were no reports of her being close to any men. Unlike other female hosts and commentators who rose quickly but suffered from numerous scandals, leading to rapid fan attrition. Today marked Xiaoyu's first live stream on Douyin, yet only a meager 30 viewers had gathered in her stream. Xiaoyu's recent engagements had dwindled significantly, as the hosting jobs were being snatched away by younger, more entertaining newcomers. As a veteran host and commentator, she found herself with little work, spending her days merely posting on Weibo to maintain her presence. Due to contractual obligations, she was unable to stream freely, but with her contract expiring today and her disinterest in renewing it, she decided to try her luck on Douyin. The reality was stark. Her popularity had plummeted, though partly due to her lack of hype leading up to the stream. The natural recommendations and retention rates indicated that perhaps it was time to reconsider her career path. Thank you to the brothers who still support me. My contract with the game company has ended, and I may not continue in this line of work, Xiaoyu stated, her demeanor somewhat forlorn. Why? A user with the username Lin Qinshou inquired. Given the low number of viewers, the messages scrolled by slowly, allowing Xiaoyu to catch this message. She feigned nonchalance, replying, "There's nothing I can do. My professional skills have declined, and work opportunities are becoming scarce. Sitting idly every day, I might as well venture out." Initially hoping to gauge the live streaming's effectiveness for a career transition, she noted the paltry 30 viewers and realized that a transition might not be feasible. Is Xiaoyu planning to retire? No, my goddess is leaving the scene. I'll only be left with those entertaining female hosts. Is Xiaoyu retiring to get married? Is she perhaps leaving singlehood behind to marry and have children? Xiaoyu, reading the scrolling messages, couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not getting married. I don't yet know what I want to do. I might consider traveling first, to see the world outside, and then decide upon my return. Is retirement your choice? Or is it forced upon you? Lin Qinshou asked again. Xiaoyu patiently responded, it's certainly forced. Even without grand ambitions, I still need to eat. Moreover, I am passionate about this job. It's just that opportunities are dwindling. Enough of that. In 30 seconds, the red envelopes will be up for grabs. She had released 30 red envelopes, filled with 2,000 yuan, meaning that among the 30-plus viewers, each could average around 666 dough coins, equivalent to 66 yuan. Furthermore, these were unrestricted red envelopes, unlike some streams where you needed to follow or join a fan club to claim them. I'll help you. Lin Qinshou chimed in once more. And suddenly the entire screen was overtaken by a massive carnival gift. What the hell? Who sent that gift, blocking my chance to grab the red envelope? Even if it blocks, you can still click it. Hurry, tap vigorously to open the red envelope. I'm stuck because of this carnival. The red envelopes are gone. Wait, was that a carnival just now? At long last, has the esteemed elder brother arrived in Xiaoyu's live streaming room? It was indeed the very account that was mentioned earlier as assisting Xiaoyu. The audience, who had just come to this realization, hurriedly inquired about the identity of the generous patron who had bestowed the carnival gift. After sending a single carnival gift, the distinguished Shuangmu quickly ascended to level 3. No longer just a novice, Xiaoyu was taken aback, for that was indeed a carnival gift, priced at 30,000 dough coins, equating to 3,000 in cash. After the platform's deductions, she would still receive over 2,000, effectively returning the funds she had previously disbursed for the red envelopes. Shuangmu, there's no need to shower me with gifts. I was actually contemplating stepping away from this altogether. Let's just enjoy a chat together, Xiaoyu gently urged. She genuinely wished to refrain from accepting gifts from others. Since she was considering retiring from this space, she preferred to leave with dignity rather than exploit her fans. However, Shuangmu remained silent and sent another carnival gift. Before the audience could fully comprehend the situation, a cascade of carnival gifts continued to pour in. The system detected the surge in activity and began recommending Xiaoyu's livestream to viewers. Many individuals, having previously engaged with the game, recognized Xiaoyu and lingered upon discovering it was her livestream. Wow! With this frequency of carnival gifts, my phone screen is lagging. One exclaimed, Brother, could it be that your phone is just outdated? Another chimed in, Isn't that Xiaoyu? She's live on Douyin now. She was my favorite goddess back in the day. But life has kept me too busy to watch game commentary for quite some time. As more and more viewers entered the live stream, Shuangmu continued to shower gifts. Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. She sent Shuangmu a private message imploring him to cease. Yet, he paid her no mind, relentlessly gifting carnival after carnival. Could it be that she had encountered a benefactor? Perhaps. But it was also possible that Xiaoyu had signed with a company that was orchestrating a promotional push for her. While companies could invest hundreds of thousands for promotion, this had already amassed millions. Indeed, Xiaoyu's stature likely doesn't warrant such grand investments from those companies. It must be that she has truly encountered a benefactor. Xiaoyu, you must seize this opportunity. Chapter 43. Is the palace being demolished? Overwhelmed by the flood of carnival gifts, Xiaoyu surrendered her resistance and returned to the live stream interface after sending a brief thank you in the private chat. Thanks to Shuangmu's generous gifting spree, Xiaoyu's live stream skyrocketed to the top of Douyin's gift leaderboard. After sending a staggering 666 carnival gifts, Shuangmu reached level 60, and the viewer count surged to an impressive 100,000, transforming the once-ignored live stream into a sensation. Just as the audience buzzed with speculation about whether a wealthy benefactor had arrived or if a guild was providing support, Shuangmu abruptly ceased his gifting and exited the live stream. This sudden departure left Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. Shuangmu had only spoken 3 sentences before launching into an extravagant display of generosity. In a single evening, he had gifted her 200 million Do coins worth of gifts. Even with the platform's stringent algorithms, Xiaoyu would receive at least 10 million from those gifts. Yet, he left without uttering a word or making any further gestures. Shuangmu's claim of helping her was indeed substantiated, as Xiaoyu's fan base had surged by nearly 1 million overnight. With this newfound foundation of followers, she could expect a substantial audience whenever she streamed, and even venture into live commerce. Eager to express her gratitude, Xiaoyu quickly sent a private message to Shuangmu, sharing her personal WeChat ID. Meanwhile, at Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Lin Qinshou was searching for his phone charger. The Shuangmu who had entered Xiaoyu's livestream was none other than him. Initially intending to send 100 million Do coins, he had only managed 200 million before his phone ran out of battery. It was his first time gifting, and he was unaware that holding down the button allowed for continuous gifting. By the time he realized, his phone was nearly dead. Now that his phone was charged, he decided against re-entering the stream, planning to return another day for more gifting. After all, he had ample Do coins left, 800 million. To be precise, and he had always been fond of Xiaoyu's commentary, so he had indulged himself. As Lin Qinshou glanced at the time, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. Young man had likely gone to bed, so he opted not to disturb her. With Monday approaching, he needed to prepare for class. This weekend had been particularly fulfilling. However, a small incident occurred in Lin Qinshou's room during the night. He seemed to have done something while in a half-conscious state, though he had no recollection of who the other party was. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening him. He remembered the events of the previous night and quickly glanced to the side. There lay Li Qing, her head turned towards him, her closed eyes twitching uncontrollably. It was evident she was awake, yet feigning sleep. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Qinshou's face as he began to playfully tease her. "Ah!" Li Qing exclaimed, her brows knitting slightly. Upon seeing her reaction, Lin Qinshou understood the situation. The 6 maids had been acceptable as they were hired without prior experience. But he hadn't anticipated that the seasoned Li Qing would exhibit similar tendencies. Li Qing was a clever woman. She understood the significance of certain aspects of femininity, not only for herself, but also for men. These traits could evoke a sense of pride in men, even making them feel as though they had secured a trophy. Thus, until she encountered a man worthy of her investment, she had always maintained her integrity. Now, having met Lin Qinshou, she had resolved to entrust herself to him. Lin Qinshou leaned down and kissed Li Qing's forehead, softly advising her, "Rest well today. Set aside everything else and focus on regaining your health." Li Qing nodded, her heart brimming with joy. recognizing that she had indeed made the right choice with Lin Qinshou. After tidying up, Lin Qinshou drove to school. As he passed through the school gate, he handed 2 cigarettes to the security guard, requesting assistance with a pass. The guard eagerly patted his chest, assuring him that all he needed to do was mention it, and he would enjoy seamless access to the campus in the future. Within the campus, students en route to the lecture hall caught sight of Lin Qinshou's car and began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that the guy who took away the campus flower? A Lamborghini Veneno. Who else could it be but that infamous dormitory beast? Who knows how he suddenly became so ostentatious? Could he be a demolition's beneficiary? Perhaps. One could either strike it rich overnight or win the lottery. But was the palace being demolished? That car is worth over 100 million. What kind of demolition could possibly compensate that much? Damn it. Why can't a handsome and charming guy like me have such luck? Who has to pee? Wake him up for me. I'll do it. I'm ready. As Lin Qinshou stepped out of the car, Yi Mengxi jogged over to him. Evidently having recovered well from a day of rest, Lin Qinshou affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you feeling better?" Yi Mengxi blushed, replying, "Much better." 3 other girls approached Yi Mengxi, casting hostile glances at Lin Qinshou. "So this is the senior you've been talking about?" Lin Qinshou was bewildered by the intense hostility displayed by the 3 girls. He felt as though he had done nothing to provoke them. And he did not even know them. "Senior, allow me to introduce my 3 roommates, who are also my dear sisters, Yao Jingjing, Wan Qingqing, and Wang Ying." Yi Mengxi tugged at Yao Jingjing, who was speaking. A look of realization dawned on Lin Qinshou's face. No wonder there was such animosity, most likely. They feared that Yi Mengxi might encounter a cad. "Good morning, ladies. I am Ming Ming's boyfriend, Lin Qinshou. It is indeed a blessing for her to have such caring sisters like you," Lin Qinshou said with a smile, his words layered with meaning, ostensibly praising their concern for Yi Mengxi while subtly implying they were meddling. Moreover, the girls in Ming Ming's dorm were not lacking in appearance. Although they did not possess Yi Mengxi's stunning 90-point beauty, they were all above 85. I warn you, you must treat our Ming Ming well. Otherwise, you will regret it," Wang Ying declared, shaking her small fist. Lin Qinshou chuckled, "Of course. If I do not treat Ming Ming well, who else would I treat kindly?" After planting a gentle kiss on Yi Mengxi's forehead, he made his way toward the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Qinshou immediately felt the weight of the gazes upon him, filled with envy and resentment. The classroom was unusually crowded today, leading him to question whether he had entered the wrong one. "Hey, over here," Li Wuqi called from the back row. Chapter 44, The Ill-Fated School Bell, Su Weiwei. What is going on? Why are there so many people in law class today? Lin Qinshou plopped down beside the trio from the dorm. "Today's lecture is shared with the medical class," Li Wuqi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Qinshou glanced at Li Wuqi's bruised face and couldn't help but tease. "Do you need the medical class to treat that bruise? What is there to be excited about? And why is the medical class attending law lectures? Are they worried about medical disputes?" Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed his bruised cheek. "What do you know? Don't you realize that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? Today we get to attend class with the school bell, Su Weiwei. Do you have any idea how many people outside envy us?" Lin Qinshou scoffed. "Look at you acting like it's something precious. She's just a school bell. No matter how beautiful, can she compare to Ming Ming?" At this moment, Fan Jinxiang chimed in. "Su Weiwei is different from Yi the school bell. Yi is lively and playful, while Su Weiwei embodies elegance and purity." Li Wuqi shot a knowing glance at Fan Jinxiang. "I have Yin Yan. The so-called school belle is just another woman in my eyes." Xiao Lu, absorbed in his book, muttered without lifting his gaze. He was a romantic, having grown up alongside Guan Yinyan. His current state mirrored Lin Qinshou's past. As he could see no other girl but his beloved, Li Wuqi disdainfully raised a middle finger at him, the last person who said that is already broken up. And that was Lin Qinshou. Suddenly, all eyes in the classroom turned toward the door as a graceful figure clad in white glided in, with long, straight hair cascading down. Cradling a book in her arms, her bright eyes blinked enchantingly, captivating everyone's hearts with an ethereal aura. It was as if all the boys in the class were entranced at that moment. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90 points. Name, Su Weiwei. Score, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters. Measurements, 36D. Favorability, 50. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered another beauty with a score over 90, triggering a rescue mission. Option 1. Use every means to cure Su Weiwei's mental condition. Reward, 1 spiritual point, mastery of medicine. Option 2. Use every means to cure Su Weiwei's mental condition and make her fall in love with you. Reward, 1 spiritual point, mastery of medicine, and enhanced virility. Lin Qinshou found it unsurprising that the system issued a task upon the appearance of a beauty. What perplexed him was that the rewards for both tasks were quite similar, both involving curing Su Weiwei. "I am not a doctor. How can I treat her?" You must grant me medical expertise first so that I can cure her. Lin Qinshou felt exasperated. Yet Su Weiwei was the second most beautiful girl he had encountered, with a score of 94. Though this score was only slightly higher, it represented a significant enhancement in terms of beauty. Moreover, why did the system insist that he treat this delicate Su Weiwei? The only distinction between the two options was that during the task, he had to make Su Weiwei fall in love with him, and the reward included enhanced virility, which sounded incredibly enticing. After all, with the increase in his physical activities lately, even with an improved physique, his vitality could use some bolstering. However, Lin Qinshou could not perceive that this seemingly delicate Su Weiwei held such formidable assets. He was determined to make an effort for that enhanced virility. At the very least, he aimed to fulfill the first task to gain mastery of medicine, which would allow him to help his family and those around him. Even without the enhanced virility, he could utilize his medical knowledge to adjust his own physical condition. Weiwei, come sit here. A handsome young man was waving frantically in the classroom. Li Wuqi leaned in and whispered to the group, "That's Shun Li, a top-tier rich second-generation heir from the magic capital. He has been pursuing Su Weiwei for quite some time. However, she hardly pays him any mind, especially since Shun Li's sister is Shun Yu, another campus belle at our university." Lin Qinshou glanced at Shun Li and noted that he was indeed quite handsome, with a campus belle for a sister. Their family genetics must be exceptional. Moreover, both Shun Yu and Shun Li hailed from the Shun family, one of the 4 prominent families in the magic capital. The Shun family of the magic capital, Li Wuqi added. Lin Qinshou shot Li Wuqi an astonished look. How did he know so much? Such gossip. What a man to be so engrossed in trivial news. Everyone in the classroom was watching to see whether Su Weiwei would succumb to the allure of the top-tier rich heir. The classroom was filled to capacity, with only the seat beside Shun Li reserved for Su Weiwei and the 4 students from the exceptional dormitory nearby. Shun Li's seat was evidently meant for Su Weiwei. Those who attempted to sit there were promptly shooed away. The exceptional dormitory exuded an air of superiority, causing others to hesitate to approach them. As Lin Qinshou was the last to arrive among the 4, he took the outermost seat, with the remaining space conveniently beside him. The class was aware of the news circulating on the campus forum. One was Shun Li, the scion of the Shun family, and the other was Lin Qinshou, a representation of overnight wealth with his extravagant billion-dollar car. To them, it seemed Lin Qinshou had always been wealthy but had recently chosen to flaunt it. The subtle rivalry between these 2 wealthy heirs was palpable, and whoever Su Weiwei chose would signify a victory in this initial confrontation. Su Weiwei scanned the last 2 available seats in the classroom and then walked over to Lin Qinshou. Everyone knew about Shun Li's pursuit of her. She certainly would not sit beside him, not wanting to be perceived as having any connection with him. In contrast, Lin Qinshou was an unknown. Though she had heard about his relationship with Yi Mengxi, a man with a partner would likely maintain his decorum in public and avoid gossip. Thus, the seat next to Lin Qinshou was evidently the superior choice. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Su Weiwei softly inquired as she approached Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou furrowed his brows slightly, suddenly sensing that the woman before him was not as pure and innocent as she appeared on the surface. A feeling of being used surged within him. In front of the entire class, Shun Li invited Su Weiwei to come sit with him. But she ignored him and walked straight to Lin Qinshou's side, clearly provoking a conflict between him and Shun Li. Although Lin Qinshou was indifferent to Shun Li, being manipulated like this was quite displeasing. The beauty before him instantly became repugnant to him. Even the reward of a diamond kidney held little allure now. Chapter 45. The formidable background of Su Xia. "Whatever, this classroom isn't mine. If it were, I would never allow you to sit here," Lin Qinshou said coolly. As soon as these words left his lips, the entire classroom fell silent. Su Xiaohua was rejected and insulted. Do wealthy individuals truly lack the capacity for tenderness? Su Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by his words, and chose to sit beside Lin Qinshou nonetheless. Bang! Shun Li slammed his hand on the desk. "Unappreciative. It's a privilege for you that Weiwei wishes to sit beside you. Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or I shall show you why the flowers are so red." Lin Qinshou scoffed, looking at him disdainfully. Another pathetic sycophant. The students in the classroom sensed the brewing spectacle and eagerly anticipated the clash between the 2 affluent heirs. They relished such drama. In a fit of rage, Shun Li stood up, ready to charge over. He detested being labeled a sycophant more than anything. "What do you intend to do?" A female teacher, dressed in a white professional skirt and sporting a high ponytail, entered the classroom, her voice ringing out. Having heard the commotion from outside, she entered to see Shun Li rising from his desk, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Beep. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90. Name, Su Xia. Score, 93. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 34D. Favorability, 0. Su Xia approached the podium, grasped the microphone, and declared, "Settle down. If you don't wish to attend class, you may leave." Shen Li, initially poised to retort, inexplicably remained silent and begrudgingly sat back down. Lin Qinshou's eyes lit up upon seeing the teacher, another beauty scoring over 90, yet this time the system failed to issue any accompanying task. Normally, the appearance of a beauty with such a score was always accompanied by a mission. The classroom was sufficiently large, and a single voice could not reach all corners, necessitating the use of a microphone in such spaces. Noticing the students had quieted, Su Xia continued, "I am your law teacher, Su Xia. Both of your classes will attend my lectures together. If any student is unwilling, they need not come. Come next year, during remedial classes. I may not be the one teaching you." Her final remark, laced with authority, compelled the students to respond in unison, "Understood." Lin Qinshou regarded Su Xia on the podium, marveling at how a 26-year-old beauty could exude such command. Her imposing presence seemed innate, though the students were not much younger than Su Xia. Her few words left them trembling, none daring to voice a contradiction. What puzzled Lin Qinshou most was his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang. Typically, upon encountering a beauty scoring above 80, they would exhibit gluttonous admiration, but upon seeing Su Xia, they were rendered speechless, their usual fervor suppressed. As if afraid of drawing her attention. "Have you two taken some strange medication? Is this new teacher a relative of yours?" Lin Qinshou queried, confused. Li Wuqi hastily raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This only deepened Lin Qinshou's confusion. What exactly were they afraid of? Fan Jinxiang explained. "Don't be deceived by the beauty of this teacher. Her background is even more intimidating. She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Magic City. Did you not notice that Shen Li, one of the 4 young masters of Magic City, dare not utter a word?" Li Wuqi added. "Her father's position is merely the tip of the iceberg. She has an older brother, a war hero from the southern military region, and her grandfather is among the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in middle school, a boy tried to pursue her and blocked her path on her way home. Although nothing happened at the time, that night, a fighter jet took off from the southern military region. Since then, neither the boy nor his family has been seen again. Good heavens! Is this an official background or a criminal one?" Su Xia's identity. Her father is the secretary of the municipal committee, her brother a military god, and her grandfather a member of the revolutionary first generation. No wonder Su Xia possesses such an aura. One word from her leaves Shen Li, one of the 4 young masters, paralyzed with fear. "Hey, how do you know all this?" Lin Qinshou asked, intrigued. It seemed unusual for common folk to possess such knowledge, as the descendants of revolutionary figures were known for their discretion. From the forum, just a few days ago, news broke that a beautiful new teacher named Su Xia had joined our school. Upon hearing this, Fan and I rushed to the forum to check for photos and join the discussion, and someone with inside knowledge spilled the beans, Li Wuqi explained. Lin Qinshou glanced at Xiao Lu, silently inquiring if he was aware of this information. Xiao Lu shrugged, "I don't check forums. I spend that time video chatting with Yin Yan." Seated beside Lin Qinshou, Su Weiwei overheard their conversation, her gaze seemingly fixed on the podium, yet her heart was in turmoil. She had not anticipated the new teacher's formidable background. The thought crossed her mind that if she cultivated a good relationship with the teacher, perhaps Shen Li and the other boys would cease their harassment. Presently, she was not in the mood for romance, as her condition had flared up again. Su Weiwei had chosen to study medicine in hopes of curing her rare illness, one of the few cases in the world. Beep. Detected the presence of a beauty with a score exceeding 90. Option 1. Skip class and flirt with Su Xia in front of everyone. Reward, mastery of chess. Option 2. Skip class and flirt with Su Xia in front of everyone, while ensuring physical contact. Reward, mastery of chess, proficiency in marksmanship. Here it comes. A mission has arrived. Damn, but is this mission leading him to his demise? Skipping class is one thing. At worst he would fail, but to flirt with Su Xia? After all, she has a military god for a brother. Would he even know how he met his end after such an encounter? Especially the second option, which required physical contact while flirting. System, may I opt out of this task? Beep. Not completing the task will incur no penalties. But if the host cannot accomplish such a simple task, the likelihood of triggering future tasks will diminish. The host should consider carefully. Lin Qinshou's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed. Otherwise, he would be left lamenting if the system ceased to provide tasks in the future. This time, Lin Qinshou decided to select the first option. A little flirtation would suffice. If things escalated, he might find himself in dire straits. After all, he had only recently acquired the system and had yet to enjoy its benefits fully. At that moment, Su Xia caught sight of a group of students whispering among themselves. Chapter 46. You. How dare you offend me? The male student in the third-to-last row wearing a white shirt, stand up, Suxia commanded sternly. Coincidentally, the only two students in the back row dressed in white were Lin Qinshou and Su Weiwei, while the majority were clad in black or royal blue. As the four of them were speaking, Suxia found it difficult to address anyone specifically due to the similar attire, and thus, by sheer chance. She called upon Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou slowly rose to his feet, gazing intently at Suxia. He had been contemplating how to accomplish his task when he was unexpectedly summoned. Which class are you from, and what is your name? Suxia, being a newly appointed teacher, was unfamiliar with any of her students and had no idea which class he belonged to. Lin Qinshou, Sociology Class 1, he casually replied. Suxia furrowed her brow at his nonchalant attitude. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it. Lin Qinshou smiled slightly. I apologize. But your voice is so melodious that it distracted me, and I didn't catch what you said. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with everyone casting fearful glances at Lin Qinshou. Xinli shot him a look filled with schadenfreude. Most students in the classroom frequented the campus forum, and even those who didn't had learned about Suxia's formidable reputation from their peers. Knowing her status, how could he dare to tease her? Was he seeking trouble? Suxia's anger flared. For years, ever since the incident with the missing student who had confronted her, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Very well, if you cannot hear me, then step forward. Coincidentally, I am in need of a teaching assistant today, so you shall serve in that capacity. Suxia recalled a method to discipline Lin Qinshou. Having learned some self-defense techniques from her brother, she saw this as an opportunity to teach a lesson to this audacious student. Her self-defense skills, certified by her brother, could even outmatch ordinary soldiers. As Lin Qinshou approached the podium, the two of them stood together, creating a delightful contrast in height. Suxia turned to the other students and announced, Today, I will educate you on the legal ramifications of harassment and at what point it escalates. You consider yourself a rogue, and now you dare to offend me. Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback, and the entire class was rendered speechless. What bold words! How could she directly accuse him of harassment? Yet, he quickly realized that there was a scheme at play. However, with the opportunity for physical contact presented to him, he could not resist, especially since he was struggling to fulfill his task. Lin Qinshou reached out to touch Suxia's waist, but she swiftly seized his hand and pivoted, attempting to execute a shoulder throw. To her surprise, Lin Qinshou remained unfazed, quickly using his other hand to pat her backside. Ah! Suxia exclaimed, releasing her grip on his arm, her face flushed with irritation as she glared at him. Lin Qinshou grinned mischievously. Teacher, you weren't actually trying to throw me over your shoulder, were you? I lack any special traits, except for my sturdy lower body. Suxia's anger was palpable. Her cheeks now flushed. Having grown up without ever being touched by a stranger, she found Lin Qinshou's actions particularly infuriating. That incident clearly constituted a form of harassment, which could lead to at least 15 days of administrative detention. Though her throw had failed, the lesson still needed to proceed. Now, place your hands on my shoulders. Suxia gritted her teeth. Lin Qinshou complied and rested his hands on her shoulders. Suxia raised her arms, intending to push his hands away and strike his face with her head. However, instead of being dislodged, Lin Qinshou pulled her into his embrace. Let go of me, Suxia blurted out, her face burning with indignation. Teacher, didn't you say to play the part of a rogue? Do you think real rogues would listen to you? Lin Qinshou teased, wearing a cheeky grin. Release me at once. Suxia's fury was reaching its zenith. She intended to teach Lin Qinshou a lesson, yet she found herself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lin Qinshou finally let her go, having already exceeded his task's requirements. You needn't attend today's class. Leave my classroom. Suxia pointed toward the door. Teacher, I was merely cooperating with your instructions. You are being unreasonable. Lin Qinshou feigned innocence. Humph. Don't think that knowing a bit of martial arts gives you the right to act as you please. Get out now and stand there, after class. Meet me in my office. Although Lin Qinshou had taken advantage of her, he was the one she had called forward, which only fueled her frustration further. Lin Qinshou shrugged and exited the classroom, but instead of adhering to Suxia's orders, he left the building entirely. On his way, he texted Yi Mingxi, Ming. Are you out of class? What do you want to eat for lunch? With no response from her, he returned to the dormitory, knowing he couldn't linger by the classroom door, as that would conflict with his task of skipping class. Upon arriving at his dorm, he heard the notification sound indicating the completion of his system task. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of fulfilling the request and assisting Wen Ruxue in overcoming her difficulties. Reward, 800 million in cash. And a piece of the Wen family's secrets. Beep. The Wen family's secrets have been transmitted to your WeChat favorites in document form. Dear customer, your Magic City Bank card ending with 9527 has received a transfer of 800,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 1, 362, 369, 053 yuan. Why is this the reward? I thought it was for the task involving Suxia earlier. This must pertain to the task from last night when I provided 500 million to Wenruxua. It seems her crisis has been resolved. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of teasing Suxia. Reward: mastery in chess and marksmanship. Host: Lin Qinshou. Strength: 8. Constitution: 9. Mentality: 7. Charm: 7. The maximum attributes for ordinary individuals are 10. The host possesses normal values among them. Vehicle: Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion: Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skills: mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance: 1, 362, 369, 053. The rewards for Suxia's task soon followed, and Lin Qinshou felt a surge of knowledge regarding chess and marksmanship flooding his mind, though both skills seemed of little use to him. As he had no interest in chess and no intention of joining the military, it was nonetheless better to possess them than not. Lin Qinshou took out his phone and opened his favorites, intending to explore the secrets of the One family during this interval. Chapter 47: The Secrets of the One Family. Lin Qinshou clicked on the sizable 1 GB file, which opened with an outline of various secrets. Accompanied by images, it detailed the myriad scandals prevalent in such prominent families. The One family's main branch, led by a wife from the esteemed Yang family of Kyoto, was depicted as rash, careless, and often exploited without their knowledge, proud, arrogant, and foolish. Lacking the favor of the elder head of the One family, they remained a burden as the main branch. Within the One family, there was one son, Wen Wenfeng, who, unbeknownst to him, was not actually the son of the main branch, but rather of Wen Jiaxiu. Over 20 years ago, after a night of drunkenness, the head of the Wen family passed by the servants' quarters and encountered a maid who had just bathed. In a moment of irrationality, he acted out, leading to the maid becoming pregnant and ultimately giving birth to Wenruxua. The truth is that Wenruxua is not the daughter of Wen Qinshou, for Wen Qinshou harbors a hidden ailment that renders him incapable of fathering children. His wife, Yang Xinghua, concealed this matter due to Wen Wenfeng's influence, ensuring that Wen Qinshou remained oblivious to his condition. 2 years prior, at a club, Wen Qinshou, under the influence of illicit substances, tragically caused the death of a young lady. This incident, unbeknownst to anyone, culminated in him burying her body beneath the large tree at the entrance of the Wen ancestral hall. The unfortunate girl, an orphan with a peculiar disposition and few friends, went unmissed when she vanished, allowing the secret to remain hidden. Lin Qinshou could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is merely the beginning. And already it is so captivating." Wenruxua's father is not her real father, and he remains unaware that neither of his children are truly his. What a delightful drama this is. The wealthy families truly engage in convoluted games. Even a single performer reveals such tangled relationships. What more lies ahead? As Lin Qinshou continued to peruse the revelations, he discovered not only the intricate familial ties of Wen Qinshou, but also his penchant for gambling, which led to his brother Wen Jiaxiu ensnaring him in a trap, leaving him with a debt of 80 million in high-interest loans. Fearing expulsion from the competition for the family headship, Wen Qinshou believed that once he ascended to power within the One group, he could repay the debt. However, this predicament also served as leverage for Wen Jiaxiu, who would likely expose him during the headship contest, ensuring his removal from the competition. Upon concluding the sordid secrets of Wen Qinshou, Lin Qinshou was presented with several photographs, all related to these dark truths, images that were utterly distressing and difficult to behold. Nonetheless, he found himself engrossed in the unfolding narrative. Among the photographs were images of Wen Jiaxiu engaged in discussions over drinks with those who had entangled Wen Qinshou in gambling schemes. One particularly striking image depicted a large tree, presumably the very tree under which the body was buried. Lin Qinshou marveled at the system's ingenuity, recognizing that these photographs were not mere snapshots, but rather captured moments as if taken at a specific time. As he delved into the secrets of the second son of the Wen family, he found Wen Jiaxiu's life far more riveting compared to the pathetic plight of Wen Qinshou. Wen Jiaxiu was a man of profound cunning. His wife, Yao Qing, the head of the municipal secretary's office, was a formidable figure who had yet to bear children. On the night of Wen Qinshou's wedding, taking advantage of his inebriation, Wen Jiaxiu committed unspeakable acts. Ambitious and unscrupulous, Wen Jiaxiu differed from his foolish elder brother and timid younger sibling, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Despite his wife, Yao Qing, often denying him physical intimacy, he endured the humiliation, knowing that he had secured an heir through clandestine means. In fact, he had covertly allied himself with the Wang family of the magical metropolis, determined to seize the headship of the Wen family. Yao Qing, disinterested in men, had not allowed Wen Jiaxu any liberties since their marriage, and their union was founded on mutual deceit, having established ground rules from the outset. The subsequent photographs featured Wen Jiaxu meeting various individuals, alongside images of Yao Qing socializing with women in hotels. Lin Qinshou observed the playful interactions captured in the photographs and could not help but marvel. Indeed, the dramas depicted in television shows were not without truth. There were couples who led such divergent lives. Although nearing 40, Yao Qing retained her allure and charm, defying the passage of time, suggesting she might not have yet engaged in intimate relations. Wen Jiaxu's schemes were manifold, and he was even responsible for the financial shortfall faced by Wen Jiaming. Lin Qinshou chose not to linger on this chapter and turned to the next, focusing on Wen Jiaming, also known as Wen Rushue's third uncle. It seemed that the individual who facilitated Wen Rushue's contracts must have been the most favorable among the three. Wen Jiaming, married to Zhao Yaping, father to son, Wen Jianfeng, who was indeed the biological father of Wen Rushue. Upon reading this revelation, Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback. The realization that Wen Jianshang could not father children yet harbored doubts about Wen Rushue's paternity, only to be presented with this explosive conclusion, was shocking. This was indeed sensational news, and he continued to read on. Over 20 years ago, upon returning from school late at night, Wen Jiaming heard the sound of weeping emanating from the servants' quarters. Peering into the darkness, a sliver of moonlight illuminated the room, revealing a scene that would forever haunt him, a teenage boy struggling with his desires. In that moment, consumed by lust, he shut the door behind him and lunged at the figure before him. The girl weeping on the ground was none other than Wen Rushue's mother, who had just suffered violence at the hands of Wen Jianshang, only to be attacked again by a shadowy figure. Eventually, the dark figure fled the room. The following day, Wen Jiaming learned the identity of the girl he had assaulted, and so horrified was he that he dared not return home, instead residing at school until Wen Rushue was born. It was only after the death of her mother that he found the courage to come back. Later, through a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, Wen Jiaming became the groom of this union, marrying Zhao Yaping and fathering a son. By a twist of fate, he discovered his elder brother's hidden ailment and, in that moment, realized that Wen Rushue was indeed his daughter. From then on, he provided her with meticulous care, yet burdened by his past transgressions, he could never bring himself to acknowledge her. Wen Jiaming's secrets were singular, with his public persona reflecting conventionality, and his documentation was minimal. Yet there were still photographs. One image, illuminated by moonlight, appeared as if it had been taken recently, defying the passage of over 20 years. Lin Qinshou set his phone down with a sigh, reflecting that none of the Wen family were virtuous, although their references to Wen Rushue's mother were scant. The events had irrevocably marred her life, extinguishing her youth in the most glorious years of her life. Chapter 48. How much money does your senior have? The tragedy of Wen Rushue's mother extended to Wen Rushue herself, had it not been for Wen Jiaming's subsequent realization of her true identity. Wen Rushue might have faced a far grimmer fate, perhaps even lost her life. Lin Qinshou sifted through the remainder of the narratives, finding only the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue's primary secret was her current status as Lin Qinshou's lover, a matter of little intrigue for him. However, the tale of Wen Wenfeng was far more riveting, mirroring the traits of his biological father, Wen Jiaxu, cunning and insidious. To Lin Qinshou's utter revulsion, he discovered that Wen Wenfeng was, in fact, gay. The images presented nearly made him retch. This dossier, labeled as the Wen family secrets, was nothing more than a compendium of their unsavory affairs. With this information, he could manipulate every member of the Wen family. Furthermore, Wen Wenfeng's depravity exceeded all expectations, nearly ensnaring his brother, Wen Jianfeng, in its web. The saga of the Wen family was steeped in melodrama. It was imperative that Wen Rushue extricate herself from such a sordid environment. The prospect of reclaiming his 5 billion was dim, but he resolved to consider it a payment for Wen Rushue's freedom. After all, he had effectively earned a profit of 3 billion in the process. Ding. Host's reluctance regarding the 5 billion detected. Option 1. Utilize the secrets of the Wen family at your disposal to assist Wen Jiaming in securing the position of family head, with a reward of 10 billion. Option 2. Employ the secrets of the Wen family to elevate Wen Rushue to the position of family head, with a reward of 8 billion and a mental boost of 1. I feel no resentment. Damn, this accursed system. I have no desire to wade through the murky waters of the Wen family. Ding. The contest for the head of the Wen family will take place tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Wishing the host good luck. This system is pushing me into a corner. I merely entertained a fleeting thought, and now I am tasked with an assignment. It seems I cannot avoid attending tomorrow. The system's nonchalant delivery of the mission belies its true difficulty, which Lin Qinshou is acutely aware of. For Wen Rushue to ascend to the position of family head is akin to scaling the heavens. Even with the Wen family secrets, it is an insurmountable challenge. Convincing the Wen brothers and others to agree is no small feat, especially for someone who is, after all, a daughter born out of wedlock. A strategy must be devised. Lin Qinshou stowed away his phone, lost in contemplation, unaware of how much time had elapsed when his phone rang. "Senior, I just finished class. Where are you?" Yi Mingxi had just stepped out of the classroom and immediately called Lin Qinshou. "Mingxi, I apologize, but something urgent has come up, and I can't join you for lunch. Perhaps we could wait until the evening? I'll reserve a room at Shuiyin Pavilion." Lin Qinshou was in no mood for dining. His mind was occupied with thoughts of tomorrow, and he planned to speak with Wenru Xue. Yi Mingxi replied, somewhat dejected. "All right then, but please be careful while you're out." After hanging up, Wan Qingqing, who was beside her, indignantly remarked, "I told you he is a scoundrel. He just got our Mingxi, and now he is standing her up." Yi Mingxi hurriedly defended him. "That is not true. Senior just happens to have something to attend to. He said he would invite you all to Shuiyin Pavilion for dinner tonight." "Shuiyin Pavilion? Really, Mingxi? Is it the one that only serves 8 tables a day and offers a mini Manchuhan banquet?" Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Jingjing and Wan Qingqing were equally astonished by Wang Ying's words. Yi Mingxi nodded. "Of course it's true. Senior has purchased Shuiyin Pavilion, so we can dine there anytime we wish." The memory of the night they dined at Shuiyin Pavilion and watched the fireworks from the hotel opposite flushed her cheeks with a hint of warmth. What? That scoundrel actually bought Shuiyin Pavilion? How much money does it take to acquire such a prestigious place? Ruan Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Mingxi pouted, casting a resentful glance at Ruan Qingqing. All right, I was wrong. He is your senior, not a scoundrel." Ruan Qingqing quickly recanted under her gaze. "Shuiyin Pavilion is renowned. It must have cost several tens of millions." Yao Jingjing was equally astonished by Lin Qinshou's wealth. A restaurant that was a myth to them was now owned by her friend's boyfriend. It was bought for 2 billion at the time. "It was because Senior promised to take me there for dinner, but when we couldn't secure a reservation, he simply bought the entire place." Yi Mingxi spoke with pride, utterly oblivious to the astonished expressions of the 3 girls around her. To treat Yi Mingxi to a meal at Shuiyin Pavilion, he impulsively spent 2 billion to buy the entire establishment. Could such a man truly be called a scoundrel? Even if he were, she would gladly yield. "Mingxi, just how wealthy is your senior?" Yao Jingjing found herself parched, astounded that he would spend 2 billion to buy out a restaurant just for a meal. This was no ordinary wealthy individual. Their indignation swiftly transformed into envy. Yi Mingxi shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't asked Senior. I'm not with him for money. I liked him even when he had nothing." The 3 girls fell into a contemplative silence. Initially harboring a poor impression of Lin Qinshou, the revelation of his extraordinary wealth left them bewildered. If they were in her position, they too would undoubtedly fall for him. Regrettably, they were not, and could only envy Yi Mingxi from afar. While seated in his car, Lin Qinshou was about to call Wenru Xue when a call from Li Wuqi interrupted him. "Beast, where have you run off to? Teacher Su has ordered you to stand at the classroom door. No one has seen you after class, and now everyone is in an uproar. I think you're in trouble." Li Wuqi's tone was tinged with schadenfreude. "I had some matters to attend to. Let Lao Fan and the others know I'll be dining out tonight, and push the other appointments." Lin Qinshou replied nonchalantly. "All right, finally. I get to mooch off your meal. Nothing is more important than dinner." Li Wuqi exclaimed, thrilled, as he had no other plans. After hanging up, Lin Qinshou attempted to call Wenru Xue again, but no one answered. He decided to check if she might be at the Snowfall Bar. It was still daytime, and the bar had yet to open. He inquired with the cleaning staff, who confirmed that Wenru Xue was not present. Lin Qinshou felt a sense of exasperation. He had sought Wenru Xue twice and failed to find her. Just as he contemplated whether to visit her home, Wenru Xue's call came through. "Where are you? I need to see you. Shall we have lunch together?" Upon answering, Lin Qinshou spoke directly. Chapter 49. You may call me Senior Wang. After a moment of silence, she responded, "I'm currently occupied. How about dinner together instead?" Wenru Xue was lying on her bed, her expression a mix of complexity. She assumed Lin Qinshou was calling to fulfill a promise, and the suddenness of his call during the day caught her off guard, prompting her to decline, claiming she was busy. However, one cannot evade fate indefinitely. Given half a day's time to prepare mentally, she felt she should be ready by evening. Lin Qinshou remained oblivious to her turmoil and had no intention of delaying. Remembering he had already promised Yi Mingxi and the others dinner, he felt it would be inappropriate to stand them up. "I have something tonight. How about this? I'll find you once I'm done. It might be late." After much consideration, he decided to seek her out after dinner. "All right, I'll wait for you at the Snowfall Bar." Wenru Xue sought a public place to escape the impending confrontation. "No need. Let South go to your place. The bar will be too noisy. It's not suitable for discussing matters." Without waiting for her consent, he hung up the phone. Wenru Xue's complexion flushed as she recalled what awaited her that night. biting her lip in struggle. Moments later, her gaze hardened with determination. She resolved to honor her commitments. Being capricious was not in her nature. When Rushue glanced around her room, deciding to spruce up the environment, since she was prepared to surrender herself, rather than being timid and reluctant, she preferred to approach it openly and enhance the atmosphere with a touch of ceremony. With this thought, she retrieved her phone to order some decorations and petals online, even pulling out a bottle of her usual 1982 Lafite red wine. After hanging up, Lin Qinshou felt a sudden sense of confusion. Had he known when Rushue would be unavailable, he would have gone to dinner with Yi Mengxi instead. Sitting in the car, he pondered and decided to call Qin Shanshan. After all, her favorability rating was nearing 90. If he successfully won her over, he wondered if the system might offer any special rewards. Moreover, Qin Shanshan had sent him a flurry of messages about returning the building to him in recent days, and he had yet to respond. At that moment, Qin Shanshan was in her office, engrossed in financial literature. Now in a high-ranking position, she felt the need to learn. She couldn't remain unqualified forever. Upon receiving Lin Qinshou's call, she promptly set her book aside and took out a mirror to tidy her appearance. Now, she finds herself uncertain about her feelings towards Lin Qinshou. The mere sight of his messages fills her with joy, and thoughts of him often occupy her mind. She is unsure whether this constitutes affection, as the notion of liking someone has always seemed extravagant to her. She has been solely focused on improving her family's circumstances, leaving little room for other thoughts. Qin Shanshan works at a branch of the bank located in the financial heart of the metropolis. Upon picking her up, Lin Qinshou had no intention of venturing far for dinner. After parking the car, they strolled to a nearby Western restaurant nestled in a quaint alley. Qin Shanshan took the initiative, stating, "Let me treat you to this meal. You've assisted me immensely, and it is only fitting that I invite you to dine." She then handed him some documents, adding, "Please fill these out. I'll transfer that building back to you. Of course, you can treat me, but let's forego the transfer." Lin Qinshou replied with a smile, "If you hand over the building to me, Uncle Wang and the others might feel embarrassed to take advantage of me, since I am not particularly close to them. Moreover, 6 million in assets is inconsequential to me. If you feel burdened, you can save up and repay me." For a girl with a strong sense of pride, respect is paramount. The matter of who pays for dinner is trivial to Lin Qinshou, yet it holds significant importance for Qin Shanshan. Should Lin Qinshou adopt a traditional masculine stance and insist on paying, her regard for him would likely diminish sharply. Previously, Lin Qinshou had heard a story from a cousin who had been overly patriarchal, believing that men should always foot the bill. When a girl he had previously caught the fancy of offered to treat him, his cousin discreetly settled the bill, leading to her anger upon discovering the truth. She subsequently severed all ties with him. To the cousin, it was merely a few hundred yuan for a meal, but for the girl, it represented a testament to equality and mutual respect. Just as they were perusing the menu, a voice suddenly emerged from nearby. "Shanshan, is that you here?" A man with slicked back hair and dressed in a casual suit appeared at their table. Wang Kun, Sr. Qin Shanshan recognized him as her upperclassman from school, who had graduated a year prior. Throughout their time at school, he had pursued her fervently, yet she had never reciprocated his affections. His intense gaze made her uncomfortable. "Shanshan, what a stroke of fate that we meet in this vast sea of humanity. May I join you?" Wang Kun flashed a self-satisfied smile. "Absolutely not," Lin Qinshou interjected coldly. Had he been more certain about the nature of Qin Shanshan's relationship with Wang Kun, he would have been prepared to forcefully remove him from their presence. Wang Kun then noticed Lin Qinshou seated across from Qin Shanshan. "Is he from our school? He looks somewhat unfamiliar." "Hello, Junior. I'm Wang Kun. A few years your senior. You can call me Senior Wang." Lin Qinshou coldly retorted, "Get lost." Wang Kun's expression soured, resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. Qin Shanshan, unwilling to let their pleasant meal be disrupted, interjected, "Senior Wang, this is Lin Qinshou. He is not from our school, but rather a friend of mine. It may not be appropriate for you to linger." Despite having been rejected countless times by Qin Shanshan, his face flushed with embarrassment at her directness. "All right then, Shanshan. Let us arrange to meet another day," he awkwardly suggested. Qin Shanshan's demeanor cooled. "Senior Wang, please refer to me as Qin Shanshan, and I will not be scheduling any future meetings with you. Kindly mind your words." A flicker of malice crossed Wang Kun's eyes, but he refrained from saying more and departed. As he exited the restaurant, his face darkened, for he had deliberately followed Qin Shanshan to this restaurant, hoping for a chance encounter with her. After learning about her workplace, he rushed over and had planned to feign a coincidence when he saw her dining with Lin Qinshou. He had intentionally ignored Lin Qinshou to gauge whether he was an easy target, but Lin Qinshou had shown no signs of conceding. "Brother Leopard, could you do me a favor? I'll treat the guys to drinks tonight," Wang Kun said over the phone, detailing his request. Afterwards, he turned to glance through the glass at the laughing Qin Shanshan and Lin Qinshou, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips before he departed. Chapter 50. The Cunning and the Talented. Lin Qinshou and Qin Shanshan enjoyed a delightful meal, during which they became better acquainted. Qin Shanshan, a child of poverty, lost her mother shortly after birth, and her father never remarried, leaving them to rely on each other. Her father, a kind-hearted man, placed great emphasis on education, instilling in her the principle of not accepting handouts. This upbringing contributed to her strong sense of pride. Qin Shanshan was also quite diligent, consistently securing the top position in her class throughout her academic journey. Now, she felt she was finally in a position to provide a better life for her father. Their conversation deepened Qin Shanshan's impression of Lin Qinshou, as she recounted many of her childhood interests, only to discover that he was familiar with them and had shared similar experiences. In her mind, wealthy individuals were unlikely to engage in the pastimes of less fortunate children. Thus, their shared interests created an abundance of topics for discussion. Do you have work this afternoon? Would you like to take a stroll? Lin Qinshou recalled that he had no classes and did not need to return to school. The water cloud pavilion was nearby, and he was disinclined to run around unnecessarily. Qin Shanshan pondered for a moment and realized she had no pressing commitments. Wu Xiaogong had not assigned her many tasks yet, as she was still acclimating to the workload. Sure, I need to look for a place to live anyway. Graduation is approaching, and I can't remain in the dormitory indefinitely. Lin Qinshou's forehead creased slightly at her words. He had intended to suggest catching a movie to pass the time, but she had other plans. All right, but didn't your company provide you with accommodation? He inquired, curious, as it was customary for bank employees to receive housing arrangements. Qin Shanshan shook her head. This area is the financial center, and housing prices are exorbitant. The company only offers housing allowances, not accommodations. They found a bubble tea shop, ordered 2 drinks, and sat down to browse rental prices in the vicinity. The single rooms here started over 6,000, Qin Shanshan sighed as she scrolled. That's too expensive. It seems I'll have to look further afield. Otherwise, most of my salary will go to the landlord. Lin Qinshou nodded, understanding her predicament. Let us not waste time staring at our phones. It's better to see the places in person. He took Qin Shanshan's hand and led her towards some nearby locations to assess the actual surroundings before considering the interiors. With Lin Qinshou's current capabilities, purchasing a home for her would pose no difficulty. However, he was acutely aware that even if he were willing to buy, she might not be inclined to accept. As they ventured into a residential area, they observed that the nearby buildings were quite dilapidated, giving the impression that they might collapse at any moment. This area must have escaped renovation due to the dense local population. How could such an affluent city allow such run-down conditions to persist in the vicinity of the financial center? As they turned into an alley, a group of 4 or 5 burly men emerged ahead, their fierce gazes fixated on Lin Qinshou and Qin Shanshan. Lin Qinshou's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that this group was intentionally waiting for them. Qin Shanshan sensed that something was amiss. Ignoring the distinction between genders, she anxiously tugged at Lin Qinshou, urging him to turn back and leave. However, 3 individuals appeared behind them, effectively encircling the pair. Lin Qinshou noticed that Shanshan's hand had begun to sweat, and he gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid, I am here." He then turned to face the group opposite them, questioning their intentions for approaching. Surrounded by 2 factions, it was evident they were not seeking anyone else. A man with a scarred face sneered, "Our brothers noticed your lavish attire and the beauty by your side," which stirred a bit of jealousy. "If you could part with some cash for us to enjoy and leave this woman for my amusement, you may be allowed to leave." Lin Qinshou's gaze sharpened, ready to retaliate, but then he caught sight of a shadow lurking in the corner behind them. In that fleeting glimpse, he recognized who it was and suddenly understood why this group had appeared so abruptly to obstruct their path. With a cold smile, Lin Qinshou taunted, "Shall we invite that person hiding behind to step forward and take center stage? Otherwise, I fear he might miss his chance." No sooner had he spoken than the shadow dashed out, shouting, "Let go of my classmate. If you have a grievance, confront me." The figure was none other than Wang Kun, whom they had encountered earlier in the restaurant. Wang Kun pushed through the crowd and stood before Qin Shanshan, exuding righteous indignation. "Shanshan, rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you." He then turned, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the adversaries. The onlookers regarded him with bemusement. Had he emerged before Lin Qinshou's words, his act might have held weight. But now, with their scheme exposed, his theatrics appeared rather awkward. The scar-faced man coughed twice. "Brother Wang, it seems the ruse has been unveiled. You needn't continue the charade." Wang Kun was momentarily taken aback. He had been seen through immediately upon his entrance. Qin Shanshan stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Kun. "Wang Kun, I initially believed you to be a decent person, a friend even. I cannot believe you would resort to staging a heroic rescue. Remove your friends from my sight, or I shall call the police." Wang Kun, now aware of how he had been exposed, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon realizing Lin Qinshou was the one who had revealed his pretense, he felt an urge to spew blood in frustration. It was a casual remark, and they could have simply denied it. What a group of incompetent allies, all gathered together like a flock of phoenixes. Since the ruse was already out in the open, Wang Kun decided to drop the act. He swatted Qin Shanshan's phone from her hand, causing it to crash to the ground and go dark. No longer pretending, he sneered, "Call the police? Can you still do that now? I pursued you for 4 years, and you never acknowledged me, not even granting me a meal together. I've had an epiphany. I no longer desire your heart, just your body will suffice. Leopard brother, incapacitate the man and take the woman back for my friends to enjoy." The man referred to as Leopard brother smirked, his grin more ghastly than sorrowful. "Remember what you promised, and also the bar tab for my brothers tonight. This woman will be available for you first." Qin Shanshan trembled slightly, a mix of anger and fear coursing through her. Lin Qinshou drew her behind him, whispering, "Stay behind me, and if you're scared, just close your eyes." Previously, he could have intervened to prevent Wang Kun from knocking Qin Shanshan's phone away. But the device seemed rather worn, lacking much worth saving. "What a pompous fool. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded." "Attack!" Wang Kun shouted in exasperation. Leopard Brothers' men charged forward. Terrified, Qin Shanshan shut her eyes, only to hear a series of muffled groans followed by anguished cries. Chapter 51. Qin Shanshan's Soaring Affection. Qin Shanshan quickly opened her eyes, which had closed in fear, and was left speechless by the scene before her. Lin Qinshou moved through the throng of adversaries with fluid grace and precise strikes. In less than a minute, of the 9 foes, only Wang Kun remained standing, while Leopard Brother and his gang lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Qinshou approached Wang Kun, speaking just loud enough for Leopard Brother to overhear. "I'll transfer the money to you later. You performed well." After patting him on the shoulder, he turned and led Qin Shanshan away from the scene. As Lin Qinshou pulled her along, Wang Kun stood there in a daze, puzzled by the meaning of Lin Qinshou's words. Leopard Brother, his face ashen, struggled to rise, his right arm dislocated by Lin Qinshou's strike. "Clever boy, a trap within a trap. You used us, and you're in cahoots with that kid. Those who can still move, attack." Leopard Brother kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and the others, confused but compelled by their leader's aggression, followed suit. Lin Qinshou had deliberately refrained from striking Wang Kun, and had spoken those words to ensure a rift would form among them. Even if Leopard Brother and his crew recognized the deception, they had just been beaten and were eager to vent their frustrations, taking the bait regardless of its authenticity. The alley echoed with Wang Kun's cries of despair. Once outside, Lin Qinshou and Qin Shanshan realized they were still holding hands. "My apologies, the situation was urgent. Not an attempt to take advantage of you." Lin Qinshou chuckled as he released her grip. Qin Shanshan, recovering from her shock, reflected on how this man had turned a dire situation around. His valiant demeanor in facing 9 adversaries was an image she would never forget. "Lin, I never imagined you were skilled in martial arts. You frightened me to the point of contemplating self-harm," Qin Shanshan exclaimed, her hand pressed against her racing heart, the waves of her emotions causing Lin Qinshou to swallow hard. "Ahem, I possess many skills. You shall discover them with time," he replied, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Beep. Detected a beauty with a score of 90 encountering difficulties. Option 1. Assist Qin Shanshan with her housing issue. Reward. Linguistic proficiency, 3 billion. Option 2. Ignore and let Qin Shanshan handle it herself. Deduction of 30 points from her affection level. Damn. Why must the system be so petty? Even if you offer me more money, I would still choose to help Qin Shanshan. There's no need to threaten me with a deduction in affection points. As they walked, it became evident that the environment was uninhabitable, far too chaotic. Midway, Lin Qinshou mentioned needing to use the restroom, returning shortly afterward with a black bag in hand. "Shanshan, I happen to have a vacant apartment near your workplace. Would you like to stay there for now? As a student, I'm mostly in my dorm, and the place is just sitting empty." Lin Qinshou had just devised a plan that would address Qin Shanshan's housing predicament while also fulfilling his task. Qin Shanshan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She genuinely considered Lin Qinshou's suggestion, but felt she had already burdened him too much lately. Their relationship was still ambiguous, and moving into his home felt inappropriate. Even if he claimed he wouldn't be there often, what if he needed to stay there at times? It wouldn't be proper for a man and a woman to share a space. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Qinshou reassured her, "If it would be a burden, you could simply pay me rent, 800 yuan a month. I have a fondness for the number 8. I won't intrude without your permission. This way, you would be the tenant, and I the landlord. The landlord cannot enter the tenant's abode without due cause, so you need not worry about me imposing on you," Lin Qinshou said with a beaming smile. "Furthermore, just look at the surrounding environment, messy and unsafe, especially for a young woman like you. Trust me, come stay at my place," Lin Qinshou continued. Chen Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinshou with eyes as clear as water. She could easily discern that he was providing her with an escape for her pride. She did not wish to disregard his kindness, for she truly needed a place to stay. If she continued her search, she might end up in a far-off location, spending the majority of her day commuting. "Thank you. Why are you being so kind to me?" Chen Shanshan said, her heart touched by Lin Qinshou's series of considerate actions over the past few days. His company made her, a woman with a strong sense of pride, yet lacking in security, feel utterly at ease. "Because you are deserving," Lin Qinshou replied, gazing intently at her. Their eyes met, and their heads drew closer. Just as they were about to share a kiss, the blaring horn of an electric bicycle jolted them back to reality. "Could you two move to the side for your affectionate display? This is a crossroads, not a scene from a drama," a middle-aged woman scolded, as Lin Qinshou and Chen Shanshan found themselves blocking the path of passing bicycles. Chen Shanshan's face flushed crimson as she hastily departed the scene, prompting Lin Qinshou to chase after her. "Shanshan, it's getting late. I've made dinner plans with my roommates, so we'll have to postpone looking at apartments. Would you like to join us for dinner?" The sky was gradually darkening. At this moment, even if Chen Shanshan wished to view apartments, he could not produce any options, so he opted for a change of topic. He hurried to buy a place in the next couple of days, and inviting Chen Shanshan to dinner was merely a casual remark. After saying it, Lin Qinshou regretted it. If she accepted, it would complicate matters as he had a dinner engagement with Yi Mingxi. Amidst Lin Qinshou's anxious thoughts, Chen Shanshan shook her head. "I want to go. I need to return to the office, and after handling some matters, I'll head back to school to pack. Are you free this weekend? If possible, could you take me to see some places then? I might move in right away." Lin Qinshou secretly sighed in relief. "Of course, I'm available whenever you need me." He genuinely feared that Chen Shanshan would agree, as it was a dinner with Yi Mingxi. "By the way, here is a gift I just bought for you. Your phone was damaged earlier, and while I was passing by a mobile store on my way to the restroom, I picked this up for you. You can't refuse. If you truly want to thank me, let me taste the dishes you cook next time." During their earlier conversation, Chen Shanshan had mentioned her culinary skills. Chen Shanshan smiled brightly. "All right, on moving day, I'll cook myself." Ding. Chen Shanshan's affection level for the host has increased by 1. Current affection level is 89. Just one more point to successfully win her over. Lin Qinshou felt an immense joy within. After escorting Chen Shanshan back to her office, he drove towards Shuiyin Pavilion. Chapter 52. Perhaps we should buy a few helicopters. At this hour, it was precisely the evening rush hour. Although Shuiyin Pavilion was not far, it would still take over an hour to reach. Stuck in traffic, Lin Qinshou pondered whether he should simply invest in a helicopter. At least he wouldn't be stuck in a jam. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Xingping waiting for him. Yi Mingxi and the others had been sent for by Xingping as well. Originally, there was a Rolls-Royce designated for transport, but after Lin Qinshou acquired Shuiyin Pavilion, Xingping quickly arranged for 2 additional Bentleys for pickup. "Mr. Lin, the private room is ready, and all the guests have arrived. Shall we proceed with the full Manchu Han Imperial Feast again?" Xingping inquired respectfully. "Another full feast?" Lin Qinshou felt somewhat weary of it, having just had one 2 days prior. "Let us skip it this time. Change it up a bit. By the way, could you look into helicopters when you have the time? Shuiyin Pavilion should invest in one for guest transport. It would significantly enhance our business." This thought had occurred to him during the traffic ordeal. The decline in Shuiyin Pavilion's business was primarily due to its congested location. Yet its popularity was also a product of this very location. It was like a double-edged sword, capable of yielding both profit and loss. As long as the transportation issue was resolved, the reasons for poor business would be effortlessly addressed. Xingping's mouth twitched, while Lin Qinshou spoke casually. Any helicopter would cost over 10 million, and the true expense lay in upkeep and constructing a helipad. Moreover, collaboration with other buildings would be necessary to establish landing pads on their rooftops. When the costs were calculated, even with more patrons dining, it would still be a loss. As what profit could be made from a single meal? After much contemplation, Xingping decided to relay these practical concerns to Lin Qinshou, hoping he would grasp the reality of the situation. Lin Qinshou, not being well-versed in business, could not fully comprehend these losses. But with the system at his disposal and his ample funds, losses were trivial to him. His primary concern was preserving Shuiyin Pavilion. If this continued, his esteemed chef Xingping would likely abandon ship, who would prepare the small-scale Manchu Han Imperial Feast for him in the future. Lin Qinshou patted Xingping on the shoulder. "You need not worry about the losses. Just focus on managing this project. Purchase the helicopters, lease the helipad, and I'll cover the maintenance costs separately from Shuiyin Pavilion's investments. Shuiyin Pavilion only needs to focus on generating profit. I'll handle the losses." Without hesitation, Lin Qinshou transferred 100 million to Xingping, earmarking it for the purchase of 3 helicopters. Shuiyin Pavilion had ample space, and with the leased helipad on a nearby building, Along with the helicopter's maintenance, 100 million would suffice for quite some time. He instructed Sheng Ping to request more when needed. After transferring the funds, Lin Qinshou sauntered into Shuiyun Pavilion, leaving Sheng Ping alone, bewildered by the whirlwind of decisions. In a dining establishment, casually investing 100 million. Was he extravagantly wealthy or possessed of a grander scheme? Sheng Ping stood at the entrance, pondering deeply without arriving at a conclusion. Upon entering the private room, Lin Qinshou was warmly greeted by Yi Mingxi. Before him were the three friends who had challenged him earlier that morning, who now appeared somewhat subdued. Beast, this is my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. It's so luxurious and extravagant, Li Wuqi exclaimed. He had come with Fan Jinxiang, while Xiao Lu had brought his girlfriend, Guan Yin, to the dormitory gathering. Clearly, it was true love. Once everyone was seated, Sheng Ping began serving the dishes. There were no specific orders for the meal. Whatever was served, they would eat. But the food at Shuiyun Pavilion was anything but simple. Sheng Ping even had the staff bring out 2 cases of 1982 Lafite red wine. Since Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang claimed that red wine wouldn't intoxicate them, a mere bottle wouldn't suffice, they decided to bring out the entire stock. Here's to Dream's friends. Thank you for your care. If it weren't for such wonderful sisters, I wouldn't have met Dream today. Lin Qinshou raised his glass towards Ruan Qingqing and her companions. Ruan Qingqing stood up, looking somewhat embarrassed. We apologize for our earlier presumptions. We shouldn't have judged you as a scoundrel without knowing you. Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also stood, raising their glasses. Initially, the three had believed Lin Qinshou to be a frivolous playboy, but upon hearing about his lavish spending for Yi Mingxi, they began to perceive him as serious. While assessing someone's sincerity through lavishness may be superficial, it was undeniably direct. How can you be so sure that I am not a scoundrel? Lin Qinshou observed them with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Yao Jingjing was the first to respond. If he is handsome and wealthy, I would willingly tolerate a scoundrel. Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to cease her remarks. I assure you, as long as Meng Meng desires my presence, I will remain by her side until she grows weary of me, Lin Qinshou declared, finishing his drink in one gulp. Li Wuqi approached with his own cup in hand, despite still sporting a cast. Upon hearing of the dinner gathering that night, he had disregarded his anti-inflammatory medication just to indulge in a few drinks. Hello, beautiful ladies. I am Li Wuqi, a good brother of the beast, and currently single. Wang Ying erupted into laughter, prompting the attention of the others. Although the peculiarity of Li Wuqi's name was well known among them, they were still taken aback by her reaction. My apologies, I am from Hong Kong, and in my dialect, this senior's name means you are shameless, so I couldn't help but laugh, Wang Ying explained with a smile. Oh, so you're from Hong Kong, Lin Qinshou remarked with surprise, as it was rare for individuals from Hong Kong to pursue studies in the mainland. They typically either attended local universities or opted for overseas education, given that institutions in Hong Kong offered significant advantages for local students, often ranking among the top schools. The only comparable options were the elite universities in the mainland or abroad, where the barriers to entry were considerably lower for students from Hong Kong. Fan Jinxiang abruptly interjected, pushing Li Wuqi aside. Ladies, I am Fan Jinxiang, and my name is far more normal, wouldn't you agree? I am also single. This time, all three women burst out laughing together. Yao Jingjing quipped, you elite dormitory folks should refrain from introducing yourselves repeatedly. Who in the university doesn't know you? Fan Jinxiang and Li Wuqi exchanged awkward smiles. Chapter 53. Do you wish to become the head of the Wen family? As laughter filled the air, time swiftly passed. And soon it was past 9 o'clock. With the university closing at 10:30, they had little time left, and thus, a second round was not feasible. Lin Qinshou instructed Sheng Ping to arrange transportation to take them all back, and with a lingering gaze from Yi Mingxi, he ushered her into the vehicle. Though Lin Qinshou longed for Yi Mingxi to stay, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The timeline for the tasks assigned by the system was exceedingly tight. He needed to find Wen Ruxue to discuss the plans for the following day and to uncover any potential weaknesses beyond the secrets of the Wen family. After ensuring everyone was sent off, Lin Qinshou requested Sheng Ping to drive him to Wen Ruxue's residence. He too had consumed alcohol, but with the necessity of a vehicle for the following day, he opted to let Sheng Ping endure the extra effort, while he would take a taxi back afterward. Relying on his memory, Lin Qinshou navigated to Wen Ruxue's dwelling and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came Wen Ruxue's voice from within. It's me. Did we not agree to meet tonight? Lin Qinshou remarked, noticing the petals scattered at the entrance. Could it be that she was hiding a man inside? The petals appeared to have fallen from a bouquet. Perhaps a suitor had delivered flowers and was now concealed within. He pressed his ear against the door, straining to catch any sounds from inside. Wen Ruxue opened the door and welcomed Lin Qinshou inside. Lin Qinshou surveyed the dimly lit room. Illuminated only by a few flickering candles, with petals strewn across the floor. Have you been unable to pay your electricity bill? Or have you taken a fancy to a more primitive lifestyle? He remarked, his tone lacking in romantic nuance. When Rushua lowered her head, saying, "Why are you here so early? Please wait a moment." With that, she dashed into the room. In the air, Lin Qinshou caught a whiff of a distinct aroma. On the dining table, 2 covered plates awaited. The presence of red wine and the scattered petals suggested a deliberate arrangement. If he remained oblivious to the implications of this setting, he would truly be a man of iron resolve. At that moment, Lin Qinshou realized that when Rushua likely misunderstood his intentions, she believed he was there to fulfill a promise, hence the romantic ambience. The door swung open, revealing when Rushua clad in a black lace nightgown, her bare feet gracing the floor, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Thanks to the candlelight, it was difficult to discern the blush on her cheeks as she approached Lin Qinshou and softly said, "I've prepared some food and drinks. Shall we indulge?" Caught off guard by this unexpected delight, Lin Qinshou noted that when Rushua had dedicated a day to this preparation. Even if he had not initially intended to pursue that path, he decided to play along, not wanting to hurt her feelings. As he took a seat, when Rushua came beside him to pour the wine, a delicate fragrance emanated from her, wafting into Lin Qinshou's senses. Unable to resist, he drew when Rushua into his embrace, prompting a startled gasp from her as she nearly spilled the wine. Their eyes locked, drawing closer until their figures melded into one. Lin Qinshou's unruly hand ventured beneath the hem of her nightgown, beginning to wander. When Rushua, taken aback, quickly stood up. "Wait a moment, let us eat something first." Lin Qinshou smacked his lips, watching when Rushua hurriedly returned to her seat, the warmth of their earlier kiss still lingering on his lips, leaving a trace of moisture. When Rushua's cheeks flushed, the flickering candlelight dancing across her face, Lin Qinshou took a deep breath, striving for composure. "Actually, I came to see you not for this matter, but due to other concerns." When Rushua gazed at him with curiosity, "I would like to understand more about your family, the Wens." Lin Qinshou had acquired considerable knowledge about the Wen family's secrets and now sought to discern when Rushua's perspective on her kin. When Rushua's expression turned even more perplexed. Why would he overlook her beauty to inquire about her family? Was her charm insufficient, or was there truly another reason? Despite her confusion, she complied, saying, "Although I am a member of the Wen family, I know little about their affairs. My existence has been akin to that of a servant. My father has never regarded me, and Yang Xinghua harbors disdain for me. My half-brother, Wen Wenfeng, has never acknowledged my presence. Yang Xinghua hails from the Yang family of Kyoto, which, though not among the top families, holds significantly more power than the Wens. Thus, even if the Wen family were deemed inept, he remains a favored candidate for the family head. With only me, a brother, and a younger sibling in our generation, the Wen family has always been rather sparse in numbers. My second uncle, Wen Jiaxiu, I have had minimal contact with. I believe I have only seen him a few times in my childhood, as he seldom resides at home. His wife is even more elusive, only returning during holidays, making her almost a ghost. She is the Secretary General of the city's Secretary Office. Though lacking in direct power, she is often surrounded by those who do, wielding influence that surpasses many. They have no children and remain the most enigmatic couple in the Wen family. As for my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, he might be the only normal person in the Wen family. His wife, Zhao Yaping, is not from a prominent family nor a high-ranking official, merely the daughter of an ordinary wealthy family. She bore him a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. At the mention of her third uncle, when Rushua's demeanor softened, revealing a glimmer of warmth in her dark childhood that illuminated her path, preventing her from sinking into despair. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinshou inquired, "In your opinion, who do you believe will prevail in tomorrow's contest for the family head? Additionally, are there voting members involved in this struggle for leadership?" When Rushua gazed at him in surprise, "How do you know that the clan leader selection meeting is to be held tomorrow?" There were no others present, just the 3 families persuading one another. Although it was a rather foolish method, the Wen family, lacking in numbers, had no need to involve many participants. The most assured candidate should be Wen Jiashang, as he was the eldest son, backed by Yang Xinghua. My third uncle, despite having compensated for the funds that mysteriously disappeared, was undoubtedly framed. His leverage was likely in the hands of others, leaving him powerless to compete. The struggle for the clan leader within the Wen family was essentially a contest for control over the Wen family's authority. One person would wield power and manage the shares of the Wen group, while the defeated would have to leave this country, never to return. The method of election employed by the Wen family was indeed quite foolish. The 3 brothers could argue for 7 days and nights, yet none would yield. Chapter 54. I truly do not wish to witness the true faces of you people. In the end, it would either be coercion and temptation or violence. Moreover, this hardly qualifies as a struggle for clan leadership, With so few members, it barely amounts to a mere struggle for Wen family assets. When Jia Su had prepared so much, it appeared he was already 9 parts assured of victory. Do you wish to become the clan leader? Lin Qinshou's gaze was piercing as he regarded Wen Wuxue. Wen Wuxue hesitated, then shook her head. My only fondness for the Wen family lies with my third uncle's family. The affairs of the Wen family are of no concern to me, and as a mere woman, an illegitimate child, no less, I have no standing to assume the role of clan leader. Wen Wuxue's aversion to the Wen family was palpable. Even if the position were offered to her, she would likely refuse. This presented a dilemma. How about I assist your third uncle? Lin Qinshou pondered. Since Wen Wuxue did not wish to take on the mantle of leadership, he would choose the first option and elevate Wen Jiaming. After all, there was a reward of 1 billion. Although lesser than the second option, it was still a substantial incentive. You? What will you do? Wen Wuxue had been perplexed by Lin Qinshou's sudden interest in this matter since earlier. Why are you suddenly invested in this? It seems you were unaware of the Wen family's significance until now, she stated, her gaze fixed intently upon him, as though seeking answers etched on his face. Nothing much. Now that you are mine, I merely wish to rectify the grievances you have endured, Lin Qinshou replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wen Wuxue's eyes shimmered with tears. Throughout her life, aside from her third uncle, no one had ever shown her such unselfish kindness. Lin Qinshou had gone from buying her drinks to gifting her 500 million. Although it was declared as compensation for her being his from that point onward, she was fully aware of her worth and that Lin Qinshou had never demanded anything in return. In truth, the current situation arose from her misunderstanding. Lin Qinshou only sought to help her regain justice and intervene in the Wen family's clan leader election. Such selfless assistance, with his every whim attended to, was overwhelming for her, a woman who had lacked love since childhood. Any woman would be unable to resist such an advance. When Wuxue approached Lin Qinshou from behind and embraced him, "Why are you so good to me? I truly do not deserve it." Lin Qinshou grasped her small hand that had reached toward him. "Who says you do not deserve it? In my eyes, you will always be worthy. Do not mention 500 million. Even if it took 5 billion to see you happy, I would gladly pay." With the atmosphere charged with intimacy, Lin Qinshou stood, slowly turning to face her. This time, Wen Wuxue did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she leaned in closer. Lin Qinshou cradled Wen Wuxue in his arms, walking toward the room, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Since everything is prepared, let us not squander your sentiments." Wen Wuxue's cheeks flushed, and she softly murmured, burying her head in Lin Qinshou's chest. The candlelight flickered, as if blessing their union. Ding! Congratulations to the host for securing the first kill of Wen Wuxue. Rated 95 for attractiveness. Rewards: Charm 1, Elixir of Supreme Restoration X1. Elixir of Supreme Restoration restores whatever is lacking in the body to full capacity. Host: Lin Qinshou. Strength: 8. Physique: 9. Mentality: 7. Charm: 8. Normal human attributes max out at 10. The host possesses average values among ordinary people. Vehicle: Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion: Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Skills: Mastery in martial arts, chess, and firearms. Balance: 1 262, 069, 053. In the dead of night, Lin Qinshou heard the system's notification but did not dwell on it. After completing his tasks, he fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Qinshou carried Wen Wuxue to the car. Despite his gentleness the previous night, it was still her first experience, and some awkwardness persisted. Early that morning, Lin Qinshou went to buy breakfast. It was time to head to the Wen family ancestral hall to assist Wen Wuxue's third uncle in securing the position of clan leader. Lin Qinshou refrained from disclosing that Wen Jiaming was her biological father, knowing this would only deepen Wen Wuxue's sorrow. The elder she had always respected had, in the past, harmed her mother and was indeed her biological father. Such a melodramatic revelation was better left unspoken. It was best to maintain their current relationship. Lin Qinshou first drove to the Jinmao building, where he had secretly instructed son Ji to print out several photographs early that morning, placing them in 3 envelopes, each labeled with the names of the 3 Wen brothers. This was Lin Qinshou's plan for the day, to ensure they would reconsider upon seeing the photos. "Qinshou, perhaps we should reconsider. I feel quite content as I am. If my uncle does not become clan leader, it might be for the best. His honest and simple nature is ill-suited for such a role. If we go there, we might not even gain entrance to the ancestral hall," Wen Wuxue advised, expressing her reluctance for her uncle to assume leadership. Living as ordinary people in an ordinary family might be the most suitable path for her, and above all, she did not want Lin Qinshou to encounter any trouble, especially since he struggled with even a real estate venture, let alone the more powerful Wen family. "Rest assured, I am confident in persuading Wen Jiashong and Wen Jiasu to step aside. If my plan fails, then the two of them will surely be at odds with one another, Lin Qinshou reassured her, withholding all of Wen family's secrets, merely allowing Sun Ji to print out those images. Soon, they arrived at the Wen family ancestral hall. To possess a small ancestral hall in the city center indicated that the Wen family must have once been quite formidable, now dwindled to such an extent that only 3 were vying for the position of clan leader. At the Wen ancestral hall, chairs had been arranged before the spirit tablets. Wen Jiashong and his family of 3, Wen Jiasu and his wife, and Wen Jiaming and his family of 3 were all seated there. With everyone present, they could commence. Wen Jiashong, seated at the center, closed his eyes and spoke in a calm, composed manner. He believed that with his wife, Yang Xinghua, by his side, the other 2 had nothing to contest against. After all, what could they contribute to the family once they fought their way through? Shuer has yet to arrive. She is also a member of the Wen family, Wen Jiaming interjected. He had called Wen Rushua the previous night to inform her about the clan leader election, but his calls had gone unanswered. He later sent a message but was unsure if she had seen it. Humph, a mere servant. What does she count as a Wen family member? Let us begin. Yang Xinghua scoffed, her impatience evident. Wen Jiashong remained silent, continuing to keep his eyes closed. Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. As for Wen Rushua, she has never been particularly attached to us and may not even show up. Let us commence directly. Wen Jiashu spoke in a calm tone. Wen Jiaming glanced towards the entrance, sighed, and chose to remain silent. He hoped to involve Wen Rushua more in family affairs, perhaps to secure some benefit for her. To be frank, I truly do not wish to witness the fade of people like you. Wen Rushua entered, holding Lin Qinshou's hand. Chapter 55, The Farce of the Wen Family. How dare you? How can you speak to your elders in such a manner? Who permitted you to bring outsiders into the Wen family ancestral hall? You are unworthy to even set foot in this hall, yet you dare to bring someone along. The head of the Wen family opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Wen Rushua, his voice raised in anger. Lin Qinshou stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Rushua. Old man, do not raise your voice at my wife. She came here out of respect for Wen Jiaming. Otherwise, your family could have quietly crumbled to dust. Lin Qinshou spoke disdainfully. If the head of the Wen family were truly Wen Rushua's father, he might have refrained from confronting him. After all, he was a potential father-in-law. Yet, he was merely a pathetic figure with a distant familial connection, daring to shout at his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Qinshou. We have no particular agenda here. We merely wish to witness the disgraceful spectacle of your struggle for the family head position. After introducing Lin Qinshou, Wen Rushua pulled him over to sit beside Wen Jiaming. The head of the Wen family, exasperated, retorted, Fiancé, when did I permit you to marry? You are a member of the Wen family, and it is I, as your father, who decides on such matters. Take him and leave at once. Lin Qinshou coldly laughed. Father? What kind of father are you when you do not even know if the child is yours? At this statement, the faces of Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxiu, and Wen Jiaming all changed. Lin Qinshou's words resonated with multiple implications. Brother, let it go. Rushua is still a member of the Wen family. If she wishes to bring her fiancé, let them listen in. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Wen Jiaxiu glanced at Lin Qinshou, the coldness in his eyes fleeting. The head of the Wen family wished to say more, but Yang Xinghua interjected. Let us begin swiftly. My friend is urging me. Upon hearing Yang Xinghua's words, the head of the Wen family finally closed his mouth with a snort. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxiu exchanged glances with Lin Qinshou, uncertain of the true meaning behind his earlier words, questioning if he possessed some hidden knowledge. Let us begin. I assume no one is willing to withdraw from this contest for the family head. Let us each present our worth. Jiaming, as the youngest, you may go first. The head of the Wen family waved his hand impatiently. Wen Jiaming presented a financial report. This is the financial statement of the enterprises under the Wen family group that I have managed over the years. I, Wen Jiaming, have diligently created nearly 10 billion in wealth for the family. I believe I possess some acumen in the realm of profit, and this is my value. His implication was clear. If you do not allow me to assume the role of family head, then go ahead and see if you possess the ability to generate wealth. Lin Qinshou's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected Wen Jiaming, who appeared simple and honest, to articulate such sharp words in the contest for family head. Clearly, he was not an ordinary individual. Oh, as far as I know, your company has encountered a significant financial shortfall. It seems you have quite a sum hidden away to cover it. Wen Jiaxiu perused the financial report, ready to counter. Wen Jiaming's expression shifted. Aside from himself and Zhao Yaping, only Wen Rushua was privy to this matter. How did Wen Jiaxiu learn of the financial shortfall? There were only two possibilities. Either someone close to him had betrayed him and informed Wen Jiaxiu, but given his understanding of Zhao Yaping and Wen Rushua, that seemed unlikely. Thus, the second possibility remained, that this was a scheme meticulously crafted by Wen Jiaxiu, aimed squarely at him for today as confrontation. Well, what use is earning so much money if it merely fills your own pockets? It would be a relief to merely not be expelled from the family, and yet you still aspire to be the head. The head of the Win family, upon hearing this, grew incensed. While internally contemplating that with his third brother being so wealthy, perhaps borrowing a few tens of millions to cover his gambling debts would not be too much to ask. Brother, what a clever tactic. Wen Jiaming snorted, taking a seat, concluding that the position of family head was beyond his grasp. Wen Jiaxu tossed the financial report aside carelessly, deeming it a mere joke. The Wen family was not solely reliant on Wen Jiaming for wealth. As long as they had money, they could attract a greater talent pool to serve the family. I am responsible for public relations in the Wen family, possessing a vast network of connections. A family cannot thrive on money alone. Moreover, my wife, Yu Qing, is the Secretary General of the municipal office, frequently engaging with high-ranking officials. Should I become the head of the Wen family, I can elevate us to greater heights, transcending the confines of mere commerce. As Wen Jiaxu spoke, the atmosphere became subdued. His argument held some weight. A family cannot thrive on wealth alone. With connections, the flow of money into the Wen family will be ceaseless. No one dared to refute him, and the head of the Wen family articulated his own candidacy. I am the eldest son of the Wen family. My wife, Yang Xinghua, hails from the esteemed Yang family of the capital, and my son, Wen Wenfeng, has generated billions in profits for the family in recent years. When it comes to connections and profits, I possess both. Wen Jiaxu smirked coldly. The so-called success and connections of the head of the Wen family were not due to his own capabilities. A pathetic man is just that, a pathetic man, relying on his wife and child to vie for the position of family head. Yet little did he realize that both his wife and child belonged to Wen Jiaxu. Recently, I received a call indicating that my brother has incurred significant gambling debts. I wonder how true that is. Wen Jiaxu inquired. The head of the Wen family's expression darkened. He had assumed such matters were unknown, but how did the debt collectors manage to reach Wen Jiaxu? There is no such thing. My second brother must have received a scam call. The head of the Wen family protested. Wen Jiaxu appeared to be prepared for this, producing a piece of paper from his pocket, on which the words IOU were scrawled. I too thought it was a scam, so I had someone investigate to see who would dare to swindle Wen Jiaxu, and the result was an IOU. Upon seeing the IOU, the head of the Wen family's face turned an ashen hue. This indeed was his signature, with a sum of 80 million. It was not that he lacked the funds, but he had lost far beyond that amount, having already emptied his pockets. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly. Brother, you might as well give up contesting for the position of family head. I will resolve this matter for you, and additionally, provide you with 200 million. I have already arranged a place for you abroad. You may retire there. The head of the Wen family fell silent, turning to Yang Xinghua, who was engrossed in her phone, ignoring him. Frustrated, the head of the Wen family swatted the phone from her hand. I am being forced into this situation. And you have nothing to say? Yang Xinghua, with fury etched on her face, retorted, what is there to say about your incompetence? If my second brother wants to be family head, let him. You wish to go abroad? Then go. I will return to Kyoto with Wenfeng. I want a divorce. You wretched woman, how dare you? The head of the Wen family raised his hand to strike her, but when Wenfeng seized his arm. Chapter 56, Self-Inflicted Humiliation. Seeing his son, whom he had doted on since childhood, stand against him filled the head of the Wen family with a rage he could not contain. Rebellion. This is rebellion. At that moment, Zhao Yaping suddenly stepped forward. Elder brother, please remain calm. I have a few photographs you might want to see. Lin Qinshou cast a glance at the photographs and noticed that they were nearly identical to the few he held in his hand. Could it be that the system had pilfered from him? These were images of Wen Jiaxu conferring with several individuals who likely conspired against him. Upon seeing the photos, Wen Jiaxiang's countenance turned ashen, and through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, Second brother, your cunning knows no bounds. You have truly ensnared me. Realizing that his scheme had been unveiled, Wen Jiaxu discarded all pretense, declaring, Eldest brother, in the game of power, those who fall into the trap signify my victory. Humph. If you aspire to be the head of the family, you are merely dreaming. I shall never consent to your ascension. Wen Jiaxiang let out a cold snort. Wen Jiaxu, with a faint smile, countered, if you disagree, simply repay the debts listed on this IOU. What kind of image does a family head present when burdened by gambling debts? Wen Jiaxiang turned to his third brother, Jia Ming, asking, lend 800 million to eldest brother. I assure you, once I am in charge, I shall repay you. Sighing, Jia Ming shook his head, for he lacked even 8 million, let alone 800 million. Had it not been for Wen Rushua's generous loan of 500 million, he might have already been imprisoned by Wen Jiaxu. Although he was perplexed as to how Zhao Yaping came to possess these photos, it was evident that Wen Jiaxu had seized control of the situation. The position of family head was destined for Wen Jiaxu alone. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou regarded Zhao yapping thoughtfully. The Wen family's secrets held little information about her, and her current demeanor seemed incongruous with public perception. Could there be hidden circumstances? When Jiaxu rose, laughing heartily. Both of you possess flaws and lack unity. Fear not. I have already arranged for your future abroad. You shall spend the latter half of your lives there. The assembly fell into a deep silence, as if Wen Jiaxu had anticipated this outcome all along. At that moment, Lin Qinshou stepped forward, saying, "Allow me a few words." All eyes turned toward him, while Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua furrowed their brows in unease. The words Lin Qinshou had uttered upon his entrance still lingered in their minds. This is a matter for the Wen family. What right do you, an outsider, have to speak? Wen Jiaxu cast a cursory glance at Lin Qinshou. Unperturbed, Lin Qinshou produced a thick envelope from his pocket and tossed it to Wen Jiaxu. "I suggest you find a secluded corner to peruse this. Best not let anyone else see it," he remarked with a smile. Ignoring him, Wen Jiaxu extracted the photographs from the envelope, only to be met with the first image, a picture of himself with Yang Xinghua. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he hastily shoved the photo back. Retreating to a corner, he scrutinized the images, each one sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't recall when they had been taken, but the content within could easily spell his doom multiple times over. Minutes passed, and Yu Qing intended to approach and discover the nature of those photographs. But when Jiaxu blocked her path, with heavy footsteps, he approached Lin Qinshou and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" Lin Qinshou smiled faintly. "I wish to cede the position of family head to Wen Jiaming. Transfer all shares of the Wen enterprise to his name, and then you can take your little fortune and retire abroad. I refuse to believe you have not stashed away some private funds. And haven't you already arranged everything abroad?" Wen Jiaxu fixed Lin Qinshou with a long, contemplative gaze before sighing. "Third brother, I never anticipated you had such capabilities. It seems for years, second brother has underestimated you." Meanwhile, Wen Jiaming sat in confusion at the back, turning to Wen Ruxue upon hearing Lin Qinshou's demands. She merely shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation. Lin Qinshou scoffed, "Don't flatter him. He doesn't even know me and is oblivious to these matters. Were it not for Shuer, I wouldn't have even bothered to show up today." In truth, Lin Qinshou harbored no fondness for Wen Jiaming, as he too was one of the past aggressors. "Spare me the youthful indiscretion excuse. Who among us hasn't been young?" Wen Jiaxu cast a complex glance at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfeng, then sighed deeply, appearing suddenly aged. "I agree, as long as these matters remain undisclosed. I will stay abroad indefinitely." The pronouncement sent shockwaves through the room. "Wen Jiaxu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Qing exclaimed, slamming her hand down. Yang Xinghua, equally astonished, gazed at him. Just the previous night, Wen Jiaxu had assured her that once he secured the position of family head, he would divorce Yu Qing and provide Yang Xinghua with a legitimate status, while Wen Jiashang would be expelled from the country. Now, with Wen Jiaxu relinquishing the role of family head to go abroad, did that mean all previous promises were void? Even if Wen Jiaxu steps down, I am still here. I never agreed to let Jia Ming take that position. Wen Jiashang interjected, stirring the pot once more. Lin Qinshou retrieved a photograph of a large tree from the envelope and tossed it to him. "You too must transfer all shares of the Wen enterprise to Wen Jiaming and then get lost." Wen Jiashang, with a disdainful expression, felt a cold sweat break out upon receiving the photograph. The tree depicted was the very one in the ancestral hall's courtyard, beneath which lay a hidden corpse, one he himself had buried. How could this seemingly unknown secret be known to Lin Qinshou? His expression shifted to one of uncertainty as he crumpled the photograph in his hand, glaring weakly at Lin Qinshou before slumping helplessly into his chair. Lin Qinshou produced several share transfer contracts for them to sign. "What method did you employ to coerce my father and second uncle?" When Wenfeng stood up, his voice raised. Seeing him rise, Lin Qinshou instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, not wishing to be too close to this man. "You have your own secrets," Lin Qinshou remarked, rummaging through his pocket and pulling out an envelope labeled with Wen Wenfeng's name, tossing it at him. However, Wen Wenfeng swatted the flying envelope to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. "Don't think you can threaten me with these useless trinkets. They might work on my father and uncle, but not on me." He didn't even bother to glance at the fallen photographs. Lin Qinshou regarded him with bemusement. "Are you certain? The photos of you are quite scandalous." The onlookers had already expressed curiosity about the small envelopes, their gazes drawn to the scattered images. One photograph landed at Yang Xinghua's feet. Upon retrieving it and glancing at its contents, her expression darkened. Chapter 57, Expulsion from School. "You wretched fool." Wen Jiashang kicked Wen Wenfeng from behind. The kick sent Wen Wenfeng sprawling to the ground, still bewildered. Yet, when he lowered his gaze to the photograph, he realized just how egregiously he had erred. The image depicted him with two men, revealing his innermost secret, now laid bare before his closest family members. It was only then that he grasped why his father and uncle had been so easily manipulated by a simple envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu trembled with fury upon seeing those photographs. Their only child was, it appeared, not quite normal. Wen Wenfeng glared at Lin Qinshou, gritting his teeth. How do you possess these images? Who are you really? In that moment, Lin Qinshou stood before them like a demon, capable of unearthing the darkest secrets nestled deep within each person's heart. Lin Qinshou retrieved the remaining envelopes from his pocket, still holding those for Yang Xinghua, Yu Qing, and Wen Jiaming. He collected Wen Jiaming's envelope and tossed the others to Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing, stating, "Since I've gone this far, I might as well provide the complete picture, allowing you both to understand why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu have bowed their heads." Upon catching sight of the photograph, Yang Xinghua swiftly returned it to the envelope, her pallid visage turning to Lin Qinshou. Yu Qing mirrored her astonishment. The collective curiosity of everyone present had been satiated. It was time to proceed with their affairs. Lin Qinshou settled back into his seat. Wen Jiazhang and Wen Jiaxu both signed their names on the power transfer document. "I trust you will uphold your promise." After casting a penetrating glance at Lin Qinshou, Wen Jiaxu turned to leave, yet as he did, the cold glint in his eyes sharpened. Wen Jiazhang let out a disdainful huff and hastily departed. Wen Ruxue, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What method did you employ to make them yield? What was concealed within those envelopes?" Lin Qinshou took her hand, responding, "Merely some unsavory leverage. Now that the matter is resolved, let us be on our way." Just as they were about to exit, Wen Jiaming rose, calling out, "Wait." Feeling as though he were in a dream, he had come to the realization that becoming the head of the Wen family was beyond his grasp. His earlier remarks had been a desperate struggle, a last-ditch effort to assert himself. Ultimately, he had failed, believing his family would soon depart China for a life abroad. Yet here stood Lin Qinshou, effortlessly driving Wen Jiazhang and Wen Jiaxu away, while he himself remained seated, having inadvertently become the head of the Wen family. With the stock transfer contract already signed. Though I am aware your assistance was extended for Ruxue's sake, I must still express my gratitude. It is a blessing for Ruxue to have encountered you. Ruxue, you may return home to live with us. From this day forth, we shall be a true family." Wen Jiaming declared, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, Ruxue, though you have always addressed us as uncle and aunt, we have always regarded you as our own daughter." Zhao Yaping added with a beaming smile. The photograph she had provided was given to her by a cousin, one of the very individuals who had schemed against Wen Jiazhang. Initially, she had hoped to leverage the photograph to incite a catastrophic fallout between her brothers, allowing her family to reap the benefits. But her naivety had underestimated Wen Jiazhang's timidity. A few words and actions had rendered him speechless, stripping him of the courage to contest. Lin Qinshou, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff. Did Wen Jiaming intend to use this method to claim Ruxue? He was determined to shield her from the truth of her origins. Had he wished otherwise, he would have handed over the document detailing Wen Jiazhang's concealed medical history. Ruxue was currently leading a blissful life, and there was no need to stir up any melodrama. Lin Qinshou tossed the envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming towards him. "Ruxue will not return to the Wen family. From now on, she shall have no ties with you. You may indulge in your antics as you please." The words left Ruxue perplexed. She could not fathom why Lin Qinshou harbored such animosity towards her uncle. Tugging at his sleeve, Lin Qinshou grasped her hand and turned, leading her away from the Wen ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming, clutching the envelope, watched the departing pair, bewildered. He could not comprehend why Lin Qinshou held such disdain for him. He had never opposed their relationship, and yet he found himself the target of animosity without having uttered a word. As he opened the envelope, Zhao Yaping leaned in closer. Initially prepared to reveal the contents, he hesitated, recalling the reactions of those who had seen the envelope's contents, coupled with the photographs of Wen Wenfeng. He concluded that these photographs were solely for his eyes. They should not be shared with Zhao Yaping. "Why not take a look?" Zhao Yaping inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "There is nothing of interest. You should take Jianfeng home, while I head to the company to finalize the remaining matters. From this point forward, the Wen family will be our family." Wen Jiaming concealed his excitement. Zhao Yaping, equally elated, chose not to press the issue regarding the envelope's contents. Though she may not have been particularly astute, she understood that everyone harbors secrets, and some revelations could irrevocably alter one's path. Upon returning to the company, Wen Jiaming locked the office door and retrieved the envelope Lin Qinshou had given him. From within, he extracted a photograph depicting a scene from over 20 years ago, a night when he returned from school. As he gazed upon it, his body trembled. He could scarcely fathom how this photograph had come into his possession. The scene captured was set in the depths of night, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faint moonlight. The clarity of the photograph was beyond the capabilities of that era. Slumping into his chair, his gaze flitted about, betraying a mixture of fear and complexity. No one knew what thoughts consumed him in that moment. After a lengthy pause, he pressed the intercom button. Gather all executives and shareholders of the one group. A shareholders meeting will convene in 2 hours. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou had just settled into his car when he received a call from Li Wuqi. You rascal. You skipped Su Xia's class again today. That woman instructed us to relay to you that if you do not show up before sunset this afternoon, she will petition the school to expel you. Damn. Although Lin Qinshou did not place much value on his academic status, he did not wish to disappoint his parents. Moreover, his campus life was a splendid one, having just begun to enjoy a carefree existence. He could not disregard the stern warning of that formidable woman. After all, the terrifying consequences loomed large. Expelling him could be accomplished with but a word. Rushue, I shall escort you home first. Make sure to rest well. I must return to school. There is a new teacher who threatens expulsion for skipping classes. Lin Qinshou delivered when Rushue to her building's entrance. Rushue rolled her eyes. Does school even hold significance for you anymore? Thank you for today. Had it not been for you, Uncle would not have assumed the role of head of the family. I shall reward you when you have the time. With that, she leaned in and planted a kiss on Lin Qinshou's cheek. After she exited the car, he drove directly towards the school. Along the way, he pondered why he had not received a notification of task completion. Logically, having fulfilled the criteria for option 1, he should have been rewarded with 100 billion. Yet, this task had been the most unsatisfactory for Lin Qinshou, as he held no regard for Wen Jiaming. As a father, despite being an estranged biological one, he had shown no concern for his daughter's well-being. Upon learning of her engagement, his expression had remained unchanged. Not even a single inquiry about Lin Qinshou's background crossed his lips. Did he not worry about his daughter encountering the wrong person? This indifference was the first reason for Lin Qinshou's disdain towards Wen Jiaming. Secondly, despite recognizing the presence of Wen Jiaming's younger son, Wen Jianfeng, in the photograph of Wen Wenfeng, he had remained silent, even going so far as to trample the photograph underfoot to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it, seemingly fearful that she might disrupt his plan to observe the unfolding events. From these 2 points, it was evident that Wen Jiaming was a selfish individual. However, the task demanded either him as the head of the family or Rushue in that role. Since Rushue had no desire to take on that burden, Lin Qinshou had no choice but to allow Wen Jiaming to take the position. Despite Rushue's deep affection and gratitude towards her uncle, her overall sentiment towards the Wen family suggested that she would seldom return to that home. Lin Qinshou's car entered the school grounds, heading directly for the faculty office building. The roar of the Lamborghini's engine reverberated throughout the entire building, just as Su Xia was preparing to ascend the stairs while on the phone. Teacher Su, I hear you've been looking for me, Lin Qinshou said with a smile as he stepped out of the car. Su Xia, who was on the phone, shot him a glare and gestured for silence with her finger. Lin Qinshou stood quietly to the side, waiting for Su Xia to finish her call. Mom, I've told you, I'm not in a rush to get married. I have no interest in that Zhou Xiao or Guan Xiao. I've just started working. Can you not make it seem like your daughter is eager to tie the knot? Su Xia expressed her impatience into the phone. Stop being willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by Grandpa, and he has already booked a flight from Kyoto for tomorrow. You must come home for dinner tomorrow night and meet him. Her mother, Li Lingyu, insisted from the other end. While on the call, Su Xia caught a glimpse of Lin Qinshou and suddenly hatched a plan. Mom, I've already said that I have a boyfriend. Please tell Zhou Feng to go home. I'll bring my boyfriend to meet you. Li Lingyu immediately retorted, do you think I'm a fool? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want to date. And now you're claiming to have a boyfriend? That excuse is utterly pathetic. It's true. I didn't mention him because I didn't want you to know yet. But now that you're matchmaking, I might as well be honest, Su Xia said, discreetly glancing at Lin Qinshou as she turned her back. Perfect. Bring that boyfriend along tomorrow night. If it's true, I won't bother you with matchmaking in the future. Now, I'm off to play mahjong. Li Lingyu hung up without giving Su Xia a chance to respond. After the call ended, Su Xia stomped her foot angrily and turned to face Lin Qinshou. He was still lost in the moment when Su Xia's youthful spirit surfaced. But he quickly sensed something was amiss in her gaze. Teacher Su, while I may skip classes, I'm not at the point of expulsion. Don't think you can threaten me into doing something undesirable. Lin Qinshou crossed his arms defiantly. Bah, come with me. Su Xia, both amused and irritated by his demeanor, recalled the previous day's incident and her smile faded. Initially intending to take Lin Qinshou to the office, she reconsidered and headed toward her apartment instead. Lin Qinshou followed, pondering whether she might have developed feelings for him. Could it be that having a system would also subject him to the unspoken rules of today? Upon entering Su Xia's apartment, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of her own scent. The teacher's apartment comprised a living room and a bedroom, each teacher having their own unit, fully equipped. Lin Qinshou found it curious that the daughter of a city committee secretary chose to live on campus. Logically, her home should be nearby. Why was she crammed into a teacher's apartment without a semblance of daily life? You've skipped my class twice. Each time, I'll deduct 5 credits. At this rate, you 1T graduate. Su Xia stated bluntly as she took a seat. Lin Qinshou settled onto a nearby stool, nonchalantly responding. Teacher Su summoned me here just to scare me, right? Su Xia had originally planned to reprimand him in front of all the teachers. But now she had a different scheme in mind. I was prepared to report your issues to the Academic Affairs Office, but seeing it's your first offense, I'll give you a chance. I need you to help me with something tomorrow. If you perform well, we'll consider this matter settled. What Su Xia needed was for Lin Qinshou to pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her home to deal with the matchmaking situation. She had no male friends. Her brother, an intimidating figure in the military, deterred any potential suitors, and those who encountered her retreated in fear of disappearing without a trace. Yet, this was precisely what she desired. Now that she finally encountered a man who was undaunted by her, who even dared to take liberties in front of the entire class. He was the only suitable candidate for the role. Can I refuse? I'm merely a student. What help can I provide? Teacher Su, you overestimate me. Lin Qinshou thought he had discerned the nature of the favor she was asking from her earlier phone call. He had no desire to wade into the murky waters of her influential family, especially if her military brother found out. His legs would certainly be broken. Beep. Detected that a beauty with a score exceeding 90 is requesting assistance from the host. Option 1. Become Su Xia's faux boyfriend. Accompany her home to alleviate her matchmaking troubles. Reward, Strength 1. Option 2. Become Su Xia's faux boyfriend. Accompany her home to alleviate her matchmaking troubles. Gain at least 2 approvals from Su's family. Strength 1. Invisibility card 1. Invisibility card, upon use, can refract light to become transparent for 1 hour. In disbelief, Lin Qinshou thought, an invisibility card? What kind of sci-fi nonsense is this? This task was one he couldn't refuse. He mentally cursed the system for issuing a task right after he had just declined. Had the system intended to trap him? Had the system provided this task earlier, he would have accepted. Now, if Su Xia simply agreed to his refusal, how could he play the role of her boyfriend? Wouldn't that render the task null and void? I can agree to assist you with something within my capabilities, and in return, I want to pursue your skipping classes. Think it over. Su Xia resorted to persuasion after realizing that intimidation was futile. Desperate to resolve her predicament, she was willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Qinshou pondered for a moment. She had provided him an out, and he could leverage this opportunity, although he was reluctant to concede too easily. All right, you help me with something, and I'll agree to be your faux boyfriend for a day to help you with the matchmaking situation. Lin Qinshou's eyes twinkled as he realized he had an opportunity that aligned perfectly with Su Xia's background. Sure, what do you need me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Qinshou first added her on WeChat, then opened a document detailing the one family's secrets, selecting a few photos to send her. These are some criminal activities I've inadvertently come across. Their family has substantial influence, and reporting them would not only be ineffective, but could also jeopardize my safety. If your identity is as powerful as rumored, then they should be brought to justice. He forwarded evidence of Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiasu's crimes. Wen Jiashang's murders and Wen Jiasu's numerous offenses over the years showcased his deep entanglement in the Wen family's shadowy dealings. These pieces of evidence could ensure their imprisonment for a long time. Lin Qinshou had never intended to let them off the hook. He wasn't a saint, and human nature was unpredictable. He resolved not to keep ticking time bombs in the open. Only by ensuring their dependence on the state could he ensure safety. Initially, he lacked the means to take them down, as Wen Jiasu's connections were far more formidable than the purportedly family. Now, with Su Xia's strong background, he saw an opportunity to test the waters. As for why he didn't provide her with the Li family's information, he had devised another plan. Letting the Li family eat from the state's plate would be too lenient. Furthermore, while the Li family was less powerful than the Wen family, Li Jianfu's extensive connections spanned both legal and illegal realms, unlike Wen Jiasu's ties, which were limited to the legal domain. Moreover, if Su Xia could handle the Wen brothers, it would demonstrate her family's capability to manage the Li family, at which point he could hand over the Li family's criminal records to her. Su Xia clicked on the first photograph, revealing an image of a grand tree. What significance could a mere tree hold? Beneath this very tree lay a grave, a resting place for a body buried by the Wen family. You must hasten. It is possible that he may soon relocate the corpse. Upon seeing this photo, the Wen family will undoubtedly devise a means to move the remains, leaving them unencumbered to return and create further disturbances. Initially, Lin Qinshou had no intention of getting involved, as the conflict was with Wen Jiaming, not him. However, Su Xia, upon hearing this, sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with shock. Wen Jiaming? The eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City? Lin Qinshou nodded, gesturing for her to scroll through her phone. More evidence awaited her, including details regarding Wen Jiaxiu. These pieces should suffice to apprehend the 2 brothers. Su Xia quickly flipped through the images, uncovering agreements and contracts among them. After a moment of scrutiny, a grave expression enveloped her face. She swiftly stood, grabbing her bag. I will seek you out tomorrow afternoon. For now, I must assist you in addressing this matter. She had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for evil, and her upbringing fostered an unwavering intolerance towards criminality. Su Xia hurriedly exited the room, leaving Lin Qinshou in a state of bewilderment. This woman is truly decisive, he murmured. With this matter resolved, he found himself at leisure once more, rising to pay a visit to Yunlu Mountain Villa, having no intention of attending afternoon classes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Li Qing. Sir, I have located the property you requested. It is situated not far from your school. In a picturesque community by the mountains and water, Silver Lake Villa. I have sent you the sales contact. You may view the property at your convenience. It dawned on Lin Qinshou that he had previously promised Yi Mengxi to purchase a house, prompting him to call her. Mengxi, do you have classes this afternoon? I've arranged to meet with the real estate agent. Shall we go view the house? Senior, I have exams for the last 2 periods this afternoon. They are quite important. Will the first half of the class suffice? It will be enough. I am on my way to pick you up. Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. While in the car, Lin Qinshou dialed the number provided by Li Qing. The salesperson was a woman, and her alluring voice echoed through the phone. Hello. This is Zhang Chun from Golden Property. How may I assist you? Her slightly flirtatious tone made Lin Qinshou feel as though he might shatter under the weight of her charm. Li Qing sent me to inquire about the properties at Silver Lake Villa, correct? I'll be there in approximately 20 minutes. The journey from Jiaodong University to Silver Lake Villa would take no more than 10 minutes, allowing an additional 10 for Yi Mengxi, as women tend to take a bit longer to prepare. Oh, you must be Mr. Lin. Sister Qing mentioned you. I am here now. Please call me when you arrive, and I will meet you outside. Zhang Chun's voice became notably more enthusiastic. All right, I will call you upon arrival. Once the call ended, Yi Mengxi emerged from the dormitory. Senior, I heard you were summoned to the office by the new teacher. Is everything all right? She asked with concern as she settled into the vehicle. All is well. The teacher merely advised me against skipping classes, or my diploma might be withheld. Lin Qinshou chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. You mustn't skip classes again, or you might find yourself in the same year as me, and I would no longer be able to call you senior. Yi Mengxi teased, covering her mouth with a smile. Before long, they reached the entrance of Silver Lake Villa, where a woman clad in a white business suit, accentuated by black stockings that highlighted her long legs, awaited them. Her golden waves were casually tied back, and her face bore a charming smile with a hint of allure. After Lin Qinshou exited the vehicle, Zhang Chun approached, greeting him warmly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Chun, the one you just spoke with. Lin Qinshou assessed the woman before him. The system had not indicated a beauty score below 90, so she must possess at least an 80. However, her mature charm certainly elevated her score to an impressive 85 in Lin Qinshou's eyes. Let us proceed to view the house, he said. Chapter 60. A 40 million yuan house, casually given away. Zhang Chun escorted them to Villa number 33 at Silver Lake Villa, where the residences were all standalone. While it was not as expansive as Yunlu Mountain Villa, it still boasted over 500 square meters, complete with front and backyards. This smaller villa was precisely what Lin Qinshou sought. Now it was up to Yi Mengxi to decide if she liked it. She explored every corner, occasionally gesturing to indicate where certain items ought to be placed. Senior, won't this be rather expensive? It's quite large. Cleaning it could be a hassle. Yi Mengxi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Qinshou. Although it was intended as their love nest, it need not be overly extravagant. Zhang Chun quickly interjected. The property management includes cleaning services. It only costs a few hundred for a cleaning session. With a house this size, hiring help is essential. Mengxi, if you like it, then this is the one. You take your time. I will discuss the paperwork with Miss Zhang, Lin Qinshou said, leading Zhang Chun to the hall. Miss Zhang, what is the price for this property? After examining it for a while, he realized he had yet to inquire about the cost, which only bolstered Zhang Chun's confidence in the sale. Mr. Lin, this villa has just been renovated and is unoccupied, with appliances included. Hence, the price is slightly elevated. Approximately 42 million. 42 million? That seems excessive. This is merely near the campus, not in the city center. Calculating in his mind, he realized that the price per square meter was nearing 100,000. Miss Zhang, I would like to purchase it for 40 million. Please discuss this with the original owner. If agreeable, I can finalize the deal today. Lin Qinshou concluded, pulling out his phone to distract himself, ignoring Zhang Chun's attempts to allure him with her presence. Very well, I will negotiate with the owner and provide you with an update shortly. Zhang Chun exited. Phone in hand. Lin Qinshou contemplated that if Zhang Chun proved capable, he could entrust her with the task of acquiring a property at Tangcheniping, as he had promised Qin Shanshan that he would have a residence there for her to stay. Recently, numerous tasks had been activated, all converging at once, leaving many unfinished. Speaking of tasks, why had the reward for the Wen family's ancestral hall not yet been credited? Could it be that it was not yet considered complete? He would need to inquire with Wen Rushua later to ensure nothing would hinder the completion of his objectives. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Chun re-entered the room. Lin Qinshou's gaze shifted toward her, and in a moment of clumsiness, she dropped her phone, bending down to retrieve it. In that instant, two prominent features nearly spilled forth from her blouse. Lin Qinshou recognized her intentions, but chose not to call her out. Why not indulge in the view? Even if he felt irritation, he would still look. Zhang Chun, having overheard Yi Mengxi refer to him as senior, began to entertain thoughts of her own. She believed the two were merely an ordinary couple, perhaps Lin Qinshou being a wealthy heir casually toying with a plaything. If he could have a plaything, why could she not? Being near such a rich heir was certainly preferable to squandering time on less desirable suitors. Mr. Lin, the original owner, has agreed. With the condition that everything must be settled today, he requires the down payment. Zhang Chun sauntered over, her form accentuated by her fitted skirt, and seated herself beside Lin Qinshou. Down payment? That is unnecessary. Bring me the contract, and I will pay in full upon signing. A down payment? Who does he think he is? Zhang Chun's pupils slightly dilated. To pay 40 million in one go indicated that he was indeed a capable, wealthy heir. Miss Zhang, I am contemplating the purchase of an apartment at Tangcheniping. Do you have any listings available? Lin Qinshou, recognizing the efficiency of his counterpart's work ethic, intended to finalize the arrangement for Qin Shanshan's apartment as well. Yes, Mr. Lin, what specific requirements do you have? Zhang Chun inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Sensing the potential for a lucrative transaction, as properties at Tangcheniping command prices in the hundreds of millions. Closing a deal there would equate to the total of her commissions over the past several years. It must be well decorated, preferably unoccupied. The presence or absence of appliances is inconsequential. We can procure those later. The properties at Tangcheniping are quite spacious, so I have no particular preferences regarding size. The location is the closest to where Qin Shanshan works, and after all, premium properties have their advantages. Once the task is fulfilled, the funds will be replenished. This is not a frivolous expenditure, but rather a wise investment. Zhang Chun swiftly perused her phone and discovered a listing that met Lin Qinshou's criteria. There is indeed a furnished apartment available, although it lacks furniture. What are your thoughts? She leaned closer to Lin Qinshou, her ample bosom pressing against his arm as she presented her phone for his review, slightly taken aback by the softness against his arm. Lin Qinshou coughed deliberately to regain his composure. Are you free? I would like to take a look. Certainly. There is no need for a key, as it is secured by a code lock. We can proceed directly after completing the paperwork, Zhang Chun replied excitedly, sensing the rhythm of two successful transactions today. Lin Qinshou nodded. All right, I will summon Ming Ming. The property will be registered in her name, and she can sign the contract with you. Once that is done, I will transfer the funds to the seller. He withdrew his arm and stepped out to find Yi Mengxi. Despite the pleasant sensation, it was better to avoid any awkwardness with Ming Ming present. Meanwhile, Yi Mengxi, having completed her viewing of the property, approached Lin Qinshou and exclaimed, "This apartment is stunning. Can I really live here in the future?" Lin Qinshou affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, of course. You can live here for as long as you wish. Now, let us go sign the contract, and you will be the rightful owner of this apartment." As Yi Mengxi was guided to the table, Zhang Chun remained momentarily stunned, grappling with the reality of a 40 million property being casually gifted without even Lin Qinshou's name on the deed. It was common for wealthy heirs to buy properties in their names, often claiming to do so for women while merely allowing them to reside there. Yet, here was Lin Qinshou, opting not to include his name, but solely that of the woman. Upon regaining her composure, Zhang Chun gazed at Lin Qinshou with admiration. After Yi Mengxi signed, she realized that the apartment was solely in her name. "Senior, aren't you signing?" she asked. Lin Qinshou shook his head. "This is a gift for you. My assets are already substantial, and adding my name would complicate matters. Besides, what is yours is inherently mine. Our relationship transcends such trivialities." Zhang Chun was taken aback, finding the words eerily familiar. Many men claim to buy properties for women, yet only their names appear on the deeds. The role seemed inverted here, as Lin Qinshou chose to exclude his name entirely, placing only Yi Mengxi's on the document. Complications due to excessive assets? Zhang Chun thought incredulously. But you are paying in full. What could be troublesome? Very well, then. Everything I possess is yours, Yi Mengxi replied, somewhat perplexed. Having heard that excessive assets could complicate property purchases, Yet, she was unaware that such inquiries typically arise only when financing a property. After signing, Lin Qinshou promptly transferred the funds to the seller. Once Yi Mengshi updated the door's code, he drove her back to school. "Senior, if you are unavailable this weekend, may I take Qin and the others to the villa?" Yi Mengshi asked before exiting the car. "Of course. I have other commitments this weekend, so feel free to take your roommates. It is your house. You need not consider me," Lin Qinshou said, affectionately ruffling her hair once more. Enjoying the gesture for reasons he could not quite articulate. "Thank you, senior." With a peck on his cheek, Yi Mengshi exited the vehicle, her spirits high. Lin Qinshou then headed towards Thompson Epine to resolve Chen Shanshan's housing situation. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Zhang Chun waiting, as her role as a sales agent permitted her to escort individuals for viewings. Without that designation, even a luxury car would not grant him access, unless he were an owner. "Hop in. Take me to park," Lin Qinshou called out as he rolled down the window. "Where's Miss Yi?" Zhang Chun asked, noticing only Lin Qinshou in the vehicle. "She has classes this afternoon, and this property is not intended for her," he replied as he drove into the underground parking area. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun's eyes sparkled with opportunity. What a fortunate turn of events. "By the way, it's in Building A. I didn't realize Miss Yi was still a student." "I am also a student, though I may appear older, so perhaps you didn't recognize it," Lin Qinshou chuckled. "Not at all. I am well aware that Mr. Lin is also a student, but you are quite impressive for your age." Zhang Chun's gaze lingered on him, almost predatory. Captivated by the combination of youth, wealth, and charm that was rare to find, Zhang Chun guided Lin Qinshou to the 33rd floor. Observing the elevator button, he felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu. The villa purchased for Yi Mengshi was in Building 33, and now he was securing accommodations for Chen Shanshan on the same floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a grand entrance. Thompson Epine's units are expansive, with each floor featuring a single residence. "Mr. Lin, this is a larger unit that best suits your specifications," Zhang Chun stated as she entered the code for the door. Upon opening, they were met with a vast balcony overlooking the river, accompanied by the fresh scent of recent renovations. Lin Qinshou opened the balcony door, allowing the river breeze to sweep in. Over 500 square meters seems rather excessive for just Chen Shanshan. Does she truly need such a spacious abode? He pondered, suddenly noticing the view of the Jinmao Tower from the balcony. Zhang Chun observed Lin Qinshou's contemplative demeanor, misinterpreting it as dissatisfaction with the property. This building boasts excellent security and is merely 50 meters from the Huangpu River, offering a stunning 270-degree view. This development is among Asia's top 10 luxury residences. Owning a property here is often a symbol of status. Lin Qinshou remained silent, not because he was displeased, but rather because he felt the space was too vast for a single occupant. Such a large residence would feel rather empty for one individual. However, aside from this, there seemed to be no comparable properties in the vicinity. Lost in thought, he turned to explore other options, only to collide with Zhang Chun, who had been standing directly behind him. She stumbled slightly in her high heels from the unexpected encounter, prompting Lin Qinshou to reach out instinctively to catch her. Initially intending to grasp her arm, Zhang Chun instinctively raised both hands to prevent herself from falling, causing Lin Qinshou to miss his target and slip away. This brief contact set Lin Qinshou's heart racing, for he was still a passionate young man. Flustered, he quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing, "I meant to hold your arm, but it was a mistake." Zhang Chun feigned shyness, responding, "It's nothing." "Mr. Lin, what do you think of this house?" Lin Qinshou surveyed the property, acknowledging its quality, yet remarked, "It's quite spacious for a single occupant, which might evoke a sense of emptiness. Moreover, I'm not purchasing it for myself. It's intended for someone else who may not appreciate such a large abode." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun inferred that the price was not the issue, igniting hope within her. With a glimmer in her eyes, she recognized that at this juncture, she must offer something in return, an area she was quite familiar with. In a brief interlude of mundane content that may not pique your interest, Lin Qinshou stood on the balcony, the breeze tousling his hair as he gazed at the picturesque river view. This property was renowned across the nation, and he never imagined he would one day find himself here, purchasing it for another. The gentle wind brought him back to reality, the earlier encounter resonating within him. However, he knew that should there be a next time with Zhang Chun, he would undoubtedly decline. Zhang Chun approached, touching up her lipstick, and as she neared, Lin Qinshou preempted her inquiry, saying, "Let us retrieve the contract. I've decided to buy here." With her earnestness evident, Zhang Chun found her earlier concerns about the size of the house dissipating. The smallest unit in the prestigious Thompson Epine was over 400 square meters. The difference between 400 and 500 was negligible. She thought to herself that she could simply visit Chen Shanshan more often for company, though she wondered if Chen Shanshan would be amenable to that. Ecstatic, Zhang Chun realized that her boldness had yielded significant rewards. Chapter 62. Assets reach 9 billion. Mr. Lin, the current price for this property is 120 million. Will you be paying in full or opting for a mortgage? She inquired, presenting him with a contract. Full payment. As a student, I have no qualifications for a mortgage, Lin Qinshou replied, glancing over the contract before signing it. After completing the paperwork, Zhang Chun took it to finalize the transfer, while Lin Qinshou transferred the funds. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Please feel free to contact me anytime. I'm available 24 hours a day, she said, casting him a flirty glance. The commission from these two transactions surpassed the total of all the houses she had sold in previous years combined. Lin Qinshou chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such women were not his type. He was well aware of their history, and, despite her eloquence, he would draw the line there. After all, the women in his life were all stunning beauties, each with a score exceeding 90. Having left Tangqin Yiping, Lin Qinshou returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa. After a night of labor and an early start to address the Wen family affairs, he craved nothing more than a shower and some rest. He shared the building number and access code for Tangqin Yiping with Li Qin, transferring 10 million for her to acquire household appliances. With several days until the weekend, he planned to have everything set up, ready to welcome Qin Shanshan for a seamless move-in. As Lin Qinshou succumbed to the soothing massage from the maid, he drifted off to sleep, only to awaken later that evening. When he got up, he discovered Li Shui had prepared a meal. He sampled a bite and packed a portion before departing in his Pagani Huayra. The task regarding the Wen family remained unresolved, and he intended to seek out Wen Ruxue for clarity. His plan was to allow Wen Ruxue to drive the Huayra. As it had been gathering dust at Yunlu Mountain Villa, he refrained from offering it to other women. Yi Mengshi was still a student and had no pressing need for a vehicle, while Qin Shanshan had not yet fully become his woman. Thus he entrusted the car to the one who needed it most, Wen Ruxue. Arriving at Wen Ruxue's building, he had called her on the way, and she finally answered. She had not gone to the bar today, but was resting at home. Lin Qinshou brought the meal into her apartment, immediately noticing that it had been tidied up. The candles and petals from the previous night had been cleared away, leaving the space immaculate. Wen Ruxue wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshou's neck, playfully saying, I can't wait to reward you. Couldn't you hold off for a day? Lin Qinshou chuckled. Had it not been for today's obligations, I wouldn't have been able to wait even a moment longer. With that, he lifted Wen Ruxue and carried her into the room. An hour later, Wen Ruxue lay on his chest, drawing circles with her finger. You truly lack gentleness. I'm still not fully recovered. Lin Qinshou kissed her forehead. Who could resist your charm? You've bewitched me into forgetting your recovery. By the way, how are things with your third uncle? Has the Wen family been secured? The task had been slow to progress, leaving him uncertain if complications had arisen. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ruxue replied, I heard there's a shareholder meeting this afternoon, with lawyers present for notarization. It should be resolved by now. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of securing Wen Ruxue's position as head of the Wen family. Reward, 8 billion, Spirit 1. Dear client, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 800,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 10,362,369,053 yuan. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 8. Physique, 9. Mentality, 8. Charm, 8. Attributes for ordinary individuals max out at 10. The host is within the normal range for an ordinary person. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangqin Yiping, Building A, Floor 33. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship. Balance, 9,912,069,053. A refreshing sensation surged through Lin Qinshou's mind, invigorating him and dispelling the fatigue from his earlier exertions. Why was option 2 selected to complete the task? Wen Ruxue is right beside me. Does she not even know? Suddenly, a notification chimed for Wen Ruxue as well. She grabbed her phone from the bedside table, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. What's wrong? Lin Qinshou asked, noticing her sudden change in demeanor. Wen Ruxue set her phone down with a sigh. My third uncle just messaged me. After consolidating the shares, he transferred 48 of Wen Corporation's shares to me while retaining 10 for himself. From now on, I am the true head of the Wen family and the chairperson of Wen Corporation. Lin Qinshou was momentarily stunned, given his understanding of Wen Ming. He knew him to be self-serving. Why would he make such a move? In truth, Lin Qinshou had not misjudged Wen Ming. The latter's actions were indeed driven by self-interest. Lin Qinshou's formidable capabilities had intimidated him, and he sensed that Lin Qinshou regarded him with disfavor. By transferring such a substantial portion of shares to Wen Ruxue, and even conceding the position of family head, Wen Ming was not merely compensating his daughter, he was also motivated by fear of Lin Qinshou. One could possess power, But without the means to wield it, it was meaningless. Since it's a gift from your third uncle, you should accept it. The Wen family owes you enough already. Taking more is hardly excessive. Lin Qinshou embraced her tightly, and they conversed late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. Chen Shanshan also received a notification regarding Lin Qinshou's substantial funds entering his bank account. Upon witnessing the staggering balance of 9 billion, she momentarily wondered if Lin Qinshou was engaged in money laundering. However, after investigating the source of the funds, she found no irregularities. The emergence of nearly 10 billion in a private bank account sent ripples through the entire Shanghai banking sector. It is worth noting that while 100 billion might appear in a corporate account, it is an exceedingly rare phenomenon for a private account. Only a handful in Shanghai possessed such financial prowess. On a particularly eventful night, Wu Xiaogong was at his lover's place, ready to bask in the glow of his romantic escapades, when an unexpected phone call jolted him out of his reverie. Damn it, if I find out who this is, I'll make you pay, Wu Xiaogong grumbled, snatching up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. President, it's quite late for your call. I'm truly flattered. Shut your flattery-laden mouth. I've discovered that the account manager for this large sum is a young lady you recently promoted. Is that correct? A dull voice echoed from the other end. Wu Xiaogong's heart sank. Could it be that Lin Qinshou was up to no good and had transferred the funds elsewhere? I swear I'm innocent. A young man claimed to have billions to deposit with us, but the condition was to promote his girlfriend. I reported this to headquarters, and Chen Shanshan's position was sanctioned by them. I can't be held accountable for this mess. Wu Xiaogong was eager to absolve himself of any blame. The president, growing impatient, retorted, "What are you panicking for? I'm not here to hold you accountable. Chen Shanshan's private account has just received an additional 8 billion, bringing the total to 9 billion. This client is crucial for our bank. Whatever it takes, ensure we retain them. If necessary, request assistance from headquarters." Wu Xiaogong was bewildered. He had anticipated a reprimand, but instead, the president was asking him to secure a client with such formidable financial clout. Yes. I will certainly keep this benefactor with us. I suspect a significant reason for their interest in our bank is due to his girlfriend. Perhaps we should invest strategically in her? He suggested, an idea forming in his mind. After a brief silence, the president replied, "Promoting her too swiftly may be unfair to other employees, but her performance alone surpasses that of the rest combined. Arrange for her training, and we'll secure her a position to pursue an MBA abroad. Upon her return, she can take your position." Wu Xiaogong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the president's plan would involve sidelining him. "What about me? I still have 6 or 7 years until retirement," he protested, feeling aggrieved. "Calm down. Let me finish." The president snapped, clearly annoyed at Wu Xiaogong's interruptions. "You will return to headquarters as the deputy president." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Deputy president? At headquarters? That changes everything. Wu Xiaogong hung up, exhilarated, and immediately rushed back to his lover. Meanwhile, the two principal individuals involved remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, each lost in their own dreams. Lin Qinshou slept soundly until midday, only to be roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. "You don't need to attend your afternoon class. I've already arranged for your absence. Also, I've delivered your clothes to your roommate. Wear that outfit and come find me." After the call ended, Lin Qinshou realized who had been on the line. He felt the chilling emptiness beside him, when Rushue had long since risen. This was the first time he had slept in so late. Ding. The host's excessive sleepiness is due to an enhancement of spirit, necessitating an adjustment period with the host's body, which has been completed during the host's slumber. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder I slept so much yesterday afternoon and into today. I thought it was a lack of vitality. The sun's shining. Are you planning to stay in bed all day? When Rushue entered, wearing an apron, upon seeing her in that enticing attire, Lin Qinshou felt a rush of blood. In a spontaneous moment, he pulled Wen Rushue into his embrace for a morning exercise session. After more than an hour, they exited the room, and Lin Qinshou marveled at Wen Rushue's breathtaking beauty. She had truly blossomed into a woman, exuding an alluring charm that was ever present. He pondered whether he could withstand such temptation and realized he must complete the task involving Su Weiwei. With newfound confidence, he felt capable of handling multiple pursuits. After preparing lunch, Wen Rushue found that Lin Qinshou's earlier distraction had left their meal cold. Once she reheated the dishes, they sat down to eat. "I might need to visit the Wen group today. My uncle called and asked me to come in to take over some affairs. He will assist me there. The Wen group is quite short-staffed, so I can return to work now," Wen Rushue explained, noting Lin Qinshou's apprehension towards her uncle and her return to the Wen family. "Go if you wish. You can take the Pagani downstairs. It will make your commutes more convenient," Lin Qinshou reassured her, understanding her concerns. She was a capable individual, clearly inheriting the Wen family's business acumen, evidenced by her success in establishing the popular bar, Snowfall, which had garnered high praise. When Rushua, delighted, planted a kiss on Lin Qinshou's cheek, leaving a trace of grease behind. After finishing their meal and tidying up, she drove to the Wen group while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Mountain Villa. Though when Rushua had offered to drive him, he declined. With a bevy of maids at the villa, he knew it would create complications if she saw them. The timing wasn't right yet. Upon returning to Yunlu Mountain Villa, Lin Qinshou wasted no time and headed straight to the school. In the car, he contemplated his recent excessive absences from class and pondered whether he should consider donating to the school to gain some privileges. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. He wanted to skip classes without it hindering his pursuit of happiness. Upon arriving at school, he drove directly to the building housing the principal's office. Without hesitation, he entered the principal's office, taking a seat opposite the bewildered principal. "Is there something you need, young man?" Lin Qinshou retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to the principal. "I would like to inquire if our school has any projects in need of funding. I happen to have some spare money I wish to contribute." The principal's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he promptly rose from his chair. "What is your name, young man?" Leading Lin Qinshou to the sofa, the principal prepared to brew a pot of tea for this enthusiastic student. "Third year, sociology, Lin Qinshou," he introduced himself. The principal, upon hearing the name, felt a sense of familiarity, as it seemed to have been mentioned frequently in recent days. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was the new prodigy garnering much attention on campus. The one flaunting an extravagant car worth over 100 million as he paraded through the streets, even reaching the principal's office. "So it is you, Lin," the principal remarked with a smile. "Your recent high-profile exploits have certainly made their way to my ears." As Lin Qinshou gestured for the principal to focus, he earnestly expressed his desire to contribute to the school, stating, "The institution has nurtured me. It is now time for me to give back." The principal nodded with appreciation and turned to retrieve a stack of documents. "These are research projects submitted by various departments and disciplines within the school. Please take a look and decide which ones you would like to sponsor." Lin was taken aback by the sheer volume of proposals, estimating there to be dozens awaiting funding. As he perused the papers, he noted that many were initiated by teachers, professors, and even students, all of which had passed the feasibility assessments. The principal sighed, lamenting that while there were numerous wealthy individuals in the metropolis, many preferred to donate to other institutions, leaving these approved projects in a queue, waiting for funding to commence their research. Notification. Hidden task triggered. Funding for research at Jiaotong University. Option 1. Sponsor all approved projects. Reward. 1 to Constitution. 30 billion in cash. Option 2. Sponsor all approved and unapproved projects. Reward. 1 to Constitution. Mastery of athletic skills. 50 billion in cash. Hidden task. This was Lin's first encounter with such an opportunity, and the rewards were astonishing. He had yet to fully contemplate how to utilize his existing 9 billion. And now he was presented with the prospect of an additional few hundred billion. Yet, who would ever complain about having too much money? Principal. Include the unapproved projects as well. I will sponsor them all, Lin declared confidently, patting his chest. He had glanced at the funding amounts and realized that, given his financial prowess, supporting these initiatives was trivial. This hidden opportunity likely represented a beneficial mission with minimal difficulty but substantial rewards, albeit with potentially obscure triggering conditions. The principal was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. But those unapproved projects should also have some feasibility, shouldn't they? If they were utterly impractical, they would have been discarded long ago. I will sponsor all these projects, Lin asserted, but I have one condition. He had initially sought merely to secure his right to attend classes, yet unexpectedly triggered a hidden task. The principal, now fully attentive, asked, what condition? He found it hard to believe that a wealthy heir could truly afford such a sum, given the substantial funding required for these projects. My condition is simple. Due to my numerous commitments, I hope you can grant me a privilege. Should I miss classes, I should not lose credits, allowing me to graduate smoothly. Lin, that condition seems reasonable, but do you genuinely possess such vast resources? The principal was skeptical, believing Lin might be overestimating his financial capacity. While not a teacher, as a staff member of the institution, he felt compelled to gently advise Lin to act within his means and select only a few projects. Lin smiled, perceiving the principal's doubt. Why should you dissuade me? The combined funding for these projects would still allow me to sponsor at least 1 billion. Considering the car I own alone is worth over 1 billion. Upon hearing this, the principal's expression brightened with realization. Indeed, Lin's car had been a topic of conversation, drawing attention to him in recent days. Is what you say true? The total for both approved and unapproved projects is estimated to exceed 1 billion. Principal. Simply agree to my condition, and I will donate 5 billion for our university's academic research projects. Once we clear this batch, I will cover future projects as well. Please provide me with the school's account details, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Once you receive the money, you will see I speak the truth. It was a mere 5 billion expenditure for Lin, a sum that would scarcely dent his wealth. The principal, excited, rummaged through his desk to find the university's account information. Moments later, a bespectacled middle-aged woman burst into the principal's office. Principal, our school account just received 5 billion, marked as funding for academic research. Upon hearing this, the principal felt assured that Lin had not been boasting. Internally thrilled yet maintaining a facade of composure, he replied, I understand. I am overseeing this matter. Please step outside. Once the financial officer left, the principal eagerly grasped Lin's hand. Lin, the school will surely remember your generous donation. We might even erect a plaque in your honor. Lin quickly withdrew his hand, cautioning, please keep it anonymous. I prefer not to attract media attention. And remember to handle the condition I proposed. I shall not intrude on your work further. With that, he hastily exited the principal's office. As he left, Lin grumbled to himself, that principal is quite the old softy. The principal had been overly enthusiastic, grasping Lin's hand while his other hand rested on Lin's wrist, making him feel rather uncomfortable. Notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, funding for research at Jiaotong University. Rewards. 1 to Constitution, Mastery of Athletic Skills, 50 billion in cash. Dear customer, your bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 50,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 51,362,369,053 yuan. A surge of energy rushed through Lin's body, making him feel more solid and robust. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 8. Constitution, 10. Mentality, 8. Charisma, 8. Attributes for ordinary individuals max out at 10. The host possesses normal values among them. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion, Yunlu Villa No. 1, Thompson Riviera, Building A. 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery of Martial Arts, Chess, Marksmanship, and Athletic Skills. Balance, 59 for 112, 069, 053. Lin gazed at his balance, which had swelled to over 500 billion, feeling as if he were in a dream. Such a fortune could last several lifetimes if spent wisely. His mind had yet to fully process the previous 9 billion, and now he was faced with an additional 500 billion, leaving him somewhat numb to the reality of it all. Moreover, his personal attributes had reached the pinnacle of human capability. This hidden task had indeed yielded abundant rewards, both in wealth and in benefits. As Lin made his way back to his dormitory, he passed by the basketball court, where a stray basketball rolled to his feet. He picked it up and casually tossed it, effortlessly sinking it into the hoop. This display left everyone at the court astounded, frozen in disbelief. Am I dreaming? That distance was at least 2 basketball courts away, yet he made that shot so effortlessly. He seems to know he can score. Could he be a basketball prodigy? Do you remember what he looks like? Get the teacher to pull him into the school team. I don't remember, but he is quite handsome. I will be able to recognize him next time we meet. Lin Qinshou was oblivious to the tremors his casually tossed ball had caused in the basketball circles of Jiaotong University. The moment he held the basketball, a plethora of knowledge surged through his mind. Angles, force, all stemming from his mastery of athletic skills. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found his roommates were all attending classes. A suit was draped over his bed frame, and on his desk lay a box containing a pair of shoes, a belt, and a watch. Lin Qinshou flipped over a tag and discovered it was not a brand he recognized. However, the price inscribed on it revealed that the suit alone cost 3,000 yuan. Including the watch and shoes, the total would approximate around 10,000 yuan. Su Xia certainly indulged in extravagance, going so far as to provide him with a costume for the performance she had in mind. Though Lin Qinshou was reluctant to don the attire, he complied for the sake of fulfilling the task. He decided against wearing the tie, feeling that, as a student, putting it on would make him resemble a real estate salesman. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, exposing his robust chest, muttering to himself that this was the appearance befitting a student. After changing into the ensemble, Lin Qinshou drove to the faculty apartment and called Su Xia, Teacher Su. I'm downstairs. Should I come up, or will you come down? Come up. I have someone here who wants to meet you. Someone wants to meet me? Who? As Lin Qinshou ascended the stairs and entered the apartment, a striking girl in a police uniform appeared before him. Ding. Detected a beauty with a score exceeding 90. Name, Xiao Runan. Beauty score, 95. Age, 26. Height, 171 centimeters. Bust, 36E. Favorability, 0. Another stunning beauty with a score of 95. Lin Qinshou regarded Xiao Runan, clad in her police uniform and cap, her natural beauty leaving him utterly captivated. Her large, bright eyes, elegantly sculpted nose, and the uniform tightly hugging her figure accentuated her allure, while her black police trousers and boots did little to conceal her long, exquisite legs. She was undoubtedly the most physically impressive woman he had encountered in quite some time. With such a striking figure, named Runin, one could only speculate if her family had wished for a son. This is the student who will be posing as your boyfriend tonight, Lin Qinshou. This is my friend, Officer Xiao Runin. Su Xia introduced them. Xiao Runin scrutinized Lin Qinshou. So, this is the student who will be masquerading as your boyfriend? He looks rather lackadaisical. Are you certain he can handle it? Xiao Runin tugged at the fabric of Lin Qinshou's shirt. Lin Qinshou, somewhat irked, replied, Officer Xiao, while I respect your position, your hands-on approach is rather inappropriate. I could report you for harassment. Xiao Runin shot him a fierce glare. Where did all this come from? She pointed at the pile of photographs and documents on the table, evidently printed by Su Xia. Lin Qinshou furrowed his brow. Teacher Su, this is rather inconsiderate. Not only have you made the evidence I provided public, but you've also exposed me by bringing a police officer to interrogate me. If you can't even handle this minor detail, you may as well perform the act yourself tonight. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Su Xia hurried to block his path. This time it's my fault. I apologize. However, if we wish to take down the Wen family, we need assistance from the police, and the only person I trust is Runin, as she is the only one who can operate without infiltration from the Wen family. Runin? Really? That tone is rather uncalled for. He is the one providing evidence, not a criminal. Su Xia rolled her eyes at Xiao Runin. Xiao Runin pouted, Humph. What a petty man. Fine, I apologize. I was anxious because the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Wen Jiashong has already been apprehended. That fool went to the Wen family ancestral hall at night to dig up a tree and was caught red-handed. He actually unearthed a set of remains, and an investigation has commenced. However, Wen Jiasu is far more cunning than his brother. According to our inquiries, he vanished after returning home, and we couldn't find any trace of him on the surveillance cameras around his house. Lin Qinshou had anticipated this. Wen Jiashong would undoubtedly return to the site to dig up the body. He initially thought he would hire someone else for the task, but to his surprise, he had done it himself. What a foolish decision. As for the crafty Wen Jiasu, it was only natural he would go into hiding, holding so much evidence. No one with a modicum of intelligence would believe that he would be spared based on mere verbal promises. Yet he was astonished that even the police could not locate him. Lin Qinshou returned to the room and took a seat. As for the source of the evidence, that is not your concern. I have provided you with the evidence. If you require its provenance, then there is no need for us to cooperate. Moreover, I have handed everything over to you, and yet you still cannot capture the person responsible, coming here to question a mere student. The capabilities of the police are quite disappointing. Xiao Runin was at a loss for words, merely huffing. We wish to know the source for your own safety. If Wen Jiasu learns that the evidence traces back to you, he may target you. You can request police protection. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qinshou's eyes. He had considered this aspect, which was why he had proposed a deal with Su Xia on the same day, fearing that delaying might lead to complications. While he himself was not worried, the situation was different for Wen Rushua. If Wen Jiasu were to act recklessly against her, it would pose a significant problem. My personal safety is not something you need to worry about, but there is someone who may require your protection. That is not possible. We do not deploy police resources to protect individuals not directly involved in the case. Xiao Runin shook her head. Wen Rushua is involved. She and I are working together to expose Wen Jiasu's crimes. Surely that would warrant protection. Lin Qinshou pondered whether he should hire a security company to train some personnel himself, so he wouldn't have to rely on others, who might not perform adequately. Chapter 66. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? Very well, I will go find her. Su Xia, I'll be on my way. If your student has anything else to say, relay it to me. Xiao Runin exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she dashed out of the apartment. Lin Qinshou rolled his eyes. This woman wouldn't even exchange contact information, insisting Su Xia convey messages instead. Oh well, such a demanding woman was hardly suitable for him. Perhaps they would cross paths again someday. Teacher Su, let us hurry and wrap this up so I can get home and rest. Lin Qinshou stretched lazily, inadvertently revealing his well-defined physique. Su Xia caught a glimpse and felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks, surprised at how impressive her studentess form was. Come over and help me with these items. I bought some things. Please deliver them to my family in your name, Su Xia said, gathering various nutritional products and packaging from the floor. Lin Qinshou glanced over, noticing that most of it comprised inexpensive items. As the one tasked with pretending to be her boyfriend, he had no inclination to buy gifts. Carrying the items to the car, Su Xia surveyed Lin Qinshou's Lamborghini. This car is rather small. Where will all this go? Perhaps we should just take a taxi. Lin Qinshou eyed the numerous bags and realized that indeed, his vehicle might not accommodate them all. No need for a taxi. I'll have someone come pick us up. Lin Qinshou retrieved his phone and called Sheng Ping, requesting a driver to escort them. Sheng Ping promptly arranged for a chauffeur to drive over from the direction of Jiaodong University. The two ascended back to the upper floor, each engrossed in their respective mobile devices. After waiting for a considerable half-hour, the driver finally arrived. When Su Xia beheld a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Unfamiliar with Lin Qinshou's sports car, she was unaware that luxury vehicles were commonplace in the bustling metropolis, where even many domestic electric cars costing hundreds of thousands had adopted a sporty design. Having just arrived at the university, her social standing made it challenging to forge friendships, and her disinterest in online forums meant she was oblivious to Lin Qinshou's recent news. However, she recognized the Rolls-Royce and was taken aback that Lin Qinshou could summon such a luxury car with a mere phone call. Lin, you wouldn't have rented this car, would you? Even if you were to rent, you needn't choose something so extravagant, Su Xia exclaimed, somewhat surprised, yet internally resolved to reimburse Lin Qinshou for the rental fee later. Why dwell on such matters? A ride is a ride. Lin Qinshou opened the car door and took his seat, while the driver exited to stow their belongings in the trunk, subsequently handing Lin Qinshou a card. Mr. Lin, this is from Mr. Sheng, as per his request. This was the item Sheng Ping had arranged to deliver after Lin Qinshou's earlier call. Although he was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, he had responsibilities to attend to. He ought to prepare some gifts for the occasion. He had even brought along a rejuvenating pill, as it was the only thing of value he possessed. With Su's family having an official background, he certainly couldn't present them with cash. How much does it cost to rent this car for a day? Let me transfer the money to you. You're still a student, and I can't allow you to bear such expenses, Su Xia inquired, pulling out her phone to check. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror with a bemused expression. 300. Lin Qinshou was disinclined to elaborate further. How had this woman become a teacher? Su Xia opened Lin Qinshou's WeChat and promptly transferred him the amount. Without hesitation, Lin Qinshou accepted the payment while perusing information on security companies. Ceoromance's earlier remarks had stirred him to realize he had underestimated the complexities of society. Should any unforeseen events arise, he would have no time for regret. However, he found most of these security firms unsatisfactory, as many were merely individuals who had completed 2 years of military service. Those untested by real adversity were adequate for ordinary security roles, but would likely flee at the first sign of trouble, which did not align with his expectations. As Lin Qinshou journeyed down the path of his role as a pretend boyfriend, a significant upheaval was unfolding within the university. All submitted research projects, provided they were reasonable, had been approved and entered the funding phase. Wow, the university has money. All these projects have been approved. If successful, our school could ascend several tiers. Our university is brimming with talent. It merely lacked funding, but suddenly we have resources, and Jiaodong University will soon gain prominence. Have you heard? A wealthy benefactor donated 500 million. 500 million? While that sounds immense, which of these research projects doesn't require substantial funding? What's the concern? The benefactor stated that if we need money, we should just ask him. Who is this benefactor? I should have my friend inquire. Does he need a son? A grandson would suffice. It's anonymous, perhaps to avoid being pestered by those seeking a benefactor. According to insider information, the donor is a student at our university. A student? The only student wealthy enough to be that benefactor must be Shun Li. It can't possibly be Shun Li. The Shin family has a strong partnership with Moda University, which has produced many outstanding results for them. Aside from Shun Yu and Shun Li, we have no other ties to the Shin family. Then why are Shun Yu and Shun Li studying at Jiaodong University instead of Moda University? Rumor has it Shun Yu is avoiding some suitors who believed she would attend Moda University, but she surprised everyone by coming here. As for Shun Li, it's simpler. He wanted to escape his family's constraints, and he was drawn here by the allure of the campus beauty. Returning to the topic of this donor, our university houses many hidden talents. Numerous discreet second-generation rich kids prefer to remain low-key. Anyone capable of donating 500 million surely doesn't resemble an ordinary wealthy heir. Hey, hasn't one recently emerged? That exceptional dormitory resident, Lin Qinshou. Do you think it could be him? Following the news of Lin Qinshou's charitable contributions, the campus forum began buzzing with activity. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was reading at her desk when a girl burst into her room. Weiwei, have you heard? Zhou Yumeng exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Su Weiwei's arm. Heard what? Su Weiwei replied, bewildered. Zhou Yumeng lifted a cup of water from Su Weiwei's desk and drank it all in one go, gleefully explaining. Our project's brain research with Professor Wu has been approved and is now entering the funding stage. We'll receive the research funds tomorrow. Really? Su Weiwei leaped up from her chair, tears welling in her eyes. This news was monumental for her. The brain research project was one she had persuaded a medical professor to undertake with her. It had taken considerable effort to showcase her medical talent, ultimately convincing the professor to join and apply for research funding from the university. However, even though the project had been approved, the funding had been slow to materialize. Their starting capital was over 10 million, which was already a challenge, and recently there had been no donations at all, leaving the project in limbo. It's true. The forum is filled with announcements about project approvals. Some projects have already received funding, but ours might be delayed due to the high amount needed. Zhou Yuming opened the forum for Su Weiwei to see. As Su Weiwei read through the discussions, a smile brightened her face. She couldn't wait to express her gratitude to whichever benefactor had made this possible. Although the project had yet to commence, it had reignited her hope. Zhou Yuming wore a mysterious smile. I know who the donor is. They requested anonymity, but the finance officer is my aunt, and she just told me the name. She also advised me to cultivate a good relationship with that person. Who knows, I might just step into the world of the affluent. Su Weiwei covered her mouth, chuckling. Then you'd better put in the effort. Such a kind-hearted and low-profile rich second generation is a rarity. Given the donor's decision to remain anonymous and the substantial amount donated, it was evident they were a discreet and cultured individual. Weiwei, do you want to know who it is? I can tell you, but you can't let it slip. I don't want to increase my competition. But if it's you, I wouldn't mind. Zhou Yuming teased, gently caressing her cheek. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course. I want to know who it is, but not to compete with you. I want to express my thanks later, as their donation is crucial for me. This person is a student at our university and a fellow classmate. I've never heard of them before. They suddenly emerged as a wealthy heir. If it weren't for my aunt being in the school's finance department and seeing the name of the donor, only the principal would know about this. Now, aside from the principal and my aunt, I'm the only one who knows the donor's identity, but soon you'll know too. Zhou Yuming set the stage before revealing, causing Su Weiwei to roll her eyes. The donor's name is Lin Qinshou. Strangely enough, I feel like I've heard that name before, but I know I don't know him. Weiwei, have you heard of this person? Zhou Yuming asked, looking at Su Weiwei. Upon hearing the name Lin Qinshou, Su Weiwei's body trembled slightly, taken aback that the donation had indeed come from him. She nodded slowly, conceding their acquaintance. You weren't in class the day before yesterday, and the seats were all taken. I sat next to him. He is from the sociology class. If he is the donor, then your dreams of mingling in high society are futile. He already has a girlfriend, Yimingshi. At Su Weiwei's words, Zhou Yuming suddenly recalled this individual. So it was him, the distinguished Lin Qinshou from the elite dormitory. The one who had been flaunting his lavish luxury car worth over 100 million, even managing to win over Yimingshi. Yet, he had only begun to act so ostentatiously recently. Why had he suddenly adopted a more low-key demeanor? Donating 5 billion while remaining anonymous was quite astonishing. Zhou Yuming gasped in surprise. Su Weiwei shook her head, indicating that it was best not to speculate on others' intentions. It sufficed to remember the kindness shown to her. However, it seemed that Lin Qinshou did not hold her in high regard. She dismissed such thoughts, realizing it was not the time for distractions. With the research funding secured, her focus needed to be solely on that endeavor, striving to resolve her health issues promptly. As for expressing gratitude, she would consider that once she had fully recovered. Grasping Zhou Yuming's hand, Su Weiwei urged, let us go find Professor Wu. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou had arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the bustling metropolis. Stepping out of the car, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a self-built house before him. Given Su Xia's formidable background, it was astonishing that her entire family resided in this three-story structure, which appeared to have seen better days. Su Xia noted his surprise and explained, I have lived here since birth. My entire family, including my grandfather, resides here. My grandfather is a local, and after the war, he chose to return to his roots instead of settling in the urban center. My parents have allocated housing in the city while I stay in the dorms. Usually, it's just my grandfather and our housekeeper, Aunt Wang, here. My apologies, I was shallow in my assumptions. Lin Qinshou chuckled softly. Previously, he had thought someone from Su Xia's background would have been raised with a silver spoon in their mouth, only to discover her family's humble and principled lifestyle, living in a house smaller than his own family home. As the driver unloaded their belongings, Lin Qinshou and Su Xia each took their share. A Ferrari was parked at the entrance. They exchanged glances, and Su Xia shrugged, indicating that the car did not belong to her family. It appeared that her suitor, Zhou Feng from Kyoto, had arrived ahead of them. Find a place nearby to wait for me. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Lin Qinshou instructed the driver before entering alongside Su Xia. Mom, I'm back. Su Xia called out as she stepped inside. Following her, Lin Qinshou observed two middle-aged women emerging from the kitchen, presumably Su Xia's mother and the aforementioned housekeeper. At a nearby tea table sat a bespectacled middle-aged man engrossed in a document, while an elderly gentleman was playing chess with a young man in a suit. Upon hearing Su Xia's voice, everyone turned their attention towards them. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, hello. I'm Su Xia's boyfriend, Lin Qinshou, he introduced himself. Li Lingyu's previously cheerful countenance froze momentarily before shifting to an awkward expression as she welcomed him. Ah, Lin, come, take a seat. Dinner isn't ready yet. She had not anticipated her daughter would genuinely bring home a boyfriend. Initially, she thought it was merely a casual comment. "Auntie, I brought some small gifts for you." Just a token of appreciation, Lin Qinshou offered the items Su Xia had purchased. "Why bring something?" "Thank you, Su Xia. This is Zhou Feng from Kyoto, here to visit us." Li Lingyu intended to mention that Zhou Feng had come to see Su Xia, but refrained upon noticing Lin Qinshou. Su Xia nodded in acknowledgement and approached her grandfather, Su Dang. "Grandpa, how have you been lately?" Su Dang chuckled. "Very well. I could still take down a few of those rascals." "Where is this young man working?" Su Baining inquired, setting aside his document. This family appeared quite amiable, far more approachable than Lin Qinshou had imagined. I'm currently not employed," he replied, almost revealing that he was a student, but quickly corrected himself, realizing that if he mentioned being a student, they would likely see through his facade as a fake boyfriend. Furthermore, Su Xia being a teacher would undoubtedly raise objections from her entire family regarding any romantic involvement. "Oh, what sort of work does Lin plan to pursue? Have you considered joining the civil service?" Su Baining's family, all employed in government roles except for Su Xia, naturally posed this question, as serving the nation held paramount importance to them over any commercial endeavors. "Not at the moment. I haven't quite figured it out yet," Lin Qinshou responded honestly, having briefly contemplated starting a business but ultimately dismissing the idea. He was not an entrepreneurial spirit, and the exhausting nature of entrepreneurship was not for him. He preferred to enjoy life with the system he possessed, leaving the business ventures to others. "Unemployed? This young man could join our company. The Zhou Group has a branch here in the metropolis, located in the Jinmao building. While we currently only lease a floor, we plan to acquire the entire building for our branch." Zhou Feng interjected, eager to assert his status. Lin Qinshou regarded him with a peculiar expression, contemplating whether or not to engage him further, for the Jinmao building was an asset of his. He could easily displace the Zhou Group if he chose to. Checkmate. Just then, Su Dang made a decisive move, sealing Zhou Feng's fate in the chess game. Zhou Feng chuckled. "Old Master Su, your skills remain unmatched. I'm no match for you." A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Dang's eyes. Chess was his passion, and he had long been without a worthy opponent. Now that he finally had someone to play against, he dispatched Zhou Feng in mere moves, finding the game rather dull. "Ah well, young people today seldom indulge in such antiquated pastimes," he sighed, then turned his gaze towards Lin Qinshou. Zhou Feng felt somewhat awkward at this remark. It was evident that Su Dang was disappointed in his chess prowess. "I know a little. I can play a few moves with you," Lin Qinshou replied, nodding towards Su Baining before approaching the chess table, prompting Zhou Feng to reluctantly vacate his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Qinshou in surprise. "You can play chess?" It was rare to find young people in this era who could. "I know a bit. I should be able to keep Grandpa entertained for a while," Lin Qinshou smiled. Possessing a commendable skill in chess, not only chess, but he also excelled in games relying on luck. "Haha, splendid. If you manage to win against the old man, I'll gift you a chess set." Su Dang laughed heartily. As the two arranged the chess pieces, they commenced their game, while Su Xia, uninterested in the match, retreated to the kitchen to assist. Initially, Su Dang believed Lin Qinshou's abilities were akin to Zhou Feng's, but as the game progressed, he became increasingly focused, realizing that Lin Qinshou was leading him into a carefully orchestrated trap, dictating the flow of the entire match. Su Dang pondered each move for an eternity, while Lin Qinshou played without hesitation, seemingly oblivious to any thoughts concerning the subsequent developments. After a brief moment, the game reached a stalemate, prompting Su Dang to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Young friend Lin, your chess skills are remarkable. I, an old man, willingly concede defeat." However, the old man had one request. He hoped Lin would refrain from deliberately letting him win and instead showcase his true prowess so that he might see how many moves he could endure against him. Su Dang discerned that Lin Qinshou was allowing him to enjoy the game, but he also recognized that Lin's skill surpassed mere kindness. He was the most formidable chess player Su had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng's expression darkened as he had anticipated that Lin Qinshou would be dismissed by Su Dang just as he had been. To his astonishment, Lin not only triumphed over Su, but also earned his admiration. This stark contrast left Zhou wondering how he could possibly leave a good impression on the Su family. "The old man has praised me. It was merely luck that allowed me to defeat you," Lin Qinshou humbly replied. Su Dang waved his hand dismissively. "Such words may suffice for others, but they won't deceive this old man. Now, come, let us play again." The two reset the chessboard and commenced a new match. In the second round, Lin did not extend Su any leniency, trapping him in a stalemate within just a few moves. He realized that Su Dang was not one to mind being outmatched. Rather, he resented being bested while still being treated with such deference. "Haha, indeed impressive. Young friend Lin, you are the most skilled chess player this old man has ever encountered. As promised, here is a chess set crafted from agarwood." An old friend once gifted me 2 sets, and now I present one to you as a token of gratitude. Su Dang regarded him with admiration, noting that it was rare to find young people who excelled at chess, let alone someone of Lin's caliber. He retrieved a box of chess pieces from beneath the table and offered it to Lin Qinshou, who graciously accepted. Believing that there was no need to be overly modest with the elder, showing genuine character was perhaps more valuable. Dinner is ready. Su Xia called from the kitchen. Lin Qinshou promptly rose to assist Su Dang, who appeared to have some difficulty with his legs. Old man, what troubles you? Lin inquired, puzzled. Su Dang shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. I am merely aging. My recent checkup indicated some signs of kidney failure. I need to nourish my kidneys, haha. An old man like me needing to replenish his kidneys. At that moment, Zhou Feng interjected, Old Su, our Zhou family's hospital has numerous medical professors. Let me arrange a time for you to have a checkup. Su Dang shook his head again. I'm old and prefer not to stir up trouble. I wish to enjoy my twilight years. I appreciate your kind offer, young friend Zhou. With Lin Qinshou's support, he made his way to the dining table, which was a simple round table, lacking even the elegance of mahogany. Lin Qinshou found himself quite fond of this atmosphere, devoid of ostentatious luxuries and characterized by the most straightforward of arrangements and home-cooked dishes. Su Baining sat beside Su Dang, while Su Xia positioned herself between Lin Qinshou and Zhou Feng, a seat orchestrated by Li Lingyu to avoid any awkwardness for Zhou Feng. It's just some home-cooked food. Please don't look down on it, Xiao Lin and Xiao Zhou, Li Lingyu cheerfully invited. Not at all. I am used to indulging in extravagant delicacies. So a simple home-cooked meal is indeed a refreshing experience, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the room as Lin Qinshou stifled a laugh, realizing that Zhou Feng had unwittingly flaunted his wealth. The irony of Zhou's statement, which attempted to belittle the meal, only served to confirm its simplicity. If you cannot appreciate the meal, you are free to dine elsewhere. No one is stopping you. Su Xia retorted, unyielding. Zhou Feng recognized his misstep and managed an awkward smile. Li Lingyu sought to ease the tension. Come now, Zhou, you are simply being too earnest. I had initially thought we might dine at the Shuiyun Pavilion tonight, but upon inquiring, I discovered it to be exorbitantly priced, over 100,000 for a single meal. And reservations must be made in advance. I have heard much about Shuiyun Pavilion and have long wished to try it, yet the price deterred me. What's the big deal about Shuiyun Pavilion? I'll call and reserve a table for tomorrow, Zhou Feng declared, eager to salvage his reputation. Although Su Xia had brought her boyfriend home, they were not yet married. As a member of the Zhou family, his only requirement for marriage was the woman's family background. Su Xia's lineage was undoubtedly above standard, not to mention her beauty. He would employ every means necessary to win her over. Zhou Feng set down his chopsticks and procured the contact number for Shuiyun Pavilion from the branch office in Modu, promptly dialing it. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou was engrossed in his meal. The home-cooked fare, described by Li Lingyu, represented a high standard in his past life, featuring his favorite dishes like pan-seared red sandalwood fish and braised squid with pig's trotters. Lin's hearty appetite pleased Li Lingyu, as it acknowledged her culinary skills and suggested that he fit well within their familial atmosphere. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Su Xia remarked, serving Lin Qinshou more food, feigning a closeness with him. My apologies, Auntie, your cooking is simply too delightful, causing my manners to slip, Lin replied with a smile. Hello, is this Shuiyun Pavilion? I would like to reserve a table for tomorrow afternoon. Please hold a spot for me, Zhou Feng asserted, his voice brimming with authority. The person on the other end of the line, Sheng Ping, was momentarily taken aback. How could a reservation call have been directed to him? Apologies, sir, but at Shuiyun Pavilion, we operate on a reservation basis requiring a deposit of 10,000 yuan to secure a spot. Currently, the next available reservation is for the 1st of next month. Would you like me to reserve a spot for you? Though he was unsure how the caller had acquired his number, he saw no reason to turn down potential business. What? The 1st of next month? Today is only the 8th. Are you joking? Zhou Feng exclaimed. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group. Make the arrangements for me to dine there tomorrow afternoon. As he stated his name, he felt the pressure of everyone's eyes upon him, and being denied in such a manner was a blow to his pride. Sheng Ping scoffed. Even if you are Zhou Feng of the Zhou Group, it matters not. Shuiyun Pavilion has its rules. To secure a reservation, you must provide a deposit. This is not a reservation call. With that, he promptly hung up the phone. Zhou Feng's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. The audacity of being rejected and mocked was intolerable. He immediately redialed, only to find himself blocked. Xiao Zhou, let it go. We don't have to eat there. Auntie was merely making a suggestion. Li Lingyu quickly intervened, providing an exit for Zhou. He forced a smile. It's quite all right. Perhaps that customer service representative was simply inexperienced. I will have a word with his superior. Zhou Feng made another call to uncover the number of the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion. Once he received the contact information, he dialed it without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Qinshou's phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him, completely unaware that the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion sat right beside him. Lin answered the call, but before he could speak, Zhou Feng interjected, "I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group. I wish to reserve a table for tomorrow afternoon." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Feng heard his own voice echoing from Lin's phone. He turned, stunned, and met Lin Qinshou's knowing smile. "You are the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion?" Zhou Feng asked, incredulity etched across his face. Lin Qinshou returned the phone to his pocket. "It appears so." Zhou Feng's expression darkened with fury. "If you are indeed the owner, why did you not mention it earlier? Why toy with me like this?" He felt like a fool. "You never inquired." Lin replied, "Moreover, Aunt Li advised you several times, yet you insisted on showing off." Lin Qinshou smiled as he took a card from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Li Lingyu. This was the Supreme Membership card of Shuiyun Pavilion, which allowed its bearer to dine at any time without having to queue or take a number. He had originally intended to give it to her after their meal. As her cooking was so delightful, mentioning food from elsewhere now seemed somewhat impolite. Lin Qinshou subtly criticized the rudeness of the young master from the Zhou family. Apart from Su Dang, the entire table was taken aback by Lin Qinshou's gesture, including Su Xia. They had all heard of Shuiyun Pavilion, a premier dining establishment in the magical city, which offered only 8 exclusive reservations daily. Although it was rumored that the seats had become less sought after, Shuiyun Pavilion remained a symbol of elite dining. In a daze, Li Lingyu accepted the card, but Su Banning swiftly intervened. As the municipal party secretary, he could not accept such financial gifts, as being discovered would lead to complications. "Uncle Su, there is no need for concern. It's just a card, not tied to any financial matters. Moreover, Su Xia's family is akin to my own. Inviting family to dine at my restaurant shouldn't be deemed inappropriate." Lin Qinshou reassured him, understanding Su Banning's apprehensions. "Little Lin just claimed to be unemployed, yet he surprises us all so greatly," Su Banning remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lin Qinshou. "I must clarify, Uncle Su. Although I am the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, I do not manage its operations. So my status as unemployed was not a deliberate deception. As for Su Xia, she prefers a relationship unburdened by backgrounds or family histories. If a romance is mired in such matters, its purity is compromised." At this, Lin Qinshou tenderly grasped Su Xia's hand, gazing at her with affection. A flicker of approval crossed Su Banning's eyes, seemingly in agreement with Lin Qinshou's sentiments. "Then I shall graciously accept this card, Auntie." Li Lingyu tucked away the VIP card from Shuiyun Pavilion, her discerning palate for food prompting her to consider visiting once. Surely indulging once wouldn't lead to any issues. Recovering from her surprise, Su Xia quickly withdrew her hand, realizing she had almost been deceived by Lin Qinshou's performance. Had she not known he was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, she might have thought he was genuinely in love with her. Chapter 70. The God of War. Su Feng. Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He had intended to salvage some dignity but had been dealt a severe blow instead. "Why didn't you wait for me to eat?" A rugged voice boomed as a formidable man strode through the door. "Brother!" Su Xia exclaimed with delight upon seeing the newcomer. This was her brother, the God of War Su Feng from the Southern Military District. Hearing that a young upstart from Kyoto was coming to court his sister, he had hurried back from the military district. He could not allow his beloved sister to marry a scion of debauchery. Upon entering, he immediately spotted 2 young men at the dining table, both clad in suits, which he detested. The housekeeper promptly presented Su Feng with a set of cutlery. Su Feng's piercing gaze swept over Lin Qinshou and Zhou Feng, while Lin Qinshou remained unfazed, calmly eating his meal. Zhou Feng, however, felt the sweat trickling down his back. This man was none other than Su Feng, notorious in the Southern Military District for his fierce reputation. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura. With a forced smile, Zhou Feng introduced himself. "I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto, here to pay a visit." "Oh, you are the young man from Kyoto who has come to court my sister?" Su Feng's indifferent tone caused Zhou Feng to break out in a cold sweat. "That's not quite it. I merely came to visit the Su family, though if Su Xia has any interest in me, that might be a different matter." "Humph. And you, what kind of aristocrat are you?" Su Feng turned to Lin Qinshou. "Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Qinshou," Su Xia quickly interjected. Su Feng paused, taken aback by the term boyfriend. Suddenly, an intense pressure bore down on Lin Qinshou. He nodded in greeting to Su Feng. This moment elicited a flicker of surprise in Su Feng's eyes. Typically, an ordinary person would crumble under such intensity, yet Lin Qinshou remained remarkably composed. "Why have you returned so suddenly? Didn't the military district assign you any tasks?" Su Banning inquired of Su Feng. "There are tasks, but this time, my mission is simply to take a stroll," Su Feng replied as he devoured his meal and stood up. "If you wish to marry my sister, You must have my approval. You too, come with me. Su Feng headed towards the back door of the house, without hesitation. Having finished his meal, Lin Qinshou wiped his mouth and followed Su Feng, deciding to play along completely. He was curious to see what this legendary god of war was truly like. Su Xia hurried after them, anxious that something might go awry with Lin Qinshou, whom she had brought to pretend as her boyfriend. She would regret it immensely if anything went wrong. They all understood Su Feng's character, while he wouldn't resort to extreme measures. He certainly wouldn't be lenient either. Zhou Feng's complexion flickered between shades of green and purple, but ultimately, he followed suit. His goal was to form an alliance with the Su family. Retreating now would render his efforts futile. Outside the back door lay an open area, complete with a stone table, where Su Feng placed his hands upon the surface. I want to say I'm bullying you. Let us have an arm wrestling match. If you can tilt my hand even slightly, it counts as a victory. Lin Qinshou was momentarily speechless, having expected something more serious, only to find himself invited to an arm wrestling contest. Confidently, Zhou Feng stepped forward, thinking he could have some fun with the god of war. He had learned a bit of self-defense and considered himself quite strong. Brother, aren't you being a bit childish? Su Xia pouted in response to his bravado. Very well. Let us do it the manly way. You both can attack me together. If you can make me take a step back, I won't say another word. Su Feng deemed arm wrestling too simplistic to intimidate these two. Zhou Feng's smile instantly faltered. They had agreed to an arm wrestling match. Yet now it had escalated to a fight. Lin Qinshou glanced at Su Xia, silently conveying that he would not consent to such a challenge. He had no desire to engage in such a trivial game. His mission was nearly complete, having already garnered the approval of Su Dang and Li Lingyu. And with no one questioning his pretense as a boyfriend, he saw no need to partake in a tussle with the god of war. Feng, these are guests. How can you treat them this way? Su Banning maintained his calm demeanor. Su Feng disregarded his father's words and reached for Zhou Feng, who winced in pain and quickly pulled away, forcing a smile as he remarked that to spar with the god of war made his trip to the magical city worthwhile. I also practice karate, and I hold a black belt, he declared, striking a martial arts pose. Yet, after feeling Su Feng's grip, he recognized the disparity in their abilities. Zhou Feng launched an attack, but Su Feng merely glanced at him with disdain, effortlessly delivering a punch that sent him flying. You're no match. You too, come join. Su Feng called to Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou took a seat on a stone bench, declaring, I'll leave this to you. Zhou Feng seethed at Lin Qinshou's smug demeanor. As Zhou Feng drew closer, he delivered a swift kick aimed at Lin Qinshou's head, who merely tilted his head to dodge the attack, and then seized Zhou Feng's leg, lifting it, causing him to crash to the ground. The profundity of Chinese martial arts is vast. Instead of studying it, you choose to learn karate, and you can't even stand your ground, Lin Qinshou scoffed. Su Feng's gaze sharpened momentarily. Although it was fleeting, he sensed that Lin Qinshou's skills were not to be underestimated. Unexpectedly, I misjudged you, Lin Qinshou, right? Come over and exchange a few moves with me, Su Feng said with a hint of excitement. Lin Qinshou smiled slightly. Big brother-in-law, you have indeed misjudged. It was he who lost his footing, not my concern. The continual politeness he had extended did not yield the respect he had anticipated. What of the war god? Su Feng swiftly charged at Lin Qinshou, declaring, whether you can call me big brother-in-law depends on the weight of your skills. He understood that Lin Qinshou was reluctant to engage, yet being a martial arts enthusiast, he would not allow the other party to evade action. In an instant, Su Feng appeared before Lin Qinshou and threw a punch. Lin Qinshou transformed his hands into palms, blocking the strike, causing both to retreat a couple of steps. In that brief encounter, Lin Qinshou discerned that Su Feng's strength surpassed his own, truly worthy of the title war god. Su Feng, on the other hand, grew increasingly exhilarated, shouting, Good, let us go again. As Lin Qinshou observed Su Feng's powerful fist approaching, he sidestepped and retaliated with a shoulder charge, sending Su Feng stumbling back. He then formed a circle with his hands, striking a Tai Chi starting posture. Chapter 71. Establishing a security company. Su Feng's strength was indeed superior to Lin Qinshou's. A direct confrontation would be futile. However, armed with knowledge of martial arts, Lin Qinshou resolved to employ Tai Chi to counter Su Feng's brute force with softness, ensuring his own invulnerability, if not victory. Just as the two were about to clash once more, Su Xia stepped between them. Brother, how long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Su Xia admonished, hands on her hips. Although she was astonished that Lin Qinshou could hold his own against her brother, he was still her student, entrusted to her care. If her brother were to cause any harm to him, she would feel immense guilt. Seeing Su Xia's expression, Su Feng recognized that his sister was genuinely upset and decided to relent. Lin brother, let us have another opportunity to spar, he laughed heartily, approaching Lin Qinshou and guiding him back indoors. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, who had risen at some point, wore a sullen expression, and made excuses to leave as he entered the house. Observing Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Su Feng scoffed. And he claims to be a black belt in empty-handed combat, yet couldn't withstand even a single strike from me, and fell flat on his face while attempting to attack others. Zhou Feng, nearly stumbling at those words, hastily entered his car and departed. After Zhou Feng's exit, Lin Qinshou exhaled in relief. It seemed the task had been accomplished. Fenger, you mentioned you returned with a mission? What is it? Su Banning inquired. Looking at Su Feng sighed softly. The military has tasked me with seeking solutions for the veterans' post-retirement transitions. Some voluntarily retire, while others do so due to injuries. This issue has persisted for quite some time, without a thorough resolution. Su Banning and Su Daoying both sighed. Historically, Huaxia had made adequate arrangements for veterans. But with increasing external conflicts, the number of injured veterans had risen significantly. Moreover, it was exceedingly difficult for these veterans to secure suitable employment. Su Feng continued. There are many entrepreneurs in Magic City. The military hopes I can find an investor willing to assist them. How am I to know such individuals? Hearing this, Lin Qinshou's eyes brightened. The prospect of a security company aligned perfectly with his own aspirations. Actually, I wish to establish a security company, but I lack personnel. I wonder if these retired soldiers might be interested in joining me. Lin Qinshou suddenly interjected. The three individuals, who had been sighing in despair, turned their heads simultaneously to look at him. Su Feng was oblivious to Lin Qinshou's role as the owner of Shuiyin Pavilion, casting a puzzled glance at his sister Su Xia, who appeared equally perplexed. Initially, she had only intended for Lin Qinshou to pose as her boyfriend, but it seemed the entanglement was deepening. Lin brother, the retired soldiers from our southern war zone could easily fill an entire city's security company. We appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. Su Feng assumed Lin Qinshou was merely trying to impress them. Lin Qinshou smiled faintly, aware of Su Feng's skepticism regarding his financial capability. Brother Su, you need not worry. When I say it, I assure you it is not mere talk. I can expand the security company nationwide, even globally. As for finances, you need not be concerned. Lin Qinshou displayed his phone balance to Su Feng. 500 billion. Su Feng stared at Lin Qinshou in shock. Over 500 billion. Everyone present was astonished. 500 million was one thing. Even 5 billion might not elicit surprise, but 500 billion? What magnitude of enterprise could possess such a financial reservoir? Lin Qinshou was indeed unpretentious, displaying his wealth before so many, and his willingness to reveal it indicated the legitimacy of his fortune. Su Xia gazed incredulously at the impromptu boyfriend. Why was such a wealthy individual being coerced by a mere diploma? Could it be that he was playing a long game, with ulterior motives directed at her? Su Feng's astonishment transitioned to exhilaration. His mission was to locate a wealthy investor to establish a company that could employ veterans, and a solution was immediately at hand. Lin brother, is what you say true? Are you genuinely willing to assist me? Su Feng grasped his hand in excitement. Lin Qinshou struggled to withdraw his hand, stating, I am not helping you. I am aiding the nation in providing for those brothers in need. At that moment, Su Daoying chuckled. No wonder you can outplay me in chess. On behalf of Huaxia, I thank you. The phrase on behalf of Huaxia was one Su Daoying alone could utter. Even Su Feng, the current war god, lacked the right to say such a thing. Suddenly, Su Feng recalled something, furrowing his brow. Many veterans are disabled. Wouldn't that be unsuitable for your security company? If they weren't injured, they wouldn't be retired. Moreover, a security firm requires physically capable individuals. Some may even be missing limbs. Not to worry, we can expand the company sufficiently. Those unable to fulfill physical roles can take on administrative positions or serve as trainers, which should pose no issue. Lin Qinshou had already contemplated these aspects. Once the security company was operational, he would require numerous personnel, and veterans would be far superior to recruiting and retraining new hires. Upon hearing Lin Qinshou's words, Su Feng's furrowed brow smoothed out instantly, and he joyfully slung an arm around Lin Qinshou's shoulders, even producing the cherished Wulianya liquor from his father, Su Banning, to celebrate. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Qinshou noticed the hour was getting late and decided it was time to leave. Just then, Li Lingyu emerged, exclaiming, Xiaolin, it's so late. Why not stay here? You and Xia Xia have been together for quite some time. We, as parents, are quite open-minded. Ever since learning of Lin Qinshou's 500 billion in savings, Li Lingyu had become notably more enthusiastic. It was not mere materialism. She had been warm to Lin Qinshou even before knowing of his wealth. Now, with his riches revealed, her enthusiasm only intensified. Who wouldn't want their daughter to marry well? A son-in-law who could satisfy the entire family must be seized firmly. Mom, what are you saying? Su Xia's face flushed as she pushed Li Lingyu back into the house, then approached Lin Qinshou, saying, You should head back. I have no classes tomorrow morning. So just stay for the night and return later. Please be careful. With that, She gently nudged Lin Qinshou away, fearing her mother might insist he stay longer. According to her speculation, Lin Qinshou had likely developed feelings for her, his teacher. She could not afford to give a student such an opportunity, not even after graduation. In Chapter 72, Ambushed, if Lin Qinshou were to discover the extent of the other's self-delusion, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Were it not for the demands of the mission, he would never have subjected himself to the role of a mere faux boyfriend. He would rather have returned to play games with his little maids. Yet, unexpectedly, he had made a fruitful connection. Establishing ties with the military district would expedite the realization of his security company's plans. Previously, he had been concerned about the absence of bodyguards to protect those around him, but now, if he acted swiftly, these issues would be effortlessly resolved. He handed a box containing restorative pills to Su Dang, ensuring that he could consume them when necessary for significant therapeutic effects. Su Dang accepted the box with a smile and bid farewell to Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou summoned a vehicle and instructed the driver to take him back to Jiaodong University, where his own car was parked. Although it was past the time for entry into the campus, his rapport with the security guard made access a trivial matter. As he approached the traffic lights near the university, a Rolls-Royce awaited the green light. Inside the vehicle, Lin Qinshou pondered whom to entrust this task, when suddenly a large truck barreled toward him with no sign of braking. Sensing danger, he shouted for the driver to exit the vehicle immediately, and without hesitation, he yanked open the door and leaped out. At that precise moment, the truck collided with the car, sliding forward relentlessly until it crashed into a tree trunk and finally came to a halt. Fortunately, Lin Qinshou had jumped backward, rolling away from the vehicle's trajectory. Otherwise, he would have been crushed even after escaping the car. The driver, however, was not so fortunate. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the truck had already struck him, reducing the entire vehicle to a crumpled heap of metal. A man wearing a hat emerged from the driver's seat, lowering his hat as he prepared to flee the scene. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed him against the truck's large tire, causing him to spit blood. Upon closer inspection, a man in tattered attire, covered in dust, bore a cold gaze directed at him. "Who sent you?" The man in the ragged suit was none other than the fortunate Lin Qinshou. His clothes torn from the earlier roll. Had he not been gazing out the window, he might have met a fatal end. The assailant's practiced movements suggested a deliberate intent to kill. The man in the hat, appearing to be in his 30s, flashed a moment of surprise when he saw Lin Qinshou was not inside the vehicle. He drew a knife from behind and lunged at Lin Qinshou. Anticipating the attack, Lin Qinshou deftly slapped the knife from the assailant's grasp, then seized his head and slammed it against the cargo container. As the man's vision blurred, Lin Qinshou reiterated, "I will ask you once more, who sent you?" Blood streaming from the man's head, he coldly chuckled, "No one sent me. I simply despise the wealthy. Those who ride in Rolls-Royces." Lin Qinshou relinquished his grip on the man's head, instead grasping his arm and twisting outward, breaking both of his wrists. He then raised his foot and kicked at the man's knees, eliciting piercing cries as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Qinshou crouched, locking eyes with him, and repeated his inquiry. At that moment, Lin Qinshou resembled an avenging demon, exuding an aura of lethal intent. When the man stubbornly remained silent about his employer, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qinshou's eyes. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens echoed in the distance. Given the severity of the accident, it was only natural for the police to respond swiftly. However, the sound of the sirens quelled Lin Qinshou's bloodlust. He had nearly been killed, and his anger had driven him to the brink of violence. Had it not been for the sirens, he might have indeed taken the man's life. The police arrived promptly at the scene, and upon seeing the half-conscious man beside the truck's tire and the disheveled figure of Lin Qinshou on the ground, they assumed Lin Qinshou to be the perpetrator and approached to apprehend him. "Is this how carelessly you conduct investigations?" Lin Qinshou exclaimed. "The truck driver is that man. He attempted to flee the scene and was dealt with by me." His eyes glimmered with irritation at the police's apparent lack of discernment. Two officers, seemingly undeterred by Lin Qinshou's protest, brandished their batons and produced handcuffs. As Lin Qinshou clenched his fists, he sensed that these officers were targeting him, preparing to resist. "Stop!" A female officer swiftly arrived in a police car. The two male officers immediately sheathed their weapons and retreated a few steps. The officer was none other than Xiao Runan, who had encountered Lin Qinshou previously. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runan's piercing gaze fixed upon the officers. The two men, avoiding her stare, stammered, "Officer Xiao, Director Liu sent us to assess the casualties. There may have been a terrorist attack, and we were instructed to secure the suspect." "And what about him? Is he not a suspect? Why are you targeting this individual?" Xiao Runan pointed at the truck driver lying on the ground. She refrained from mentioning Lin Qinshou's name, wary of revealing their acquaintance. "He is on the ground. We should prioritize apprehending this intact individual to assist with the investigation. One of the male officers mumbled. Xiao Runin sensed something amiss with the two, but opted not to alarm them unnecessarily. They were merely following orders. The real mastermind remained hidden. Ambulances and fire trucks soon arrived at the scene. Without further inquiry, Xiao Runin grasped Lin Qinshou's arm. I will take him back. You two can handle the rest, she said, pulling Lin Qinshou toward her police vehicle. As they drove away, Lin Qinshou glanced back at the now mangled Rolls-Royce. Realizing the driver likely would not survive, he could only arrange for Sheng Ping to provide the driver's family with compensation later. Inside the car, Xiao Runin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated the extent of the other party's influence, leaving her feeling isolated in her efforts. Officer Xiao, we meet again, but it seems your department lacks cohesion. Lin Qinshou teased, observing the absence of any allies for her. Had I not arrived in time, you might have been whisked away to be disposed of, Xiao Runin retorted, having uncovered information suggesting that Wen Jiaxu was involved in orchestrating a murder. In Chapter 73, a series of assassinations, it became evident that at this juncture, Wen Jiaxu's targets included Lin Qinshou. Without delay, she rushed to Su Xia's residence, only to learn that Lin Qinshou had just departed. She barely had time to communicate with the Su family before hastening toward Jiaodong University. Upon sighting Xiao Runin, Lin Qinshou deduced the identity of the assailant hired to kill him, realizing he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu's capability to mobilize resources so swiftly. It suggested that Wen was now situated in a secure location, otherwise, he would not have the luxury to plot against Lin Qinshou. Rest assured, even if you hadn't come, I would have been fine. By the way, what about Shui now that you've left? Lin Qinshou suddenly recalled that Xiao Runin had been tasked with protecting Wen Ruxue. Her departure left Ruxue in potential danger. There are certainly individuals safeguarding that area. I may not be so carefree as to be lured away under false pretenses. Furthermore, in my view, protecting a girl holds greater significance than safeguarding you boys. Xiao Runin's words elicited a twitch at the corner of Lin Qinshou's mouth. Gradually, Lin Qinshou realized that this did not seem to be the route back to his school and hastily inquired, Officer Xiao, where are you taking me? You are now the primary target of Wen Jiaxu, and I must ensure your protection around the clock. However, residing at the school complicates matters, so for the time being, we must head to my home for your safety. You will protect me? Lin Qinshou looked at her in disbelief. With his mastery of martial arts, he hardly required a woman's assistance for protection. Moreover, if he were under her watch, he would lose all semblance of freedom. Officer Xiao, I do not need protection. Perhaps you should focus on safeguarding Wen Ruxue instead. I possess certain abilities myself. At this mention, Xiao Runin suddenly recalled how he had managed to escape from that vehicle. It had been reduced to a crumpled heap, yet he had only sustained minor injuries. I was daydreaming at the window when I noticed something amiss with the truck, so I jumped out immediately. I even urged the driver to jump with me, but he failed to react in time. Lin Qinshou sighed, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. The driver had lost his life due to his entanglement. That debt must be repaid. Wen Jiaxu could be hiding anywhere, and there is no one I can trust at the police station. So until we locate him, you must remain by my side, Xiao Runin said, furrowing her brow. Lin Qinshou slapped his forehead. I truly do not need your protection. If you capture Wen Jiaxu sooner, I will be safe. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qinshou felt an ominous aura. Break. Get down. He grasped Xiao Runin's neck and pushed her down, following suit. The sound of shattering glass rang out as a bullet whizzed overhead. Lin Qinshou flung open the car door and swiftly exited, glancing up at a nearby high-rise where a figure was aiming a sniper rifle at him. Upon realizing Lin Qinshou had spotted him, the sniper hastily retracted his weapon and attempted to flee. Enraged, Lin Qinshou unleashed his agility and sprinted towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, the sniper coolly packed his belongings. In his mind, he was certain that Lin Qinshou could not catch up, given the distance. A true master never panics. Just as the assassin prepared to depart, a figure appeared with lightning speed, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling backward, crashing violently against the balcony's stone edge. The assailant was none other than Lin Qinshou, adept in martial arts, including lightness skill. Impossible. How could you be so fast? The killer's face was one of disbelief. Lin Qinshou, despite being at full capacity, found himself slightly out of breath. He had exerted every ounce of strength in his sprint. Without uttering a single word, he swiftly incapacitated the assassin's limbs. A chilling scream reverberated through the sky as the assassin reached for his handgun, only to find that Lin Qinshou was already upon him, breaking his limbs without hesitation. At that moment, he cursed himself for not hastening his actions when packing his weapon. Where's Wen Jiaxu? It was evident that this was an assassin dispatched by Wen Jiaxu, making further inquiry about his employer unnecessary. The assassin coldly replied, I do not know anyone by the name of Wen Jiaxu. I am merely a hired hand, taking money to eliminate obstacles. another obstinate individual. The caliber of the two groups Lin Qinshou had sent was alarmingly high. Lin Qinshou, wishing to waste no more time, tightened his grip on the assassin's neck, ready to snap it. Wait! Xiao Runan gasped as she arrived on the rooftop, having exhausted herself in her pursuit. She had not anticipated Lin Qinshou would be so much faster. Lin Qinshou turned to her, his gaze sharp, seemingly awaiting her to finish speaking before executing the assassin. If you kill him, Lin Qinshou will have even more means to deal with you. Hand him over to me. I will investigate his background and interrogate him. Xiao Runan stepped beside Lin Qinshou. Reluctantly, he released his grip on the assassin's neck, who then revealed a strange smile before collapsing to the ground with a muffled groan. Xiao Runan hurriedly approached and pried open his mouth, only to discover he was rapidly becoming rigid. He committed suicide. This is no ordinary assassin. It appears he is a professional operative. Once captured, he is compelled to take his own life, Xiao Runan said gravely. Within the span of less than an hour, Lin Qinshou had dispatched 3 waves of assassins to eliminate Lin Qinshou, one with the cargo truck, another with corrupt officers, and now a sniper targeting him inside the police vehicle. Lin Qinshou's meticulousness and unscrupulous tactics had caught Lin Qinshou off guard. He had underestimated the capabilities of these individuals. Xiao Runan noticed a scorpion tattoo on the assassin's arm, her expression growing even more somber. This is an assassin from the Scorpion organization, one of the top 10 assassin groups in the world. Scorpion. Lin Qinshou, still a student, was unfamiliar with the significance of such code names. Xiao Runan nodded gravely. Once the Scorpion organization takes on a task, they do not relent. If this individual fails to kill you, another will come, until you are utterly eliminated. So this is never-ending. Xiao Runan picked up the fallen weapon and urged Lin Qinshou to leave the rooftop. There is no need to linger here. I have summoned personnel from above to handle the situation. The police in Magic City cannot be fully trusted, so I have arranged for reinforcements from Kyoto overnight. Lin Qinshou cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Runan. This attractive police officer seemed to possess an extraordinary background. The ability to summon assistance from Kyoto and her extensive knowledge of these assassin organizations was no small feat. I did not expect you to be able to subdue an assassin so effortlessly, remaining completely unscathed. Who exactly are you? Xiao Runan recalled witnessing the scene earlier, where a member of an assassin organization had nearly been bested by this student. Chapter 74, Dark Web Bounty. Lin Qinshou regarded her with an enigmatic smile. Your identity is also quite remarkable. As for who I am, you may investigate and find out. The result will surely reveal me to be an upstanding citizen and exemplary student. I merely possess a bit of brute strength. So there is no need for you to protect me. I can fend for myself. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Lin Qinshou felt a pang of trepidation. Had he not suddenly sensed that dangerous aura, he might have met a dire fate. Xiao Runan shook her head. I have a premonition that Lin Qinshou's primary target is you. As long as you stay with me, we will eventually locate him. You need not worry about Lin Qinshou. A team from Kyoto has arrived to protect her, and Lin Jiaming has even hired bodyguards. My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety. Lin Qinshou pulled out his shattered phone. He could not even make a call, having intended to check on Lin Qinshou. The vehicle entered a residential community situated some distance from the city center. It was unclear whether Xiao Runan had purchased or rented this place. Sensing his curiosity, Xiao Runan spoke up. This is a safe house, not my home. I usually stay in a dormitory, but during this critical period, we have activated a safe house in Magic City from Kyoto. The local police are unaware of this location, so you may rest assured here. Lin Qinshou surveyed the modest 80-square-meter abode, not intending to remain here for long. However, he felt it would be impolite to directly refuse Xiao Runan, who was acting in his best interest. He planned to slip away once she fell asleep, though he couldn't help but question the safety of this place. After taking a shower and changing out of his tattered clothes, he discovered that the safe house had some basic casual attire. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to wear. Fresh from his shower, Lin Qinshou finally received the notification that his task had been completed. Congratulations, host. For accomplishing task option 2, become Su Xia's faux boyfriend and successfully navigate the matchmaking. You have gained the approval of at least 2 members of the Su family. Rewards, Power 1, Invisibility Card X1. The invisibility card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card. The host can activate it by silently invoking its use. It lasts for 1 hour, during which time neither objects nor individuals will be able to perceive the host's presence. Lin Qinshou reached into his pocket and retrieved a card inscribed with the words Invisibility Card. How haphazard, Lin Qinshou thought, bemused. Why couldn't the system produce a card that shimmered with brilliance? He returned the card to his pocket. Host, Lin Qinshou. Power, 9. Physique, 10. Mentality, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10. The host values are typical among ordinary individuals. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa Number 1, a building. 33rd floor. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, and athleticism. Balance, 59, for 112, 069, 053. Lin Qinshou felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Now, when pitted against Su Feng, he would no longer be at a disadvantage. He might even surpass him. In the dead of night, Lin Qinshou stealthily left his residence. But as he descended the stairs, he sensed something amiss. There appeared to be several individuals nearby, and they were not security personnel, rather outsiders. It seemed that this so-called safe house in Kyoto was not particularly secure after all, having been exposed so swiftly. It didn't take long for Lin Qinshou to realize why the exposure had occurred so quickly. The police car. The vehicle driven by Xiao Runin had been compromised by those corrupt officers, allowing them to trace her and locate Lin Qinshou. Damn it. How could I have overlooked such a simple detail? How did that woman manage to become a police officer? Lin Qinshou cursed under his breath, turning to return upstairs, intending to summon Xiao Runin. However, as soon as he opened the door, he found Xiao Runin already seated on the sofa, waiting for him. I thought you had already left, Xiao Runin remarked, a teasing smile gracing her lips. As a police officer, she was well aware that the police car would reveal their location. She had intentionally exposed it, luring the enemy into a trap. Recognizing her intent, Lin Qinshou opted for silence, reclining on the sofa to await the unfolding drama. Before long, raucous noises erupted from downstairs, and lights began to flicker on throughout the complex, likely waking some residents. Shortly thereafter, several individuals were escorted in by a group of undercover police officers. Forgive me for deceiving you. This is not a safe house. Merely a standard residence utilized to apprehend these individuals, Xiao Runin explained to Lin Qinshou. Lin Qinshou shrugged indifferently. You have your plan. I shall leave it to you. I need some fresh air. This time, Xiao Runin did not object to Lin Qinshou's departure, as she had yet to witness the extent of his strength, which she presumed surpassed her own. Moreover, her notion of protection was merely a means to utilize Lin Qinshou in capturing Wen Jiaxiu. As Lin Qinshou exited the complex, he realized that hailing a cab in the dead of night would be challenging, especially since his phone was broken and he couldn't summon a ride. He could only hope to find a taxi, planning to have Li Qin cover the fare upon his return to Yunlu Mountain Villa. While walking, Lin Qinshou abruptly halted, for someone familiar had appeared before him. Has the Li family begun to seek revenge against me? Lin Qinshou spoke coolly. The individual approaching was Zhang Tian, the bodyguard brought by Li Tianzong that day. In their previous confrontation, Lin Qinshou had narrowly emerged victorious, though he had sustained no severe injuries. Without exchanging words, Zhang Tian charged at Lin Qinshou, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Lin Qinshou swiftly transformed his right hand into a palm, blocking the strike before pivoting and converting his palm into a fist, delivering a forceful blow to Zhang Tian's chest, sending him staggering backward. Zhang Tian's expression remained stoic, yet his eyes betrayed a profound shock. In just a few short days, Lin Qinshou's strength had soared to unimaginable heights, his punch causing Zhang Tian's blood to surge. The Li family is on the verge of collapse. Have you considered joining me? Lin Qinshou expressed, appreciating Zhang Tian. During their previous bout, he had discerned that Zhang Tian bore no murderous intent, merely wishing to defeat him. Furthermore, Lin Qinshou had overheard a conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong, suggesting that Zhang Tian was motivated solely by monetary gain. Matters that could be resolved with money were trivial in Lin Qinshou's eyes. Zhang Tian retracted his fists. I am no match for you. This task is beyond my capability. He turned to leave, but after a few steps, he glanced back and added, I am not here because of the Li family. There is a bounty of 50 million issued on the dark web for your assassination. Your every move will be reported. 50 million. Wen Jiaxiu is quite the spendthrift. If it weren't for his current wealth, Lin Qinshou might have considered claiming that bounty for himself. Chapter 75, The Veteran. After Zhang Tian departed, Lin Qinshou's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the depth of the Wen family's treachery. Initially, he had questioned how the Wen family could hold such a status among the four great families of the Magic City. Now, he felt the weight of their influence. No, it was Wen Jiaxiu's influence he truly sensed. Lin Qinshou chose not to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa. Instead, he headed straight to school. There could be countless eyes watching him in the shadows, and returning to the villa might endanger the maids. Returning to school was the safest option, as entry to the campus still required some form of clearance. Upon reaching the school gates, Lin Qinshou sought Uncle Wang, the security guard, to assist him with the taxi fare before heading directly to his dormitory. His phone was broken, and he had no cash on him, so he would have to repay Uncle Wang the following day. By now, it was late, and the other 3 dormitory occupants were already asleep. Lin Qinshou retrieved his old mobile phone, inserting his SIM card. Fortunately, he had not discarded it. Otherwise, acquiring a new phone at such an hour would have proven difficult. He dialed Su Feng's number, his mental acuity having reached a score of 8, granting him a photographic memory for numbers. Brother Lin, is something the matter at this late hour? Su Feng's puzzled voice came through the line. Brother Su, I've encountered some issues tonight, and I need to know if there are any veterans from your unit in the Magic City. I urgently require assistance. Rest assured, it is not for anything morally reprehensible. I simply need them to help protect a few individuals. Lin Qinshou felt the gravity of the situation, with Wen Jiaxu willing to spend a fortune on his assassination. Who knew what lengths he might go to against those close to him? Is something wrong? Should I arrange for some personnel from the unit? Su Feng sensed the weight in Lin Qinshou's voice. No need, it's just a minor issue. Since we agreed tonight to establish a security company, I will require personnel to assist. Consider it an early assignment. Lin Qinshou declined Su Feng's generous offer. Recruiting veterans is encouraged by the state, but privately mobilizing military personnel could result in repercussions for Su Feng. It was unnecessary. There are none in the Magic City, but there is a small team in Su Province with versatile skills. They are quite capable. I'll have them contact you tomorrow morning. Su Feng pondered for a moment before responding. All right, have them find me at Jiaodong University. Thank you, Brother Su. Lin Qinshou expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. A family does not speak as two separate entities. You have also assisted me in completing the task, and they are indeed one of my responsibilities. With them assigned to work, I find myself at ease. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two ended the call. Once the call was terminated, Lin Qinshou climbed into bed. However, sleep eluded him. Now that he was worth 50 million, who could predict whether someone might attempt to assassinate him in his slumber? Life had become excessively stifling. Once the additional personnel arrived tomorrow, he planned to unleash his efforts in locating Wen Jiaxu's hideout and commence the establishment of a security company. Aiming to enlist retired military personnel. In a state of drowsiness, dawn broke. Observing that the others in the dormitory had yet to awaken, Lin Qinshou chose not to rouse them. Knowing that with no classes scheduled for the morning, they would likely sleep until noon. He made his way to the school cafeteria for breakfast, initially intending to invite Yi Mingxi to join him. However, upon reflecting on his current predicament, he decided against it, opting to resolve matters first. At that moment, Su Feng's call came through. Lin, the team has arrived at the entrance of Jiaodong University. When will you be here? Having just finished his breakfast, Lin Qinshou headed towards the school gate, replying, I'll be there shortly. Upon his arrival, he spotted the 7 individuals Su Feng had mentioned, 2 women and 5 men, the presence of women somewhat surprising Lin Qinshou. Greetings, I am Lin Qinshou. You must be the individuals introduced by Brother Su. He approached and greeted them. The 7 assessed Lin Qinshou, taken aback that the esteemed figure Su Feng had spoken of was such a young man. Hello, Brother Lin. I am Yang Yun, and these are Li Qing, Mo Feng, Huang Cheng, He Yun, Qiu Lu, and Li Lan. We were comrades with Su Zhanshan in the same military camp. Yang Yun introduced the group. Lin Qinshou reciprocated greetings to each individual. At that moment, a vehicle from Shuiyun Pavilion arrived at the school gate. Early in the morning, Lin Qinshou had called Sheng Ping to arrange a few cars, while also mentioning that another driver had passed away the previous night. This incident weighed heavily on Lin Qinshou's conscience, fueling his resolve against Wen Jiaxu. Everyone, please get in. I assume you haven't had breakfast yet. Let us head over there to discuss further. Lin Qinshou guided the group towards Shuiyun Pavilion, still undecided on a permanent gathering place, prioritizing a meal first. Upon arriving, Sheng Ping and Li Qing awaited them at the entrance. Li Qing had been summoned by Lin Qinshou, as he intended for her to oversee the preliminary work for the security company. He handed her his phone, instructing her to switch to a new device. Li Qing had already procured a new phone earlier that morning, purchasing several additional units as well, all at Lin Qinshou's request. Each of the 7 received a new phone, while the remainder was set aside as spares for future use. Once they entered the private room, Sheng Ping began serving the dishes. The 7, witnessing the lavish setting, expressed astonishment, a fact that Lin Qinshou found somewhat ironic. These were individuals who had once defended their country, yet had never experienced such opulence. While certain societal parasites indulged in delicacies daily, after satiating their appetites, Lin Qinshou began to articulate his predicament. He was the target of a bounty on the dark web. While his personal safety was not his primary concern, rather, it was the welfare of those around him that troubled him. He hoped Yang Yun and the others could provide protection for his associates and expressed his desire to apprehend the mastermind behind the bounty. He reasoned that once the target was eliminated, the bounty would be lifted. No problem. We have all heard from Su Zhanshan about your plans to establish a security company aimed at helping homeless veterans. You would be a benefactor to those of us who, due to various circumstances, have left the military. Some brothers are left with disabilities and cannot find employment, struggling to make ends meet. We hope Brother Lin can provide them with a good opportunity. Yang Yun sighed. Lin Qinshou nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, Please contact Sun Ji and arrange for the office in Jinmao building to be allocated for these brothers. Additionally, register a larger-scale security company and scout for a suitable base. Preferably a larger area, ideally several hundred acres of mountainous land, to purchase for their regular training. Li Qing nodded and quickly departed. Lin Qinshou turned back to Yang Yun. Brother Yang, there is a student named Yi Mengxi at the school. I may require your sisters to ensure her safety. Personally, I am fine, but I also need your help in locating someone. Wen Jiaxu from the Wen family. I wonder if you have any leads. Yang Yun nodded. Our group possesses skills in reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Please provide us with Wen Jiaxu's details and any pertinent information you have, and we will swiftly yield results. First, let us find a temporary base. We will set things up. Yang Yun's articulate response reassured Lin Qinshou, who quickly asked Sheng Ping to arrange transportation to Jinmao building. Upon arriving, Lin Qinshou observed the opulent decor of his former office, prompting Yang Yun to exclaim, Brother Lin, such an environment is a true test of character. With every indulgence at one's fingertips, it is exceedingly challenging to maintain focus on work. The Jinmao building resembled a luxurious resort, equipped with everything one could desire. Lin Qinshou chuckled, We currently have no other options. We will make do for now. Also, regarding my parents back home, Brother Yang, could you check if any of your comrades are nearby to provide them with protection? For Lin Qinshou, the only contacts who might be traced back to him, aside from his parents, were the widely discussed Yi Mengxi at school. Others appeared less likely to face repercussions. He had confidence in Xiao Runin's ability to safeguard Wen Rushua. Yes, we have comrades nationwide. Where are your parents located? Yang Yun inquired. Lin Qinshou promptly provided the address, and Yang Yun proceeded to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the others began their tasks. Mo Fong retrieved a laptop and connected it to the necessary ports to start working. Brother Lin, we have dispatched personnel to your parents. They will remain in the shadows to protect them while we investigate Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts, Yang Yun reported after finishing his call. Lin Qinshou gave Yang Yun a thumbs up, impressed by the efficiency typical of military personnel. He then pulled out the confidential information regarding Wen Jiaxu to share with Mo Fong, while withholding it from the others who had no need for it. As everyone busied themselves, Lin Qinshou decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air, his mind on a location where he suspected Wen Jiaxu might be hiding. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he headed to investigate. Descending in the elevator, it unexpectedly halted on the 17th floor. The doors opened, and both individuals inside and out were momentarily taken aback upon seeing one another. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you around these past few days, the woman outside the elevator said with a smile as she entered. The woman was Chen Jia, the young CEO of a large media company, who had previously been involved in a scam attempt against him. What a coincidence. I rarely come by. And now I run into you, Lin Qinshou replied with a smile. With Yi Mengxi absent, he felt no need to be cautious. Mr. Lin, you seem quite busy. Do you have time to join me for a meal? Chen Jia, still harboring feelings from her previous rejection, inquired. However, Lin Qinshou truly had no appetite. The lavish meal at Shuiyun Pavilion still lingered in his throat. Dinner was dismissed, as it had only recently been consumed. Perhaps I shall invite Miss Chen for a cup of coffee. After all, she is a beauty scoring above 90. If she continues to refuse, she may eventually slip away. Then I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Lin for the coffee. Chen Jia playfully winked, and the two made their way to a nearby Starbucks on the first floor. Mr. Lin, the young lady who accompanied you last time, seems to have garnered quite a following on Douyin. I thought she looked familiar. Would you be so kind as to share her contact information? I believe she possesses great potential as a streamer. Chen Jia sipped her coffee, recalling this matter. Certainly. I accompanied her for her interview last time, but that media company left much to be desired, and I sent her packing. I can pass your contact details along to her. Whether she wishes to pursue it is entirely up to her. Originally, Lin Qinshou was reluctant for Yi Mengxi to step into the limelight as a streamer, yet perhaps it was her own passion that drove her. One cannot simply keep a woman as a canary in a gilded cage just because one possesses wealth. Much like Wen Rushua, who returned to the Wen family conglomerate. Lin Qinshou had contemplated keeping her close during this period, but ultimately decided against it, as proximity did not necessarily guarantee her safety. Xiao Runin already had personnel watching over her, and he refrained from sending Yang Yun and others for protection. Capturing the mastermind was his foremost priority. Miss Chen, I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us reschedule. After bidding farewell to Chen Jia, he hurriedly hailed a taxi and departed. It was only after Lin Qinshou's complete exit that Chen Jia emerged from her daze, realizing that he had indeed invited her for coffee. Yet they had merely sipped coffee and exchanged no more than 3 sentences before he left. How much disdain could this man harbor for her? Chen Jia stomped her foot in frustration, grasped her coffee, and returned to the office. Her appetite for food completely vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou had arrived at a residential area known as Wulong Villa. This place was mentioned in the secrets of the Wen family, a hidden base for Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua, a location known only to the two of them. Not even their closest subordinates had ever ventured there. Without the system's assistance, Lin Qinshou would not have found his way here. To avoid alarming the unsuspecting, he stealthily crept into a corner and scaled the wall into the community. As he approached the building described in the secrets, he initially assumed it was merely an apartment complex, only to discover it was a villa upon closer inspection. It made sense, given the Wen family's immense wealth. And with Yang Xinghua's affluent background, they would not settle for anything less than luxurious for their secret hideout. Moreover, a villa offered greater privacy. Living in a suite would inevitably invite eavesdropping through thin walls. As Lin Qinshou inched closer to the villa, he had initially planned to use an invisibility card to slip inside, but reconsidered, fearing that Wen Jiaxu might not even be present, leading to a waste of such a fantastical item. Just as he neared a window of the villa, he overheard a familiar voice. "Mom, where did Dad go? The police are everywhere looking for him. What should we do if he gets caught?" Lin Qinshou recognized this as Wen Wenfeng's voice, and from that single statement, he surmised that Wen Wenfeng had already reunited with Wen Jiaxu. Indeed, he was a treacherous wolf, growing so affectionate so quickly. "He went to fetch your uncle. Once he arrives, your father will no longer have to hide." However, Lin Qinshou was unaware of the identity of this uncle and why he possessed knowledge of such secrets. That individual must be eliminated for safety. Otherwise, even if your uncle could temporarily shield your father, this person would surely find a way to endanger him again. Yang Xinghua spoke of Lin Qinshou with clenched teeth. If it were not for Lin Qinshou, Wen Jiaxu would have already ascended to the position of family head, and she would have distanced herself from the Wen family, taking Wen Wenfeng with her to occupy the role of matriarch. Life would have been exceedingly comfortable by now. After Wen Jiaxu's downfall, his first wife, Yu Qing, presented him with divorce papers, wishing to sever ties, clearly fearing that she would be dragged down by his failure. Wonderful. As long as uncle is here, those pieces of evidence cannot be used against Dad, Wen Wenfeng exclaimed joyfully. Lin Qinshou pondered who this uncle might be. From their conversation, it seemed he possessed the power to rescue Wen Jiaxu from a mountain of evidence, indicating he must be a formidable figure. Yang Xinghua smiled. "Once your uncle arrives, we shall vacate this place for him. The wretched woman in that room will be left for your uncle to deal with. No woman can survive under his care." Lin Qinshou contemplated who this wretched woman was that Yang Xinghua referred to. He was familiar with the women of the Wen family. It couldn't possibly be Wen Jiaming's wife, as he had heard nothing amiss regarding her, and Xiao Renan had certainly sent someone to watch over Wen Ruxue. While he was still deep in thought, Yang Xinghua suddenly received a phone call and cheerfully announced, "Let's go. Your uncle has arrived. Let us tidy up. Your father has ordered a discreet private dining room. We shall join your uncle for a few drinks. Bring the essentials. We will let your uncle use this place for the night, and we shall stay elsewhere. Your father says, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We must not linger in one place for too long." With that, Yang Xinghua joyfully dashed upstairs. After her departure, Wen Wenfeng's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with contemplation before he retreated into a room. It seemed his earlier affectionate address of Dad was merely a ruse. This Wen Wenfeng was indeed not simple, even deceiving his own mother. Lin Qinshou was contemplating how to follow them and locate Wen Jiaxu. Yang Xinghua had not disclosed their destination, and to find Wen Jiaxu, he had to keep pace with them. Concealing himself in their vehicle? That appeared impractical, as the invisibility card had a time limit of 1 hour, and if he did not reach the destination within that time frame, he would be exposed. Should he be revealed? Given Yang Xinghua's character, she might very well vow to protect Wen Jiaxu at all costs, refusing to lead him to Wen Jiaxu. It seemed he had no choice but to employ Wen Wenfeng as leverage against Yang Xinghua. Just as Lin Qinshou prepared to take action, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He swiftly exited the vicinity of the villa to answer, for the call was from Yang Yun, who might have discovered something significant. "Brother Lin, I've found him. Wen Jiaxu is en route to a farmhouse called Bu Mountain Villa on the outskirts of Modu. According to my investigation, this is one of Wen Jiaxu's secret establishments, registered under the name of an ordinary employee from the Wen family, without any connection to his name. Had it not been for the thorough background checks on all ordinary employees of the Wen family, it would have been quite difficult to unearth this clue." Yang Yun reported his findings. Lin Qinshou couldn't help but commend Yang Yun and his small team. He had managed to track down this lead thanks to the secrets of the Wen family provided by the system, yet Yang Yun had simultaneously uncovered it, pinpointing both the owner and Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts. "Excellent. Brother Yang, send me the address, and arrange for personnel to follow Wen Jiaxu. Once I arrive, we will devise our next steps." Lin Qinshou initially considered instructing Yang Yun to take immediate action. However, he sensed that there might be formidable individuals among those coming from Kyoto, and hastily sending Yang Yun and his team into action could prove perilous. After hanging up, Lin Qinshou intended to leave the villa and take a taxi to the new location when, suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa swung open, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class emerged. Lin Qinshou quickly concealed himself in a corner. Watching the vehicle carrying Wen Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua depart, he recalled the wretched woman they had mentioned. Since he already knew Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts, he would first investigate who this wretched woman was according to Yang Xinghua. Lin Qinshou once again entered the villa. The main door was locked, so he deftly scaled the walls with his lightness skill, leaping through the window on the second floor. His search through the various rooms yielded no signs of life until he stumbled upon the entrance to the basement. Most people typically used the villa's basement for wine cellars or KTV lounges, which is why Lin Qinshou initially did not consider searching there. After thoroughly scouring the entire villa without finding anyone, he concluded that the only remaining possibility was the basement, a place where one would least expect to find someone confined. Moreover, the entrance to the basement was peculiarly located within the study. As he descended the stairs, the dim lighting obscured his vision of what lay within. Until he reached the bottom, the entire basement was a vast, empty expanse, devoid of partitions but filled with numerous shelves. In the center stood a large bed, where a woman's hands and feet were bound to the 4 bedposts, the white sheet draped over her failing to conceal her voluptuous figure. Lin Qinshou's gaze fell upon the array of torture instruments displayed on the shelves, along with bizarre contraptions. It was evident that Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua indulged in dark whims, storing such items in the basement. Approaching the bedside, Lin Qinshou finally recognized the slut Yang Xinghua had spoken of. It was none other than Wen Jiaxu's original wife, Yu Qing. He could hardly believe she had been so ruthlessly bound in this underground chamber. Yu Qing was in a state far from normal, twisting and turning uncomfortably, her complexion flushed. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Qinshou decided to free her from her restraints, recalling Yang Xinghua's words about preparing her for her brother. Even if he intended to confront Wen Jiaxu shortly, he could not leave this woman behind. Yu Qing's secret was her identity as a lily, and he had not witnessed her committing any heinous acts, nor had she significantly aided Wen Jiaxu. The moment her bindings were released, Yu Qing lunged at Lin Qinshou, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. She had clearly been drugged. Flashing back 10 minutes earlier, while Lin Qinshou had stepped out to take a call, when Wen Feng had entered the basement. Observing the woman on the bed, he revealed a sinister smile, producing a small bottle of pink pills from his pocket and pouring them into Yu Qing's mouth while pinching her chin. When your uncle arrives, you must serve him well. This is a little something to help you get in the mood. When Wenfeng followed this with a bottle of water, ensuring she swallowed the pills, and then turned to leave the basement. At that moment, Lin Qinshou was incensed by the sight of the woman before him and resolved to take decisive action. An hour later, Yu Qing had regained consciousness. Lin Qinshou hurriedly donned his clothes, awkwardly stating that in such extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessitated. Otherwise, she might potentially suffer a fatal rupture. If you're all right, you should leave here quickly. I must go find Wen Jiaxu. Rest assured, I will take care of him. You can return and hide for a while. With that, Lin Qinshou swiftly departed, realizing that over an hour had passed by the time he arrived. Wen Jiaxu might have fled, truly a beauty causing delays. However, in his haste, he failed to notice the faint mark left on the sheet beneath Yu Qing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to instruct Yang Yun and his team to closely monitor Wen Jiaxu, ensuring they could track him even if he left the farmhouse. As Lin Qinshou hailed a cab, Yang Yun's call came through again. Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse. It seems they plan to spend the night there. However, I've had Mo Fong investigate the people he brought, and it turns out one of them is Yang Lian, the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto. Yang Lian and Yang Xinghua have already left the farmhouse. Should we send someone to follow them? Yang Lian? Lin Qinshou pondered. Unfamiliar with the Yang family's hierarchy in Kyoto, even knowing the name, he couldn't gauge the man's prowess. Yang Xinghua's relaxed demeanor upon hearing of her brother's arrival indicated that Yang Lian was certainly not an ordinary individual. Is there anyone else with him? Lin Qinshou inquired. Yes, a young man about 1.75 meters tall with a crew cut, who is accompanying Yang Lian. He seems quite perceptive. When we attempted to approach, he immediately turned his gaze in our direction, making us hesitant to draw closer, Yang Yun reported, his tone tinged with gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinshou replied, let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Our immediate priority is to deal with Wen Jiaxu. He cannot be allowed to live. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Wen Jiaxu must not be spared, given his resources and Yang Lion's support. Even if he were turned over to the authorities, he would ultimately evade justice. This posed a significant threat, as long as Wen Jiaxu remained alive. The bounty on his head would continue to generate trouble for him. Reflecting on this, Lin Qinshou could not help but curse. He had initially thought he was starring in a script of a wealthy benefactor, only to find himself embroiled in a tale of urban gangland ascendancy. Ding. Detecting the host's distress regarding the current situation, even daily life has been affected. Choice 1. Resolve the issue of being wanted by finding the key individual who issued the task. Reward: Golden Silk Armor 1. Choice 2. Resolve the issues of being wanted and potential retaliation by ensuring the task issuer leaves Huaxia. Reward: PowerPoints 1, Golden Silk Armor 1. Finally, the moment had arrived. Lin Qinshou had been perplexed for some time, encountering so many events without the system issuing a task. For this choice, he was determined to select the second option. Having just witnessed when Wenfeng's shadowy demeanor in the villa, he understood that the roots of this problem must be eradicated. He had no intention of letting these individuals escape. However, there remained another matter to address: the mindset of Yang Yun and the others. They were, after all, soldiers, albeit retired. They still bore the soldier's ethos, and the notion of taking a life might be repugnant to them. Lin Qinshou had not experienced such a situation himself, but he recognized that if he did not act, he would ultimately be the one to pay the price, and he must compel himself to take action. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class brushed past Lin Qinshou's vehicle, and he recognized it as the car driven by Wen Wenfeng, containing 3 individuals. The young man Yang Yun mentioned was at the wheel, while a man in sunglasses occupied the back seat alongside Yang Xinghua. At that moment, Yang Xinghua appeared visibly agitated, expressing her grievances, but the 2 vehicles crossed paths too swiftly for Lin Qinshou to discern what transpired inside. Inside the car, Yang Xinghua wore an expression filled with indignation and emotion. Beside her, Yang Lian remarked coolly, "When Jiaxu's situation is quite troublesome, people from Kyoto have also arrived, even drawing the attention of the central authorities. It will be difficult to protect him. Even if we succeed, the Yang family would expose some of its trump cards, rendering it not worth the risk. Forget about that father-son duo. Come back to Kyoto with me. We can always have another child. I'm nearly 50. What will I use to conceive another?" Yang Xinghua implored her brother to save her son, Wen Wenfeng. Humph. What good is saving such a worthless thing? He can't even fulfill the basic duty of carrying on the family line. Stay in Kyoto for a few days, and then we can go abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. We can take a little something from you and implant it in someone else's womb. Producing a few more should be no trouble. Yang Lian was aware of Wen Wenfeng's troubles and was infuriated. Humph. Your brother-in-law even prepared a gift for you at that villa. Since he won't save him, then don't bother collecting the gift. Hurry and leave. Yang Xinghua crossed her arms and turned her gaze towards the window. What good can a dog of a ruined family possess? Yang Lian let out a cold smile. Indeed, she was nothing of worth, merely an alluring young matron, and one who was bound, not of her own volition. Yang Xinghua was well aware of her brother's inclinations. He had no interest in those who were willing, but rather thrived on the unwilling. Yang Lian's eyes flickered with a glint of intrigue. With his prestigious lineage, he could attract a multitude of women. Yet he was only drawn to those who looked down upon him, a manifestation of a peculiar psychopathy. Xiao Lu, go to that villa and investigate. If the gift is satisfactory, I might consider rescuing that worthless son, Yang Xinghua remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she hurriedly directed Xiao Lu. Though she was a heartless individual, Wen Wenfeng was, after all, a piece of flesh that had fallen from her. Yet, as a married member of the Yang family, she had no recourse but to seek help from her brother. As for Wen Jiaxiu, she had no choice but to relinquish any hopes of saving him, given that the troubles he had stirred made the Yang family reluctant to intervene. Ultimately, his worth did not justify exposing their hidden cards. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou had already joined forces with Yang Yun. With a serious demeanor, Lin Qinshou addressed Yang Yun, "Brother Yang, perhaps it contradicts your principles, but I must be candid. When Jiaxu must die, if he is not eliminated, he will create endless troubles for me." Only 4 individuals had come: Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Cheng, and He Yun, while Mo Fong remained at the Jinmao building, adept at hacking but lacking in tracking skills. Meanwhile, Qiu Lu and Li Lan had gone to Jiaodong University to safeguard Yi Mingxi. Chapter 79. The Death of Wen Jiaxiu. Upon hearing Lin Qinshou's words, the 4 exchanged glances, their faces betraying a semblance of a smirk. It appeared that the esteemed warrior had not disclosed our affairs to Brother Lin. Li Qing spoke gravely. In truth, we were expelled from the military due to an incident involving a powerful second-generation heir who evaded justice after committing the heinous crime of murdering a young girl. That girl was my sister. Brother Yang and several comrades banded together to severely injure that heir. When the military discovered this, they revoked all our merits and discharged us. He Yun added, consequently, we were deemed ideologically unsound by the military, leading to our expulsion. Brother Lin, you need not feel burdened. Even if when Jiaxu were handed over to the police, he would find a way to evade culpability. We are all willing to take action against this irredeemable scoundrel without hesitation. Hearing their sentiments, Lin Qinshou felt a sense of relief. From my understanding, Wen Wenfeng is a ruthless individual, and perhaps I should not allow him to escape either. Lin Qinshou recalled that when Wenfeng was still present. Naturally, we had conducted our investigations into his deeds. Thanks to the documents provided by Brother Lin, we learned that like father, like son. Brother Lin, act as you see fit, and we shall do our utmost to assist you. Yang Yun replied with a smile. With the ideological concerns now resolved, it was time to take action. Lin Qinshou was the first to enter the farmhouse, quickly dashing inside, having noticed surveillance cameras at the entrance, when Jiaxu might already be aware of his arrival. Yang Yun and the others swiftly followed, dispersing with practiced coordination. In one of the rooms, Lin Qinshou discovered Wen Jiaxu, who lay motionless on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Jiaxu had been stabbed in the chest and had already succumbed to death. Yang Yun and the others soon arrived at the scene. Observing that the corpse had been lifeless for some time, as the blood had begun to dry. This doesn't add up, Yang Yun pondered, flipping the body. When Yang Lion left, he was still seen off. It could not have been more than an hour. Did he meet his end as soon as Yang Lion departed? Where's Wen Wenfeng? Has he been located? Lin Qinshou speculated that Wen Wenfeng was likely the one who had killed Wen Jiaxu. We've searched high and low. Every staff member here is dead. Not a single soul remains alive, and we have yet to find any trace of Wen Wenfeng. The group scoured the entire farmhouse, discovering that the cooks and waitstaff had all been slaughtered. Wen Wenfeng truly was deranged. Yet, this farmhouse has only one entrance and exit, which we have been monitoring closely. He could not have slipped past without our notice. They were all perplexed by the circumstances. Suddenly, a splash echoed from outside, prompting the group to rush to the pond's edge, where they saw Wen Wenfeng swimming towards the center, quickly approaching the opposite shore. Lin Qinshou smirked coldly. It seemed he was cornered. In such a small pond, where could he possibly escape? Lin Qinshou signaled to Yang Yun and the others, and the five dispersed to encircle the pond. At this moment, when Wenfeng spotted them and realized they were after him, he understood that he could not evade capture. As when Wenfeng observed the encirclement closing in, he regretted hiding by the pond. He had not intended to escape through it, but had been startled by Lin Qinshou's conversation and accidentally fallen in. Li Qing seized Wen Wenfeng and tossed him before Lin Qinshou. Young Master One, how ruthless you are, even towards your own father. Lin Qinshou sneered at the once magnificent scion of the Wen family. He is unworthy to be my father. I once thought the Wen family was disgraceful enough, only to discover he was even more pathetic, reduced to the status of a dog of a ruined family, daring only to acknowledge me now. Had he recognized me sooner? With our combined abilities, the Wen family would have been ours long ago. When Wenfeng spat venomously, Lin Qinshou shook his head in disbelief. When Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu shared the same temperament, yet when Wenfeng lacked composure. Is this truly the reason you killed him? If your abilities are as formidable as you claim, surely you could have navigated the current situation with ease. Yang Xinghua regarded me as a pawn. I am her son. When Yang Lian took Yang Xinghua away, when Jiaxu realized he had been abandoned, feeling cornered, he sought to confess in his room. How could I have such a cowardly father? In a fit of rage, I ended his life. When Wenfeng laughed maniacally, with so many lives lost, Lin Qinshou deemed it unnecessary to execute him. Someone had to take responsibility. He dialed a number, contacting Xiao Runin, who arrived an hour later with 3 associates, all in plain clothes, not wearing police uniforms. Impressive indeed. You arrived even faster than the police. Xiao Runin exclaimed, astonished upon seeing Lin Qinshou. If we waited for your police efficiency, I fear the evidence would have been obliterated long ago, Lin Qinshou retorted. You may leave. This matter is now under my jurisdiction. With Wen Jiaxu dead, and when Wenfeng having committed such atrocities, he cannot escape justice. The remainder is for the police to handle. You need not concern yourselves. Xiao Runin instructed Lin Qinshou and his companions to depart. Lin Qinshou had no intention of lingering. He had summoned Xiao Runin precisely to handle these affairs. He had already arranged for 2 vehicles to pick them up, as hailing a cab in such a desolate area was impossible. As Lin Qinshou and his companions stood at the entrance of the farmhouse awaiting their ride, a figure appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qinshou recognized him as the young man who had driven away with Yang Lion earlier. Brother Lin, this is the young man we spoke of. I can sense a murderous aura emanating from him. It seems he has come to kill us. Yang Yun's expression turned grave, understanding that the newcomer was not there for friendly intentions. Lin Qinshou furrowed his brows. It was inconceivable that someone would dare approach so brazenly without possessing some extraordinary capability. He observed as the young man reached into his pocket, seemingly to procure something. We must enter quickly. The adversary may be armed. Lin Qinshou urged Yang Yun and the others to hasten inside. He suspected that Xiao Runin, that woman, was also armed, and he lacked the confidence to confront firearms unarmed. "What's wrong?" Xiao Runan inquired, noticing the hurried entrance of Lin Qinshou and his companions. "A killer has arrived, likely sent to eliminate us. Officer Xiao, could you please hand me your gun? I will take care of him." Lin Qinshou's gaze fixated on the firearm at Xiao Runan's waist. With alacrity, Xiao Runan drew her weapon, but rather than handing it to Lin Qinshou, she advanced towards the exit. Chapter 80. The Yang family assassin, Yang Lu. "I alone hold authority here in Modu, and my men are unarmed. This gun is the sole one in existence. It is not for your use," Xiao Runan stated firmly. No sooner had her words left her lips than a gunshot rang out. Yang Lu was one of the assassins raised by the Yang family, tasked with managing their dark affairs. There were 10 such individuals in total, numbered from Yang Yi to Yang Shi. Upon arriving at the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxiu, Yang Lin discovered it to be deserted, realizing that Wen Jiaxiu had been compromised. To prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua into the mire, he dispatched Yang Lu to eliminate them. With Yang Lu on the job, Yang Lin felt reassured, confident that no unforeseen complications would arise. Xiao Runan swiftly retaliated, and a gunfight erupted between the two factions. Regrettably, although Lin Qinshou's side was numerous, they possessed but a single firearm, and Xiao Runan was reluctant to relinquish it, insisting on handling the situation herself. His marksmanship became utterly superfluous. Relying on a woman for protection was not his style. Thus, Lin Qinshou retreated, intending to flank Yang Lu and disarm him. As Lin Qinshou departed the scene, the gunfire ceased. Xiao Runan dared not expose herself, and the others hesitated to venture outside. Suddenly, several gunshots erupted from behind the house, causing Xiao Runan to pale, and she dashed towards the rear, aware that her companions were stationed there to guard Wen Wenfeng. Lin Qinshou, who had been about to circle to the front, heard the gunfire and immediately turned back, silently cursing the assassin's swiftness. One moment he was firing in front, and the next he had vanished to the rear. Lin Qinshou refrained from charging in recklessly, instead hiding around the corner to steady his breath. Yang Lu had already slain Wen Wenfeng and was now approaching his direction. Just as Lin Qinshou prepared to act, a gun emerged from around the corner, pressing against his temple. "How do you wish to die?" Yang Lu said coolly, regarding Lin Qinshou as though he were already dead. Trained by the Yang family, this assassin had anticipated Lin Qinshou's position. "Let him go. I will be your hostage." At that moment, Xiao Runan and Yang Yun arrived, witnessing the scene. Xiao Runan quickly aimed her gun at Yang Lu. Yang Lu, with his back turned to her, began counting on his fingers and then spoke. "You just fired 9 shots. The standard police handgun contains 8 bullets, and with this round chambered, 9 bullets is the maximum for one gun, meaning you are out of ammunition." Xiao Runan's complexion shifted. Indeed, her weapon was devoid of bullets. She had not anticipated his calculations to be so precise. He was evidently a professional assassin. "Even without bullets, our numbers are sufficient to subdue you. Your gun should also be empty." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Lu produced a magazine filled with bullets from his pocket, causing her face to turn a shade of ashen gray. However, Yang Lu discarded the magazine into the pond, also removing the magazine from his handgun and tossing it aside. Yang Lu shook his neck as if preparing for a warm-up, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "The mission is complete. Now I can have some fun. It has been 2 years since my last amusement. I hope you will allow me to play a little longer." Throughout this ordeal, Lin Qinshou remained silent. Even with the gun pressed against him, he betrayed no hint of panic. In the words of a martial arts master, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces. Yet within 7 paces, my fists are swifter. He could strike before the trigger was pulled. But Xiao Runan's swift arrival had afforded Yang Lu the opportunity to display his bravado, and Lin Qinshou was content to witness it for a moment. Upon hearing Yang Lu's words, Lin Qinshou smiled. "Whether you discard your gun or not makes no difference to me. At this distance, your gun cannot outpace my fists." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful fist struck Yang Lu squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. Yang Lu rolled several times on the ground before regaining his footing, his previously disdainful expression replaced by one of sheer terror. "Who on earth are you? Such strength rivals that of a military god. Why have I never heard your name before?" Yang Lu gasped, realizing that Lin Qinshou's singular punch had sent his vital energy into turmoil. This was no longer a game he could afford to play. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have simply drawn his weapon and eliminated everyone. Xiao Runan stood dumbfounded at the swift turn of events. Although she had accompanied Lin Qinshou through several crises, she had always arrived after the fact, never witnessing his prowess firsthand. Too much praise. I remain true to my name and lineage. In the martial world, I am known as the bedchamber's gentle hero. You may call me Hero Dai. If you prefer not to call me a hero, simply address me as Dai. Lin Qinshou laughed as he strode toward Yang Lu. Yang Lu scooped up dirt from the ground and flung it towards Lin Qinshou, who could only shield himself from the dust raining down. In the next moment, Yang Lu sprinted away in a frenzy. Lin Qinshou brushed off the dust from his clothes, muttering, "Could it be that such a despicable tactic is merely to throw dust?" He then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Yang Lu. Finger flick technique. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the stone struck Yang Lu's knee with precision and force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lin Qinshou approached Yang Lu, planting his foot firmly on the latter's palm. "You wish to play, did you? Why run away? Are we playing hide and seek? At your age? It's time to abandon such childish games." Yang Lu glared at Lin Qinshou with venomous intent, a broken sound escaping his lips as blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Qinshou quickly grasped his chin, but it was too late. Yang Lu had already bitten down on his tongue, ending his own life. Damn, in this modern age, why are there still so many death warriors? So quick to resort to biting their tongues or poisoning themselves. Lin Qinshou cursed silently. Xiao Runan approached, gazing at the lifeless Yang Lu before turning her attention to Lin Qinshou, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. This death warrior, trained by someone unknown, resorts to self-destruction the moment capture seems imminent. Fortunately, your strength surpasses the norm. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. Xiao Runan sighed in relief. He hails from the Yang family in Kyoto, having accompanied Yang Lin. The subsequent matters are now in your capable hands, Officer Xiao. Lin Qinshou stood and began walking outside, calculating that the vehicle arranged by Sheng Ping would soon arrive. Yang Yun and the others followed closely behind Lin Qinshou, their admiration for his remarkable strength evident. At such a young age, he had effortlessly dispatched a meticulously trained assassin from the Yang family. Had the four of them attacked together, they might not have stood a chance against him. Chapter 81. The Irrevocable Bounty Order. With but a single move, Lin Qinshou had sent Yang Lu fleeing. A mere pebble sufficient to shatter the assassin's knee. Their gazes towards Lin Qinshou transformed into reverence, a sentiment that transcends gender when it comes to admiration for the strong. Yang Yun and his companions initially perceived Lin Qinshou as merely a wealthy commoner. However, the display of power he recently exhibited eclipsed even that of their military district's war god. The two feats he had just showcased were feats that even Su Feng might find unattainable. Suddenly, Xiao Runan recalled the gunfire that had resonated from Wenfeng's vicinity and hurried inside to assess the situation. As expected, Wenfeng and the three individuals she had brought along were all met with a grim fate, each struck down by a bullet to the forehead. Xiao Runan collapsed onto the ground, aghast that an investigation into a mere scion of the Wen family had resulted in the deaths of three of her colleagues. The Yang family of Kyoto. "I shall not let this go unpunished," she vowed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou closed his eyes in the vehicle, relieved to have dealt with this troublesome matter. With Wen Jiaxu now deceased, he pondered the status of the bounty on the dark web. Yang Yun, seated in the same car, appeared to be struggling with his words, which Lin Qinshou quickly noticed. "Brother Yang, speak your mind. There is no need for formality among brothers," he urged, opening his eyes to regard him. "Brother Lin, Mo Fong has uncovered your bounty on the dark web. Wen Jiaxu had placed a deposit of 20 million, and upon your demise, he would have transferred the remaining 30 million. Thus, Yang Yun directed his gaze towards Lin Qinshou. Hearing this, Lin Qinshou's expression darkened. He understood the implications all too well. His bounty remained active, albeit with the deposit reduced, causing the total to drop from 50 million to 20 million. Even this lesser sum could attract unwanted attention, indicating that his peril had not been entirely abetted. That damned Wen Jiaxu. Could he not have paid a larger deposit? Lin Qinshou seethed inwardly. "Brother Yang, is there any way to nullify this bounty? It's truly bothersome." Lin Qinshou expressed his agitation, aware that the 20 million bounty would still attract numerous unwelcome visitors. Yang Yun shook his head, explaining that such abandoned bounties were prevalent on the dark web, and there would always be idle individuals willing to take them on. 20 million was still a substantial amount, enough to place it high on the bounty leaderboard. After some contemplation, Lin Qinshou's mind sparked with an idea. "Brother Yang, is there a way to register an account for me? I could also post bounties on others." Raising the price to potentially lower my own ranking, he inquired eagerly. Yang Yun shook his head, explaining that while theoretically sound, there would still be those who would notice him, much like shopping online where some would inevitably browse to the back pages. If everyone only bought the top-ranked items, then the rest would have no business at all. That's of little consequence. Just help me get an account. If they come looking for me, they will come regardless. Why not take advantage of this platform? Lin Qinshou mused, recalling a few enemies he could place bounties on for fun. Upon arriving at the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshou hastened to find Mo Fong. Dark web accounts were not like today's real name registrations. They required special IPs and methods to access. Watching Mo Fong's operations, Lin Qinshou transferred 200 million and requested him to issue bounties on several individuals. Li Tianzong for 30 million, Li Jianfu for 70 million, and Yang Lin for 100 million. By directly transferring the bounty funds to the platform, he bypassed the cumbersome deposit and final payment procedure. As soon as someone completed the task, they could simply claim their reward from the platform, rendering the bounty independent of his fate. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Mo Fang's computer. The bounty on Yang Lin has been returned. However, those for Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu have been successfully posted. He informed Lin Qinshou. Should we withdraw the funds? Returned? What could be the reason? Mo Fang was equally perplexed. Never mind, let it be. It was merely an experiment. I'll leave the funds in there for future use. Retrieving money from the dark web was likely a complex endeavor, and since he was not short on funds, he decided to let it remain. Moreover, money on the dark web could be used to purchase intelligence, so it would eventually prove useful. After leaving the Jinmao building, Lin Qinshou returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa to rest. With nightfall upon him, he could finally relax his taut nerves from the past few days. Although the bounty issue remained unresolved, the assassins had failed several times. According to Yang Yun's estimation, they likely wouldn't return soon, but caution was still warranted, as one could never predict when trouble might arise. Upon arriving at Yunlu Mountain Villa, he found that Li Qing had not yet returned, evidently still occupied with her numerous tasks. After a brief wash, he succumbed to slumber under the gentle ministrations of a maid. He had completely forgotten about the incident with Yu Qing earlier that day, viewing it as a mere friendly encounter between two experienced individuals, devoid of burden. In a high-end residential area of Magic City, Yu Qing sat in contemplation, hugging her legs. The events she had shared with Lin Qinshou were her first experiences with a man, having always associated with women. She found herself in a state of confusion regarding what had transpired. It seemed she was not as resistant as she had imagined, and even found herself somewhat fond of the sensation, an experience that her younger girlfriends could never provide. The sweat-soaked movements and robust physique of Lin Qinshou captivated her, each gesture leaving her enchanted. Just then, a graceful figure entered the room, approaching Yu Qing and enveloping her in an embrace. Rest assured, I shall avenge you for the harm you have suffered, the enchanting woman vowed with concern. She was Shun Li's hen of the Shen family, a close associate of Yu Qing, and the aunt of Shun Li and Shun Yu. Yu Qing cast a complex glance at the woman beside her before shaking her head. I'm fine. I just received internal news that Wen Jiaxu has died. Better still. Such scum deserve to die, Shun Li's hen declared indignantly. Yu Qing recalled Lin Qinshou's earlier remark about seeking out Wen Jiaxu, suggesting that his demise was indeed connected to him. Perhaps she should leverage her connections to assist him? Her mindset had shifted, and even the hand Shun Li's hen placed on her back made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshou, he would never have imagined that a mature woman would be the first to engage with a man. As he slept, he heard the system's notification chime, yet his exhaustion dulled his senses, prompting him to defer attention until morning. Ding! Due to the deaths of Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng, the unresolved bounty issue has rendered the task invalid. Reward halved. Reward, golden silk armor, 1. Upon rising in the morning, Lin Qinshou discovered the golden silk armor beside him, recalling that he had vaguely heard the system's notification during the night. Chapter 82, Golden Silk Armor. The secondary task was only partially accomplished, yet the bounty cancellation proved impossible, thus halting progress. However, the system was considerate enough to grant him half the reward. Lin Qinshou donned the golden silk armor, which felt akin to a lightweight vest against his skin, devoid of any cumbersome weight. In the following days, aside from attending classes, he accompanied Yi Mengxi to procure household items. The villa he purchased for her at Yinheshan had a spacious walk-in closet, perfectly suited to accommodate all the items acquired from Chanel. Li Qing's efficiency was commendable as well. She had successfully registered the company and managed various procedures. However, securing a suitable location proved to be quite a challenge. In the bustling metropolis, every inch of land is precious. The area requested by Lin Qinshou was notably expansive, ultimately compelling him to seek the assistance of Su Baining. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Baining was also present and had assured him that he could reach out if any difficulties arose. Su Baining graciously designated a mountain at the outskirts of the city for him, offering it on a semi-rental basis, charging Lin Qinshou an annual rent of 1 million yuan. After all, they were both working for the betterment of Huaxia, and Lin Qinshou promptly paid 20 years' worth of rent. Beyond these rental costs, there was the necessity of planning for construction, delineating zones, and considerable expenses involved in various aspects. Lin Qinshou had no intention of making a profit from establishing a security company. His sole aim was to cultivate a cadre of bodyguards for himself. He was affluent, and the system would eventually assign him tasks. At his stage, money had become merely a number, although he still harbored many habits of a commoner. He found it challenging to alter them overnight. On Saturday morning, Lin Qinshou arrived early at the entrance of the financial university, intending to bring Chen Shanshan to his luxurious residence at Tangshan. This arrangement had been made a week prior, and during this time, Chen Shanshan had become increasingly busy with numerous training sessions scheduled by the bank, including some meetings for which she was wholly unqualified. Even Wu Xiaogong had taken her along, seemingly to introduce her to the environment. Originally, Wu Xiaogong intended to take her to the headquarters today, but since she had already made plans with Lin Qinshou, she had to muster the courage to request time off from him. Upon learning that Chen Shanshan was going on a date with Lin Qinshou, Wu Xiaogong quickly donned a sycophantic smile, wishing her a delightful time and even granting her leave for Monday. Chen Shanshan was well aware of the reasons behind her sudden preferential treatment. It was all due to Lin Qinshou's substantial assets exceeding 500 billion in the banks of the metropolis, and she was perceived by her superiors as Lin Qinshou's girlfriend, thus garnering her attention. She did not deny this notion, as she harbored her own ambitions. Even though she and Lin Qinshou had not explicitly defined their relationship, her feelings were gradually leaning in that direction. This unfounded status had provided her with remarkable opportunities in her career, since others believed it to be true. She decided to tacitly accept it. As Chen Shanshan read Lin Qinshou's message indicating his arrival at the school gate, she picked up a white canvas bag and took a lingering glance at her dormitory of 4 years before departing. Lin Qinshou parked his car at the entrance, but as he was not a student of the financial university, the security guard adamantly refused him entry, impervious even to the allure of a fine cigarette. Perhaps the bribe was insufficient, or the guard simply deemed it unworthy. Alternatively, it could be that there were indeed stringent regulations prohibiting outsiders from entering. After all, the financial university was renowned for its beauty, and allowing outsiders in would lead to a deluge of luxury vehicles. Suddenly, Lin Qinshou heard a knock on his car window. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see the same girl, Qian Yumeng, from before. "Hey, handsome. What a coincidence. Do you remember what you promised me last time? You owe me your contact information now," she playfully winked. Lin Qinshou was surprised to encounter her at the same spot again. He had initially considered not wasting time on such encounters, yet his perspective had shifted slightly. Some women were worth the indulgence. Nevertheless, Lin Qinshou took out his phone, acknowledging his earlier promise. "Let us exchange WeChat. I'm Lin Qinshou." Qian Yumeng quickly opened her phone to scan his QR code. Feeling that Lin Qinshou's name sounded somewhat familiar, though she could not place it at that moment. "I'm Qian Yumeng, but you can call me Meng Meng," she introduced herself. After they added each other as friends and exchanged a few casual remarks, Qian Yumeng tactfully excused herself. She had seen Lin Qinshou pick up Chen Shanshan last time, and if her assumptions were correct, he was there to pick her up again. She lacked the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan, so she chose to make a favorable impression instead, hoping for future opportunities. If Chen Shanshan were to see her flirting with Lin Qinshou, she would risk being dismissed altogether. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qinshou's face. This woman possessed a certain charm. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shanshan emerged from the school gate. Clad in the pleated skirt she had worn during their first meeting, paired with a white sports polo shirt, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, and carrying a white canvas bag, a sense of the quintessential campus beauty enveloped her as Lin Qinshou stepped out of the car to open the passenger door for her. Chen Shanshan gracefully entered the vehicle under the envious gazes of those around her. "What about your belongings? Aren't you going to move them over?" Lin Qinshou inquired, noticing her light packing. "I don't have much, just some clothes. I've already taken most of them to the office. I can pick them up later," she replied. "Have you had breakfast yet? I bought 2 buns from the cafeteria, one for each of us." Chen Shanshan produced 2 buns from her canvas bag. Lin Qinshou, feeling a twinge of hunger, devoured the bun, the oil seeping from the edges. Chen Shanshan handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth. A subtle, intimate atmosphere began to blossom within the car as Chen Shanshan watched him eat without concern for decorum, feeling a wave of joy. This indicated that their social standings were not so disparate. In terms of enjoyment and leisure, they shared a similar footing, easing any sense of distance between them. With a press of the accelerator, Lin Qinshou drove away from the university's gates. Chen Shanshan would not be returning to the school, and it was unlikely he would revisit this simultaneously familiar and strange place. In the girls' dormitory at the financial university, Qian Yumeng burst into the room excitedly. "Hey, Ai, guess who I just ran into? That handsome guy with the Lamborghini. He looked even more dashing than last time. I've successfully obtained his WeChat. Capturing this wealthy second-generation heir is just around the corner," she exclaimed, showcasing her phone screen to He, originally intending to congratulate her. He suddenly caught sight of the WeChat name and avatar, gripping Qian Yumeng's hand tightly, urging her to hold still and take a closer look. A flicker of distaste crossed Qian Yumeng's eyes. Although they appeared to be as close as sisters, they were merely plastic friends, each harboring some disdain for the other. Yet, Qian Yumeng feigned nonchalance, saying, "You don't want to remember that WeChat ID, do you?" If you want it, I can share it with you. There's no need to be so excited. We're sisters, after all. Whoever succeeds should ensure the other doesn't miss out. Lin Qinshou. He growled through gritted teeth. Qian Yumeng, who had already saved the name, did not initially discern any discrepancy. To her, that handsome guy was simply named thus. Upon hearing the name, she felt a jolt of recognition. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she recalled why it sounded familiar. After receiving a confirming nod from He, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth. The contact information I worked so hard to obtain is actually your worthless ex-boyfriendess. Qian Yumeng slumped onto a chair in disbelief. She had heard countless tales of Lin Qinshou's failures, but had never encountered him in person. Even if she had, she would not have taken note of him. To her, he was merely a poor loser, unworthy of her attention. He gritted her teeth, asking, "What is he doing at our school? Is he trying to run into me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yumeng quickly recalled that Lin Qinshou had once been a poor loser, as described by He. However, based on her observations, Lin Qinshou was undeniably handsome and wealthy. Perhaps he had feigned poverty to test He, and now that she had failed the test, he had decided to drop the act. Moreover, Lin Qinshou did not come to the university to pursue He, but rather to escort their campus belle, Chen Shanshan, away. Is Chen Shanshan not several hundred times more admirable than He? On what grounds does He dare to compete with the campus belle? The more Qian Yumeng pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Since she was no longer He's boyfriend, she could act with greater freedom. Ming Ming, delete this loser. He must be trying to use you to seek reconciliation with me, He declared, reaching for Qian Yumeng's phone to delete Lin Qinshou's contact. Qian Yumeng quickly snatched the phone back. Are you kidding? I waited a whole week to get this contact. If you delete it just because of your delusions, that would be utterly futile. Shall we? Let's hold off on deleting it for now. I'll flirt with him a bit. Didn't he embarrass you? I'll make him fall for me, and then I'll delete him, giving you a chance to vent. Qian Yumeng comforted He. She was unafraid of He's anger or the threat of their friendship ending. What truly concerned her was the possibility of He discovering the truth and rushing to Lin Qinshou to seek reconciliation. Who could guarantee that Lin Qinshou would not harbor even the slightest feelings for He after all those years they had been together? The competition was already fierce enough. With Chen Shanshan as a rival, she could not afford to have an old flame like He in the mix, or her chances would be utterly extinguished. Very well. Then you must seduce him thoroughly. When the time comes, arrange to meet him. I want to slap his face hard. He's lips curled into a cruel smile, as if envisioning the scene, igniting her impatience to witness it. Qian Yumeng nodded in agreement, yet her mind was already scheming ways to entice Lin Qinshou. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qinshou was completely unaware of these developments as he arrived at Tang Chun Pin with Chen Shanshan. Upon entering this place, Chen Shanshan was left utterly speechless. It was merely a few hundred meters from her workplace, just a turn away. She had heard of this place, renowned as one of the most prestigious developments in the magical city, with prices that were top-notch. To her astonishment, Lin Qinshou owned a property here, renting it to her for a mere 800 a month. As he opened the door, the furnishings were already complete, and from the balcony, one could gaze out at the Huangpu River. Is this really my place? Am I dreaming? Chen Shanshan murmured. Lin Qinshou approached her with a smile, suggesting, why not pinch yourself? If it hurts, then it must not be a dream. Chen Shanshan, genuinely intrigued, pinched her arm and was jolted back to reality by the sharpness of the pain. This place is far too large. Living here alone would be a terrible waste. She turned to leave, incredulous that such a place could be rented for 800 a month. It was laughable, as it could hardly be rented for 80,000. Lin Qinshou quickly pulled her back, stating, if you think it's too large, that's not a problem, but it is the closest to your workplace. If you don't stay here, it will merely gather dust. So, don't feel burdened, settle in comfortably. After all, you've already paid the rent. After much persuasion from Lin Qinshou's silver tongue, Chen Shanshan finally agreed to stay. Thank you. Without you, I might not have a job or a place to live right now, Chen Shanshan said gratefully, looking at Lin Qinshou. If you really wish to express your gratitude, then prepare a meal for me. I'd like to taste your culinary skills, Lin Qinshou remarked, absent-mindedly ruffling her hair. To his surprise, Chen Shanshan did not recoil, but rather shyly lowered her head. Then let us go buy some groceries. There's a supermarket downstairs, which should have plenty of ingredients. Cooking a meal for Lin Qinshou was the only way Chen Shanshan felt she could repay him, though there were undoubtedly other ways she had yet to consider. As they entered the supermarket, they began selecting various ingredients, resembling a couple in their daily routine. Their proximity grew closer, shifting from an arm's length apart to walking side by side. During this time, they also visited Chen Shanshan's workplace to retrieve her belongings. Her luggage was quite manageable, just a suitcase and a backpack. No wonder she claimed she could handle it herself. The dishes Chen Shanshan could prepare were limited to simple home-cooked meals. Lin Qinshou, originally considering seafood, abandoned the idea since Qin Shanshan had never eaten it, nor could she prepare it. Thus, they settled on simple dishes like tofu, fish, and beef. From her luggage, Qin Shanshan produced a transparent glass bottle, seemingly containing homemade liquor. "This is the wine my father brews. Give it a try." She poured the liquor into 2 glasses. Lin Qinshou was taken aback. He hadn't expected a young woman to carry homemade liquor with her. Without clinking glasses, Qin Shanshan downed her drink in one go. Lin Qinshou, holding his glass, stared at her in bewilderment. Was this how one drank? It was more like quenching thirst than enjoying a drink. After finishing 1 glass, Qin Shanshan filled her cup again, the glass capable of holding at least 100 milliliters. She downed the second glass without batting an eye, even smacking her lips, resembling a seasoned drinker, leaving Lin Qinshou utterly astonished. "Why aren't you drinking? You should try it. My father's wine is quite delicious," Qin Shanshan urged Lin Qinshou, noticing his untouched glass. He took a tentative sip, finding it rich and flavorful. Yet upon swallowing, it felt fiery down his throat. He was no connoisseur of liquor. Even Mao Tai would evoke a similar reaction. Seeing him take a sip, Qin Shanshan eagerly began serving him food. "My father loves to drink. I've watched him drink alone since I was a child. Once I reached adulthood, I started joining him. The first time I tasted alcohol, I found it delightful, and I've loved it ever since." Lin Qinshou felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To find alcohol delightful upon first tasting, it must make her a natural-born drinker. As they chatted and ate, the bottle of wine quickly emptied. Lin Qinshou began to feel a bit lightheaded, while Qin Shanshan remained unfazed, diligently collecting the dishes. He couldn't help but marvel. Qin Shanshan was no mere drinker. She was a veritable goddess of wine. In this apartment, everything necessary was present, even some things that might be deemed unnecessary. For cleaning, there was no need for manual labor. Simply toss the dishes into the dishwasher. They ventured into the private cinema within the residence, eliminating the need to go out to watch films. Initially, when Lin Qinshou suggested watching a movie together, he worried about being declined, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. "My company is sending me abroad for training. I'll be leaving in a couple of days and may be gone for several months." Qin Shanshan gazed at Lin Qinshou with a peculiar expression. "When do you leave? Which country?" The prospect of him going abroad just as her affection for him was nearing a breakthrough of 90 points felt disheartening. The bank in the magical city truly knew how to complicate matters. Country, the company has arranged everything. After I obtain my certification, I'll be promoted." After a brief silence, Lin Qinshou continued, "I own a security company and can send a female bodyguard with you. It would be beneficial to have someone accompany you. Country, while developed, can be quite chaotic, with incidents of zero-cost shopping happening frequently. Having someone with you would put my mind at ease." Qin Shanshan was about to refuse, but, upon seeing Lin Qinshou's earnest expression, she nodded. As a woman alone in a foreign land, safety was a valid concern. Despite the presence of company personnel, seeing her agreement, Lin Qinshou happily started the movie, selecting a touching romantic film. Lin Qinshou initially held no interest in these films, yet he found himself compelled to endure them, as they were favored by the young woman beside him. As the movie progressed, the two gradually leaned closer together. Qin Shanshan rested her head upon Lin Qinshou's shoulder, and he instinctively clasped her hand. At a particularly intimate moment in the plot, Shanshan's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Lin Qinshou. In the dim light, their gazes drew nearer, and Lin Qinshou lowered his head to kiss her. Qin Shanshan trembled slightly, but did not push him away. They remained in this suspended moment as the film continued, until suddenly, Shanshan opened her eyes and pushed Lin Qinshou away, exclaiming, "No, I'm not ready." His restless hands had startled her back to reality. "I'm sorry. I was too eager." Lin Qinshou hastily apologized, chastising himself internally for his impulsiveness, which had disrupted the enchanting atmosphere. "I'm sorry, I'm just not prepared yet. Nor have I fully contemplated this. I confess I like you, but you seem too fantastical to me, to the point where I can't ascertain your real existence." Qin Shanshan, having grown up lacking maternal affection, often felt insecure about everything, plagued by a fear of loss. "Silly girl, I am a real person. It's not as exaggerated as you think," Lin Qinshou said as he embraced her. Shanshan did not resist, instead nestling against his chest. "Just give me a little more time. When I return from training, I promise to give you an answer." Lin Qinshou had yet to receive any indication of increased affection and realized that he could not rush the process. He never anticipated that the final increment of affection would prove so challenging. "All right, I'll wait for you," he said, kissing her forehead. Despite this interlude bringing them closer, a subtle barrier remained. After the movie concluded, Lin Qinshou departed, and Qin Shanshan did not attempt to keep him, aware that lingering would only invite awkwardness. He arranged for a designated driver to take his car home, while he walked to the Jinmao Tower, where the security company was still under construction. necessitating Yang Yun and others to conduct business there for the time being. Brother Yang, could you have Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine on a trip abroad in a couple of days? As a girl in a foreign land, I would feel more at ease with her by my side. Yang Yun nodded, instructing Li Lan to handle the passport and visa arrangements. The visa for M country was notoriously difficult to obtain, but with sufficient funds, it could be managed. However, Li Lan's previous identity might pose a challenge, necessitating a change in her status, a task Yang Yun had the necessary channels to facilitate, meaning Lin Qinshou only needed to provide the funds while they handled the rest. That said, Brother Yang, your team is truly impressive. Each member excels in their respective fields, and with a mere word, they can resolve matters efficiently. Brother Lin, you've already helped us so much, yet I haven't discussed compensation with you. I apologize for my oversight. Please ask the brothers if they have any requests. Feel free to voice them. Yang Yun chuckled. What can we request? We just want to earn a decent living. Before coming here, Mo Fong was a technician at a computer repair shop, and several of us worked as laborers at construction sites. Qiu Lu and Li Lan were merely waitstaff at restaurants. All in the most basic jobs. We're just happy to return to our previous professions. As long as Brother Lin provides us with food, we're content. After their discharge, it was challenging for them to find corresponding employment, especially without specialized skills, leaving them with only simple labor opportunities. For them, having stable employment was already a significant satisfaction, particularly in fields aligned with their prior training. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinshou proposed, "Let us do this. Each of you will receive an annual salary of 2 million, with all benefits at the highest standard. We are still in the initial phase and will require your assistance in numerous areas." Yang Yun was taken aback, seemingly confirming whether he had truly heard correctly. 2 million? Brother Lin, you're sure it's not 200,000? An annual salary of 200,000 would already be considered high. For us, earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month would ensure a stable life. No mistake, it's indeed 2 million. However, once the security company is established, the salaries for new recruits may not be as high, but they will not be undercompensated, Lin Qinshou reassured him, patting Yang Yun's shoulder. Li Qing was also engaged in affairs at the Jinmao Tower during this period, and Lin Qinshou instructed her to advance a year's salary to Yang Yun and the others. At that moment, Li Qing addressed Lin Qinshou, "Master, I may not be well suited for these tasks. Should you consider hiring someone with stronger expertise?" She hastily added, "I'm not trying to shirk work. I simply find these responsibilities rather challenging." Lin Qinshou had contemplated recruiting someone to manage these responsibilities, acknowledging that Li Qing's capabilities were more suited to an administrative role. However, the question remained, where could he find the right person? "Understood. Please take care of these preliminary tasks, and I will seek out a suitable candidate," he replied, giving her a reassuring pat on the back to ease her worries. After addressing several matters, Lin Qinshou returned to school, his mind occupied with thoughts of where to find the right person. While there were many talents listed on recruitment websites, the cost of trial and error was too high. If someone lacked the necessary skills, it could waste significant time. He wasn't overly concerned about profitability. He just wanted operations to run smoothly without excessive hassle. Initially, he had considered inviting Su Xia, as her background was a perfect fit, collaborating with Su Banning for land use, and Su Feng's retired military connections. She seemed the most suitable candidate. However, both Su Banning and Su Feng opposed the idea, with Su Xia herself also reluctant, preferring a quiet life as a teacher. Both Su Banning and Su Feng shared the concern that having too many members of the Su family involved in every aspect could lead to complications, even if they were genuinely untainted. If things went awry, it would create more trouble than it was worth. Perhaps he could ask Wen Ruxue for a recommendation? He hadn't reached out to her in some time, as she was currently traveling extensively, with Wen Zhuming guiding her through the various enterprises of the Wen family across the globe to familiarize her with the processes. Wen Ruxue seemed to relish this opportunity and had been persistently urging Lin Qinshou to agree. While Wen Ruxue undoubtedly had access to talent, Lin Qinshou was hesitant to become too entangled with Wen Zhuming, knowing that any individual introduced by Wen Ruxue would likely carry his influence. After much contemplation, he had yet to identify a suitable candidate. Perhaps it was best to keep his eyes open as he progressed, given that there was still ample time to prepare for the preliminary work. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xia Lu and the others quickly surrounded him, eager to inquire, "Beast, what is the outcome regarding Li Tianzong's incident?" Previously, Lin Qinshou had placed a bounty on these two individuals in the dark web, yet as of today, no one had claimed the reward. Curious, Lin Qinshou investigated and discovered that Li Jianfu had a habit of posting bounties online. Upon the announcement, he fled with his son, and their current whereabouts remained unknown. Due to the circumstances surrounding his bounty, Su Feng had even contacted him. But since matters in the dark web did not fall within the jurisdiction of Hua Xia's system, and there was no evidence linking the bounty to Lin Qinshou, Su Feng could only verbally request its removal. Such actions verged on solicitation of murder, an illegal offense. To avoid causing difficulties for Su Feng and Yang Yun, Lin Qinshou promptly withdrew the bounty, incurring a hefty fee in the process, and subsequently sent the evidence of the Li father-son duo's crimes to Xiao Runan, who was in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan's previous actions against Wen Jiaxu were less than stellar, they nonetheless revealed a glimmer of her latent prowess. Initially intending to confront the Li father and son with force, she has now retreated, disinclined to pursue them further. Let Xiao Runan handle the tracking and capture. He seeks a return to a tranquil existence. Rest assured, the Li duo is now preoccupied with their own troubles, unable to divert their attention to us. And it won't be long before they find themselves behind bars. Upon hearing this, the three of them collectively exhaled in relief. That is splendid. I haven't spent time with Yin Yin in ages. I've been cooped up in the dormitory all weekend. Tonight, I shall go on a date with her. Farewell. Xia Lu hastily departed the dormitory. Fan Jinxiang and Li Wuqi settled back onto their stools. We didn't make any plans. Why did you return to the dorm this weekend? What about the school beauty, Yao? Don't you have a date with her? Li Wuqi inquired, bemused. As he glanced at Lin Qinshou, who was sprawled on his bed. It was well known that Lin Qinshou had not returned to the dormitory for quite some time, often absent even during classes, yet here he was on a weekend. Mengming has gone out with her friends, and I wish for some solitude to contemplate matters. Previously, Yi Mingxi had mentioned to Lin Qinshou her desire to take her friends to the villa this weekend, while Lin Qinshou had expressed his unavailability. Little did he know that his date with Qin Shanshan had concluded by the afternoon. Shall we take a stroll? I heard that Senior Qin Ruolin has returned to campus today. Perhaps we might fortuitously encounter her? Li Wuqi suggested with excitement. Not interested. You two go ahead. Lin Qinshou yawned, preparing to rest. The allure of school beauties was lost on him. He had yet to resolve matters with Qin Shanshan, leaving him little inclination to consider other women. Seeing Lin Qinshou's disinterest, Li Wuqi ceased his attempts and began discussing Qin Ruolin with Fan Jinxiang. It is said that Senior Qin was invited back by the university after losing her internship job and has yet to secure a new position. Recently, there was a wealthy benefactor who generously donated several billion to the school. With the projects being rather chaotic, and given that Senior Qin is currently unemployed, it makes perfect sense for her to be hired back to manage these affairs. After all, she is an expert in business administration. However, one must wonder why she lost her internship job. Could there be undisclosed reasons? Fan Jinxiang added. Suddenly, Lin Qinshou sprang from his bed, declaring, I will accompany you to witness Senior Qin's brilliance. Hearing the key phrase, business administration, triggered a notification in his mind. Beep. Host has encountered a management challenge. Option 1. Hire Qin Ruolin as the head of the security company. Reward 30 billion. Option 2. Hire Qin Ruolin to lead the security company and increase her favorability towards the host above 60. Reward 30 billion. Proficiency in multiple languages. Anyone capable of eliciting a task from the system must possess exceptional talent. As for why Qin Ruolin was dismissed from her internship, that was of no concern to him. In his eyes, she was akin to a gold mine. If he could successfully hire her, he would acquire 30 billion. As for the favorability rating of 60, Lin Qinshou dismissed it from his mind, focusing solely on the wealth and the individual, indifferent to language proficiency. Chapter 86. A beauty of catastrophic proportions. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang stared at him in astonishment. Moments ago, he appeared listless, yet now he was imbued with vigor. You were just so aloof and uninterested, weren't you? Fan Jinxiang teased. That was then, and this is now. Let us move quickly, Lin Qinshou urged, propelling the two of them forward. The trio exited the dormitory, wandering aimlessly across the campus. After circling a few times, Lin Qinshou could no longer contain his curiosity. Where are we going to find Qin Ruolin? It feels as if we are aimlessly meandering. Li Wuqi feigned profundity, stating, only through serendipitous encounters can we deepen our impressions of one another. If we go looking for her specifically, what distinguishes us from mere losers? Fan Jinxiang nodded in agreement. Lin Qinshou was at a loss for words. Such encounters could take an eternity. Aren't you both losers? Losers are the ones who overthink their circumstances. I'm not wandering around with you two. I'll seek out the principal. He must know where Qin Ruolin is. After giving them a dismissive gesture, Lin Qinshou turned and left. Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang exchanged glances, pondering whether this fellow was plotting to pursue Senior Qin again. Does he not already have the school beauty, Yao? When did he become acquainted with the principal? Li Wuqi questioned, eyeing Lin Qinshou's departing figure with suspicion. Fan Jinxiang stroked his chin, remarking, who would turn down more girlfriends? We must not allow him to seize the advantage. Let us split up and keep each other informed should either of us encounter her. As Lin Qinshou made his way to the principal's office, he passed by the campus artificial lake and suddenly noticed a girl standing by the water's edge. The water had risen to her ankles, yet she remained unmoving. Could she be contemplating something dire? Lin Qinshou slowed his pace and cautiously approached. Classmate, whatever it is, take it easy. Life is but once, and it must be cherished. Lin Qinshou called to her from behind, yet the girl remained unresponsive, as if oblivious to his words. Seeing her lack of reaction, Lin Qinshou took several steps closer. A gentle breeze wafted from the lake, carrying a faint fragrance from the girl, enveloping his senses. At that moment, the campus broadcast crackled to life, playing a selection of songs, each chosen by the broadcaster, adding a melodic ambience that deepened the essence of university life. As Lin Qinshou approached, the girl still did not react, appearing as if lost in thought. Just as he was about to reach her and offer assistance, she stirred, brushing her hair aside and removing her earphones, turning to meet Lin Qinshou's gaze. Walking in the wind, today the sun is unexpectedly gentle. The warmth of the day feels like you embracing me. The campus broadcast played the song Gentleness by a band. By the artificial lake, a boy and a girl, illuminated by the setting sun, found themselves in a scene reminiscent of an idol drama. Beep. Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Qin Ruolin. Beauty score, 96. Age, 22. Height, 171 centimeters. Measurements, 32 Favorability, 0. Qin Ruolin. So, this is the esteemed senior Qin. Lin Qinshou recognized her identity upon hearing the system notification. Indeed, her attributes were breathtaking. A beauty score of 96 and a figure that would have been deemed dangerously alluring in ancient times. I apologize. I thought you were in distress, hence my calls went unheard. Lin Qinshou retracted his outstretched hand. Qin Ruolin glanced down at her feet. The water had indeed risen above her ankles, which might have led to misunderstandings. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Lin Qinshou's concern before stepping out of the lake and leaving the area. Lin Qinshou had intended to call out to her, to discuss the possibility of hiring her, but given the current atmosphere, the likelihood of rejection seemed high. It appeared he would need to consult that old principal to gather more information before proceeding. Qin Ruolin was an aloof beauty, having not exchanged a single word with Lin Qinshou throughout their encounter. She had merely sought a moment of tranquility by the lake, taking the time to reflect. Due to the fact that she was wearing headphones, she did not hear Lin Qinshou speaking. It was only when the campus broadcast emitted a crackling noise, interfering with her headphones, that she turned around and noticed Lin Qinshou. Although the misunderstanding was born from Lin Qinshou's good intentions, she chose not to engage with him and walked away, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Qinshou proceeded to the principal's office, where the principal, oblivious to his arrival, was engrossed in a document while wearing reading glasses. Lin Qinshou leaned in to catch a glimpse of the paper, which bore the title Excellence Program. The principal, upon noticing Lin Qinshou's presence, looked up with a beaming smile. Lin, why didn't you go out and enjoy the weekend? He asked. Even I am not taking a break. I'm here on a weekend to review documents. Lin Qinshou settled onto the sofa, casting a cursory glance at the document, yet unable to discern its specific contents. However, the principal had no intention of concealing the nature of the document. It was a directive from above regarding the excellence program aimed at nurturing talent. A select few individuals would be cultivated, yet our school was only required to submit candidates from the medical field, as other disciplines had already been claimed by other institutions. Lin Qinshou nodded, displaying little interest in the matter, as his purpose for visiting was to inquire about Qin Ruolin. Before he could voice his question, the principal continued, Lin, I had intended to involve you in this matter. The excellence program not only necessitates the provision of talent, but also requires the school to support the funding for their development. Since your donated project funds are relatively ample, the school plans to allocate a portion to this initiative. What do you think? After all, that money was donated by Lin Qinshou for investment projects, and any reallocation would necessitate prior consultation with him. Lin Qinshou waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that the investment funds should remain untouched. As for the funding required for this excellence program, I can provide that separately, he stated. After speaking, Lin Qinshou felt an odd discomfort, as if the school were his own enterprise, and all financial matters somehow fell under his purview. Hearing this, the principal's smile widened. Thank you, Lin. The required funding isn't extensive, as this is not a one-time training program. Approximately 50 million should suffice to sustain several cohorts of talent development. What? Lin Qinshou was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that a few 100,000 would suffice. After all, what did nurturing talent entail if not reading more books and newspapers? Why such extravagant expenditure? Nevertheless, Lin Qinshou refrained from voicing his concerns, having observed that the plan was initiated by the Huaxia government to cultivate talent for the nation. So he was willing to contribute. Chapter 87. Qin Ruolin's internship. Upon seeing that Lin Qinshou had completed the transfer, the principal's delight intensified. Our medical class is filled with talented individuals, but we are uncertain whom to recommend. Do you happen to know any outstanding students, Lin? The principal's implication was clear. He wanted Lin Qinshou to facilitate a recommendation, suggesting that since they were all part of the same institution, it would be more advantageous to do him a favor. Lin Qinshou shook his head, stating, I am not familiar with anyone in the medical class. The only person I have exchanged a few words with is Su Weiwei. I don't know anyone else, so you may arrange it as you see fit. The principal murmured, Su Weiwei. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinshou, while he merely intended to express his unfamiliarity with the medical students, the principal fixated solely on Su Weiwei's name, disregarding everything else. Principal, there is something I need your assistance with. That is the purpose of my visit today. After discussing the funding for a while, Lin Qinshou finally broached his main concern. Oh, please, Lin, do not hesitate to speak. We will do our utmost to assist if it is within our capacity. After all, how could they refuse a benefactor who had donated 550 million? Moreover, given Lin Qinshou's immense wealth, any request he made would likely pertain to trivial matters within the school, presenting little challenge. I have heard that the school has hired senior student Qin Ruolin to handle certain project-related tasks. Since Li Wuqi had mentioned it, Lin Qinshou sought to confirm the matter with the principal for credibility. Indeed, that is the case. She was recommended by a professor from the business department and is said to possess considerable capabilities. However, she has encountered some difficulties in finding work, and the school needs such talent at this moment, hence her recruitment. The principal reflected and confirmed that it was indeed his decision. That is excellent. I would like the school to transfer her to me. I have recently established a security company dedicated to providing job opportunities for veterans, but I am struggling with management personnel, causing the project to stagnate. I have heard that Senior Qin possesses impressive professional skills, which is why I came to seek your assistance. Upon confirming that Li Wuqi's words were true, Lin Qinshou directly requested the principal for her transfer. The mention of veterans underscored a contribution to Huaxia and society, leaving no room for refusal. Upon hearing about employment opportunities for veterans, the principal was filled with respect. I had no idea that you, young Lin, possessed such profound awareness at your age. I must grant you this request. I will summon her immediately. With that, the principal took out his phone and called the professor from the business department. Professor Huang, this is Lin Qinshou, the student who donated the project funds. He wishes to hire Qin Ruolin. What do you think? What do I think? Ruolin has been called back. She will sign a contract on Monday and start working. Why should I let her go? Professor Huang looked at Lin Qinshou with a disapproving expression, tinged with a hint of anger. He harbored serious doubts about the principal's intentions, suspecting that he was attempting to push his student into a compromising situation. However, he failed to realize that it was Lin Qinshou's donation that had created the vacancy for Qin Ruolin's position in the first place. Lin Qinshou felt utterly speechless, while the principal's expression darkened. Does Professor Huang fail to comprehend basic communication? This is our benefactor. The principal, frustrated, retorted, Professor Huang, you are being quite rude. Lin has anonymously donated funds to our school for project research. Now he is requesting Qin to join him, which will undoubtedly be far more beneficial for her than remaining here. I will not introduce my student to someone who would treat her as a mere companion. Professor Huang seemed particularly protective of Qin Ruolin, willing to offend the principal rather than yield. The principal was on the verge of expressing his frustration, unable to fathom why Professor Huang would misconstrue Lin Qinshou's intentions as predatory. Professor Huang, it seems you have misunderstood me. Originally, these words should not need repeating. But if I do not speak now, you will likely refuse to release her. I have established a security company in collaboration with various military districts in Huaxia, aiming to provide employment for veterans. However, I lack business acumen, which is why I sought your assistance regarding Senior Qin. Is this true? Professor Huang regarded Lin Qinshou with skepticism. Indeed, it is true. Lin's awareness surpasses ours by far. He has donated such a substantial amount to the school without seeking anything in return, and he even requested anonymity. Just based on that, you should not question his character. Before Lin Qinshou could interject, the principal leaped to his defense. If you remain doubtful, you may summon the senior student and let her decide for herself. This obstinate old man was impossible to reason with. If he would not allow her to go, the matter would need to be settled by the individual involved. After a brief silence, Professor Huang sighed. Ruolin is the most outstanding student I have encountered, but her beauty often overshadows her abilities. Her internship was sought primarily for her looks, rather than her professional competence. Her obstinate nature led to a tumultuous parting with the company, resulting in her being blacklisted within the industry and unable to secure employment. Professor Huang spoke of Qin Ruolin's current plight, noting that many companies now prioritize public relations over business acumen. He expressed curiosity about the issues that Senior Qin was facing and offered his assistance, wondering if there was any way he could help her. To be ostracized by the industry suggests she must have crossed a powerful figure, albeit one who maintained a semblance of civility. opting not to resort to force. Had it been the Li family, they would have simply abducted her rather than orchestrate such a complicated blacklisting. Professor Huang glanced at Lin Qinshou and then at the principal, who nodded in encouragement for him to share the details of the situation. Roland had initially secured a prestigious internship as an executive assistant at the Wang Group. Given her capabilities, she was expected to swiftly acclimate to her role, potentially progressing to other management positions. However, it soon became apparent that the hiring decision was based solely on her beauty, as she was never assigned any substantive work. The role of executive assistant merely relegated her to that of a servant, attending to the president's whims around the clock. Upon discovering the true nature of her position, Roland indignantly resigned, only to face a lawsuit accusing her of corporate espionage, which ultimately led to her being blacklisted and burdened with legal troubles. Professor Huang clenched his fists, seething with anger at the injustice. Lin Qinshou pondered the name Wang Group, which seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that it was mentioned in the Secrets of the Wen family, where Wen Jiaxu had colluded with the Wang Group. However, after Wen Jiaxu's subsequent arrest, the presence of the Wang Group had seemingly vanished. The Wang Group is backed by one of the 4 prominent families of the Magic City, raising questions about the moral integrity of the affluent, who brazenly engage in unscrupulous dealings, seeking assistants who are essentially lovers, a truly audacious enterprise. Professor Huang reassured, "While I am not acquainted with anyone from the Wang Group, I shall not allow them to humiliate our esteemed senior. If they wish to blacklist her, I will offer her a high-paying position as the CEO of my company. As for the lawsuit, I will enlist the finest legal team in the nation to ensure she triumphs in this unfair battle. Regardless of the assignment, I must uphold justice for my employees. In my eyes, Qin Roland is already one of them." The assignment from the system, coupled with the praise from the venerable professor of business, indicated her undeniable potential. "Thank you, Junior, but I would prefer to assist the professor at school for now." A melodious voice interrupted, as the radiant figure of Qin Roland entered the principal's office. The principal had requested both Professor Huang and Qin Roland to join him, and while Professor Huang arrived first, Qin Roland had only just arrived. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Lin Qinshou's remarks. Although she was unaware of the context, she could infer the general sentiment. Upon seeing Lin Qinshou, she felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that he was the same junior who had mistakenly thought she intended to jump into the lake. Lin Qinshou, having recognized her already, smiled and greeted, "Senior, what a surprise to see you again so soon. Who would have thought that this junior is not only kind-hearted but also affluent?" Qin Roland replied with a smile that left the 3 men present momentarily speechless, captivated by her beauty. As they welcomed her arrival, the principal and Professor Huang exchanged words about Lin Qinshou's intentions, even embellishing his character to that of a great benefactor. Professor Huang encouraged Qin Roland to choose for herself whether to remain at the university or join Lin Qinshou, while the principal bluntly suggested canceling the position, leaving her with no real choice. Professor Huang pointed an accusatory finger at the principal, labeling him a mercenary, which ignited a heated argument between the 2 elderly men. Lin Qinshou remained composed, silently observing their exchange. He refrained from speaking, allowing the argument to unfold as he noted the way Qin Roland looked at him. Initially, she was not inclined to accept Lin Qinshou's offer, but the principal's assertion held merit. The position had indeed been established due to Lin Qinshou's generous donation, and he had the authority to retract such funds at any moment. If he chose to do so, the position would become a mockery. Lacking sufficient knowledge of Lin Qinshou, she was hesitant to gamble on her future. However, the prospect of working with him was not without merit. Despite being at the entry level, she yearned for an opportunity to grow alongside a promising company. "Junior, I look forward to your guidance in the future." After much deliberation, Qin Roland ultimately accepted Lin Qinshou's invitation. Though it felt somewhat forced, it was indeed the best choice for her. Upon her acceptance, a smile graced Lin Qinshou's lips. "Rest assured, Senior, you will thank yourself for this decision in due time. I look forward to our collaborative endeavors." He rose from the sofa and offered his right hand. Qin Roland reciprocated with a gentle handshake, the softness of her touch igniting a flutter within Lin Qinshou's heart. The 2 elderly gentlemen, witnessing her agreement, ceased their quarrel, instead congratulating the union of 2 promising individuals, certain they would forge a corporation ranked among the world's top 500. "Senior, it's getting late. I shall pick you up tomorrow morning so we can discuss the finer details at the company." Lin Qinshou bid farewell to everyone and departed the principal's office. "Roland, while my interaction with Lin is brief, I believe he is a reliable individual. Use your judgment, and if you find yourself unhappy, do not hesitate to leave," Professor Huang advised after Lin Qinshou's departure. The principal interjected, "He donated 500 million to the school without a blink, and it was an anonymous donation. What grounds do you have to question his reliability? Perhaps you should consider donating 500,000 yourself?" Professor Huang, incensed, could only fume silently. Qin Roland stifled a laugh at the scene before her, then bid farewell to the principal and Professor Huang as she returned to her dormitory, which she had temporarily vacated but had recently moved back into. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou, having left the principal's office, made a detour to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to his dormitory, where his friends Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang had yet to return, likely still out waiting for a chance encounter. Unbeknownst to them, their intended acquaintance had already crossed paths with Lin Qinshou twice and had even become one of his employees. With time to spare, Lin Qinshou lay on his bed and opened Douyin. He had not logged in since that day he showered gifts, and today, having some free time, he decided to browse once more. Due to algorithmic suggestions, he immediately found himself in the live stream of Xiao Yu, who, noticing his presence, exclaimed, "Welcome back, Brother Shuangmu. It's been ages since you last visited my stream." She refrained from mentioning the messages she had sent him offline, fearing that her viewers might speculate that she was in constant contact with the top donor. Throughout this period, Xiao Yu had sent numerous messages to Lin Qinshou without receiving a response. She wished to convey her gratitude to him while also discerning his true motives in helping her. The wealthy benefactor has arrived. The one who propelled Xiao Yu to the top spot today is here. The chat buzzed. YISNT, the top donor speaking. Xiao Yu, perhaps your greeting was inadequate? Is that why Brother Shuangmu is ignoring you? Xiao Yu, go change into your battle attire, complete with stockings and heels. I'm sure the top donor will take notice. Little Yu gazed at the suddenly animated rolling comments, chuckling as she remarked, as long as Brother Shuangmu wishes to watch, I shall change. After a considerable wait, however, Shuangmu, the esteemed envoy, remained utterly silent, not uttering a single word. Left with no choice, Little Yu shifted the topic and continued to engage with her viewers about various other matters. In truth, Lin Qinshou had merely unlocked his phone, and before he could even glance at it, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang burst into the dormitory. You beast! I considered you a brother. Yet you partake in good fortune without even thinking of us. You happened to encounter Sister Qin, but didn't he inform us? Li Wuqi gazed at him with palpable resentment. Chapter 89. A return to Little Yu's live stream. Lin Qinshou stared at the two, bewildered, as Fan Jinxiang handed him his phone. The screen displayed a campus forum with the title An Idle Drama-like Atmosphere. Qin Roland and Lin Qinshou. Accompanying it was a photograph of the two by the lakeside. Their eyes locked under the golden glow of the setting sun, Lin Qinshou's hand still outstretched. The quality of the image suggested a certain artistry, evidently. These students possessed the potential to be paparazzi. Oh this. At that moment, I saw a girl whose foot had sunk into the lake and thought she was in distress. I intended to console her, unaware she was Qin Roland. But I found out later, Lin Qinshou returned the phone to Fan Jinxiang. This has surely been captured. And Meng Meng must be aware of it as well. However, since no one has messaged to inquire, I can't be bothered to explain. Some things become more convoluted with explanation. Alas, we were both hoping to have a chance encounter and called you over. Who would have thought you'd go off to encounter her alone? Choosing your friends poorly, Li Wuqi sighed, shaking his head. All right, stop sulking like a jilted lover. I'll introduce you to another day. Lin Qinshou waved his hand dismissively. Oof, you're just a tad luckier to have run into Sister Qin. And now you dare suggest introducing us? You don't even have her contact information. Li Wuqi looked at him scornfully. This remark reminded Lin Qinshou that indeed, he did not possess Qin Roland's contact details. They had agreed to meet the following morning at the Jinmao building, but how could they meet without contact information? Never mind. I'll just ask the principal for it tomorrow. What a rare weekend. Aren't we going out to play? Fan Jinxiang rubbed his hands together, eager. Lin Qinshou replied, You two go ahead, I'll take a nap. Seeing this, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang said nothing further, quickly showered, changed clothes, and headed out. Lin Qinshou handed them a membership card for the Snowfall Bar, which contained a plethora of drinks for them to indulge freely, as he himself was the owner. These brothers want need cash from me, but they can take advantage of these little perks. With Lin Qinshou's financial backing, they could savor the benefits without reserve. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinshou dozed off, only to be roused by the loud sound of the door slamming shut after the two departed. Upon waking, he picked up his phone, realizing he had been watching the live stream, albeit with the sound muted. In the live stream, Little Yu was discussing her recent experiences, mentioning that numerous MCN agencies had approached her, yet she remained undecided on which to choose. Her former gaming company had also sought to renew her contract, but she had declined, noting that they now preferred to spotlight newcomers, while she, as an older employee, might not captivate the audience. Tomorrow, I have an interview at an MCN agency in the financial center, and the owner personally reached out to me. I've heard from friends in the industry that the benefits there are quite good, unlike those parasitic MCNs that masquerade as media companies while actually seeking to exploit. Little Yu elaborated on her schedule for the next day, deliberately omitting specifics about the location, as her IP address was in Magic City. Being too specific could attract some overly enthusiastic fans. As her words faded, a carnival gift dominated the entire livestream screen, followed by an avalanche of such gifts that caused many viewers' screens to freeze. Lin Qinshou pressed and held the carnival button, incessantly flooding the screen with gifts. After a considerable time, he finally ceased. The live chat erupted in complaints. What the heck? My screen is frozen. Here comes the esteemed envoy, showering gifts at the slightest provocation. Big boss, ease up a bit. I can't see little you anymore. Little you was equally bewildered, after all. She had been charmingly presenting herself, yet Brother Shuangmu had remained silent until now, only to unleash a barrage of gifts. Could this top donor be laundering money? I'll be at the financial center tomorrow too. If fate allows, let us have a meal together. After showering the gifts, Shuangmu left with this parting remark, leaving the remaining viewers puzzled by his eccentricity. This top donor is quite the character. How wealthy must one be to shower gifts just to say a few words? I need to go and check out this top donor. If I ever go live, I'll have him shower gifts on my stream. You're dreaming. Just because you say so, doesn't he mean he LL oblige? The live chat buzzed with excitement, as Little You quickly messaged Lin Qinshou, asking if what he had said was true. Given that her IP address was in Magic City, it was evident that the financial center he mentioned was indeed the one, and she felt a pang of insecurity. If it were any other viewer, they would surely inquire about her specific location in the financial center, or at least seek to arrange a meeting. Yet, he casually suggested they share a meal if their paths crossed. Was Brother Shuangmu perhaps a monk? Did he have no interest in her? For the first time, Little You questioned her own beauty. Well, I hope to meet Brother Shuangmu. Though her heart brimmed with uncertainty, she maintained an air of diligence outwardly. The financial center was vast. Encountering him was by no means guaranteed. Lin Qinshou perused other live streams briefly, finding them largely uninteresting, as most were focused on selling products. Entertainment live streams were best suited for dedicated platforms. Were it not for the plethora of virtual currency, he wouldn't bother logging in. Lin Qinshou noticed a growing number of messages in his inbox. Alongside greetings from various netizens, some female streamers had also reached out. However, the images they sent had been obliterated by the platform, leaving Lin Qinshou unable to view them. He could only surmise the nature of the photographs. These streamers had even provided him with their WeChat numbers, assuring him that the images would not be deleted there. Some male streamers had even sent pictures of their abs. Perhaps assuming his lack of enthusiasm for Little You indicated a different inclination. The internet was a mixed bag, with everyone yearning for a meteoric rise. Society mocks poverty, but not promiscuity, and male streamers had lost all sense of decency. Lin Qinshou switched off his phone and set it aside. After a quick wash, he retired for the night. It had been a long time since he had slept in the dormitory. Occasionally returning to the stillness of his room was quite comforting. In the dead of night, a gentle creaking of the door roused Lin Qinshou, as their dormitory door emitted a distinct squeak when opened slowly. The slower it opened, the louder the sound. To avoid this, one had to open it swiftly, a fact well known among the four roommates. No one had ever gently pushed open the door, especially not Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang, who had just returned from a night of drinking. Chapter 90. The Dark Web Assassin Xinyu. Lin Qinshou remained motionless, alertly listening to the light footsteps that approached from outside the door. The steps were delicate, suggesting a female presence. The figure arrived at Lin Qinshou's bedside and swiftly brandished a knife, aiming directly at his heart. Lin Qinshou's eyes flew open as he seized the wrist of the assailant, leaping from the bed and twisting her arm behind her back. To his astonishment, the assassin appeared to be as flexible as a willow, twisting free from his grasp. The two confronted each other in the darkness, their faces obscured from view. The assassin's supple form suggested she had undergone extensive training. Was it yet another bounty order? It seemed that without eliminating a few oblivious souls, this troublesome situation would not cease. Lin Qinshou propelled himself towards the assassin. Although he managed to grasp her, she slipped from his hold in an instant, akin to a slippery eel. Frustrated, Lin Qinshou transformed his palm into a fist and struck the assassin squarely in the chest, feeling a peculiar softness upon impact. The caught assassin emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back and colliding with the dormitory door. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Xinyu. Beauty score, 93. Age, 21. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 36 c. Favorability, 0. The system's inopportune notification echoed. But Lin Qinshou had no time to ponder it. He rushed forward, intent on capturing the female assassin. Blood trickled from the corner of Xunyu's mouth as a result of Lin Qinshou's punch, though the darkness obscured his view of it. Just as Lin Qinshou was about to close the distance, the assassin swiftly opened the door and leapt from the balcony. Given that Lin Qinshou's dormitory was on the third floor, A professional assassin should not suffer fatal injuries from such a fall. In the inky night, the assassin vanished from Lin Qinshou's sight after a few agile leaps. He stood on the balcony, watching her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "Quite the leap." The punch he delivered was unintentional. In the dimness, it was difficult to ascertain his target, and merely catching a glimpse of her silhouette was a feat in itself. However, this incident made Lin Qinshou acutely aware that he could not afford to be complacent. The bounty of 20 million was an enticing proposition for many. The system had already disclosed the assassin's identity to him, revealing that one of the 4 campus beauties, Xinyu of the esteemed Xin family, had turned to assassination. He wondered if this was a family-driven endeavor or of her own volition. Regardless, he realized he must remain vigilant around members of the Shun family in the future. Lin Qinshou cast a lingering glance at his right fist before turning back to his dormitory to resume his slumber. In the dark of night, a figure darted through the campus, infiltrating the women's dormitory building. As she entered, the lights illuminated her pale countenance. Her phoenix eyes perched atop a prominent nose, a streak of blood adorning her cherry-like lips. Upon shedding her nocturnal garb, her tall and voluptuous figure was revealed. Gritting her teeth, the woman seethed, "Lin Qinshou, you scoundrel! I shall not let you escape unscathed." Xinyu found herself alone in her dormitory, likely due to the weekend, with all others absent. She grabbed her phone from the desk and dialed a number. "How did it go? Was the task completed?" A grave voice inquired from the other end. The intel was accurate. "Lin Qinshou is indeed formidable. I was merely struck once, and it left me reeling, unable to stand properly. Another hit, and I fear I might perish on the spot," Xinyu reported. After a brief silence, the voice responded, "Understood. For now, we will lower his ranking on the dark web. He cannot remain at the forefront where other assassins might meet their demise. I will send someone else to test him in due time, and if his abilities do not align with the bounty, we shall cancel his order. We cannot allow the bounty of 20 million to render the dark web's reward list obsolete." Xinyu nodded silently. "In the meantime, I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him. There are few who could compel the dark web to withdraw a bounty, and even if he is strong, it is a matter of the dark web's credibility. Prioritize your own safety," the voice concluded before disconnecting. After ending the call, Xinyu entered the bathroom and, upon removing her clothing, discovered a bruised imprint where she had been struck. Her expression was a mix of humiliation and fury as she muttered through clenched teeth, "Lin Qinshou, I will kill you." It was her first experience of being struck in such a manner by a male, and the pain overshadowed any unusual feelings. Oblivious to these events, Lin Qinshou was deep in slumber, sneezing and rolling over to continue his dreams. The following morning, after finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Qinshou spotted Qin Ruolin waiting beside his car, sparing him the effort of seeking the principal's contact information. Lin Qinshou's recent high profile had not gone unnoticed. Even by the recently returned Qin Ruolin, she was well aware this was his vehicle. Today, Qin Ruolin donned a fitted black dress and high-heeled shoes. Her height, now matching Lin Qinshou's eye level. Her long hair was pulled back, with a few strands cascading down, exuding an air of casual elegance amidst formality. "Good morning, Senior Qin," Lin Qinshou greeted with a smile. Qin Ruolin glanced at him impassively. "It's nearly time for breakfast, don't you think?" Lin Qinshou, slightly embarrassed, approached the passenger seat and opened the door. He had not driven home the previous night after drinking. A designated driver had brought the car in. Noticing Qin Ruolin's demeanor, it seemed she had been waiting for quite some time. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed through the campus, as many onlookers gaped in astonishment at Qin Ruolin's entrance into the vehicle. "Wow, so that's why Senior Qin was here so early in the parking lot, waiting for the owner of the luxury car." "Owner of a luxury car? That's Lin Qinshou from the elite dorm. The campus forum has been buzzing about him lately. Isn't he Yi Mingxi's boyfriend? How did he end up with Senior Qin? Can wealth truly afford such liberties? It appears beauty and aloofness are no match for a wealthy man. I just captured a photo. I'll upload it to the forum for Yi Mingxi to see her boyfriend's true colors. Absolutely. We mustn't allow the campus beauty to be ensnared by the same scoundrel. I'm furious. 3 of the 4 campus beauties are already entangled with this scoundrel." Chapter 91. Exposing the Scoundrel. Yi Mingxi, the campus beauty, is the girlfriend of this beastly scoundrel. Last time, Su Xiaohua sat next to him in class, and now even the graduating Qin Xiaohua has taken a ride in his car. Only Xin Xiaohua remains unscathed. "Shun, you must hold firm. Exposure is essential. I will reveal this beast's true nature to all the lovely ladies." As these remarks circulated, the crowd recalled the connections between the scoundrel and the campus beauties. Lin Qinshou drove swiftly to the Jinmao Tower, where upon entering, all employees greeted him warmly. This scene left Qin Ruolin utterly astonished. This was the Golden Trade Building, the pinnacle of office complexes in the Magic City. It was rumored that the employees here were exceedingly arrogant, maintaining a strict divide between their personal and professional lives. except when it came to their superior, Sun Ji. Yet now, they were actually greeting Lin Qinshou. This building belongs to me. I merely lease it out, keeping only a single floor for myself. For the time being, you can work here, as the other area is still under construction and won't be ready for use anytime soon. Lin Qinshou noticed Qin Ruolin's surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin was even more taken aback. The two proceeded to Lin Qinshou's office floor, where Yang Yun and others were still engaged in preparations with various contacts. Mo Fong was busy establishing an intelligence network for Lin Qinshou. Through the matter concerning Wen Jiaxiu, Lin Qinshou felt he was unaware of many aspects of society. Even just recently learning about the dark web, he was completely ignorant of the so-called intricacies of the Kyoto Yang family. What Mo Fong was currently engaged in was gathering such relevant information. Intelligence work was the most financially draining endeavor, and Lin Qinshou had directly allocated 1 billion yuan for its establishment. Lin Qinshou then handed Qin Ruolin a contract that had been prepared in advance by Li Qing. Senior Qin, please take a good look at the contract. If there are no issues, we can sign it today, and you can commence your work. The system notification had yet to sound, leading Lin Qinshou to suspect that perhaps he needed to undergo the process of signing a labor contract for the task to be considered complete. Qin Ruolin took the contract and sat down to review it, while Lin Qinshou refrained from interrupting her, recognizing that signing a contract was a serious matter that warranted thorough examination. The more Qin Ruolin read, the more astonished she became. This contract was not a harsh or exploitative one, but rather a generous agreement filled with benefits. Upon joining, she would receive accommodation, with the freedom to choose from any property in the Magic City. Even if she desired a unit in the Tangshan Pin, Lin Qinshou would purchase it for her. A monthly salary of 1 million yuan, with an annual total of 13 million yuan, inclusive of all statutory holidays and an additional month of emotional leave for travel. All expenses covered. Any work-related expenses would also be reimbursed. Such a heavenly position felt utterly surreal to Qin Ruolin. Lin Qinshou had invested considerable thought and resources into securing her as an asset. Once Qin Ruolin signed the contract, he would immediately gain 30 billion yuan. You may profit, but I shall not incur any losses. After finishing the contract, Qin Ruolin found it hard to calm her racing heart. Such a contract was unimaginable in reality. She was self-aware enough to recognize that a recent university graduate had no right to expect such high benefits. If not for Lin Qinshou's foresight in anticipating her future potential, she suspected ulterior motives. After much contemplation, she leaned towards the latter assumption, even questioning whether Lin Qinshou was an agent sent by the Wang Group. Her gaze became wary. Junior, I know my worth. This contract is no longer a labor agreement. It essentially amounts to a cash gift. What exactly is your intention? Oh no. The overly generous benefits had caused her to misunderstand. Lin Qinshou's heart raced. Senior, please don't misinterpret my intentions. The generous benefits extend to all employees. It's just that everyone's roles differ, hence the variation in benefits. Your responsibilities will be greater, which is why you are offered this treatment. Others may earn slightly less, but not by much. Brother Yang and the other salaries were also determined by me. Theirs is just 2 million yuan annually, with a year-end bonus. Upon hearing this, Yang Yun vigorously nodded in agreement. Qin Ruolin's eyes flickered. The treatment still left her incredulous. Junior, this is too much. I do not deserve such benefits. Please, grant me the most basic compensation. An annual salary of 100,000 yuan would suffice. As a recent graduate, I do not need such a high salary. If you truly value my capabilities, then offer me shares instead. Even one would suffice. Qin Ruolin believed that by taking less, she would avoid being manipulated. If Lin Qinshou genuinely intended to venture into entrepreneurship, accepting shares might also be a viable option. Lin Qinshou shook his head. I will not offer you shares. Qin Ruolin was taken aback. Compared to an annual salary of over 10 million, wouldn't one of the shares be more advantageous for Lin Qinshou? Moreover, possessing shares would bind Qin Ruolin to the company, ensuring her retention. Could Lin Qinshou truly guarantee that the company would be profitable? Lin Qinshou continued. The reason I established this security company is twofold. Firstly, to have capable individuals at my disposal. Secondly, to provide a refuge for veterans who have nowhere else to go. This is a project in collaboration with the military or the entire nation, and I do not intend to profit from it. If I were to give you shares, not only would you not receive dividends, but you might also end up investing your own resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruolin's perception of Lin Qinshou shifted. Yet it also solidified her determination to acquire shares. She tore the contract and said, Junior, please draft a new one. I must have shares, since you are so noble. As a senior, I must also share the burden. Even if there are losses, I, Qin Ruolin, will take responsibility for my share of the lost funds. Lin Qinshou observed her resolute demeanor and instructed Li Qing to draft a new contract, maintaining the same benefits but adding 5 in shares. This way, in the event of losses, Qin Ruolin would not suffer alone. However, he hadn't anticipated that his previous words would have such an impact. Qin Ruolin's gaze had transformed from suspicion and confusion to steadfast resolve, merely due to his statements. After glancing at the newly drafted contract, Qin Ruolin signed her name. The accompanying system notification chimed as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting Qin Ruolin. Her favorability has reached 70 points, completing option 2, and granting a reward of 30 billion in cash, along with language proficiency. Dear customer, your Magic City Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 30,000,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 87 for 112,069,053 yuan. Chapter 92, Gu Xiaoyu. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 9. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 8. Charm, 8. The maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10. The host values are within the normal range of ordinary individuals. Vehicle, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tangshan Epine Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, proficient in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, and languages. Balance, 87 for 112,069,053. Lin Qinshou gazed at the ever-increasing balance and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly that it was an amount he could never exhaust. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Ruolin's favorability would reach 70 points. It seemed his performance over the past 2 days had been stable enough to surpass the standard and achieve the completion of option 2. From today onwards, I will be your employee, Boss Lin, Qin Ruolin said with a smile, extending her hand. Senior, please just call me by my name. The title boss makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Qinshou replied, smiling as he extended his right hand to shake hers. Then I shall call you Lin Jr. I cannot bring myself to utter the name Lin Qinshou. Qin Ruolin chuckled, covering her mouth. Although she did not closely follow campus affairs, she had heard of the infamous dormitory names, each evoking a mix of laughter and exasperation. Since I have become your employee, I shall commence my duties. Please enlighten me regarding the current progress of our work and any challenges we are facing. Qin Ruolin appears to be eagerly ready to immerse herself in her tasks. Lin Qinshou instructed Li Qing to brief her. As he was also uncertain about the current state of affairs, Li Qing led Qin Ruolin into an office to report on the ongoing progress. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshou proceeded to the office where Yang Yun and others were gathered. Brother Mo, how is the investigation into the Wang family of Magic City progressing? Mo Fong, a young man in his 30s sporting black-rimmed glasses, was initially rejected by the military due to his eyewear, but his exceptional abilities led to an exception being made for his enlistment. Most details have been clarified. The Wang family rose to prominence through real estate ventures, with Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate being nurtured by them. Currently, the Li father and son are hiding within the Wang family's territory, although their exact location remains unknown. Mo Fong handed Lin Qinshou a dossier. As Lin Qinshou perused the information, he noted that the Wang family had its origins in organized crime, initially collecting protection fees before escalating to territorial disputes. Their methods were not merely confined to seizing land and demanding fees. They directly coerced landowners into transferring ownership to the Wang family. When the government initiated land requisitions, the patriarch Wang Tianfeng astutely recognized a business opportunity and rallied his resources to seize numerous locations during an era of limited information, thus securing their first fortune. Wang Tianfeng himself was quite the charmer, fathering 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, in the current generation, male heirs have become scarce. Had it not been for recent scientific advancements, the Wang family's 3rd generation would consist solely of Wang Jingde. Presently, the Wang family's youthful lineage comprises only Wang Jingde, while the other children born via technology are still minors, with the eldest barely in their early teens. Currently, Wang Jingde serves as the CEO of the Wang Group. He is a capable yet somewhat wayward scion, exhibiting a blend of competence and the typical traits associated with a privileged youth. Lin Qinshou glanced at Wang Jingde's profile, realizing that Qin Ruolin had likely been recruited to serve him, and her subsequent refusal had led to her being marginalized. In the future, she would be responsible for all matters pertaining to the security company. Any inquiries could be directed to her. It was fortuitous that Wang Jingde's ulterior motives provided an opportunity for her to join their ranks. Nevertheless, to dare to marginalize their CEO warranted a lesson for the Wang family. You all may proceed with the plan. Simply inform me of the required funds, Lin Qinshou declared to Yang Yun and the others. Upon hearing this, the team felt invigorated. Having recently regained a spark of enthusiasm after a period of monotony following Wen Jiaxu's demise, with new tasks at hand, their motivation surged once more. Originally, Lin Qinshou had contemplated issuing a bounty on the dark web targeting Wang Jingde, but ultimately decided against it. Realizing that even prominent figures like Yang Lian could not achieve recognition on such platforms, indicating that powerful families were pulling the strings behind the scenes. After concluding his briefing, Lin Qinshou exited the office, leaving everyone busy with their responsibilities while he found himself at a loose end. As he descended in the elevator, fatefully, it halted once again on the 17th floor. When the doors opened, he was greeted not by Chen Jia, but by another acquaintance. Just the previous night, he had sent a flurry of messages to her during a carnival, leaving a note suggesting they dine together should they cross paths. Xiaoyu. Beep. A beauty with a score above 90 has been detected. Name: Gu Xiaoyu. Score: 93. Age: 24. Height: 162 centimeters. Measurements: 34 c. Favorability: 80. This marked Lin Qinshou's first encounter with a girl of some renown from online circles. To his surprise, while Gu Xiaoyu exuded a mature aura, her stature was that of a petite girl, creating quite a striking contrast. She was clad in a white chiffon dress with spaghetti straps, her hair cascading simply over her shoulders, and though she wore a black mask, Lin Qinshou recognized her instantly. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Qinshou in the elevator and turned her back to him. "Did you succeed in your interview?" he suddenly inquired. Gu Xiaoyu turned in astonishment. "Are you speaking to me? Do we know each other?" While her purpose for being there was no secret, she was surprised to be recognized, especially in her disguised state. After all, she was merely a game commentator, not a major celebrity, and couldn't fathom having any dedicated fans. Lin Qinshou offered a slight smile. "Did I not mention last night that if we encountered each other today, we should dine together?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she hastily removed her mask. "You are the Shuangmu Qinshai?" In her mind, the Shuangmu Qinshai was at least a man in his 30s or 40s. She had not expected to find a dashing young man who appeared to be around her age. Lin Qinshou nodded. "I hadn't realized that your interview was at Chen Jia's company. What a coincidence." Gu Xiaoyu, however, had not entirely confirmed that Lin Qinshou was indeed the Shuangmu Qinshai. As the latter had made that remark during a live stream, she feared that someone might have deliberately orchestrated this encounter, impersonating the Shuangmu Qinshai with ulterior motives.